Ancient 1 Chapter 659 to Chapter 713. The people of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce all revealed smiles on their faces. They raised their thumbs up and said with a smile, "Great, great praise." Su Donha looked at Li Yunxiao's appearance and immediately felt that something was wrong. Her heart sank and she suddenly shouted, "Tong Xiu, where is Tong Xiu?" After Tong Xiu was shaken by Li Yunxiao's move, he didn't dare to be careless anymore. He sat cross-legged on the ground and adjusted his breathing. If he ignored his injury again, he would be in trouble this time. At that time, he couldn't bear the anger of the first elder. Who knew that such a serious thing would happen? Before he could react and explain, Cui Yuan had been injured by Su Donha's palm. At this moment, when he heard the first elder calling him, he was so scared that his legs trembled and he didn't have the strength to stand up. His face was pale and he seemed to have foreseen the consequences. "The first elder is calling you." A disciple saw his pale face and thought that his injury was too serious, so he kindly helped him up. Tong Xiu's forehead was full of cold sweat. If he told the truth, he might be beaten to death on the spot. After hesitating for a while, he covered up, "The situation was too urgent just now. I didn't see clearly who hurt me. It should be Li Yunxiao." He secretly glanced at Su Donha, whose face changed greatly, and hurriedly said, "After Child Cui attacked, I thought that I would let Li Yunxiao go this time. I didn't expect that he would secretly attack me when I was unprepared. I spared his life out of kindness, but he returned my kindness with ingratitude. It's all my fault. I really can't blame Child Cui. I can only blame Li Yunxiao for being too cunning." Cui Bo and his son were full of resentment and stared at Tong Xiu fiercely. Tong Xiu lowered his head and didn't dare to look up at them. Su Donha's face was also very bad. She said in a low voice, "Although it was Li Yunxiao's despicable act, in the end, it was Cui Yuan who injured my disciple. It's not a big deal for me to give him a small punishment. He can only blame himself for being a busybody." Tong Xiu had come out to lie, and Li Yunxiao would definitely not help them. Cui Bo and Cui Yuan could only swallow their grievances and blame themselves for meddling in other people's business. If they had known this, they would have asked Li Yunxiao to kill him. "Good, very good." Cui Bo spat out a few words coldly. His aura became extremely cold. He stared at the people of the Tianyi Pavilion with an expressionless look. The feud had been settled. The surrounding people didn't know what was going on either. However, seeing the two large merchant associations become enemies, some people were happy, while others were worried. At the very least, the people of the money gang were very happy. Zhang Chong smiled and said, "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Everyone's disciples are injured, so let's drop this matter." However, the 10,000 Treasure Tower injured young Master Cui, while the Tianyi Pavilion injured an ordinary disciple. There was still a gap between their identities. "Elder Su, I think you should just apologize." On the surface, it looked like he was trying to stop the fight, but in everyone's ears, it sounded strange, like he was plotting something. As expected, Su Donha flew into a rage and said, "Humph. Cui Bo's son is a human, but my disciple is not." Zhang Chong hurriedly said, "Elder Su, you misunderstood me. I'm just saying that there is a gap between our identities. Besides, the 10,000 Treasure Tower is presided over by the two arbiters. We all have to abide by their rules. Your disciple made the first move, so it's reasonable for them to intervene." Su Donha said coldly, "Their rules? The Merchant Union has always respected our 7 seats. Since when did the 10,000 Treasure Tower become the sole ruler? I don't believe in their rules." The surrounding people felt dizzy. The more Zhang Chong tried to stop the fight, the deeper the conflict became. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he did it on purpose. Su Donha, on the other hand, was a complete idiot. She was born with a low IQ. No one knew why the Tianyi Pavilion sent her to lead the team. Even Cui Bo frowned. Although the two sects had become enemies, he was, after all, the deputy head of the 10,000 Treasure Tower. He had to prioritize the interests of the Chamber of Commerce. If the two sects fought, it would not be in their interests at all. Just as he was about to speak, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. "Haha, Zhang Chong, will you only be happy if today's magic formula can't be held?" A group of people walked out of the crowd. The leader was an old man in a purple robe. He looked like Fei Yong. He was slightly plump, and his cheeks were slightly ruddy. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Zhang Chong glanced at him indifferently and said with a chuckle, "Min Xiang, you look good. Is something good going to happen? Why do I feel that the Thunderous Wind Chamber of Commerce is going to be at the bottom this time?" He glanced at the people of the Thunderous Wind Chamber of Commerce and fixed his eyes on a bronze-skinned young man. This man looked a little dull. Apparently, he was a little unsociable because he had not communicated with others for a long time. However, his mental energy fluctuation was extremely strong. He should be one of the participants. The appearance of the Thunderous Wind Chamber of Commerce eased the tense atmosphere and attracted everyone's attention. This was especially true for the chambers of commerce that had already developed to a certain scale. Every one of them wanted to take this opportunity to rise up. The Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce seemed to be their only chance. Min Xiang was not at all offended by Zhang Chong's provocative words. He said with a smile, "No matter how the competition is going to be, someone will always be at the bottom." Zhang Chong was slightly taken aback. Then, he snorted and said no more. This Min Xiang was not Sudanha. He was an old fox through and through. Besides, his words made him seem narrow-minded. Cui Bo chuckled and said, "Elder Min's tolerance is indeed incomparable to some petty people. No one is optimistic about the Thunderous Wind Chamber of Commerce. I know the background of this young man beside you. I'm afraid he will surprise everyone. When the time comes, I'm afraid those chambers of commerce that stir up trouble for no reason will be eliminated." No one knew whether he was targeting the Tianyi Pavilion, the Money Sect, or Li Yunxiao. However, his unfriendly attitude was unmistakable. Hearing his words, the crowd looked at the bronze-skinned man curiously. He did seem to be different from the others. Min Xiang said with a smile, "Master Cui, you must be joking. Where are the other two chambers of commerce? I thought I was the slowest, but it seems that I'm early." Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the sky. A poem was recited, "The world changes like a game of chess. The mysteries of the universe are unpredictable. The seven forces gather in the city and laugh at all heroes." A beam of purple light descended from the sky and landed on the seats of the Four Extremes sect. A dozen people walked out of the light. Luoying smiled and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm late because of some business." Min Xiang said with a smile, "What business is more important than the spell formula?" "Master Luo, you're late." Luoying said with a faint smile, "It's a headache for the sect. I can't tell you in detail. Fortunately, I'm not the last one here." Li Yunxiao looked over and saw Tang Jia and Tang Xian. However, they were separated into two groups and ignored each other. Tang Jia was accompanied by a cultivator from Emperor Wu. There was no big demon in sight. Luo Ying's so-called headache was probably the internal strife in the sect. This kind of thing would happen in any sect. However, the internal affairs of the Four Extremes sect had almost reached the point where fire and water could not tolerate each other. "Humph, you sly Luo men. Originally, we were in front, but you just had to fly in front of us and get ahead of us." A cold snort was heard. The people from the Mando Chamber of Commerce finally appeared. Everyone looked over, but no one looked at the leader. Their gazes were all on Shui Luoyan and the people from the Saber and Sword sect. For many years, the Merchant Alliance's duel had always been an internal affair. This time, the Mando Chamber of Commerce had pulled the Saber and Sword sect into their ranks. This caused many people to feel extremely conflicted. Especially when this external aid was brought in through a marriage alliance with a beauty. This made everyone feel even more ashamed. Luoying smiled meaningfully. "It's normal for you to be a little late to welcome an important guest." His words were filled with sarcasm. Everyone could hear the disdain and contempt in everyone's voice. The leader of the Mando Chamber of Commerce, Quan Min, had a flash of embarrassment and anger on his face. He said coldly, "Luoying, when did you become so harsh?" He snorted heavily and led everyone to their seats in the Chamber of Commerce. In the team, there was a man with a cold gaze and a haughty look on his face. From the moment the Mando merchant group entered, he had looked as if everyone owed him money. When Luoying opened her mouth, he glared at her with a gaze full of hatred. Shui Luoyan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened her mouth and said softly, "Young Master Xiao, there is no need to be angry. They only provoked you with words because they are afraid of your strength." Xiao Jingming revealed a proud expression. His gaze lingered on Shui Luoyan's face with undisguised greed and adoration. He smiled lightly. Sister Yan'er is still the smart one. However, these people are too stupid. Do they think that they can stop the rise of the Mando Chamber of Commerce? Later, I will use my strength to teach them a lesson and let them see the cruel reality before them. Shui Luoyan smiled coldly, causing Xiao Jingming to become a little dazed. She said, "I naturally believe in young Master Zhao's strength." The two of them did not conceal their voices when they spoke. Instead, Xiao Jingming purposely raised his voice so that everyone present could hear it clearly. They all frowned. Li Yunxiao did not know about the marriage between the Mando Chamber of Commerce and the Saber and Sword sect. He was very unhappy when he heard it. He said in surprise, "Who is this person who is afraid that others do not know that he is a fool? Could it be that he is going to participate in the technique today?" The people from the 7 great merchant unions were not kind people. When they heard Xiao Jingming's words, they were already filled with anger. If not for the fact that they all had misgivings and did not want to face the Saber and Sword sect directly, someone would have already rushed out to challenge them. Just as they were all fuming, they heard Li Yunxia's appearance. Immediately, all of them beamed with joy. This was also someone who was not to be trifled with. It would be best if they had a conflict and both sides suffered. Haha, young Master Yun might not know. This person is the son-in-law of the Mando Chamber of Commerce, a young talent from the Saber and Sword sect. He is not a fool like you said. Tang Xian explained with a smile. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as he said with a frown, "Saber Sword sect? Son-in-law?" He seemed to have thought of something as his expression turned strange. After the battle yesterday, he had immediately gone into seclusion to recover. He had only come out now and did not mention the battle with Chen Feng to anyone. Now, he seemed to understand why the people from the Saber Sword sect would appear outside Songyang City. If this person was here to participate in the cultivation technique, then Chen Feng, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Since no one knew him yesterday, he could just leave after beating up the son of the Saber Sword sect's sect leader. However, if Chen Feng appeared tomorrow, wouldn't he recognize him? He was not afraid of anything. However, his current strength was too low and he could not fight against the 7 superpowers. Ding Ling also carefully explained to him about the Mando Merchant Association. As expected, it was the same as Li Yunxiao had guessed. He could not help but feel a headache coming on. He hoped that Chen Feng's injuries were too severe and he would not be able to participate in the competition tomorrow. He now regretted not stepping on Chen Feng a few more times and breaking a few more bones. Ding Ling saw the worry on his face and thought that he was worried after knowing the other party's identity. She smiled calmly and said, "It's fine. No matter who we face, the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association will always be with young Master Yun." Li Yunxiao knew that she had misunderstood, but he still felt slightly sad. He smiled lightly and did not explain. Impudent. Xiao Jingming flew into a rage. With his lofty status, he could not tolerate anyone offending him, let alone in front of the woman he liked. This was a taboo for every man. He slammed the table and stood up. His long sword emitted a sharp sound as it pierced through the air. He wanted to take Li Yunxia's life. In his eyes, these people from the Merchant Association were a bunch of country bumpkins. He had already given them enough face by participating in the cultivation technique. Yet, there were still people who were blind enough to want to court death. When he saw that Li Yunxiao was a 5-star martial monarch, he attacked without hesitation. No. Quan Min cried out in alarm, but it was already too late. Moreover, Xiao Jingming didn't seem to listen to him. In a moment of panic, he cast a glance at Shui Luoyan. Although Shui Luoyan's marriage partner was Chen Feng, who would have thought that this young arcane master from the Saber Sword sect would be so infatuated with her? Shui Luoyan turned her head slightly and pretended not to see anything. Her gaze followed Xiao Jingming's sword and stared at it indifferently. Ignorant. Li Yunxiao snorted softly and raised his hand. He stretched out his 2 fingers and pinched the blade of the sword. He smiled knowingly. Xiao Jingming immediately discovered that the sword could no longer move in the slightest. Not only that, but a wave of power directly came from the sword, causing his body to tremble. He was immediately shocked. Scram! Li Yunxiao softly spat out a single word. His 2 fingers changed direction and flicked the sword. Immediately, an extremely powerful dragon roar resounded, causing the ears of the surrounding people to ring incessantly. As for Xiao Jingming, half of his body went numb from the huge shock. His entire body was sent flying towards the seats of the Mando merchant group. Quan Min hurriedly flew up and caught Xiao Jingming. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility if this old man was injured. Damn it, damn it. Kill him, quickly kill him for me. Xiao Jingming's face was completely red as he roared. He already knew that he couldn't beat his opponent, so he didn't dare to go up and humiliate himself. He continuously roared at Quan Min. Without waiting for Quan Min to reply, Cui Bo indifferently said, "Alright, stop messing around. Since you're all here, let's begin. If anyone continues to cause trouble, they will be disqualified." This time, Xiao Jingming also calmed down and didn't dare to cause any more trouble. His mission was to obtain first place. If he was disqualified and couldn't complete his mission, the consequences would be extremely severe. However, his face was purple from embarrassment and anger. He didn't dare to look at the woman he loved. His hatred for Li Yunxiao had risen to the level of his #1 enemy. Shui Luoyan indifferently said, "Young Master Xiao doesn't need to take it to heart. This person's strength is a little strange, and young Master Xiao is a master of alchemy. Naturally, you can't compete with him. However, this person seems to be the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Group's representative. When young Master Xiao defeats him, you will naturally be able to vent your anger." Oh? He's actually someone who knows alchemy? That's really great. Xiao Jingming's fingernails were about to dig into his flesh. He stared at Li Yunxiao with a heart full of anger. As Cui Bo's words rang out, the huge plaza that was packed with tens of thousands of people became completely silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on the seats of the 10,000 treasure tower in the center, waiting for his announcement. They all started to become nervous. Cui Bo said, "I won't be long-winded. Same old rules. The matter of the alchemy technique will test the comprehensive ability of the alchemist. As usual, the criteria will be based on the clearance of the tower." He flipped his palm, and an exquisite small round pagoda slowly flew out. The pagoda vibrated and flickered with 7 different rays of light. The power was a little chaotic. Next, let's invite the representatives of the various merchant associations to inspect the tower. Cui Bo first made a gesture, and a ray of light on the tower disappeared. Then, he gave a light push, and the tower immediately flew to Luoying on the left side of the 4 Extremes gate. After Luoying received it, she scanned the tower with her divine sense and extinguished a ray of light. She said indifferently, "No problem." She passed it to the people of the money gang again. Only then did Li Yunxiao understand. It turned out that this tower was jointly sealed by the 7 merchant associations and handed over to the 10,000 treasure tower to manage. At this moment, if the alchemy technique was used again, it would require the people of the 7 merchant associations to check whether their seals were intact and whether the tower had been tampered with. As everyone's technique was different, and they were all extremely brilliant, the possibility of the 10,000 treasure tower breaking through the seal laid by the other 6 merchant associations to tamper with it was 0. Furthermore, every merchant association would check the inside again before unsealing it to ensure that nothing went wrong. After everyone checked it one by one, the tower was passed to Ding Ling and only a ray of light was left flickering on it. She checked it carefully, and withdrew the last ray of light with a unique technique. She pushed the tower back to Cui Bo's hand, and said, "No problem." Cui Bo smiled slightly, took the tower, and said, "Since all the representatives have checked it, it proves that everything is normal with this tower. Then, I'll take it out." He gently waved his left hand forward, and a ray of green light slowly appeared, dragging the tower towards the center. As soon as it touched the ground, there was a huge tremor, and it slowly grew bigger. In a few breaths, it became 300 meters tall, and had a circumference of 30 to 40 meters. It stood majestically in the center of Songyang City, and looked extremely magnificent from the sky. "Everyone, give me the key." Chuibo spread out his hands, and the other 6 representatives each took out a small golden-laid jade, and shot it at the door of the tower. The door was engraved with the appearance of 2 old men, one meditating to refine pills, and the other condensing lightning to refine weapons. The expressions and movements of the 2 were vividly depicted, and even the finger seals in their hands were basic refining techniques, standard textbook movements. Around the 2 old men was the most ordinary refining array. The 7 array eyes were all caved in, and a piece of material was missing, which was the key guarded by the 7 people. The 7 rays of light shot into the array eyes, and suddenly there was movement on the door. The 2 silent old men suddenly moved, and the hand seals in their hands began to change. The door also slowly opened, and a corridor appeared, leading to the depths of the tower. Everyone held their breath, and during this process, they didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Only when the door opened did they start to breathe. Everyone, I won't say much about the rules. This tower has a total of 9 floors, representing the strength of the 1st to the 9th order. Whoever can reach the highest floor wins. Chuibo made an inviting gesture, and said, from now on, if someone stays in a realm for more than an hour, it means that their strength can only stop there, and they will be automatically transported out. The top 10 people will be awarded 10 points according to their ranking. This tower has already been set up with an age restriction, and those over 30 cannot enter. Participating brats, please enter. Although this method of using the technique tower as a method of testing one's skill level wasn't completely accurate, it was still a relatively common method on the continent. As soon as the door opened, everyone rushed in impatiently. Most of them were disciples from small chambers of commerce, hoping to seize a good opportunity. However, that was only psychological comfort. The real result had nothing to do with the order. A seemingly middle-aged man was very nervous, and he asked, I just happen to be 30 this year, can I participate? Chuibo glanced at him indifferently, and said, you'll know once you go in and try. If your actual age is too old, you can't enter this door. The middle-aged man walked forward with a nervous look on his face, and gently stepped into the door. His whole body entered unimpeded, and he was immediately ecstatic. His laughter came from inside. Nanmen Xianxia coldly sneered, you're just a 6th-order alchemist. What's the use even if you enter? Cui Yuan said, you can't say that. The effect of this technique tower isn't just to test the level of strength, it's also very beneficial to the cultivation of skill. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people rushing to participate in the competition. It's just for cultivation, and the ones who really have the strength to compete are only the few of us. After the 2 finished talking, they also entered one after another. Brat, I'll wait for you inside. Come in if you have the guts. Xiao Jingming raised his finger and pointed at Li Yunxiao, and fiercely said, and directly rushed in. Tang Xian laughed, just a mad dog, don't bother with him. Li Yunxiao simply ignored him, nodded, and then entered the technique tower. The black passage went straight up, and soon, it was bright. The entire interior was actually a vacuum, and there was nothing inside. Many young alchemists were floating in it, and slowly rising up. Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. Every technique tower's method of testing was different, and this tower didn't seem to be that simple. He didn't know who made it, but it gave off a somewhat ancient feeling. He slowly walked into the yellow light, and the scenery in front of him changed, turning into a warm spring world, and there was actually a universe inside. At this moment, Li Yunxiao was in a sunny valley. Hundreds of flowers were in full bloom and spiritual energy was overflowing. It was indescribably comfortable. A few lines of words were engraved on one of the cliffs of the valley, pick 10 level 2 spirit herbs and you can enter the next level. One mistake and you will be teleported out. Li Yunxiao laughed involuntarily. This was a test of the most basic recognition ability. Accurately identifying level 2 spirit herbs was a necessary skill for a mature level 1 refinement master. Chuibo said that every level represented a level 1 refinement master. It seemed to be very reasonable. He picked 10 level 1 spirit herbs casually. Suddenly, the sky changed and all the flowers disappeared. He had already returned to the technique tower. A faint light appeared on his body and slowly rose. He had directly increased by 1 level. At this moment, everyone had already entered above the 2nd level. He was considered slow. When he looked up, the first few people had already rushed to the fourth and fifth level. However, he did not have the time to look carefully. When he had just risen to the second level, the scenery in front of him changed again. It was a new scene. He was actually in a swamp in a forest. There were more than 100 people in the technique tower. It was densely packed and seemed slightly crowded. However, everyone was going through an individual test and did not affect each other. Outside the technique tower, there were continuous whispers, but overall, it was very quiet. Everyone's gaze was gathered on the technique tower. At this moment, the technique tower seemed translucent. From the outside, one could see through it and observe the situation of every participant. Luoying smiled and said, "It's starting inside. Let's start too." Once he said that, everyone revealed a knowing smile. Chuibo smiled and said, "It's really hard to guess who will be the champion this year. Every one of them is shockingly powerful. This bet itself is extremely difficult." Luoying smiled and said, "What's so difficult about it? Just set it according to the betting ratio. 1 billion mid-grade primordial stones is one bet. The winner will just split the bet according to the number of bets." Chuibo pondered for a while and nodded. This method is indeed not bad. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a curtain of water appeared next to the tower. It gradually expanded, and then he quickly pointed his index finger, and names began to appear on the water curtain. They were the participants of the 7 chambers of commerce. The goal of becoming the champion was locked onto these 7 people, and no one had any objections. Even if there was an upset, it was impossible to exceed this range. However, Chuibo still said, "You can also bet on the rest of the people. Just write your own name, and then place your primeval stones. Elder D, you'll be in charge of the statistics." Di Xingxing chuckled and stepped forward to guard the water screen. At this moment, everyone started to discuss among themselves. The strength of these 7 people was indeed like a dense fog. Not to mention the fact that everyone didn't understand, even the 7 chambers of commerce didn't know the details of each other's participants. Luoying smiled and said, "I'll bet 2 on young master Tang Xian, 2 on Li Yunxiao, and 3 on Xiao Jingming." He casually threw a few storage pouches over. Di Xinghua took it and checked it. Then, he punched Luo Ying's name into the water screen and marked the betting target and number. Whoosh! With him taking the lead, all sorts of guesses and doubts arose. Luo Ying actually bet 2 on Li Yunxiao. This is hard to understand. Could it be that the rumor that Li Yunxiao is a rank 8 arcane master is true? Nonsense. If he was a rank 8 arcane master, he wouldn't even need this spell. Master Luo would have bet everything on him. If he could win an upset at this time, he would earn enough primeval stones to open a sizable chamber of commerce. That makes sense, but we still have to be wary of this upset. I can understand him betting on Tang Xian and Xiao Jingming, but this is a bit of a problem. Why don't we bet with Master Luo? We might be able to make a profit. Bet with him? How much money do you have? That's 1 billion. Luo Ying's bet allocation had caused quite a lot of discussion, but everyone still maintained a wait-and-see attitude. God knew if he would increase the bet and change the allocation ratio later on. His wealth was immeasurable, and if they rashly followed him, they would be afraid that they would lose all their money at night. Chuibo sneered and said, "It seems like Master Luo doesn't have confidence in Tang Xian." Luo Ying smiled faintly and said, "Let's bet a little first." "How do you know I won't increase the bet later on?" "Let's wait and see for now. I have high hopes for these 3 people." Chuibo nodded and said, "That's right. Everyone's strength is not ordinary. It is indeed difficult to choose. The betting ends when the first person reaches the 6th floor. I'll bet 3 for my son first." He threw a storage pouch over. The sum of the primeval stones bet for each arbiter was abnormally shocking. It was even comparable to the annual income of a large chamber of commerce. If they could win an upset, then they probably wouldn't dare to collect the money they earned. They were afraid of attracting a disaster. Those small chambers of commerce all hoped to earn a large sum of money, but not too much. Quan Min pondered for a moment and said, 10 bets, Xiao Jingming. Whoosh! Quan Min's bet once again ignited everyone's guesses, because he should be the one who understood Xiao Jingming's strength the most. Moreover, everyone knew that the condition of the marriage alliance between the Mando Chamber of Commerce and the Saber and Sword sect was to obtain first place in the end. Thus, the results of the two arbiters could not be bad. They even had to be at the top to have any hope. Then, how could the people they sent be bad? His bet immediately attracted many people to follow him. The number of bets under Xiao Jingming immediately rose to more than 30 bets. Although everyone supported the merchant union's victory in spirit, their rationality still prevailed when they placed their bets. Humph, a bunch of spineless things. Betting on outsiders. Qian Wudi snorted coldly and did not hide his disdain and contempt. He threw out a storage pouch and said, I bet 10 bets on Li Yunxiao. Whoosh. Zhang Cheng's face was full of black lines. He said embarrassedly, young master, are you not optimistic about your own people? Qian Wudi frowned and said, as long as they are from the merchant union, they are one of us. Of course I'm optimistic about Nanmen Xianxia, but I'm more optimistic about Li Yunxiao. Among the people from the merchant union, only he and Tang Jia understood Li Yunxiao the most. They also knew how terrifying Li Yunxiao was. While everyone was speechless, Tang Jia suddenly said, I bet 20 bets on Li Yunxiao. Tisk. This time, it was not that they fainted, but that everyone's expression changed slightly. Although the people from the 7 major chambers of commerce were extremely wealthy, they would not play like this. Some of the more astute people immediately stopped their impulse to bet and quietly waited for the next result. Qian Wudi's expression changed slightly. He stared coldly at Tang Jia and snorted, I'll add another 10 bets on Li Yunxiao. Sparks seemed to fly between the two. When their eyes met, a cold intent appeared. Zhang Cheng sweated profusely and said, young master, it's not good to support outsiders like this, right? No matter what, you should at least bet on your own people. He glanced at the Technique Tower and said, look, Nanmen Xianxia has reached the 4th floor and is ranked 3rd. Qian Wudi said indifferently, I'll just support Nanmen Xianxia in spirit. I also believe that he will win. But I'll bet on Li Yunxiao. Zhang Cheng, with Qian Wudi's words, the people who bet on Nanmen Xianxia only had 2 bets until the end. One of them was made by Zhang Cheng, and the other was made by someone who was looking forward to an upset. A bunch of ignorant juniors, I'll wait to see you cry. Su Donna's mocking voice rang out. She had a look of disdain on her face. Her hatred for Li Yunxiao had reached the point where she wanted him dead. Tang Jia sneered and snorted, old granny, why don't you bet on Tong Xiu? Are you waiting for the last second to bet so that no one will follow suit? Su Donna hated people mocking her the most. She was so angry that her face turned green. She snorted, uneducated brat. Tong Xiu originally had a high chance of getting first. If the Chui brat hadn't interfered and allowed Li Yunxiao to sneak attack him, causing him to be injured, I wouldn't be worried even if I bet everything on him. TCH. Disdainful snorts sounded from all around. Tong Xiu became the second unlucky person after Nanmen Xianxia. He didn't even have a single bet until the end, not even a speculator. Haha, damn old granny, seeing how confident everyone is in young Master Yun, the fire of jealousy in my heart is burning, and I've aged a few hundred years. Young Emperor Hao Lian laughed and said, I bet 150 on young Master Yun. What? This big bet made everyone suck in a cold breath and look at each other in shock. 150 stakes, that was a total of 150 billion mid-grade primal stones. This was definitely not a tentative bet, this was definitely a bet with everything they had. If they didn't have full confidence, they wouldn't be so bold. This amount of money was the majority of the source stones that Heavenly Yuan Commerce could take out, and it just happened to round it up. Cui Bo was also stunned for a moment, and he smiled bitterly and said, 150 billion. Miss Ling is really a heroine. She didn't even blink when she bet this much. Ding Ling smiled faintly and said, why wouldn't I do such a good thing? Young Master Yun winning first place is an unchangeable fact, 100% certain. Her words were resolute and decisive, and her face was filled with a confident smile and happiness. All the men felt their hearts ache when they saw this. To be able to have such a soulmate in this life, they could die without any regrets. Shui Luoyan looked over, and there was a cold glint in her eyes that was mixed with a trace of anger. She discovered that the more happy Ding Linger was, the more uncomfortable she felt. I bet 20 on Xiao Jingming. Although her words attracted everyone's attention, most of them were still shocked by the 150 stakes and couldn't come back to their senses. Ding Ling glanced over at her, and a faint smile appeared on her face before she no longer looked at Shui Luoyan. Shui Luoyan suddenly felt an indescribable anger in her heart, as if she had been provoked. Moreover, her 20 stakes seemed so poor and powerless in front of the 150 stakes. Even so, this was all the money she could use. She screamed crazily in her heart, Ding Ling just you wait. When I become the young madam of the saber sword sect, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Quan Min frowned and said, Luoyan, 20 bets, you. With Shui Luoyan's status, she could not use so many source stones. However, all the finances were under her control. She must have used the Merchant Association's wealth for her own use. Such a casual decision without discussing it with him made him very unhappy. He wanted to reprimand her, but he was interrupted. Enough. I know what to do. You don't need to care. Shui Luoyan felt a burst of vexation in her heart. Ding Ling could casually use hundreds of billions of yuan stones, and she had only used a mere 20 billion yuan stones, yet she was reprimanded. Anger burned in her heart, and she coldly said, Elder Quan, just mind your own business. Shui Luoyan knows what she is doing, and there is no need for you to worry. You. Quan Min was furious after being contradicted. However, he could not flare up at this moment. The conversation between the two was conducted through voice transmission. They had to consider the Mando Merchant Association's reputation. Moreover, Shui Luoyan's status was not the same as before. Even he had no right to punish her. Good. Very good. Quan Min said coldly. His face was gloomy and he did not say anything else. Shui Luoyan smiled coldly. Such a large merchant association had to rely on her, a woman, to obtain external help in order to continue its glory. She did not want to stay in such a place. Moreover, even if the marriage failed, with Xiao Jingming's infatuation with her, she could at least control him. Xiao Jingming's status might not be lower than Chen Feng's. After this double test, no matter what the result was, she was no longer a Mando Merchant Association disciple. Even if the president saw her, he would have to change his expression. Naturally, she was not afraid of Quan Min. Xianxia of the Thunder Wind Merchant Association said with a smile, Is this Li Yunxiao so powerful? To make you all so curious. Forget it, I will also place a few bets for fun. However, his current ranking is not high. Everyone looked at the technique tower. At this moment, the first-ranked person was already on the 5th floor. Surprisingly, it was the disciple of the Thunder Wind Merchant Association, while Li Yunxiao was only on the 3rd floor. Interesting. I wonder who built this technique tower. The 3rd floor's test should be refining. Inside the technique tower, Li Yunxiao appeared on the 3rd floor. The condition to pass was to extract 7 different raw materials from the large amount of scattered stones floating in the air, and then condense them together according to the ratio to form a 7-star path leading to the 4th floor. There were more than 1,000 types of scattered rocks in the air, and the first step was to identify the 7 types that he needed. Li Yunxiao's divine sense radiated outwards. The several miles of gravel belt were all under his control. Then, he raised his right hand slightly and pointed at the void. With just a point of his finger, a large number of stones exploded one by one, like firecrackers, exploding in succession. It looked messy, but it was actually all under his precise control. All the materials that exploded were 7 different materials, and the required ratio was also strictly controlled. Then, Li Yunxiao formed a seal with both of his hands. The shattered powder quickly gathered together and gradually spread out in the air, forming a colorful road that led to the sky. Li Yunxiao lightly stepped on the 7-star path and headed to the 4th floor. The scene around him quickly changed again, and he returned to the technique tower. His eyes quickly swept across the inside of the tower. There were already 5 people who had reached the 5th floor, and it seemed like it would be a little difficult from there. The 4th floor was actually a vast white sea, and he couldn't see the end at a glance. On the side of the sea stood a huge stone tablet, and a few words were written on it, Control the 6 senses, cross the other shore. This sea is endless. How can I cross the other shore? Li Yunxiao muttered to himself, Origin power seems to be sealed. Control the six senses, could it be that I'm using soul power to walk in the air? But this sea is a little too big. He pondered and said, since it's a test of rank 4 technique path, it shouldn't be too difficult. He didn't have time to think and directly spread out his soul power, which turned into thin silkworm wings on both sides of his body. He flew into the sky like a golden-winged rock, and rushed into the vast sea. The originally calm sea suddenly underwent a huge change, and in the blink of an eye, it became turbulent. The sky also darkened, and a wave of pressure formed on the surface of the sea, sweeping over. This level is indeed a little difficult for rank 4. Li Yunxiao carefully sensed the changes in his surroundings. This level was naturally not a problem for him, but he faintly felt that his soul power had also improved slightly. If not for Genryu's voice transmission after sensing it, even he wouldn't have noticed it. It's really unbelievable. When completing these levels, it can actually have a strengthening effect on soul power. Oh? That shouldn't be the case. These are just low difficulty levels, and can be easily passed in a few minutes. I don't really understand either. But your soul power has indeed become purer after passing through these levels. Perhaps these levels contain some kind of supreme heavenly Tao. Supreme heavenly Tao? Don't joke around. Unless there's a rank 10 technique path law within it, it's impossible to have such a huge boost to me. But this tower only has a total of 9 levels, and even if I reach the peak, it's at most peak rank 9. But have you thought about it? If you can refine a tower that contains a peak rank 9 technique path, it wouldn't be strange for it to contain a bit of rank 10 power. Li Yunxiao's body suddenly trembled, and his eyes revealed a look of shock. Genryu's words suddenly enlightened him, giving him a feeling of sudden enlightenment. It was just that it was really difficult to accept, and he muttered to himself in a daze, could it be, that this technique tower was really refined by a rank 10 arcane god? Genryu laughed, even if it's not, it's probably not far from it. This technique tower itself is a rank 9 item, and the highest level should contain the highest law grasped by the person who refined it. You'll know once you reach the top. Li Yunxiao mused, although I was also a rank 9 alchemist in my previous life, I was far from peak rank 9. I can also refine this technique tower, but if I want to peak at the highest law comprehended by the person who refined it, I'm afraid I'll have to rush to the top. Unfortunately, I don't have this opportunity. My current strength is only at the rank 7, it's already not bad if I can rush to the 8th level. Genryu said, at the last moment, I'll fuse with you, and rushing to the 8th level shouldn't be a problem. But this might be an opportunity for you to truly step into the realm of rank 8. Li Yunxiao said, it's only a matter of time before my strength returns. I'm not in such a rush now, and my mood isn't as urgent as before. Let everything take its course. The sea constantly roared as he flew, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared on the surface of the sea, but it didn't affect Li Yunxiao in the slightest. However, his brows furrowed deeply, and he couldn't untie it for a long time. After Genryu's guidance, he began to seriously ponder the structure of this technique tower, and inwardly pondered how he would refine it if it were him, and how to achieve all kinds of effects. It was like an alchemist obtaining a model, and starting to study and conceive the structure and laws within. Unknowingly, he crossed the 4th level. Due to Genryu's reminder, he observed his own soul power, and indeed, it had received a lot of growth when he returned to the technique tower. Outside the technique tower, Cui Bo suddenly said, someone is about to step into the 6th level, the time limit for placing bets is 10 breaths. Everyone tensed up. Currently, the situation inside the technique tower looked like Xiao Jingming and the bronze-skinned man from the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce had the upper hand. The two actually opened their eyes at the same time, and obviously, they had already broken through the 5th level and began to advance to the 6th level. The two of them glanced at each other, full of cold hostility. Xiao Jingming also looked down and glanced at the hundreds of people. When he saw Li Yunxiao, who was about to leap into the 5th level, a trace of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the water screen outside the technique tower, the 3 people with the most chips were Xiao Jingming, the man from the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce, and Li Yunxiao. In the last 10 breaths, seeing that Xiao Jingming and the man from the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce had the upper hand, the chips below them almost doubled in just 10 breaths. One had more than 900 bets, the other had more than 700 bets. And the third place Li Yunxiao had more than 400 bets. Sudan has sneered, "It seems that some chamber of commerce is going to lose everything, and all their assets are gone. There's no need to compete in tomorrow's martial contest." Young Emperor Hao Lian furrowed his brows and said in bewilderment, "Someone has already been injured before the art formula and lost a match before the martial competition even started. Yet, he doesn't care about being eliminated at all and instead likes to criticize others." Mo Xiaochuan sighed and said, "What can we do? There's nothing to see in our own house. It's nice to see others suffer some losses and setbacks. What kind of psychology is this? Young Emperor, you know women the best, explain it to me." Ugh. Cold sweat broke out on young Emperor Hao Lian's forehead, and he had goosebumps all over his body. This is also a woman. Don't ruin the word woman, okay? There are tens of thousands of men here. Do you want them to be completely impotent after hearing the word woman? Young Emperor Hao Lian's words weren't concealed at all, causing all the men to look at Sudanha. Soon after, their bodies trembled, and cold sweat appeared on their pores. They all agreed with young Emperor Hao Lian's words, and there were even many people who covered their mouths and laughed. As the chief elder of the Tianyi Pavilion, Sudanha had always been a superior figure. She had never been insulted like this before, not to mention the constant sarcasm and laughter in private. How could it escape her ears? She was so angry that her brain went blank and she lost the ability to think. Damn it! Sudanha burst out in an instant, and the earth-shattering power of her palm came crashing down. She had completely lost her mind. The people of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce seemed to be her natural death trap. Every time they met, she would explode with anger. She had decided to kill these people once and for all, regardless of the consequences. Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian were prepared. They had been guarding against this old woman going crazy. The moment she attacked, they also moved. Sudanha's strength was unfathomable. They could not block her alone. They guarded the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce from the left and right. If they retreated, the entire Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce would be annihilated. It's you who should die, old woman. Mo Xiaochuan let out a cold shout, and the Heaven Punishment Demon sweeping sword shot out from his right hand. A sea of sword chi spread out, and his fingers flashed as he pointed at the sword's body. It was as if many seals had been opened, and the artifact spirit let out a long cry as the sword chi soared into the sky. Red furnace snow illuminates the rivers and mountains. Xiaochen thrust his sword forward. He poured all of the power of a 4-star martial emperor into the sword. He did not hold anything back. This attack was even stronger than the one he had used to kill the Tianyi Pavilion's elder. On the other side, young Emperor Hao Lian's fist intent also reached the heavens. Although he only had a 1-star cultivation, all the knowledge he had learned in his life was focused on this fist. Using this fist to prove his Tao, he condensed a heaven and earth law. The might of this fist similarly caused the heavens and earth to change. Under the sudden appearance of these three extreme forces, the sky of Sonyang City darkened in an instant. The sun and the moon lost their light. 3 forces soared into the sky. At the same time, the rest of the Chamber of Commerce's people changed their expressions. Chuibo was shocked and angry. He hurried to take action. If these 3 people were allowed to do whatever they wanted, the spell would be completely destroyed. He directly rushed toward the Technique Tower and circled around the tower like a shadow. Circles of power formed from his body and formed a pink mist that surrounded the Technique Tower. The rest of the 7 major chambers of commerce also took action. Luoing threw out his heaven-suppressing tower. Under his hand seal, it turned into an existence no weaker than the Technique Tower. In an instant, it locked the space where the 3 people were fighting to prevent the impact from spreading. Zhang Chong, Min Xingxiang, and Quan Min joined hands and set up a barrier to protect the Technique Tower on top of Cui Bo's. High up in the sky, under the heaven-suppressing tower, the 3 forces squeezed together. The spiritual pressure they emitted directly broke the space lock of the heaven-suppressing tower and spread out like a spider web. Many fell to the ground and shook some warriors into ashes on the spot. The might of Emperor Wu was truly terrifying. The tens of thousands of people below were immediately thrown into chaos. After Cui Bo cast a spell to protect the Technique Pagoda, he looked up at the sky with a gloomy expression and angrily shouted, "The 3 of you still haven't stopped. Do you want everyone to join hands to kill you?" Wantonly destroying the double Jew was a capital offense, and the people of the merchant union should all be punished. This was a rule set by the arbiters, and no one was allowed to defy it. Cui Bo shouted, all Jotian realm experts, take action to maintain order and strengthen the barrier of the heaven-suppressing pagoda. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew up into the air and quickly formed hand seals with both hands, releasing waves of sealing power to suppress the spiritual pressure that broke out of the heaven-suppressing pagoda in the air to prevent it from affecting the innocent. Following his order, dozens of figures soared into the sky one after another and took action to protect the barrier of the heaven-suppressing pagoda. Only then did they completely suppress the impact of the three people's attacks. Luoying immediately felt the pressure on her body decrease, and she cast several spells into the pagoda. For a moment, golden light shone brightly, and the body of the pagoda slowly fell from the sky, completely suppressing the three people. Su Donha and Mo Xiaochuan's situation at the moment was not good either. The two of them joined hands to fight her to a draw. This was something Su Donha had never expected, causing the three forces to be in a stalemate. At this moment, they were suppressed by everyone's joint forces, and they could not release their power. The three of them felt an extreme external pressure, as if it wanted to completely crush them into pieces. Su Donha's impulsive emotions disappeared at the moment of life and death, and she angrily said, "Why are you still not withdrawing your attacks? Do you all want to die?" "Humph, the one who provoked us is you, old woman. If someone is to die, it will be you who dies first." Young Emperor Hao Lian's strength was the weakest among the three. At this moment, the fist world began to show signs of collapse, but he was still talking and laughing, as if he was not afraid. Su Donha was shocked and angry. She did not want to die with these two madmen. If the heaven-suppressing pagoda gathered everyone's power and fell, they would really be completely finished. Thinking of this, she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, "I will count to 3, everyone stop. 1, 2, 3. Su Donha counted 3 times and suddenly withdrew her power. Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian withdrew their hands at the same time. For a brief moment, they thought of taking advantage of the situation and completely helping Li Yunxiao get rid of this big trouble in front of them. But if they did so, they would inevitably be crushed by the heaven-suppressing pagoda. At that time, if Li Yunxiao went crazy, he would have to directly face the entire merchant union. In a split second, the three forces suddenly lost their source. The heaven-suppressing pagoda crashed down, and 3 rays of light instantly broke through the enchantment and flew out. A huge roar came from the enchantment inside the pagoda. The 3 forces were immediately suppressed by the pagoda and rapidly shrunk. In the end, they turned into a small ball of light and were sucked in. Luo Ying's expression did not change. She calmly performed a few hand seals and took the heaven-suppressing pagoda back into her hand. Only then did the sky gradually restore its brightness. The tens of thousands of people below let out a sigh of relief and gradually calmed down. More than 10 Emperor Wu's experts in the sky also descended one after another. Everyone's expression was not very good. The enchantment that Zhang Chong and the others set up outside the tower was also released. They all looked coldly at Su Donha and the other two. Cui Bo was the person in charge of the entire merchant union and also the highest person in charge of the 2 arbiters. He said coldly, "You 3, I need an explanation. Everyone also needs an explanation." At this moment, young Emperor Hao Lian's face was already pale. He was sitting on the ground and adjusting his body's vitality. Under the pressure just now, his body almost collapsed, and his martial intent and Dao disappeared. His injuries were extremely serious. Even Mo Xiaochuan's vitality was greatly damaged. He said coldly, "Explanation? I also want an explanation. It was this old woman who provoked first. It was also this old woman who attacked first. I also hope that Landlord Cui can give our Heavenly Yuan Merchant Union an explanation." When Cui Bo heard this, he immediately frowned. Thinking back on what happened just now, it was indeed so. However, with Su Donna's status, it would be strange if she did not go berserk after being ridiculed like that. However, it was Su Donha who had a cheap mouth and provoked the other party first. In this case, Heavenly Yuan Merchant Union really couldn't be blamed. He could only say, "Elder Su, what's your explanation?" Su Donha experienced the life and death situation just now and became much calmer. However, her heart was still incomparably furious. She snorted heavily and said, "What explanation does this old woman want? They said such filthy things about me, don't they deserve to be killed?" Mo Xiaochuan sneered and said, "Hee hee, Landlord Chui, you also saw it right? This old woman is very arrogant. I hope that Landlord Chui can uphold justice and uphold justice. After all, tens of thousands of people are watching. If you still have selfishness and bias, my Heavenly Yuan Merchant Union doesn't care. Anyway, it's not the first time. However, I'm afraid it's not good for your 10,000 treasure towers reputation, right?" Ding Ling also stood up and said coldly, "Landlord Chui, I'm just a woman. In terms of eloquence and wisdom, I'm not as good as you. In terms of martial cultivation, I'm also not as good as you. However, what I know is the iron rule set by hundreds of merchant unions. Today, Landlord Chui is presiding over the duels. It's the gathering of everyone's expectations and the absolute trust of hundreds of merchant unions in the 10,000 treasure tower. My Heavenly Yuan Merchant Union's injured people and the innocent people who died tragically under violence just now. I beg Landlord Chui to give an explanation." "Right. You have to give an explanation no matter what." Indignant voices also sounded out in the crowd. They were all the relatives and friends of the people who died from the 3 spiritual pressures just now. Each and every one of them was filled with grief and indignation. Chui Bo said solemnly, "Everyone, don't worry. No one can defy the iron rule of the Merchant Union." He said coldly, "Elder Su Danhe, if you can't give everyone a satisfactory explanation, I'll have to enforce the law on behalf of the Merchant Union and give you an explanation." Su Danhe said angrily, "What explanation? I didn't do anything wrong." "Chui Bo, don't use your authority for personal gain and take revenge for your son's personal grudge just now. Courting death." Chui Bo was furious and shouted loudly, "Everyone, in the name of the Merchant Union's iron rule, I command you to attack together with me and take down this unbridled stupid woman who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." "Chui Bo, you dare to call me stupid woman?" Su Danhe gritted her teeth angrily. The crowd was speechless. How could she still be so arrogant at this time? What else could she be other than a stupid woman? "Yes, we will obey the iron rule of the Merchant Union." Luoying and the others accepted the order solemnly. The 2 arbiters had the right to gather all the forces to punish someone who openly disobeyed the iron rule. Several powerful forces surged out at the same time and locked onto Su Danhe. No matter how high her cultivation level was, as long as she resisted, she would be instantly turned into ashes by the joint attack of the crowd. Don't do anything rash." Su Danhe began to panic. She forced herself to calm down and shouted, "I'm the Grand Elder of the Tianyi Pavilion." Chui Bo said coldly, "As the Grand Elder of the Tianyi Pavilion, you should know that the iron rule of the Merchant Union is inviolable. Now, do you want an explanation, or do you want us to give you one?" The powerful forces were extremely cold. Su Danhe had no doubt that these people would take the opportunity to kill her mercilessly. She immediately felt guilty. "How do you want me to explain myself?" The crowd cursed inwardly, "Stupid woman." Apart from her high cultivation level, she had no other redeeming qualities. Her intelligence was even worse. The Tianyi Pavilion must have been blind to let her lead the team. Chui Bo frowned and looked at Ding Ling. Ding Ling said calmly, "The Tianyi Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to argue with such people. Fortunately, no one died, but some people were injured. We can just pay 10 billion primary stones as compensation. As for the relatives and friends of the deceased, I have no right to demand anything from them. However, I don't think I would dare to ask this old woman for compensation. How about 10 billion primary stones for each of the deceased? 10 billion primary stones for each of the deceased? Just kill me." Su Danhe was so furious that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, she was not afraid of death at all. However, when the powerful forces unleashed their killing intent again, she immediately shut up and snorted, 10 billion is too much. 100 million primary stones for each of them at most. Ding Ling said coldly, "Master Chui, we don't need an explanation from her. Please give her an explanation." "Wait." Su Danhe sensed the hostility in those cultivators' eyes and the undisguised murderous intent. She had no choice but to give in. She said sullenly, "I'll pay for the 10 billion from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce." The others are asking too much. 1 billion for each of them. That's the most I can ask for. Chuibo nodded and said, fine, let's do it this way. There will be no next time. Elder D, you'll be in charge of the compensation. He didn't ask Ding Linger anymore. The compensation was acceptable for them. If they continued to argue about it, it would be difficult for them to end well. As the organizer, he had to consider the bigger picture. Besides, 1 billion for each of those unknown minions was not a small amount. He asked Elder D to be in charge of the compensation because he was afraid that the minions wouldn't dare to ask for compensation from the Tianyuan pavilion. The relatives and friends of the martial artists were sad and indignant, but they also felt gratified. However, they also lamented the different lives of martial artists. Those who were slightly injured were worth 10 billion, while they only lost 1 billion. However, the amount was beyond their expectations. They didn't dare to say anything else. They looked at the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce gratefully. After experiencing this episode, the entire central square became silent. Su Danha also became a lot more dispirited. She didn't want to say anything with a straight face. The rest of the people also looked at the water screen. They were surprised to find that Xiao Jingming had already begun to rush into the 7th level. Most people bet on him, so there were many people who were excited and clenched their fists tightly. At this time, many people had begun to be eliminated one after another. All of them had persisted until the very last moment, allowing the tower to automatically eliminate them. For these low-strength contestants, every additional minute that they persisted would bring them great benefits. Those who were eliminated were all smiling. They were here to cultivate, but some of them were upset because they were not as good as they thought. Li Yunxiao also slowly left the 5th level and began to ascend to the 6th level. The 5th level was the first time to refine an artifact. The artifact was a mirror with a strong illusion effect. During the refining process, the mirror would constantly produce illusionary counterattacks. It was indeed a rare opportunity for a 5th level artifact refiner. Li Yunxiao also stayed for a long time, just to observe the design and effects of the 5th floor. After stepping into the 6th floor, the entire space was filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. There was a stone tablet in front of him with a description written on it: earth, water, fire, wind, creation from nothing. He comprehended the elements and stepped into the 7th layer. Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly shrank. Earth, water, fire, and wind were the 4 major elements that separated heaven and earth. They were indispensable to the evolution of the world from the primal chaos void. Most of them only existed in the descriptions of ancient warriors and practitioners because there were no longer any peerless masters who could separate heaven and earth among the warriors of today. Comprehend these 4 elemental powers from the world? Li Yunxiao sat down quietly and released his divine sense. His soul power slowly overflowed from his body and began to sense the elements in this space. Suddenly, a circular formation plate appeared in his mind. It was round on the outside and square on the inside. It was neatly divided into 4 parts, with the symbols of the 4 major elements marked on it. The formation plate appeared in his mind and slowly rotated. Genryu sighed and said, "This technique tower is indeed something from ancient times. The Commerce Alliance is indeed rich and overbearing. I wonder where they got such a treasure. These 9 floors should be the 9 levels of the Ancient Sorcerer's Division of Formula. It seems to be much stricter than it is now. Indeed. The Ancient Sorcerer's understanding of formula should be above that of the Divine Transformation Sea Realm today." Li Yunxiao replied solemnly. He then sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the elements in the void. The first thing he came into contact with was the feeling of some fiery red elements jumping around him happily. Gradually, there were more and more of them, and he felt indescribably comfortable. Although he was a 9th-level alchemist and could control fire to the acme of perfection, he had never allowed himself to calm down like this. He had completely relaxed his body and mind, entering the world of fire elements. At this moment, he felt like he was a fire element, happily playing around with his little friends. That feeling made him feel very comfortable. He was a spirit of the fire element, and he kept discovering that his understanding of the fire element was too shallow. Only after he turned into a flame did he realize that this was the fire element. In his mind, the world of fire on the 4 elemental formation plate suddenly lit up, indicating that he had passed. The fire elements around him began to slowly dissipate, wanting to leave. Li Yunxiao suddenly felt a sense of reluctance in his heart, as if he was about to say goodbye to his friends and family. He kept shouting and calling for everyone to stay. But his little friends still left bit by bit. No, don't go. Li Yunxiao's heart was filled with extreme unwillingness. He shouted loudly, "Don't go, no one is allowed to leave." With his shout, the fire elements that were about to dissipate suddenly stopped. For some reason, they did not disappear into the darkness. They seemed to have sensed Li Yunxiao's call and finally stayed. Not only that, the fire elements began to call for companions, constantly shouting with him and summoning other companions. Gradually, the fire elements that retreated around him came back again, surrounding Li Yunxiao and happily together with him. He could even feel the mood of these companions, and they were as happy as he was. After an unknown period of time, he finally felt tired of playing, and needed to rest. The fire elements were also tired. Everyone shouted goodbye, and then slowly left, retreating into the darkness. Li Yunxiao's divine sense returned to his body, and his eyes were filled with extreme shock and disbelief. He only felt that his affinity with the fire element had reached an unprecedented level. Even in the empty void, he could very clearly feel the hidden fire element, which was the composition of this world. Just as he was extremely shocked, the power of another element slowly began to appear around him, showing a pale yellow color, giving a very heavy and intimate feeling. It was the second element, Earth. At this moment, outside the Technique Tower, everyone nervously looked at everyone's situation inside. There were only 15 people left inside. On the 7th floor, only Xiao Jingming, the man from the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, and Cui Yuan remained. The rest were still trapped on the 6th floor, unable to break through. Only Li Yunxiao and another man remained on the 5th floor. At this moment, the body of the other man on the 5th floor glowed faintly. He opened his eyes, and there was a conflicted look of surprise and a bitter smile in his eyes. He was slowly teleported out, and the 2 hours were up. Qian Wudi suddenly said, "The situation doesn't look good. Li Yunxiao has been stuck on the 5th floor for almost an hour. If he doesn't advance soon, I'm afraid he will be eliminated." "Well, I'm afraid it won't be long." He advanced to the 5th floor a little later than the person who was just eliminated. Zhang Chong said lightly, "It seems that young master bet on the wrong treasure this time. With his speed, the 5th floor's test is obviously too difficult for him. Even if he can barely pass, the 6th floor will be his end. Haha, he's about to make a fool of himself." After being punished, Su Donha looked a little dispirited. Until now, seeing that Li Yunxiao was about to be eliminated, she didn't know where she got the spirit from, but she happily laughed. Young Emperor Hao Lian said angrily, "Old hag wants to die again." At this moment, he could not help but feel a little nervous. Although he did not dare to believe that Li Yunxiao would be defeated, as time passed, his heart was filled with anxiety. Su Donha was gloating over his misfortune, so he angrily scolded her back. "Humph, I won't waste my breath with you. That Li Yunxiao will be defeated in at most half a cup of tea's time. 150 billion, TSK, the heavenly essence commerce is indeed generous, haha." Su Donha suddenly felt that this was the happiest moment in these days. All of her depression was swept away at this moment, and she was full of spirit and refreshed, young. Emperor Hao Lian also couldn't hold it in anymore and looked at Mo Xiaochuan. Mo Xiaochuan couldn't see through his inner thoughts. With a calm expression, he said lightly, "Believe in young Master Yun." Young Emperor Hao Lian said solemnly, "It's not that I don't believe, but this time. Could it be that his stamina hasn't recovered yet, so he encountered trouble on the 5th floor?" Hearing this, Ding Ling also became nervous, but she still said calmly, "Even if he is eliminated, it doesn't matter. I know he did his best." Mo Xiaochuan frowned and said coldly, "Before the results come out, don't make wild guesses. Don't forget who young Master Yun is." Thinking of Li Yunxiao's identity, the two of them immediately regained their confidence. However, the nervousness in their hearts became heavier and heavier. Even young Emperor Hao Lian's hands were full of cold sweat. Everyone waited quietly for a moment, and a few more people were directly eliminated from the 6th floor. There was one more person on the 7th floor. It was 4 extreme sex Tang Xian. When Tang Jia saw Tang Xian advance to the 7th floor, his eyes flashed with a cold haze, and he snorted heavily. Chuibo revealed a surprised smile and said, I heard that young master Tang Xian solved the heaven and earth chess game and obtained Lord Throne's true inheritance of formations. Now it seems that it is very likely. Otherwise, how could he step into the ranks of the rank 7 alchemists so quickly? Luoying smiled and said, obtaining the true inheritance is his luck, but so what? I'm afraid he can't compare to the outstanding disciples sent out by everyone. I'm satisfied to be able to enter the top 7. However, I'm afraid the dark horse that everyone is optimistic about, Li Yunxiao, won't be able to rise up. Chuibo glanced inside the technique tower. At this moment, there were only 9 people left, and Li Yunxiao was still on the 5th floor. He smiled faintly. If I didn't calculate the time wrong, Li Yunxiao will come out in 10 breaths. Chuibo's words immediately made the hearts of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's people sink to the bottom, their bodies a little cold. Especially Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian, their expressions were extremely ugly. They seemed to be unable to accept Li Yunxiao's failure. Li Yunxiao was an invincible existence in their hearts. Even if he was reborn as a youth now, in their hearts, he was still that peerless master. Mo Xiaochuan gritted his teeth and said angrily, before the results come out, just watch quietly. Talking too much will only expose your ignorant IQ. Haha, IQ? I'll wait to see how high your IQ is, haha. Su Donha laughed heartily. Her laughter was unbridled. Chuibo sighed slightly and said, I understand your feelings, but the truth is always hard to meet expectations. Suddenly, a dry voice came, not necessarily. Although it was only 2 words, it carried extreme self-confidence, as if the situation inside the technique tower was completely under his control. Everyone's eyes turned over and landed on Xian Yutong. This myriad treasure tower's second elder did not say a word from entering until now. Unexpectedly, the first sentence he said was actually this. Oh? Why is Elder Xian's tone so certain? Chuibo also felt very surprised and asked in puzzlement. He knew that Xian Yutong would never speak without a target. Although his appearance looked dull, he was usually unusually steady and would not speak carelessly about things he was not sure of. The Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's people also felt strange and looked over. Xian Yutong was still expressionless as he said, I guessed. Everyone fainted, thinking that he had some brilliant idea. They all snorted coldly in disdain. Chuibo fell into contemplation. He knew that Xian Yutong would not speak without a target. It was not impossible to say that Li Yunxiao could suddenly advance in the last few seconds, but the probability was too small. 5, 4, 3, he could not help but count softly. With his observation of time, Li Yunxiao still had at most 5 breaths of time. The entire central square became quiet, listening to him silently counting, waiting for that moment of elimination or a miracle of advancement. 1. Chuibo's last voice sounded in the square, shaking everyone's heart at the same time, especially those martial artists who bet on Li Yunxiao. All of their faces showed depression and failure. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Su Donna's sharp laughter suddenly sounded. It was especially ear-piercing. Ha ha, I told you this kid would be eliminated. There won't be a miracle, ha ha ha. She was the only one laughing maniacally in the entire square. The faces of the people from the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce were ashen. Mo Xiaochuan suddenly said, since time is up, why is young Master Yun still on the 5th floor? Everyone was taken aback. They lifted their heads and saw that Li Yunxiao was indeed sitting there, unmoving. Su Donha snorted coldly and said, maybe Chuibo's calculation is a little off. He will come down soon. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Those who had placed their bets immediately regained some hope in their hearts. They all prayed, hurry up and get promoted. Uncle Li, I bet all my money on you. Chuibo's expression suddenly became somewhat unsightly. Outsiders mistakenly thought that he had calculated the time incorrectly, but he knew in his heart that it was absolutely impossible. At his level, an expert's control over time was absolutely meticulous. It was impossible for a deviation of a few breaths to occur. But that Li Yunxiao, did I really make a mistake in my calculation? Chuibo began to lose confidence and murmured to himself, it's been more than 10 breaths. Even if there's a mistake, it shouldn't be this much. As time went by, a few more contestants came out. In the end, only the strongest 7 chambers of commerce were left. Everyone entered the 7th floor one after another. Only Tong Xiu of the Tianyi Pavilion was still in the 6th floor, and Li Yunxiao was still in the 5th floor. What's going on? This kid must have exceeded the time limit by more than 2 hours. Yes, even if Master Cui made a mistake in his calculation, why hasn't he come out after 10 minutes? Is there something wrong with the technique tower? But no, so many people came out as soon as the time limit was up. There's no reason for him not to come out. Could it be that it's broken now? It's not impossible, but he can't be this lucky, right? Cui Bo was also stunned and murmured to himself, what the hell is going on? Is it broken? Su Donha couldn't help but shout, Master Cui, the technique tower is broken. How can we continue the competition? It's not fair to those who were teleported out because of the time limit. There was a commotion in the crowd. After all, the technique formula was too important, and fairness must be ensured. Cui Bo felt that this was a tricky situation. He couldn't stop the competition at this time. He suddenly looked at Xian Yutong and said, Elder Xian, this Li Yunxiao. Xian Yutong said, the technique tower is not broken. Li Yunxiao has the ability to stay. He snorted coldly without end in his heart. If the destruction martial emperor, Gu Feiyang, can't even defeat these juniors, then it would truly be too shameful, and he would laugh his head off. Although he didn't know how Li Yunxiao did it, since he was Gu Feiyang, he wouldn't lose. This was Xian Yutong's point of view, for no other reason than the fact that his name represented everything. How is this possible? Cui Bo was shocked and said in disbelief, Elder Xian, do you know something? The rest of the Chamber of Commerce people also didn't believe it. The technique tower had been used for so many years, and they had never heard of anyone who could overcome the 2-hour limit. But if the technique tower was broken, it was even more difficult for them to accept. How can it not be broken? Are you guys going to side with Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce? Su Donha couldn't take it anymore. She was so happy for once, but it actually failed. It was really hard for her to accept. The Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce people were slightly relieved. No matter what the reason was, as long as Li Yunxiao didn't come out, it wasn't considered a loss. But their worried hearts still couldn't be completely put down. Young Emperor Hao Lian glared at Mo Xiaochuan and said with a smile, you're really something. So confident. Sure enough, you didn't disappoint everyone. Mo Xiaochuan snorted coldly and said, when did he disappoint us? Who is so unconfident with you? He is not even as good as a wax-faced elder of the Million Treasure Tower. Although he was scolding Mo Xiaochuan, he was also greatly relieved in his heart. Just now, he also thought that Li Yunxiao would definitely lose, but he didn't expect the situation to be like this. Cui Bo shouted coldly, Su Donha, clean your mouth. I can't stand you anymore. What evidence do you have to prove that the technique tower is broken and that we are partial to Li Yunxiao? Su Donha said coldly, Cui Bo, as long as it doesn't violate the iron law of the merchant union, I am not afraid of you. What explanation do you have for not coming out after an hour? Just as she finished speaking, suddenly a scream came from the crowd, he's out, look. Su Donha was overjoyed and thought to herself, I finally didn't escape this time, haha. She hurriedly looked at the technique tower, and her joyful expression suddenly became uglier than an eggplant in autumn frost. Her eyes were almost spewing fire, and she roared, why is it you? Why did you come out? The person who came out from the technique tower was Tong Xiu of the Tianyi Pavilion. Tong Xiu was startled by Su Donha's expression, and he hurriedly explained, First Elder, I was sneak attacked by Li Yunxiao and my soul power was damaged. Even so, I didn't give up fighting desperately. I was about to succeed on the 6th floor, but I found that there wasn't enough time. 2 hours had passed, and I was teleported out. God wants me dead. With a look of grief and indignation, he tried his best to show that he was fighting bravely and tenaciously despite his injuries. Su Donna's face was almost dripping water, and she said word by word, you mean you were teleported out because the time was up? Yes. Tong Xiu sighed innocently, God wants me dead. Bang. The crowd only felt their vision blur, and then they heard an explosion of spiritual energy into their bodies. Then, they saw Tong Xiu was thrown far away like a kite with a broken string. Judging from the explosion just now, he was probably dead. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat and thought to themselves, it's not God who wants you dead, it's you who wants to die. If he said that he was teleported out because the time was up, it would be a slap to Su Don's face. Haha. Young Emperor Hao Lian laughed despite his injuries, and said, Old hag, you've slapped yourself in the face. Your disciple proved that the technique tower is intact with his actions. Even if he dies, he will be honored. Su Don's expression was frighteningly dark. She walked back to her seat, and for once, she did not refute young Emperor Hao Lian. Instead, she sat there gloomily in silence. The people of the Tianyi pavilion broke out in a cold sweat. They were all worried that they would become innocent punching bags. Tong Xiu was the most talented arcane master in the sect, and he had a bright future ahead of him. She could even kill him if she wanted to. If they offended her, she would kill them without hesitation. Chuibo glanced at her and said coldly, it seems that the technique tower is not damaged. Li Yunxiao did not come out because of his ability. Let's continue the match. Those who had bet on Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief. However, they could not stay on the 5th floor forever. The people of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce were relieved. After this incident, they were more confident in Li Yunxiao's chances of winning the championship. Meanwhile, inside the technique tower, in Li Yunxiao's sea of consciousness, the 4 elemental symbols on the array board were all activated. In fact, they could have been activated a long time ago. However, he had been immersed in the elemental power and had benefited a lot from it, so he refused to come out. According to his plan, even if he failed because the time was up, he still wanted to fully comprehend the 4 elemental powers. When he opened his eyes again, there seemed to be 4 elemental powers flashing in his pupils, as deep as the sky. 2 hours should have passed. Why haven't I been teleported out? Li Yunxiao pondered and said, could it be that the power of elements in the spiritual knowledge space is not limited by the rules of time? That was the only possibility. He opened his eyes slightly and saw 5 people occupying the 7th floor. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they were struggling to hold on. Finally, 2 of them could not hold on any longer and were directly transported out. It was Tang Xian and Nanmen Xianxia. For those who were teleported out of the same level, the time they stayed on the same level was used as a basis. Tang Xian was slightly stronger than Nanmen Xianxia and ranked 5th, while Nanmen Xianxia ranked 6th. After the former came out, he looked back into the spell tower. He did not have any thoughts and looked calm. On the other hand, Nanmen Xianxia was full of unwillingness and looked very dejected and depressed. Zhang Chong comforted him, you have done very well. Don't worry about it. The people who participated in the spell this time are not ordinary. Cui Bo sighed and said, it seems that everyone's eyes are still very sharp. The 4 people who stayed in the spell tower now are the 4 who bet the highest. I don't know who will win in the end. Min Xingxiang smiled and said, according to the bet, it should be Xiao Jingming without a doubt. Hee, Elder Min, I'm afraid you don't mean it. Quan Min said lightly, where did you find such a powerful young alchemist? I think he is about to break through to the 8th level. He was pointing at the bronze-skinned young man. Everyone was very curious about him. Min Xingxiang smiled and said, you flatter me. This person is called Xianxia. His origin is indeed a little mysterious. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Xianxia, everyone thought silently and felt that it was a little strange. They seemed to have thought of something, but they could not grasp it. Look, Xiao Jingming broke through to the 8th level. Someone suddenly cried out. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. Their eyes were filled with extreme shock. Although they already had a premonition, when he really broke through, it still caused them to be extremely shocked. After all, this represented the strength of a stage 8. That was a great alchemist. Xiao Jingming's eyes were filled with pride. He coldly stared at the remaining people in the technique tower with a disdainful expression. He came from the super faction, Blade Sect, and was one of the most promising young arcane masters in the sect. In order to secure first place, he was forced to give up his identity as a disciple of Blade Sect and join the Mando Chamber of Commerce. In his eyes, it was no different from a small fry. Originally, his heart was filled with dissatisfaction, but after coming here and seeing Shui Luoyan, all of his negative attitudes immediately disappeared. Goddess. That's the goddess I've been searching for. When Xiao Jingming first laid eyes on Shui Luoyan, this voice rang out in his heart. Even though he knew that she was going to be Chen Feng's fiancée, he still fell in love with her without any hesitation. I'll let you see my absolute strength. Once I get first place, I'll immediately return to Blade Sect and ask the sect master to take back the order and betroth you to me. Xiao Jingming had this confidence. Although Chen Feng was the sect master's son, he was the youngest rank 8 arcane master in the sect. His future achievements were limitless. He was confident that the sect master would definitely agree to his request. As long as he could successfully get first place, the Mando Chamber of Commerce would be under the control of the Blade Sect. As for whether Shui Luoyan married Chen Feng or him, that was not the main point. Xiao Jingming was extremely confident. These so-called geniuses of the Merchant Union were just country bumpkins in his eyes. After advancing to the 8th level, he discarded all distracting thoughts and began to wholeheartedly deal with the situation. Although he was certain that he would definitely win after entering the 8th level, he still needed to show his genius strength to his goddess in front of everyone. Rank 8, he's really at the rank 8, Shui Luoyan's eyes also blossomed with light. Marrying such a young rank 8 arcane master might be even more beneficial than marrying the son of the Blade sect master. At the very least, this rank 8 arcane master was obedient to her. As for Chen Feng, it was obvious that the 4 girls by his side were female servants who specialized in serving him in bed. They were not good people either. After Li Yunxiao stepped into the 6th level, there seemed to be nothing that could attract him. Very quickly, he also rose to the 7th level, causing everyone to be extremely surprised. Originally, they thought that it was already so difficult for him to pass the 5th level. If he did not get lucky, he would at most reach the top of the 6th level. Who would have thought that he would actually become so sharp? This is, on the 7th level, there was only a stone platform with a praying mat on it. On the stone platform, there were 2 simple words carved into it, sit. Sit should mean that I'm going to sit on this praying mat. I wonder what kind of test it is. I only have the strength of the rank 7 now. I won't be eliminated because of this, right? Li Yunxiao could not help but worry. This was because the various tests here were a little strange, and he had indeed not reached the rank 8. If it was a direct competition, he would not be afraid. However, if he was eliminated because he sensed his level, wouldn't he die an unjust death? Genryu said, don't worry too much. If it doesn't work out in the end, I will fuse with you in time. If it doesn't work out, let Yuan Gaohan out. He is a genuine rank 8 arcane master. If he goes up, you will pass. Li Yunxiao sweated profusely and shook his head, to think that you can think of that. I'll give it a try. On the way here, I can faintly feel that there are signs of breaking through to the rank 8. Perhaps this is an opportunity. He directly sat on the praying mat and calmed his heart and focused, waiting for the next change. Suddenly, there seemed to be a slight force in the surroundings, surging over from all directions and pressing down on his body. This caused him to frown and say in astonishment, soul power? The pressure began to slowly strengthen. Li Yunxiao hurriedly released his soul power to resist. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he smiled bitterly and said, sure enough, what you fear will come. If I didn't guess wrong, this round is the most direct test of soul power. It will directly test your soul power. Genryu said, it's fine. After fusing with you, I will at least have the strength of the peak rank 7. Coupled with the evolved god art, it won't be difficult to resist. Li Yunxiao took a deep breath, his eyes showing a trace of determination, and said, let me block it alone. I can take advantage of this rare opportunity to break through the rank 7 barrier. He suddenly released his soul power and began to resist the gradually increasing soul power pressure. A light flashed in the technique tower. Cui Yuan finally could not withstand the huge pressure and directly admitted defeat and was teleported out. Cui Yuan saw that there were still 3 people left in the technique tower, especially Xiao Jingming who had already rushed to the 8th floor. This made his body tremble, and he said with some embarrassment, Lord Father, I'm sorry, Cui Bo interrupted indifferently, no need to blame yourself. You have already performed very well. I saw your hard work these few years. I believe you will be able to break through to the rank 8 soon. Whether you are ranked 3rd or 4th now depends on Li Yunxiao. Xianxia and Xiao Jingming have already surpassed you. Although Cui Bo comforted him, Cui Yuan still felt very uncomfortable. After swallowing a medicinal pill, he meditated in the myriad treasure tower seat. Zhang Chong laughed loudly and said, "Haha, the eyes of the masses are really sharp. There are only 3 left with the most bets." Min Qingxiang smiled and said, "According to the chips, the next one to be eliminated should be Li Yunxiao." "Humph, the law of chips ends here." Young Emperor Hao Lian said indifferently, "Young Master Yun will definitely be first." Min Qingxiang declined to comment and said with a smile, "Having confidence is a good thing. Let's look at the facts." Their Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce was originally favored to be at the bottom, and even lose the position of a board member. But at this moment, a new force suddenly emerged, shocking everyone. Moreover, everyone suddenly discovered that the ones still competing in the Technique Tower were actually the 3 at the bottom of the 7 major merchant alliances. The so-called 4 core alliance members had all been eliminated. Immediately, everyone revealed a strange look and smiled bitterly. Suddenly, someone shouted, "That is... Heavens, Xianxia is actually going to advance." Everyone was shocked and looked over. Sure enough, a yellow light appeared around Xianxia, slowly bringing him up to the 8th floor. However, he was not as spirited as Xiao Jingming, but had an extremely tired expression. "Haha, this kid." Min Qingxiang was not stingy and laughed heartily, but he did not know how to praise. Cui Bo smiled bitterly and said, "The Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce is really too shocking this time. No wonder Elder Min has been keeping a low profile in the city. It turns out that he had a card up his sleeve. Looks like the law of chips is really going to be realized." Both of them were at the 8th rank. In everyone's hearts, Li Yunxiao had already been sentenced to death. Although it was rumored that he had teleportation that only 8th rank alchemists could grasp, nobody would really think that he was an 8th rank alchemist, great alchemist. Min Qingxiang listened to everyone's praise and said a few words of insincerely modest, but the smug look on his face was hard to conceal. Those people from the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce who did not know Li Yunxiao's identity also started to worry. Only Ding Ling and the others still had calm expressions. In everyone's eyes, they thought that they were just pretending to be calm. At this moment, Li Yunxiao was on the 7th floor. Powerful soul force directly battered his beer and sea of consciousness in waves, causing his soul to be greatly shaken. The divine evolution art appeared in his hands and forcefully stabilized his sea of consciousness. The method of elimination in this round was to take the initiative to admit defeat. Otherwise, once the sea of consciousness was broken, the whole person's soul would be injured in the best case, and in the worst case, he would lose his spiritual sense and completely become a fool. Hence, this was also the most dangerous round up until now. Genryu also sensed great danger in the depths of Li Yunxiao's soul. That kind of battering force outside was completely Tier 8 soul force. The design concept of this round was very simple. That was, if you could withstand a few waves of Tier 8 soul force attacks, then you would definitely be a Tier 8 alchemist and could directly advance to the 8th floor. Soul force attacks, there were no tricks. There was only a head-on confrontation. Traces of slackness surfaced in Li Yunxiao's eyes. His face became uglier and uglier under this unceasing battering, becoming devoid of blood. Is this the limit? Li Yunxiao felt that his soul intent was on the verge of collapsing under the impact, and he still couldn't reach the 8th order realm. Genryu's voice sounded, "Don't force yourself, soul battle technique, 2 is 1, you can definitely make it." Li Yunxiao shook his head, "I thought of a better idea." Genryu's body trembled, as if having a bad premonition, and warned, "Don't mess around, when did your so-called brilliant idea not put you on the verge of death? This time, it's a soul attack, if you're not careful, your soul will scatter." Li Yunxiao paid no attention to him, his hands formed a seal, and a soul force slowly separated from his body, which was the appearance of Li Yunxiao in his monster form. Li Yunxiao's monster form was currently Genryu's memories, and he instantly understood Li Yunxiao's meaning, and exclaimed, "So that's how it is." Genryu's starlight soul body was separated at this moment, and he immediately sat cross-legged opposite Li Yunxiao, one hand pointing to the sky, the other hand forming a seal, and stretched out. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, formed a seal with both of his hands. He slowly reached out and combined the finger seals of the demonic dragon together, forming a circular formation. The light of the array immediately shrouded the two, and Genryu's hand pointed to the sky emitted a dense purple aura, rising continuously. The two each displayed a different seal, fusing with each other. It was actually a joint technique. As soon as this technique was displayed, he immediately felt the pressure around him greatly reduced. But Li Yunxiao didn't dare to relax for a moment, and rushed towards the Eighth Order realm with all his strength. Such a rare opportunity might not come again in the future. Outside the technique tower, Cui Bo said, Li Yunxiao's time on the 7th floor has already surpassed Cui Yuan. Cui Yuan is ranked 4th. Cui Yuan's face showed a look of shame. He originally wanted to seize the first place, but he didn't expect his result to be so far behind, greatly exceeding his expectations. However, his eyes revealed a deep desire to fight. An unyielding will flowed through his blood. After this, he would definitely cultivate even more crazily. Zhang Chong frowned and said, he wouldn't have exceeded the time limit on the 7th floor again, right? Young Emperor Hao Lian smiled smugly and said, why? Do you have an opinion? Everyone was silent. Not being teleported out after the time limit was too unfair to the other contestants. But this was his ability. What could you do about it? A smile suddenly appeared on Mo Xiaochuan's face and he said, this time, I won't need everyone to wait for long. Everyone looked into the technique tower and revealed a look of shock. A third rank 8 grade alchemist, the joint formation formed by Li Yunxiao and Genryu finally blocked all the attacks. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's aura changed greatly. Genryu was overjoyed. You've broken through? Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, just a little bit more. It's enough that you're back. Without saying anything, Genryu immediately formed a hand seal and slowly merged into Li Yunxiao's body, directly sinking into his soul. An indescribably powerful mental force spread out from his body, like a soul storm forming small tornadoes that pushed into the distance. His entire aura changed completely. After the radiance was exposed, it was immediately absorbed back into his body, returning to its normal state, and no one could see any clues. Rank 8. As expected, it's rank 8. Genryu was overjoyed. As soon as you stepped into the rank 8 realm, I also obtained great benefits. I believe that when you return to the peak of the rank 9, I will definitely be able to recover to my original state. And, not only my soul power, but my cultivation has also reached 6-star Martial Emperor. Once the two arts are finished, I will go into seclusion with peace of mind. Li Yunxiao's heart was neither happy nor sad. He had already reached the state of being indifferent to praise and humiliation. The space around him returned to the technique tower once more. He looked at the two people on the 8th floor in astonishment. Although he had guessed that Xiao Jingming and Xianxia were very strong, he did not expect them to really reach the rank 8 realm. One must know that he was the reincarnation of the peerless Emperor Wu, while the other party was a genuine young talent. A solemn expression surfaced in Li Yunxiao's heart. The 7 superforces were indeed extraordinary. He also had some doubts about Xianxi's identity. Just as he was about to ascend to the 8th floor, Xianxia finally could not hold on any longer. He opened his eyes from the 8th floor, his eyes filled with rage. He stared at Xiao Jingming on the 8th floor, then looked at Li Yunxiao in shock before he was teleported out. Xianxia, how was it? The moment Xianxia came out, Min Xingxiang immediately went up to him. He was a little shocked, but he was more overjoyed. To be able to obtain 2nd place, as long as one's martial arts were not too bad, there would be no problem. Xianxia said in distress, I entered the 8th floor for too short a time. That Xiao Jingming has already recovered and is waiting for me. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell who would win. I'm at a disadvantage because I'm too slow. Tang Xian was shocked when she heard this. What? Isn't there a separate space inside? You guys actually met? Xianxi's face turned pale. The consumption was too great. He nodded and said, that's right. The 8th floor is a shared world, and there is no time limit. The only condition for winning is that there is only one person left in the technique tower. Cui Yuan frowned. If that's the case, how can one person enter the 9th floor? Does that mean that only one person can enter the 9th floor? Cui Bo shook his head. Although there are 9 floors in the technique tower, there is an age limit of 30. That's why no one has ever stepped into the 9th order before the age of 30. Therefore, the situation on the 9th floor is unknown. However, there are clear records of experts meeting on the 8th floor. The last time 2 people entered the 8th floor at the same time was 1,000 years ago. I didn't expect 3 people to enter at the same time. Sudana's voice suddenly sounded. What 3 people? These 3 people's identities are unknown, and their origins are unknown. If we only count the real members of the merchant union, there is not a single person. Her words immediately caused dissatisfaction among the people of the 3 major merchant unions. But after thinking about it carefully, it was true. The 3 merchant unions that were originally at the bottom of the 7 major merchant unions had become the 3 with the best results because they had used various means to invite outside help. Quan Min smiled faintly. It doesn't matter if it's a black or white cat, as long as it can catch mice, it's a good cat. Shui Luoyan suddenly said, Young Master Xiang, according to what you said, Xiao Jingming and Li Yunxiao should be fighting in the 8th floor now? With Xiangzi's personality, he couldn't be bothered to speak with strangers. But Shui Luoyan's lovely appearance made him unable to help but reply, yes. The condition for victory is that there is only one person left. I had just entered the 8th floor when I was immediately attacked by Xiao Jingming, who was already waiting for me to exhaust myself. I struggled bitterly but still couldn't win, so I admitted defeat and was sent out. Shui Luoyan's brows furrowed. Admitted defeat? In everyone's opinion, the 8th floor was just an illusory space. If they couldn't win, they would at most be sent out of the illusory space. How could they admit defeat? Xiangzi's face turned slightly red. Although it's an illusory space, the 8th floor is a true battle of soul power. If they don't admit defeat and their souls scatter, they will really have their divine sense scattered when they come out. If it's light, their soul power will be greatly damaged and they will fall unconscious. If it's heavy, they will become a complete idiot. So that's how it is. Shui Luoyan smiled in understanding. Many thanks for dispelling my doubts, young Master Xiang. Xiangzi nodded. You're welcome. He sighed inwardly at the attractiveness of beauties. If it was anyone else who asked this question, he wouldn't have bothered with them. Shui Luoyan smiled. Luoyan wants to ask young Master Xiang again. Based on your judgment, who do you think will win in the end? Li Yunxiao or Xiao Jingming? This immediately attracted everyone's attention. This was related to the wager of the vast majority of people, and it was a matter of their own personal interests. Ding Ling and the others' expressions changed slightly. They seemed to understand Shui Luoyan's meaning. She was completely focused on Li Yunxiao. Xiangzi pondered for a moment before saying, in a battle of soul power, although the level of one's soul power basically determines everything, I can't make wild guesses before the final result is out. However, Xiao Jingming's chances of winning are too high. Li Yunxiao's chances of winning are slim. Yes, that's good. I hope Li Yunxiao will rather die than submit. Shui Luoyan turned around and looked at Ding Ling from afar. She smiled and said, Sister Ling if Li Yunxiao were to rather die than submit in there, would his soul power be greatly damaged after he comes out? Or would he become a fool? Ding Ling's expression changed. You should worry more about your in-laws. If he becomes an idiot, how are you going to explain it to your in-laws? You, stubborn. Shui Luoyan mocked coldly. Let's see how you cry later. Although the two of them were bickering, they were both well-known beauties in the Merchant Alliance. They didn't seem to be fighting to the death like men. Instead, it was a pleasing sight to behold. This was the reality. Beauties were beauties no matter what they did. They could attract men. Ding Ling's face was full of confidence. She didn't waver in her belief that Li Yunxiao would win. However, she was extremely worried. Xiao Jingming was waiting at ease on the 8th floor. Although he would definitely expend a lot of soul power to defeat Xiangzi, Li Yunxiao would probably be at a disadvantage since he had just passed through the 7th floor. As soon as Li Yunxiao stepped into the 8th floor, he immediately felt a strange energy fill the space between heaven and earth. It nourished his soul power and made him feel very comfortable. Genryu also sensed the situation and exclaimed, "What a strange energy. It can actually nourish the soul." What kind of energy is this? Li Yunxiao felt it for a moment and said, this energy is comparable to the soul-nurturing wood. The world is so big that we can't measure it. There are still too many unknown things that we can't understand. He suddenly had a thought and said, although your strength increased on the 7th floor, it's still quite a distance from the 8th order. Perhaps in the space of the 8th floor, you can use this energy to directly cultivate to the 8th order. When the time comes, we can fuse our souls and advance another level. At the very least, we can reach the 8th order. The demonic dragon's interest was piqued. Just as it was about to show itself, several sharp air-piercing sounds came from the sky. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of sword lights appeared out of nowhere. They shrouded the space and shot down. Li Yunxiao's heart moved slightly. Looking at those sword auras in astonishment, he muttered to himself, these are sword auras formed from divine sense? He formed a hand seal with one hand, and his entire person turned into a shining shadow, disappearing from where he was, directly teleporting out. Those sword auras passed through the afterimage he left behind, and all disappeared. It really is formed from divine sense. Just what kind of test is this 8th floor? Li Yunxiao frowned. Looking around, he saw a cliff not far away engraved with a few large words. He muttered, only one person left? What does that mean? A sinister voice came over, carrying a cruel sneer, and said, it means that only one person can remain. Can't you understand such a simple meaning? Xiao Jingming? Li Yunxiao was startled, but immediately recovered, and said calmly, no wonder I saw the hateful eyes of that person from the Thunder Wind Merchant Guild just now. He must have been sent out by you. Xiao Jingming's figure slowly appeared in the void ahead, standing there proudly. He stared coldly at Li Yunxiao, revealing a face full of disdain and hatred, and said with a sneer, I couldn't tell that you're still so calm. Not bad, that person's strength is not bad. A pity that he met me. If I didn't participate, the champion this time should be him. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, so that's how it is. The condition to clear this round should be to kill one person. But if there's only one person left, it's just the condition to win. Then how can one go to the 9th floor? 9th floor? Xiao Jingming laughed loudly and said, to think that you dare to think of it. The 9th floor, that is a place that only rank 9 alchemists can go to. In the entire Sky Martial continent, it's an outstanding existence. Do you think that anyone can reach the 9th floor's condition before the age of 30? So I think that when this technique tower was designed, there were only a total of 8 floors. Li Yunxiao could not help nodding his head as he listened. Xiao Jingming's analysis was very reasonable, and it was exactly the same as his guess. Furthermore, to have such achievements at this age, he was definitely in existence like a dragon or phoenix among men. In the future, his achievements might even be above Chen Feng. Do you still have any doubts? Although I know that you're stalling for time to recover your soul power, it's all futile in front of me. As a reward for being completely crippled by me, I only hope that you won't be like that trash just now and admit defeat so quickly, so that I can torture you for a while longer. Xiao Jingming said coldly. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I have another question. Can you not be so funny? Surprisingly, Xiao Jingming wasn't angry this time. However, the cold air around his body became even heavier as he said in a sinister voice, looks like you're already prepared to take a beating. He raised his hand and waved it down. A sharp spiritual force directly turned into a shining flying knife and shot towards Li Yunxiao. This was a weak spiritual space, and their bodies were formed from their own divine senses, so they could change their forms at will. After Xiao Jingming's attack, his entire body immediately turned into a fierce white tiger. He roared towards the sky and rushed down, causing the space to tremble. Li Yunxiao sneered. Although Xiao Jingming's soul power was stronger than his, in terms of combat experience, the two were not on the same level. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and his body immediately became thin and slender. He turned into a rope, twisting and turning to avoid the flying knives. The rope circled in the air and headed straight for the tiger, intending to tie it up completely. The tiger was startled, and suddenly turned into a large crab in the air. It glared angrily at Li Yunxiao and waved its 2 huge pincers in the air, cutting at the rope that Li Yunxiao had transformed into. The rope continuously retreated, and the large crab followed closely behind. The air was filled with the sound of pincers snapping. After the rope fled for a while, it turned into a huge poisonous scorpion in the air. It suddenly swung its tail and swept towards the crab. Pung! This spiritual power illusory space shook, and the two weapons collided. Poison Scorpion was knocked back several meters by the crab's left pincer, and the large crab's eyes flashed with a fierce light. It raised its right pincer high up and fiercely cut down. Kacha kacha kacha. A series of sounds came from the air. After the shock, Poison Scorpion seemed to be a bit afraid of fighting it head-on, and quickly retreated. Want to run? Obediently give up. The crab laughed, and chased. In this space, it was a competition of soul power, and he was a level above Xianxia. After Poison Scorpion fled for a while, it changed again, this time into human form. Unexpectedly, it was an elder with a sage-like demeanor. His eyes were like stars, and his eyebrows were like swords. His purple robes fluttered in the wind, and on his shoulders was a golden cloak of 100 flowers. He was awe-inspiring, and exuded the aura of an absolute leader. The elder's eyes flashed with light, and he looked straight at the large crab. Pointing his sword, he shouted, "Evil creature! Why aren't you quickly kneeling down for me when you see this seat?" The large crab's body trembled, and a trace of fear and anger appeared in its small eyes. It roared, "Xianxia, you really have guts. Don't you dare change." The elder in front of it unexpectedly looked like their saber-sword sex leader, Chen Duantian. Furthermore, his expression and temperament were so vivid that it was almost impossible to pass off as the real one. Just as the crab's body trembled and his divine sense slipped, Chen Duantian suddenly made his move. A long purple sword shot out from his waist and turned into a huge purple python. It bared its fangs and lunged at Chen Duantian. So what if you've changed into the leader's appearance? With your weak strength, you can only lose. The large crab suddenly turned into a huge eagle, and fought with the purple python. In just 2 rounds, the purple python was completely defeated, and it quickly retreated. Chen Duantian formed a seal with one hand, and immediately turned the purple python into the shape of a sword, and slowly raised the sword. Ah! Heavenly wrath! It's actually heaven's wrath energy. Old Eagle was instantly thrown into disarray. Although this heaven's wrath was only an appearance and was still a mental attack in the end, and it had only changed its appearance to make it look better, he was still extremely shocked, and what he was seeing now was their sect leader personally using heaven's wrath. That vivid movement and aura instantly made his heart weaken, and a sliver of fear appeared in his heart. Heaven's majesty, one sword of heaven's wrath. Chen Duantian coldly roared. This voice was exactly the same as the real Chen Duantian's, and it shook Old Eagle's heart. A massive fear spread out, and it was like the real Chen Duantian had personally appeared, making him unable to summon any will to resist. As the sword energy slashed down, Old Eagle let out a cry of fear and began to flee. Although he was completely capable of resisting the power of this sword energy, his mind was in complete chaos. Bang! The sword struck Old Eagle's body, causing several feathers to drift off. He trembled a few times in the air, gradually taking on the appearance of Xiao Jingming. His face was slightly pale, and it was clear that this sword had injured him. Impudent! You dare to look directly at this one. Kneel for me! Chen Duantian once more roared, coldly staring down at Xiao Jingming. Xiao Jingming's body trembled, but he quickly recovered. The fear in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by an icy coldness. You truly do have some guts, daring to transform into anyone. You clearly know that you're fake, but you still make me feel fear. I cannot help but admire you. Chen Duantian's pupils constricted. As he saw the clear and seemingly fearless look in his opponent's eyes, he knew that his transformation had lost its effect. After all, he knew in his heart that he was fake, and he had only been using the majesty that Chen Duantian normally exuded to ambush him. What? Out of ideas? Xiao Jingming coldly said, although I don't know how you met the Lord Sect Master and even saw Heaven's wrath, that's not important. What's important is that you're out of ideas. If you're out of ideas, then die for me. He suddenly swooped down, and his right hand turned into a huge hammer, wanting to smash Chen Duantian into a meat patty. Just as the huge hammer was about to fall, Xiao Jingming's pupils constricted, and he hastily stopped his attack. He was so frightened that he retreated several meters, and one of his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Beads of cold sweat dripped down his face, and he angrily roared, You, what do you want to do? Chen Duantian had long since disappeared, and at this moment there was a peerless beauty in his place. It was Shui Luoyan, and she was currently looking at him lovingly and pitifully. That sorrowful look made people feel pity for her. What made Xiao Jingming even more furious was that Shui Luoyan's hand had already started to take off her clothes, revealing her snow-white skin. Her red undergarments were actually embroidered with erotic pictures. Xiao Jingming felt all the blood in his body surge, and his eyes widened. His nostrils were filled with heat, and his throat was extremely parched. He angrily roared, You blaspheme my goddess! You deserve to die, you deserve to die! He roared, but his body did not move at all. His eyes stared unblinkingly at Shui Luoyan's hand that was taking off her clothes, and the sound of saliva being swallowed came from his throat. His entire body was extremely nervous. At this moment, Shui Luoyan had already taken off her undergarments, and she was still murmuring in her sleep, causing him to almost stop breathing as he stared at her final movement. Finally, the undergarments were taken off, and Xiao Jingming's mental state was at its peak. His eyes suddenly widened to the maximum. Ah! A miserable scream rang out, and it was as if he had seen the most inconceivable thing in the world. His mind suddenly went blank. Within the undergarments was actually Chen Duantian's face, and he was currently scowling and making a face, Haha, you want to fight with me? You're still too inexperienced. Shui Luoyan's dusty face on her chest laughed loudly, and a long sword appeared in her hand. While Xiao Jingming was absent-minded, she slashed out, and his entire body was suddenly cut into two. The two halves of Xiao Jingming's figure turned into two streaks of light that rapidly retreated, and once again became one. However, they no longer had the same sharp aura as before, and it was clear that his soul power had been greatly depleted by that sword. His face was ashen as he stared at the person in front of him, who looked like Shui Luoyan, but had Chen Duantian's face on her chest. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and he couldn't even curse anymore. He could only stare at Li Yunxiao with hatred. Enough playing! Blaspheming my sect master, blaspheming my goddess, you've already committed a crime worthy of death. Hand over your life. Xiao Jingming materialized a large saber and suddenly raised it up high, chopping down. His hatred towards Li Yunxiao had already risen to the extreme. Worthy of death? You took two of my attacks, your soul power is already more or less the same as mine. Coupled with your intelligence, what right do you have to kill me? Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, still not changing the state of his body, facing the saber with this strange appearance. His right fist suddenly enlarged, smashing fiercely towards the saber's body. The final victory could only be decided by relying on a head-on battle of soul power. Those earlier attacks were merely surprise attacks, trying to close the gap between them as much as possible. Rumble. Following this huge collision, the space shook. The two of them were involuntarily jolted back repeatedly. Xiao Jingming's expression was practically so gloomy that water was about to drip out. He discovered that under this blow, the two of them had practically become evenly matched. He originally occupied an absolute advantage, but after he was distracted twice, allowing the other party to exploit a loophole, it directly leveled out. Don't think that you can rest easy like this. Don't forget that time here is not limited, which also means that a victor must be determined. Xiao Jingming said calmly, You should only have an initial stage 8th rank soul power, but I'm different. I've already reached the mid-stage 8th rank. Do you know what this means? Only then did Li Yunxiao revert to his true appearance, only wearing a calm smile on his face without saying a word. Xiao Jingming inexplicably gave birth to a huge rage when he saw this face, wishing that he could stomp on it a few times. He practically roared, It means that my recovery speed is also faster than yours. You can't do anything to me right now. As long as I gradually recover, those boring tricks of yours will be completely useless. Just wait to be crushed by me. Oh? Are you sure? Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and formed a one-handed seal. A strand of soul power started to separate from his body, slowly manifesting into a demon form beside him. It was precisely Genryu. This? What technique is this? Xiao Jingming said in shock, You think that you can fight two against one by separating one? Naive. This avatar must have taken away a portion of its power, and you must have expended a lot of energy to cast this technique. Now that the two of you are working together, you may not be a match for me. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? You'll know the result soon." Genryu revealed a cold and sinister smile. He flew up and attacked. Although he wasn't used to being in human form, it was still better to be able to move around than to cultivate in Li Yunxiao's soul. Level 7. Xiao Jingming's pupils constricted as he sneered, "Isn't that so? You can only maintain a stage 7 clone, you're even weaker than before." He threw a punch at Genryu, and the immense force sent Genryu flying. Roar. Genryu's voice was filled with unwillingness. He transformed into his original form and attacked furiously. At this time, Li Yunxiao also moved. He didn't use any fancy moves, just an ordinary punch. It was a simple Vajra fist, but it turned into a giant fist that pressed down like a small mountain. It's useless. Our soul power is equal. No matter how hard we try, it'll still be a draw. Xiao Jingming shouted. A giant palm appeared and slapped out. At the same time, it collided with the giant fist and enveloped Genryu. Boom! The palm and fist collided in the air. They were evenly matched. Genryu suddenly grew 10 times larger and roared as he slammed into the palm. What? Xiao Jingming was shocked. He could clearly feel that Li Yunxiao's strength wasn't much weaker than before. How is this possible? You've separated a stage 7 clone. Why hasn't your strength decreased? Xiao Jingming let out an unwilling roar. As the huge body of the demon dragon collided with the palm shadow, it immediately lost its balance. The huge palm shadow disintegrated in the air, and Xiao Jingming's entire body was directly sent flying. Li Yunxiao's giant fist completely gained the upper hand. He chased after Genryu without losing any momentum. Rumble. The giant fist caught up to Xiao Jingming and exploded with a strong light, engulfing him. Outside the technique tower, everyone was still waiting anxiously. However, apart from the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, the others didn't have any hope in Li Yunxiao. Those who bet on Xiao Jingming began to calculate their gains, and each of them revealed a look of delight. Chuibo frowned and said, "If there's a huge difference in strength, it should be clear in an instant. Why hasn't anyone come out yet?" Xianxia also revealed a strange expression and muttered to himself, "This doesn't make sense. With Xiao Jingming's strength, he should be able to kill Li Yunxiao in an instant. How can they fight for so long? Could it be that they're coexisting peacefully inside?" Tang Jia coldly snorted and said, "Aren't you guys looking down on Li Yunxiao too much? If he didn't have some skill, why would I place such a heavy bet?" Shui Luoyan faintly smiled and said, "Even if Li Yunxiao's strength isn't bad, could it be that young master Tang Jia thinks he can defeat Xiao Jingming?" Tang Jia didn't even bother to turn his head and just said loudly, "Of course." Although he couldn't wait to chop Li Yunxiao to death with his blade, he couldn't help but admire his strength. This was a kind of respect for his opponent and also for himself. Shui Luoyan's expression changed and coldly snorted, "Of course? I'm afraid that Li Yunxiao's bones are hard and he's being tortured inside. I'm looking forward to seeing how he looks when he comes out. Will he be seriously injured or completely crazy? I'm sorry, big sister Shui, you won't be able to see it." Ding Ling Er's voice sounded out, mixed with an unconcealable excitement. Her face was brimming with incomparable happiness as she looked at the technique tower. Shui Luoyan's heart suddenly jumped and she hurriedly looked at the technique tower. Everyone also raised their heads at this moment. A light shot out from the technique tower and turned into a figure that fell to the ground. The figure couldn't even stand steadily, and as soon as he touched the ground, he directly spat out a large mouthful of blood and fainted. "Xiao Jingming!" Shui Luoyan screamed loudly, her voice filled with extreme disbelief and shock. It cut through the sky and pierced everyone's ears, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. As this voice sounded out, everyone knew that an unbelievable result had appeared. Xiangzi's body also trembled and he involuntarily said, "Lost? Xiao Jingming actually lost? This? How is this possible? What exactly happened inside? How did Li Yunxiao do it? It's absolutely impossible." For a moment, he was so shocked that he couldn't accept the result in front of him. He directly jumped out of his seat and went forward to carefully observe the person on the ground, afraid that he had seen wrongly. However, the cold reality forced him to believe it. The person lying unconscious on the ground was undoubtedly Xiao Jingming. Moreover, he was seriously injured and his soul should have been greatly damaged. He suddenly stood there in a daze, completely dumbfounded. Haha, satisfying, too satisfying. Young Emperor Hao Lian laughed and said, Cui Bo, quickly announce the result. Source stones, a lot of source stones, haha. Mo Xiaochuan, Ding Ling and Luo Yuncheng, who had been silent all this time, all smiled knowingly. At this moment, they suddenly had a feeling that they were cheating. Letting defeating armies Emperor Wu compete with these juniors for rankings, wasn't this clearly bullying them? The people of the Merchant Union looked at each other at this moment. Sudana's face was even more ashen, her eyes somewhat empty and lifeless. The other leaders of the Merchant Union also seemed to be somewhat unable to accept this sudden result. They all stood there blankly in silence. Cui Bo nodded lightly and said, Li Yunxiao's victory should be without a doubt. But let's at least wait until he comes out first. Apart from those who bet on Li Yunxiao's victory, the rest of the martial artists were all frowning and extremely gloomy. They stared straight into the technique tower, waiting for Li Yunxiao to appear. Strange, he's the only one left. Why hasn't he been transported out yet? Xiangzi's face revealed a puzzled expression. Everyone was also extremely puzzled. Every time, there were very few people who could charge into the 8th floor. There was also no corresponding information left, so everyone had no way of knowing the situation inside. Humph, we can't let everyone sit here and wait for him, right? I don't have time to accompany you, I'm leaving first. Sudana's face was gloomy as she led everyone away. Cui Bo stared at her coldly and snorted, Elder Su, later on, the technique tower seal, forget it, you guys can seal it. Sudana didn't even turn her head and walked away. The crowd immediately gave way to a wide path. No one dared to provoke the old woman at this time, and they all retreated backwards with all their might. The Tanny Pavilion was in a very bad situation this time. They ranked 7th in the technique tower and had already lost a match before the martial arts contest even started. Liang Yui followed behind Sudana, feeling extremely pressured. Before she left, she glanced back at Li Yunxiao who was still in the technique tower with a complicated expression. When she turned her head again, she had regained her composure, and her eyes glinted with determination. Humph, what the hell is the Tanny Pavilion doing this time? Why did they send such an old woman here? What an idiot. The person who spoke was none other than Mo Xiaochuan. His eyes were still flickering with a hint of coldness. The people of the Merchant Union looked at each other. Although they all agreed with Mo Xiaochuan's words, no one dared to say it out loud. Those who were not strong enough would be killed if they said it out loud. Those who were strong enough represented their status and position, so they couldn't say it out loud. Seeing the people of the Tanny Pavilion walking away, Zhang Chongkai said with a smile, My friend, you have a point. I admire you for your courage to reveal the truth. Mo Xiaochuan cupped his fists and said from afar, Well said, well said. The conversation between the two left everyone speechless. Cui Yuan stared at the technique tower solemnly and said in confusion, He is the only one left. Is there another test? Is he going to open the 9th floor? Everyone was startled. Cui Bo exclaimed, That's impossible. No one has ever opened the 9th floor. Doesn't that mean He didn't even dare to think about the second guess, let alone speak it out. Shui Luoyan's face darkened. She glanced coldly at the unconscious Xiao Jingming, her eyes full of anger. Quan Min was anxiously treating him. He couldn't bear the responsibility if something happened to this young master. After a tense rescue, Quan Min suddenly carried Xiao Jingming and said loudly, Mando Chamber of Commerce will leave first. I'll leave the matter of sealing the technique tower to you all. By the time he finished speaking, he was already 100 meters away. Quan Min was depressed and thought to himself, this is really strange. Chen Feng from the Saber Sword sect was heavily injured the moment he arrived at Xianxia City. I wonder how Elder Zhu's treatment is going. Now he is heavily injured and unconscious. Could it be that the feng shui of Xianxia City is specially used to restrain the people from the Saber Sword sect? I didn't expect the little mouse of the past to be able to shine so brightly today. A beautiful voice sounded out, and everyone only saw a white figure flash before them. Shui Luoyan had already floated over, and her cold gaze fell on Ding Ling full of hostility. She said, after parting at Mount Meru, who would have thought that the little mouse from back then would actually grow to such an extent that I have to look at you in a new light? Without waiting for Ding Ling to reply, young King Hao Lian squeezed over. He wiped his hair and revealed a mouthful of white teeth. He said in a very sunny manner, "Miss, you look very similar to a friend of mine. Are you interested in chatting with me?" Shui Luoyan's expression turned cold and she said angrily, "Scram." Ding Ling smiled indifferently, "You don't have to worry about the little mouse. You should go and care about the family of the saber-sword sect who was just carried away." "You." Shui Luoyan snorted angrily, "Tomorrow, the young master of the saber-sword sect, young Master Chen Feng, will personally take action. I will ask him to take good care of your little darling. Today, let's have a good last night. Make whatever he wants to eat." Ding Ling face turned red and she said angrily, "Slut." "Humph." Shui Luoyan arrogantly snorted and floated away with the people from the Mando Chamber of Commerce. Cui Bo looked at the remaining people from the 5 chambers of commerce and smiled bitterly. "Everyone, what do you think? This Li Yunxiao still hasn't come out. I don't know how long he will stay in there. Do you have any good ideas to send a voice transmission in?" Ding Ling also became somewhat worried. "Lord Cui, this technique tower has always been under the control of your 1,000 treasure tower. It can't be that you haven't studied it, right?" Cui Bo smiled bitterly and said, "There are 7 seals on it every time. Do you think we have the ability to open it?" Everyone was silent. Luoying said, "There's no need to worry." Xiao Jingming was beaten unconscious and thrown out. "I'm afraid that Li Yunxiao's injuries aren't light either. Perhaps he's recuperating inside." Xianxia sat cross-legged on the ground and stared unblinkingly at the art tower. His expression was cold, and no one knew what he was thinking. Cui Bo said indifferently, "Let's wait a while more. Nobody knows what's going on inside. If he doesn't come out before sunset, I'll just keep the pagoda. Maybe that'll alert him." Ding Ling looked at him gratefully. There were still a few hours before sunset, so it should be enough. The rest of the Chamber of Commerce sat there quietly, wanting to know the final outcome. Only Qian Wudi stood up and said, "Elder Zhang, I'll go back first." He looked at the art tower and exuded an intense fighting spirit. He said coldly, "I hope you're fine. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's battle." Although he had a premonition that Li Yunxiao would obtain first place, he was still shocked when he actually obtained this result. He was incomparably shocked and felt that Li Yunxiao was too terrifying. He could no longer sit still and planned to go back and prepare for tomorrow's martial arts battle. Inside the art tower, after Li Yunxiao sent Xiao Jingming flying with a punch, he watched Xiao Jingming disappear from the art tower. Only then did he relax and gasp for breath. Xiao Jingming knew that he couldn't block the power of that punch. If he didn't admit defeat, it was very likely that his soul would fly away and scatter. He was horrified and hurriedly admitted defeat. However, the fist force had already collapsed. Although he had escaped death by teleporting out, he was still knocked unconscious. However, Li Yunxiao didn't know this. He and Zhenryu were exhausted and gasping for breath. For Xiao Jingming, the key to this battle was his rich experience and the Starlight Soul body. Otherwise, it would be difficult to determine the outcome. "We won. It's time to teleport out." Li Yunxiao said, "We're finally first. It's a pity that the magical power of this place was wasted. If we could stay here and cultivate, it would be very beneficial to the soul." His eyes were full of pity. Zhenryu circled in the air for a while before landing on the ground and transforming into his demon form. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "Strange. Since we won, why haven't we teleported out?" Li Yunxiao said, "Perhaps this was the original setting. After all, we used up too much after the battle. It just so happens that we can borrow the magical power here to cultivate, so the teleportation time was delayed. Since that's the case, let's not waste it." After saying that, he directly sat cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. Zhenryu also nodded and sat cross-legged opposite him. Although he directly endured the spiritual attack on the 7th floor and didn't advance to the 8th rank, he felt that he was not far from it. The 8th floor of the art tower was quiet. There wasn't the slightest sound. The two quickly replenished their strength and soon returned to their peak. Something's wrong. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes and said in surprise, "It's already been several hours, why haven't we teleported yet?" Genryu's body at this moment suddenly began to tremble violently. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead and he said nervously, "I understand. The condition to clear this floor is that only one person remains. Now it's just you and me. If you and I fuse as one, we'll probably be able to leave immediately. Let's not think too much for now. I've already reached the peak of the 7th rank. Quickly lend me a hand." "Makes sense," Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "so that's how it is." He saw that Genryu's body was trembling more and more violently. He hurriedly waved his hands and a few beautiful runes directly entered his body. Finally, he patted his shoulder and sent a steady stream of soul power. The two were originally soul-fused. Their soul power was perfectly fused together. The trembling on Genryu's body gradually eased and he was comforted. Soon, Li Yunxiao felt a powerful force born in his body. It was comparable to his soul power. The two forces swam in Genryu's body at the same time and finally fused together. Genryu's figure began to gradually disappear and returned to Li Yunxiao's body. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "If we fuse back, we can teleport out. Are you sure you want to come in?" Genryu had already begun to gradually fuse with his body. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think I want to? Although I came out with your starlight soul body, don't forget that the connection between us is through the soul-devouring race's soul battle technique. Once this technique is used, it is difficult to separate. My current state is just a compromise between the starlight soul body and the soul battle technique. Both of these techniques are unique. I don't know if there will be any repercussions if you practice them randomly." Li Yunxiao smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's all right. I don't seem to be affected at the moment. It's fine as long as I'm fine. You just changed your state. You are much more handsome than before." Genryu had a helpless expression. He didn't know if he could safely live until Li Yunxiao recovered to the peak of Jiutian and forge a body for him. He could only take it one step at a time and cherish it as he went. After Genryu completely fused with Li Yunxiao's body, the scene in front of him changed and he gradually returned to the inside of the technique tower. Li Yunxiao was slightly nervous. He didn't know if he would be teleported out or if he would be teleported to a higher level. His divine sense returned to his body. He slowly opened his eyes and looked up into the sky. He saw that the originally ordinary structure of the endless sky tower had become like a flower. All kinds of exquisite carvings appeared on the dome. There were all kinds of birds, beasts, and monsters that he had never heard of before. In the center was a picture of a sea of clouds and a fairy flying in the sky. In the center was a gem-like bead that emitted 9-colored divine light. The patterns were vivid and lifelike as if they were telling a story. And the most shocking thing was that inside the 9-colored divine light, there seemed to be an extremely powerful aura that made people tremble uncontrollably. It was as if there was an extremely powerful monster hibernating inside. That bead, after Li Yunxiao instinctively trembled, he was completely attracted by the bead. He didn't have time to look at the patterns and stories. Apart from the 9-colored divine light that the bead emitted, he didn't recognize it. However, it directly triggered the small amount of spirit force in his dantian. Moreover, there was a treasure that he didn't recognize, which was also a very unusual situation. At this moment, a tearing force started to appear on his body. It seemed like he was about to be teleported out. Li Yunxiao was startled. His eyes suddenly lit up, and a huge amount of spiritual power was released. He wanted to directly teleport to the top of the dome, but his expression suddenly changed. The power in the surroundings had completely suppressed his soul power. The designer had already considered this. Since it was for arcane masters to test, it was natural to eliminate and guard against arcane masters' teleportation power. I must get this bead. At most, I'll destroy this tower. A trace of ruthlessness appeared in Li Yunxiao's eyes. His body suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and shot up. There was a muffled boom, and the power of the restriction was broken by the power of his lightning. His figure instantly appeared on the dome, and the lightning transformed into a huge green hand that suddenly grabbed at it. The light on the dome of the tower was instantly extinguished, and the engravings also disappeared at the same time. After Li Yunxiao obtained the bead, the surrounding teleportation power squeezed over again. It was actually several times stronger than before, and he could no longer resist it. In an instant, he disappeared from the tower. He was finally out. "He's out, young Master Yun is out." Young King Hao Lian shouted in joy and immediately went up to greet him. With a flash of light from the technique tower, Li Yunxiao flew out from it. Although his face was slightly pale, he was still in high spirits. "Young Master Yun, are you all right?" The people of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce all surrounded him. Young King Hao Lian laughed. "Isn't it obvious that you are bullying others by participating in the competition with your absolute strength?" "Really?" Everyone felt dizzy when they heard this. Chuibo smiled bitterly. "You really can't judge a book by its cover. In this competition, I announce that the first place is Li Yunxiao, and the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce will get 10 points. The other chambers of commerce will get points according to their rankings. Does anyone have any objections?" There was an indescribable feeling in everyone's heart. There were many objections, but they couldn't say anything. Xianxia suddenly said, "Li Yunxiao, did you get something after you came out of the 8th floor?" Everyone was stunned, and their gazes gathered on Li Yunxiao. Everyone had seen his final act of transforming into a bolt of lightning, but no one had been able to see the situation on the dome and what he had gained. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "I didn't get anything. I was scared when the teleportation power appeared at the end, so I used a secret technique to escape. I didn't expect that I still couldn't escape and was teleported out." Not many people believed his words, but there was nothing they could do if they didn't believe it. He was the only one who knew the situation inside. Xianxia looked a little unwilling and snorted, "What's going on with the 8th floor? Why did you stay alone for so long?" Li Yunxiao spread his hands and said helplessly, "How would I know? Maybe it was designed like this. I'm afraid the 10,000 treasure tower should know more about this than me." He smiled and looked at Chuibo. Chuibo also wanted to know, but seeing this, he knew he couldn't get anything out of him. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head. "Does anyone have any objections to this technique? If no one objects, then I announce the end of the technique for today. The announced result is valid." He began to cast spells with both hands and hit them into the central technique tower. The open door under the technique tower suddenly closed. The two old men engraved on the door changed their posture. Immediately, there was a caw-caw-caw sound of the door locking. Then, the 7 keys turned into 7 rays of light and flew out. The experts on the 5 seats raised their hands and each took a key. The 2 extra keys were kept by Chuibo. The technique tower slowly flew up under Chuibo's control. It turned into a mini form in the air and fell into his hand. At the same time, he placed a seal in it. Then, the 5 major chambers of commerce placed the seals one by one. Although many people had ugly expressions, the matter of the seals couldn't be neglected. In the end, the technique tower fell back into Chuibo's hand. He said to Di Xinghua, "Elder Di, I'll have to trouble you with the matter of the bet." Then he announced in a loud voice, "The technique is over. Tomorrow, the martial contest will begin. Everyone, please return." "Wow, they're collecting primeval stones." Following young Emperor Hao Lian's roar, everyone who had bet on Li Yunxiao's victory beamed with joy. Although it wasn't a huge upset, it was still considered to be out of the ordinary. All of them had benefited a lot. The people of the 4 extremes sect gradually left. Tang Jia passed by Li Yunxiao's side and sneered, "As expected, these pieces of trash can't defeat you. I hope you can still smile tomorrow." "Oh? Will Brother Tang Jia be participating in tomorrow's martial competition?" Li Yunxiao said indifferently. Dense killing intent flickered in Tang Jia's eyes as he said, "You'll know tomorrow. Li Yunxiao, enjoy your last day." "Oh, right, thank you for the primeval stones you won for me. I'll give you a quick death tomorrow." After he finished speaking, his face flickered with a demonic expression. He left with the guard of Emperor Wu, parting ways with Luoying, Tang Xian, and the others. After returning to the Chamber of Commerce's encampment, the people of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce were all extremely excited. The first technique battle, this was something they had never dreamed of. Although Ding Ling was also very excited, she could still suppress the emotions in her heart. However, the smile on her face couldn't be concealed. After comforting and encouraging everyone, she entered the conference hall with Li Yunxiao. The few of them couldn't wait to ask about the situation inside the technique tower. Li Yunxiao picked up some important information and finally took out the white bead. He spread it out in his hand and revealed a puzzled expression. Mo Xiaochuan squinted his eyes and observed for a while, then said, "This thing is neither gold nor jade. Looking at its texture, could it be a bone?" Li Yunxiao smiled slightly and said, "That's right, it's exactly as I guessed. An existence that can produce a phenomenon on the dome is definitely not an ordinary bone. Even I have developed a great fear of this thing in my soul." Mo Xiaochuan said in surprise, "Fear in the soul? Could it be an innate pressure? You're a rank 8 alchemist and a former rank 9 existence, then this bone is." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I also guessed so. This thing is very likely a piece of the skeleton of a rank 10 true spirit that was refined into a bead by someone." Ah. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked, and their bodies trembled violently. Rank 10 had always been a realm that only existed in legends. Since ancient times, apart from those powerful ancient true spirits, no one had ever heard of the existence of a rank 10 powerhouse. But at this moment, they actually saw the skeleton of a rank 10 true spirit. Although it was only the size of a bead, it was enough to shock their souls. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, "This is also the first time I've seen this kind of thing. This is the most precious thing in the technique tower. Now that I've taken it away, I'm afraid there will be a lot of problems during the next technique battle." Next time? Young Emperor Hao Lian smiled and said, "When young Master Yun recovers his strength and leads the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce to unify the Merchant Alliance, there will be no next time." Li Yunxiao smiled and said nothing. Suddenly, he frowned and stared at young Emperor Hao Lian, asking, "How did you get hurt?" Young Emperor Hao Lian looked a little embarrassed. He said sheepishly, "I'm a disgrace to my master because of my incompetence." He told young Emperor Hao Lian about his quarrel with Su Danhe. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He said in a cold voice, "After the martial arts contest, this trip to Xianxia City will be the last trip of her life." Everyone was shocked. Luo Yunsheng, who had been silent all this while, couldn't help but say, "Young Master Yun, please don't be impulsive. Not to mention that Su Danhe is so powerful that we might not be able to defeat her. There are so many powerful cultivators from the Tianyi Pavilion here. It's like throwing an egg against a rock if we go after them now." Li Yunxiao's eyes glinted. He said, "Unless she's at the peak of her power, there's still a chance for her to turn the tables. Let's talk about the Tianyi Pavilion after the martial arts contest. I need to clear this old hag's head." His words made Ding Ling and the others worried, and they all had worried expressions on their faces. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Don't worry. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Besides, the martial arts contest won't end in a day." Ding Ling nodded and said, "Tomorrow is only the qualifying round. The people from the 7 major merchant unions don't have to participate. All the other forces will send out 13 people to make up a total of 20. With young Master Yun's strength, he should be fine as long as he doesn't encounter Li Feiyu and Chen Feng." Mo Xiaochuan chuckled and said, "Miss Ding, you've underestimated young Master Yun. Although he is only a 6-star martial emperor now, I'm afraid no one below Emperor Wu can defeat him." Li Yunxiao suddenly felt a headache coming on. He said with a wry smile, "If Ling didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about Chen Feng. What should I do?" He then told everyone about his battle with Chen Feng, and everyone was stunned. Young Emperor Hao Lian said in surprise, "Damn it, he has 4 stunning beauties by his side." Mo Xiaochuan pulled a long face and glared fiercely at young Emperor Hao Lian. He really wanted to kick him to death. All of a sudden, Ding Ling was at a complete loss. She did not know what to do. The 2 people from the Saber Sword sect were both knocked unconscious by Li Yunxiao. Since Chen Feng was no match for Li Yunxiao, then the Mando Merchant Association would definitely not be able to obtain first place. This time, she really believed what Mo Xiaochuan had said. Li Yunxiao was practically the #1 person under Emperor Wu. However, how was Li Yunxiao going to face Chen Feng? If the two of them were to meet tomorrow, wouldn't it be another life and death battle? If the saber and sword sect knew his name, even Gu Feiyang would have a headache. Li Yunxiao said, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Chen Feng to recover from his injuries that day in a short period of time. I wonder what kind of medicine and secret pills the Saber and Mando Merchant Guild have. Perhaps he can completely recover. But no matter what, I still beat him up in the martial arts competition. Right now, I'm just afraid that the experts from the Saber and Sword sect will interfere. If that happens, we won't be able to kill them. Everyone felt dizzy when they heard this. It would be good if they didn't get killed by the other party. They were still considering whether to kill the other party or not. It will indeed be troublesome if we start a war with them. The Saber and Sword sect is not the Tianyi Pavilion. Even young Emperor Hao Lian, who had always been lawless and out of control, felt that the situation had become thorny. Even if Li Yunxiao possessed Gu Feiyang's peak strength, he would not dare to casually provoke the 7 superpowers. And an existence like the Tianyi Pavilion could be destroyed by Gu Feiyang in minutes. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, don't worry too much. Let's get first place first and maximize the benefits of the Merchant Guild. As for our attitude, it will depend on the attitude of the Saber and Sword sect. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, even if it's the Saber and Sword sect, even if it's the Misty Snow Sacred Region, they will still have to wait for my wrath. His words caused everyone's hearts to tremble, but their hot-bloodedness and lofty sentiments were ignited. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. He went into seclusion by himself. He planned to study the 10th stage bone pearl properly. Who knows, he might be able to discover something. After entering the World God Monument, Zhenryu suddenly appeared and hovered in the sky. Its 2 huge dragon eyes stared straight at Li Yunxiao and said in an extremely serious tone, Li Yunxiao, that 10th stage pearl is the bone of an ancient true dragon. Li Yunxiao's entire body trembled, and he said in shock, are you sure? With a flip of his hand, he took out the pearl. Zhenryu's eyes revealed a complex expression of fear and desire. It stared at the bone pearl and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It appeared extremely cautious and nodded its huge head in response. Li Yunxiao swallowed. He felt that his arm holding the pearl was extremely heavy, as if he couldn't bear the burden. Although there were many types of ancient true spirits, there were differences in strength. The true dragon was undoubtedly one of the most powerful species. The bone of a true dragon, a hint of fanaticism appeared in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He slowly infused the spirit strength into it, and the dragon bone pearl immediately emitted 9 colors as if it had been activated. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the void. The demonic dragon screamed in horror and quickly retreated. It was frightened by the pressure from the bloodline inheritance, and its whole body trembled uncontrollably. Even a human like Li Yunxiao was affected by the dragon bone pearl. His soul was filled with great fear, and holding it with one hand felt like it was a form of blasphemy. He wanted nothing more than to worship it. Is this the might of a true dragon? It has passed away for countless years, yet it still possesses such a powerful might. A powerful creature that only exists in ancient legends. Let me see what is inside you, and who refined it into a bead. Li Yunxiao resisted the powerful dragon might with all his might as he continuously sent various hand seals into the dragon bone bead. Rays of light shot out from the bead, filling the sky with a magnificent glow. His silhouette also shone brightly in this multicolored light. The dragon bone bead was like an energy source filled with boundless energy. Under Li Yunxiao's control, it constantly shot out rays of light. At first, it was extremely intense, but it gradually slowed down, as if it was about to wither. As the energy of the dragon bone bead continued to weaken, the dragon might also gradually weakened. Zhenryu in the distance slowly adapted. He flew closer and asked in a serious tone, "What are you doing?" At this moment, Li Yunxiao was completely focused on the dragon bone bead, so he couldn't be bothered with him. After his soul power reached the 8th rank, his aura was completely different from before. If his soul power and cultivation were said to be at the level of a sickly cat before, then he finally felt a little bit of strength now, allowing him to do as he pleased. Half an hour later, the dragon bone bead seemed to have emptied out. The light had almost completely dissipated, turning it into a normal bone bead. No matter how many hand seals were sent in, it was neither dead nor alive. It was completely exhausted. I'm cleaning it. An excited expression appeared on Xianxia's face, as if he was looking at an incomparably precious work of art. He explained, this dragon bone bead has been refined by an arcane master. Apart from the dragon's might, there are many other energies on it. If I want to see the technique used by the arcane master who refined this dragon bone bead, I must first remove all of his energy before I can see any clues. To put it bluntly, it's the same logic as dismantling a profound artifact. Xianxia took a deep breath and exclaimed, won't you destroy the bead if you do that? Xianxia chuckled and said, it's not to the extent of being destroyed. After all, it's not an ordinary Xian artifact. It's just that it's completely lost its energy. As long as I can find the key, I might be able to fill it with power. He grabbed the bead in his hand and the ancient heaven eye on his forehead suddenly opened. All three eyes turned blood red at the same time and shot out three bewitching rays of light, condensing into a simple array in the air and entering the dragon bone bead. Haha, with one more eye, I can actually form 3 seals with my eye technique. Under the illumination of Xianxia's 3 combined seals, the dragon bone bead turned bright red. At this moment, Xianxia's spiritual sense shrank infinitely. He rushed into the dragon bone bead and carefully observed it, unwilling to let go of any minute details. As time slowly passed, Xianxia quietly hovered in the air and focused his gaze, not daring to disturb him while he was performing his technique. As his strength continued to increase, especially after his soul power broke through to the 8th stage, the aura on Xianxia's body was becoming more and more similar to that of Gu Feiyang in the past. However, he was much stronger than Gu Feiyang when he was at the same stage. This is... Xianxia suddenly cried out in surprise. All 3 of his eyes shook at the same time, as if he had seen something extremely inconceivable. His expression turned extremely grave. Xianxia was startled by his voice and asked in surprise, what's wrong? Xianxia's expression turned grave. Without saying a word, he quickly formed a seal with both hands. The light in his 3 eyes rotated and shot out 3 extremely powerful spiritual forces, condensing into a white screen in the air. A pattern slowly appeared on the screen. The pattern appeared to be golden and extremely 3-dimensional. Although it was projected on the screen, it was as if it was standing in the air and was expanding in a 3-dimensional manner. There were many complex patterns engraved on the surface of the screen. As they flickered, they shone with a brilliant golden light. What shocked Xianxia was that there were 3 golden tadpole characters at the center of the pattern. They shone brightly and seemed to form some kind of connection. Xianxia was shocked. Is this what's inside the dragon bone bead? Could it be that a powerful being used these characters to refine the dragon bone bead? No wonder, a look of realization appeared on Xianxia's face. It's hard to believe that this bead can still possess such power after so many years. These characters themselves possess their own laws. They will never diminish or be extinguished. He stared at the 3 tadpole characters. One of them had actually appeared in the divine evolution technique before. Although he couldn't understand its meaning, he had a deep understanding of its power of laws. Xianxia sighed. This kind of refinement technique might be the power of a rank 10 arcane god. In a situation where no one in the entire continent can decipher these characters, it will be very difficult to understand their meaning. The expression on Xianxia's face gradually returned to normal. He said, not necessarily. What did you think of? Xianxia was surprised. Although Xianxia's ideas seemed irrational and extremely dangerous every time, it had to be said that they had always been very effective. Xianxia slowly said, this bead should be the source of the arcane tower's power. In other words, our experience in the arcane tower is the manifestation of the laws within this bead. In other words, I should have understood more than half of the laws contained in these 3 tadpole characters. Combined with some of the characters I have grasped, I think it won't be difficult to understand the meaning. Once I understand it, although I can't read it, I will be able to understand it clearly. Using the laws to push back might be a good idea. Xianxia, I beg you for a favor. Xianxia suddenly spoke, seemingly a little embarrassed. Xianxia smiled as if he had seen through his thoughts. You want this dragon bone bead? Xianxia nodded seriously. Yes, I hope you won't damage this dragon bone bead. Li Yunxiao said, don't worry, this dragon bone bead is only attractive to me because of the three characters. After I understand it, I will give it to you. You can use it when I refine a body for you in the future. Genryu's heart warmed. He said in a low voice, thank you. Although Li Yunxiao said that the dragon bone bead was useless to him, everyone knew that it was just an excuse. A rank 10 dragon bone bead, even if it was really useless, was enough to cause a bloodbath on the continent. It could be exchanged for any peak rank 9 treasure or other raw materials. If it wasn't for the fact that it was too important to Genryu, he wouldn't have the nerve to ask for it. This was the true skeleton of a true dragon. If it was refined into a body, it could even surpass his original physical strength, giving him a chance to pry into the secrets of rank 10. Genryu understood the importance of this item and the weight of his kindness. When did you become so unreasonable? Li Yunxiao smiled and no longer paid attention to him. He began to sit cross-legged in the air, carefully studying the 3 golden tadpole characters. Genryu then gradually left to cultivate by himself. Li Yunxiao quickly immersed himself in comprehension. The most important thing in the technique tower was to test soul power. In addition, one of the 3 characters had appeared in the Great Divine Evolution technique, so it wasn't impossible to deduce it. He constantly racked his brains, doing all kinds of strange movements to simulate the changes and deducing the laws. After an unknown period of time, 3 large golden characters finally appeared on his palm. With every movement he made, they flickered and flickered, emitting waves of power around him. It was incomparably strange. Interesting. These 3 characters actually condense the laws and evolve an attack that contains soul power. Even if I'm not an arcane refiner, I can still use it. Although Li Yunxiao had completely comprehended it, he felt slightly disappointed. There weren't many people in the world that could surpass him in terms of soul power attacks. The meaning of these 3 characters wasn't as great as he imagined. However, the advantage of this attack was that it didn't consume his soul power. Instead, it condensed the laws and directly transformed them into a soul power attack. This secret technique was indeed a little shocking. If it appeared on the continent, its value would be even higher than the rank 10 dragon bone bead. This was equivalent to giving ordinary martial artists the power to attack their opponent's soul. However, it was a little useless to Li Yunxiao. At least I've grasped 3 more golden tadpole characters, as well as the relationship between them. This can be considered a great harvest. Li Yunxiao was still rather satisfied. He suddenly shouted, oh no, I wonder how much time has passed. I shouldn't have delayed the martial arts competition, right? His figure flashed and he disappeared from the Universe God Monument. After he exited the secret room, it was already night time. There was a servant in the courtyard who had been guarding and waiting on him. After asking around, he found out that a day and a night had passed. The top 13 had been decided and the top 20 had been filled. The servant said respectfully, Miss Ding has instructed that no one is to disturb young Master Yun's seclusion. When the time comes, Miss will definitely come to invite young Master Yun personally. Li Yunxiao nodded slightly and asked about the qualification battle. This servant had been standing guard in the courtyard all this while, so he could not explain much about it. Li Yunxiao felt bored listening to him and waved his hand to dismiss him. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, his brows furrowed slightly, and he turned his head. In the courtyard, he faintly sensed something. It was as if someone was calling out to him. His soul power had already reached rank 8 and was much stronger than an ordinary rank 8 alchemist. With a sweep of his thoughts, he immediately locked onto a space and said coldly, who is it? Since you want to see me, come out directly. There was a slight distortion in the void. The space split open like the surface of a lake. A gust of cold air was emitted from within and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. A white figure appeared from within. Its entire body was like a transparent glass person, as if it would shatter with a touch. There was no color on its face, and it revealed deep sorrow. Li Yunxiao's body trembled and he cried out, Yuan Bo. That faint white silhouette was Yuan Bo's appearance. He looked extremely wretched and his face was filled with urgency. He said anxiously, Gu Feiyang, save me. The ice spirit avatar flew down with a face full of anxiety. Li Yunxiao trembled. As expected, someone had seen through his identity long ago. Since Yuan Bo was in such a state, something major must have happened. Suddenly, a cold and disdainful humph was heard. The third elder of the plethora treasure tower is hiding here and there, looking so wretched. Is that good? Yuan Bo's expression changed and the light on his body shook violently. It showed that he was feeling extremely indignant and his eyes were filled with fear. A crack suddenly appeared in the sky and two silhouettes descended in an instant. Their movements were extremely accurate and their target was Yuan Bo. Li Yunxiao was shocked at the same time. The aura that the two silhouettes gave off was that of Jiutian Emperor Wu. He didn't have time to think. His body flashed on the spot and he teleported in front of Yuan Bo. His two bitey and chilling stars suddenly shot out and turned into a sea of swords in front of him, pushing toward the two of them. The full power attack was just to buy him some time. After all, the other party was an expert from Emperor Wu and it was impossible to stop them. After Li Yunxiao attacked, he opened the heaven's eye in between his brows and the universe god monument shot out. It was like a star in the night sky, trying to take Yuan Bo in. No matter what happened, as long as he entered the universe god monument, he would be safe. At that moment, the space in front of Yuan Bo suddenly shattered and a silhouette in white was revealed. It was as if he had been hiding there all along and his disguise had disappeared. A disdainful expression appeared on the calm face of the white-robed figure and he wore a cold smile on his face. With a light slap of his palm, the entire space shook. It was as if the surrounding power of rules had all gathered together under the power of his palm and blasted toward the Universe God Monument. Boom! With a huge tremor, the Universe Divine Monument was sent flying by the person's palm. At the same time, the two Emperor Wus also broke through his sea of swords and made their moves. The two forces intertwined and spiraled down, shuttling around Li Yunxiao, intending to shatter him into pieces. Furthermore, the two of them seemed to have come prepared. It was as if they already knew that he could teleport. The winds from their fists sealed off all the spatial pathways, making it impossible for him to teleport using his soul power. Stop, don't kill him. The white-robed man snorted coldly. His eyes flashed with an icy chill as he looked down at Li Yunxiao. His face was filled with disdain. Li Yunxiao's face was extremely solemn. If it weren't for this man in white yelling at him to stop, the two Emperor Wu's combined attack just now would have been heavily injured. Those two Emperor Wus seemed to specialize in joining forces. To be able to advance to Emperor Wu's level was already a heaven-sent genius. Very few people would engage in group battles. These two people had to join forces to deal with a martial emperor. They were not giving him a way out at all. Humph! The two Emperor Wus harumphed at the same time and quickly withdrew their hands. They performed different seals and combined them in the air. The two intertwined attacks immediately dispersed, turning into two different forces that shot out and disappeared into the horizon. The moment the white-robed man appeared, Yuan Bo's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly ran far away. He knew that Li Yunxiao's current power was not enough to save him. However, just as he rushed out more than 10 meters, he was blocked by an invisible force. He was unable to break through at all. His face instantly turned pale, filled with fear and despair. The white-robed man performed a seal with both hands and imprisoned a part of the world. No power could break through. He chuckled and said, Yuan Bo, since we've taken action, don't expect anyone to save you. Is that so? Mo Xiaotuan's cold voice rang out. A sword chi tore through the night like lightning and instantly arrived. It turned into a sword sea and rumbled down, illuminating the surroundings. Li Yunxiao also moved. He knew that the power of Mo Xiaotuan's sword was enough to break the cage. His body turned into lightning and flew up. He shuttled back and forth in the night, waiting for the moment the sword chi broke the cage to go down and save him. It's useless. A cold and disdainful voice rang out. The white-robed man casually raised his right hand and punched towards Mo Xiaotuan's sword chi. Everyone felt the space around them suddenly tighten, as if it had been frozen in an instant and was greatly compressed. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. He understood that all the energy in the space had been sucked dry by this person. Even though he had turned into lightning, he was completely suppressed by the might of the Emperor's chi and was unable to move. After the white-robed man extracted the power of heaven and earth, he turned it into a boundless palm energy that smashed towards Mo Xiaochuan's shocking sword. Before the fist wind arrived, the sword light was affected by the compressed space and began to deform. Then, the palm wind arrived and directly suppressed the sword chi. It was actually forcibly trapped in the air, unable to touch the cage. What? Mo Xiaochuan and Li Yunxiao were both shocked. Such a powerful sword was actually suppressed by this person's casual punch. The white-robed man's strength was even above Su Danhe's. Who was he? That stiff face was expressionless and extremely unfamiliar. At this moment, several figures rushed out from the Heaven Yuan Commerce's encampment and surrounded them. Haha, you've been restrained by someone, right? I'll have to save you. Young Emperor Hao Lian's figure suddenly appeared. The white-robed man was not affected by the suppression of the fist intent at all. He also punched out, creating a world of his own. You're the one who only focused on cultivating one fist? As expected, the fist intent can reach the heavens. The white-robed man's eyes revealed a look of surprise, then he said indifferently, it's just that your cultivation is too weak. Unfortunately, such a world of fist intent. His tone turned into a command, capture Yuan Bo. Then, he retracted his left hand that had formed the cage and formed a seal in front of him. Two fingers pointed out at the same time and rushed into young Emperor Hao Lian's fist intent. Like the eye of a whirlpool, a huge force surged in from all directions and began to suppress the fist intent world. His left and right hands attacked separately, easily trapping both of them. The remaining two figures flashed. One of them headed for Yuan Bo while the other took a step in the air and arrived in front of the crowd. He stared coldly at the figures from the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce as a murderous intent surged from his body. Feeling the murderous intent, the white-robed man frowned and said, it's enough to stop them. His lord has ordered that no killing is allowed here. That martial emperor's face twitched. His eyes revealed a look of unwillingness. He gathered power in his right hand and waved it out. It was like a cotton candy, creating a long beam of light. It shot out and expanded not far away. The shockwave was like a wave. Although it was ferocious, it was not brutal. It immediately engulfed the few beams of light and sent them flying far away. The other Emperor Wu instantly appeared in the sky above Yuan Bo, grabbing at him ferociously. A small box appeared in his other hand, and he opened it with a gentle flick of his thumb, revealing a small golden array inside, which was used to trap souls. Yuan Bo's soul shadow flickered in the air. Suddenly, he pointed out with his finger, and an attack landed on the palm of Emperor Wu at lightning speed. It was as if something extremely cold had touched his hand. His entire arm instantly formed an ice flower, and his palm froze. After the attack, Yuan Bo's figure became even dimmer. He immediately turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Li Yunxiao. Trash! The white-robed man suddenly shouted, his eyes bursting with anger. That Emperor Wu's face showed shame and anger. He condensed his emperor chi in his hand and immediately shattered the ice flower. He punched out and then chased after Yuan Bo. Evil, pleasure, hate, a low voice came out of Mo Xiaochuan's mouth. The heaven-punishing demon sword shook out rays of sword light, and a terrifying aura spread out. The white-robed man's face slightly changed. Although he did not care about Mo Xiaochuan's strength, this heaven-punishing demon sword was a peak rank 9 existence. Moreover, Mo Xiaochuan had been nourishing the sword with his own body, using all of his blood and soul energy to nourish it, so it could release its greatest power at any time. Love, absolute, sound, touch. Open. As he spat out the last few words, the treasured sword issued a terrifying trembling sound. The sword spirit let out a roar, feeling extremely angry at being suppressed. The sword intent suddenly increased, and broke through the suppression of the white-cloaked man's fist intent like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Humph, you really do have some skill. No wonder the Lord would let me personally watch over here. Although the white-robed man was surprised, he did not panic at all. His right hand formed a seal, and a strange rune broke out of his palm. His hand shone with a golden light, and he slapped down. A golden tadpole character flew out of his palm and suddenly became bigger in the air. It was as if endless rules had appeared, and it once again suppressed Mo Xiaochuan's sword intent. This time even the sword spirit's roar was suppressed, as if there was no sound. What? Mo Xiaochuan was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered This kind of situation. No matter how weak he was, the sword spirit's bloodthirsty battle intent had never diminished. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the sword spirit seemed to have lost its temper, and the shock in his heart could not be any greater. How could this be? Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and a storm surged in his heart. This was the first time he had seen someone use this kind of golden tadpole character in battle. This proved that the white-robed man had truly mastered this word. He did not have time to be shocked. When Mo Xiaochuan broke through the suppression of the fist intent, the suppression on his body was also released. He teleported over and stretched out his hand, wanting to pull Yuan Bo into the world god steel. The white-robed man's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly shouted, "If you can't have it, then destroy it." Emperor Wu's heart trembled, and a great amount of resentment suddenly burst out from his eyes. He could not even complete such a small task. The feeling of humiliation spread in his heart, and a world-destroying power burst out from his body, suppressing Yuan Bo in the air. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of sword energy, which flew down. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Under the suppression of the opponent's Emperor Qi, his power could not permeate at all. Yuan Bo's face revealed a trace of determination, and he helplessly smiled bitterly. "Life and death are decreed by fate. I didn't think I would still not be able to escape. Old friend, at first sight, we actually parted forever." Li Yunxiao's body shook violently. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through Emperor Wu's suppression. His face was cold as he asked, "What is going on?" Yuan Bo smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I was plotted against. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Why am I not as lucky as you?" Li Yunxiao's face was ashen. His eyes were burning with anger as he growled, "Who was it? Who did this?" Yuan Bo sighed, "With your current strength, I can't tell you. When you have the strength to know the truth, you can find out for yourself. But..." He hesitated for a moment, but still warned, "But I have to remind you, be careful of Ding Ling Air." "What?" Li Yunxiao's body shook violently and his eyes were filled with disbelief. When the name entered his ears, it almost exploded his eardrums and shook his heart. The impact on his mind was even more intense than when his body was heavily injured. Emperor Wu's attack finally landed. His eyes widened. He wanted to grab Yuan Bo, but he was powerless. A huge light bloomed in front of him. He tried to grab it with his hands, but he couldn't grab anything. Last year at the Purple-Green Gate, tonight at the Ice Soul Cloud Soul, broken and scattered, eternal, singing and drinking in the coming year, waiting for who? Yuan Bo's figure became fainter and fainter in the light. Only a gentle poem was left in the night sky. It was filled with longing for life and sighs. Finally, it disappeared. Li Yunxiao's eyes became empty and lifeless. He waved his hand and grabbed, but all of them missed. Seeing Yuan Bo disappear, the man in white finally sighed in relief. His face was cold as he snorted, "I still couldn't catch him. But, dying is better than escaping. Let's go." He shouted and grabbed with his right hand. The golden tadpole character instantly disappeared in the air. Then, he pushed with his left and right palms and knocked young Emperor Hao Lian away. His body flashed several times in the air, and he stood high up in the air. The two martial emperors also returned behind him, and the three of them looked down coldly. The man in white said indifferently, "It's a lonely night. I'm sorry to disturb you. Continue to rest, there's still a martial competition tomorrow." Behind him, the two Emperor Wu sneered in disdain. The three of them flashed in the air and their silhouettes slowly faded away, finally disappearing in the vast sky. The entire night became silent. "Young Master Yun." Mo Xiaochuan and Mo Xiaochuan rushed over. Young Emperor Hao Lian looked at Li Yunxiao's cold expression and lifeless eyes and asked in shock, "Young Master Yun, are you all right?" Li Yunxiao stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. Clearly, the impact of what happened just now was too great for him to recover. Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian glanced at each other, unable to hide the shock in their hearts. Something that could make Li Yunxiao feel such a huge shock was definitely not simple. Mo Xiaochuan carefully asked, "Who was that soul shadow just now?" Li Yunxiao's empty and lifeless eyes gradually recovered. His dilated pupils began to rapidly shrink, and the light within them became extremely condensed, becoming increasingly cold. It caused the two of them to feel a chill, and their hearts could not help but tremble. Crackle! Crackle! Li Yunxiao's fists suddenly clenched tightly, and a series of bone-cracking sounds rang out. The air was also compressed to the point of exploding. He used a deep voice and hissed word by word, "Yuan Bo." Ah! It's him. The two of them trembled and looked at each other in shock. They finally understood where the anger in Li Yunxiao's heart came from. The person who was killed in front of him was actually a good friend from the past. The two of them had too many doubts in their hearts. Since it was Yuan Bo, why would he appear here? And why was he so easily intercepted and killed? Young Master Yun. A large number of martial artists rushed in from outside, and they were all members of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. In the battle just now, they were directly blown away by Emperor Wu's attack. Although they all suffered varying degrees of injuries, none of them died. Especially Ding Ling and Luo Yuncheng. They rushed to the front and held on to Li Yunxiao's arms. At the same time, they felt the murderous aura on his body. Their bodies trembled, and they looked at Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian with questioning gazes. Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian both frowned. At this moment, there were too many people, and it was inconvenient to say it clearly, so they remained silent. Li Yunxiao suddenly stared at Ding Ling and said coldly, "When you rushed in just now, that Emperor Wu made a move. Was there anyone injured or killed?" Ding Ling's mind suddenly shook. Li Yunxiao's cold gaze was like a bone-piercing cold knife, directly stabbing into her heart, and she felt a wave of pain for no reason. Although she didn't understand what was going on, that coldness and indifference in his gaze was something she had never seen before in Li Yunxiao's eyes. She suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, and her heart immediately shattered. Her whole body was cold, and she was very afraid. She panicked a little, and with a trembling voice, she said, "No. I don't think so." Why did young Master Yun ask this? The coldness in Li Yunxiao's eyes became even colder, and he said, "Your subordinates are very strong. Not a single one of them died under one move from Emperor Wu?" Ding Ling's face was ashen without any color. She didn't know how to answer, but her body couldn't help but shiver, and she felt colder and colder. Luo Yuncheng also noticed that something was wrong. The coldness from Li Yunxiao's body spread from his hands to her body, and she also felt cold. However, the nine-young godly physique released a wave of warmth at this moment, and it directly dissolved the coldness. It even passed through his hands to her body. Feeling the warmth, Li Yunxiao frowned slightly, and the ruthlessness in his body decreased sharply. The coldness in his eyes also gradually dispersed. He also felt that his questioning was a bit too much, so he sighed and said, "I'm a bit confused, and I want to calm down by myself. You guys leave first." Ding Ling felt a wave of sourness, and large drops of tears flowed down. She pursed her lips and tried her best not to cry out loud. Li Yunxiao no longer paid attention to them, and he turned around to enter the small house, closing the door. Aside from Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian, everyone else was confused. They all stood there in a daze, and some of them were even angered, and they couldn't help but complain. What did young Master Yun's words mean? We saw that there was a situation here, so we immediately rushed over. From his words, it seems like he wants us to be beaten to death. This is too infuriating. That's right. Although our strength is low, it is because we admire him and admire President Ding that we risked our lives to come here. He actually said such chilling words. Next time something like this happens, I'll turn around and go back to sleep. Even President Ding, who is so good to him, was angered to tears by him. This person is really unreasonable. Next time, no one should come. Hearing everyone's complaints, Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian frowned. When they were about to explain, Ding Ling suddenly opened her mouth and calmly said, "There is a reason for this. I can understand everyone's feelings, but we don't know what happened just now. Everyone, please don't complain because of your behavior and suspect young Master Yun. In these days, everyone should know young Master Yun's way of dealing with people. There must be something we don't know." Her tears were still hanging on her face, but when she said these words, she was abnormally calm, and there was no light in her eyes. Yes, President Ding's words are reasonable. Young Master Yun also seemed to have suffered a big blow, so there must be something hidden. Everyone, disperse. we will definitely be able to see the sky open. Young Master Yun still has the martial competition tomorrow, so let him calm down. Ding Ling-er's prestige was very high, and the moment she opened her mouth, people responded. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Ding Ling-er, Mo Xiaochuan, and the others. Luo Yunsheng walked up and gently held Ding Ling-er's arm. Finally, the crowd dispersed, and Ding Ling-er's body trembled a bit as tears once again flowed down from her eyes. Luo Yunsheng quickly comforted her, "Little sister Ling-er, don't be sad. Didn't you also say that young Master Yun must have something hidden?" Ding Ling-er slightly nodded. Even so, when she thought of Li Yunxia's gaze that was like a stranger's, she felt a wave of fear and coldness in her heart, as well as extreme helplessness. Luo Yunsheng looked at Mo Xiaochuan and Ding Ling and said, "What happened just now?" Mo Xiaochuan sighed and said, "I'm not too clear about the whole story, but one of young Master Yun's old friends was killed in front of him." "Ah?" The two women were shocked, and their eyes revealed astonishment. Ding Ling-er's incomparably wronged mood was immediately thrown away, and she listened carefully. Mo Xiaochuan explained the matter in detail. In fact, the entire process was very short. He only used 2 swords, and in just 2 swords, Yuan Bo was killed in the end. "Yuan Bo," Ding Ling-er said in shock, "why would the Myriad Treasure Tower's 3rd elder ask for help from young Master Yun in our small courtyard? The Myriad Treasure Tower has Cui Bo and 3 elders overseeing it right now. If he went to the Myriad Treasure Tower's encampment, I'm afraid no one can hurt him, right?" Everyone was also very puzzled. Luo Yunsheng frowned and said, "From what you said, when that Yuan Bo escaped, he was already a soul body. In other words, the enemy is abnormally strong, and even his physical body was destroyed long ago. This is indeed a bit strange. Also, to be able to kill Yuan Bo in Songyuyang City without a sound, it is really a bit frightening." The 3 of them were shocked. They all understood the meaning of Luo Yunsheng's words. There were indeed only a few people with such strength. Mo Xiaochuan said with a grave expression, "Also, Yuan Bo escaped here to ask for help from young Master Yun, but he didn't go to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Then could the person who killed him be from the Myriad Treasure Tower?" Young Emperor Hao Lian shook his head and said, "Your analysis is reasonable, but how do you explain what the white-cloaked man said about the Lord's order?" Mo Xiaochuan knocked his forehead and said thoughtfully, "This is also what I can't understand. That white-cloaked man did say that the Lord ordered not to kill people here. It seems like he is very concerned about the heavenly essence commerce." He revealed a strange expression as he looked at Ding Ling-er. Luo Yunsheng's pupil shrank, and she said angrily, "Mo Xiaochuan, what's with that look?" Mo Xiaochuan smiled bitterly, turned his face away, and said, "I can't help but associate it." Ding Ling-er's body shook, and she said with a trembling voice, "Young Master Yun suspects me because of this?" "Not only that." Mo Xiaochuan sighed, "If I didn't hear wrong, before Yuan Bo's soul dissipated, he was afraid that young Master Yun's strength wasn't enough to take revenge, so he didn't want to tell the whole story. It's just that." His words stopped as if he was hesitating whether or not to say it. Luo Yunsheng said, "This Yuan Bo is indeed a sentimental person, and his considerations are extremely thorough. Even if young Master Yun were to go now, he would not be able to survive against someone who could kill him so easily." "But what? Can you not keep us in suspense?" Young Emperor Hao Lian smiled bitterly, "You didn't hear wrongly, because I also heard it. Before he died, Yuan Bo did indeed say that young Master Yun must be wary of Ding Ling-er." Wary of me," Ding Ling-er became absent-minded and muttered to herself, "I only met that Yuan Bo a few times, and there was no deep friendship or enmity between us. Why would he frame me before his death? This time, young Master Yun will not believe me no matter what." Luo Yunsheng was also surprised. She grabbed Ding Ling-er's hand and said, "Sister Ling-er, don't worry too much. There must be some kind of misunderstanding, and we all believe you." Ding Ling-er shook her head bitterly and said, "Yuan Bo was an expert of his generation, and he was also a good friend of young Master Yun's from his past life. What he said before his death must have had a reason for it. Young Master Yun must think that I am the murderer, so it is no wonder why he asked if there were no casualties. The truth is that the murderer did show us mercy. This is also the most troublesome part." Mo Xiaochuan said, "Who is the master that the white-robed man is referring to?" Or is it an old friend of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce? Not only did they not kill a single person, but they were also concerned about the martial contest tomorrow. Could it be that they deliberately set up a trap to make us split up? Young Emperor Hao Lian said, it is possible that they worked together to set up a trap, but what about what Yuan Bo said before his death? Could it be that Yuan Bo was also tricked by them? Luo Yunsheng said, this matter is too strange, and there will definitely be an answer in the future. We will definitely believe Sister Ling Er. As for young Master Yun, this matter must have been a huge blow to him. Watching his good friend die without being able to do anything, no one would be able to accept it, just like Yanwu City. Her words seemed to have touched a chord in her heart and she looked worriedly at the small room. Ding Ling Er understood what she meant and fell silent. Then, she changed the topic. I'm afraid young Master Yun won't be participating in the martial competition tomorrow. Never mind, he has already done enough for the Heaven Yuan merchant's business. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the matter of the Chamber of Commerce was no longer as important as before. Her heart was empty and had no one to rely on, no one to belong to. Luo Yunsheng frowned and said firmly, don't worry, young Master Yun will think it through tomorrow. We believe in him, just like we believe in you. Ding Ling Er glanced at the three of them. They all had resolute expressions and a faint smile on their faces. Warmth flowed in her heart, and her heart that had nothing to rely on finally settled down. Li Yunxiao was in the small room, and he had heard the conversation of the four clearly. How could he not know that there was something fishy going on? However, Yuan Bo's death was a huge blow to him. That feeling of helplessness was no different from when he was in Yanwu City. He could only watch helplessly as his disciples and friends were captured and killed. All of this happened right in front of him, and he could only watch helplessly. He hated this feeling. In his previous life, when Fei Yang was domineering, although he was not invincible and could do whatever he wanted, he only cared about his heart. Even if he could not defeat his opponent, at least he had the strength to resist. He could fight for anything. However, in these 2 times, he did not even have the qualifications to fight back. It was because the difference in strength was too great. Although he was usually arrogant and domineering, that was only for the younger generation. When he met the true experts of the continent, he was not even worth mentioning. What we seek in martial arts is to let ourselves soar in the sky, and there is nothing under the sky that we can restrain. To let our family and friends be protected, and no one under the sky would dare to touch us. Everyone we care about, and those who care about us, can live freely and with dignity, living. Li Yunxiao muttered those 2 words to himself and with a flash, he hid in the universe God monument. Cultivate madly, only by cultivating madly could he vent the hatred in his heart and get rid of the pain in his heart. The next day, dawn broke, and the martial arts duel began in the central plaza. Strictly speaking, it was the second day of the martial arts duel, but this time, only the 7 merchant associations participated, and everyone had their eyes on them. The arrangement of the martial arts duel was the same as the skill art. Only the 7 merchant association seats and some scattered seats were for experts of Emperor Wu's level. As for the others, no matter if they were a guild leader or a peak martial venerable, they had to stand obediently. The place of the duel was a 9th-rank profound artifact, the Big Dipper enamel plate. The Celestial Dipper enamel plate itself was a profound level weapon that was specially refined for duels. Its design was extremely exquisite and beautiful, and it was refined using more than 300 of the strongest materials in the world. When it was enlarged, it looked like a majestic arena. The base was constructed with 7 layers, and each layer was engraved with a powerful formation to protect the profound level weapon from being damaged by the warriors during the duel. No one knew who made this Big Dipper enamel plate, but there were only 2 of them. One was in the hands of the Merchant Union, and the other was in the Sacred Zone. Dozens of years ago, the Heaven and Earth list was held on the other Big Dipper enamel plate. However, it was destroyed in the advancement battle of the top 20 out of 50, and it no longer existed. Now, in the whole realm of Heaven martial arts, this unique one was the only one left. Cui Bo and the others joined hands to take out the Big Dipper enamel plate. Suddenly, the space froze, and a vigorous power spread out from their formation. A profound artifact the size of an ink block was unsealed by them, and it gradually became bigger. Then, it appeared in the center of the arena, and it emitted a surging artifact aura and an ancient aura. Everyone held their breath in awe of this majestic power. Rumble. The formation plate landed on the ground, and dust rose into the sky, which made people unable to look at it. 4 tall warrior statues stood in 4 corners, and they were using different moves. Some were clenching their fists, some were using their palms, and some were making hand signs. All of them were tall and mighty, and they gave people a domineering feeling. Cui Bo flew in, and he was the first one to step on the Big Dipper enamel plate. He glanced around, and the whole arena was quiet. He smiled and said loudly, "The martial arts duel of the Merchant Union officially begins. First, the leaders of the merchant associations will draw lots." A graceful and charming young lady walked forward with a golden round plate in her hands. There were rows of round balls on it, and they were shining with green light. Cui Bo smiled and said, "The item for drawing lots is made of green dawn stone, and no one can use their divine senses to detect the situation inside. The leaders of the 7 merchant associations have already checked and identified it, and there is no problem." He flicked his finger, and a strong chi shot out, and it hit the golden round plate. The 20 green balls on it instantly flew into the air, and they kept spinning above the Big Dipper enamel plate. "The 20 leaders, please draw lots." More than 10 figures rose into the air, and they grabbed the balls in the air, and then they landed on the enamel plate. There was only one left. Cui Bo raised his hand, and it flew down and landed in his hand. Then, a ray of light shot out, and it shot outside the enamel plate, and it unfolded into a water screen. 20 golden names were flashing in it. He smiled and said, "Everyone, let's announce the numbers." Everyone on the stage opened the numbers in their hands one by one, and they kept looking at other people's hands to find the first person to fight. To everyone's surprise, everyone's eyes were focused on Ding Ling'er's hand, and they only saw a fair and tender fist. Quan Min chuckled and said, "Miss Ding, you seem a little absent-minded. Could it be that the number in your hand is a death number?" Ding Ling'er withdrew her gaze from the empty seat in the middle of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce's seats, and she said coldly, "A death number? Which group can make the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce's death number? Is it you guys? Elder Quan." Her words were extremely cold, and her gaze was also fixed on Ding Ling'er. Everyone was shocked. This was not Ding Ling'er's gentle and refined personality at all. It was as if there was a sharp knife hidden under her beautiful appearance, and it was starting to reveal its sharpness. Quan Min was stunned for a moment, and then he chuckled and said, "Miss Ding, you seem to be very angry. I see that Li Yunxiao still hasn't shown up. Could something have happened?" Ding Ling'er said coldly, "It seems like your in-laws aren't here either. Elder Quan doesn't care about his own matters, but he is rather concerned about my Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce." Chen Feng was also absent from the Mando Chamber of Commerce's seats, and even Shui Luoyan was nowhere to be seen. Quan Min's expression stiffened, and traces of anger appeared on his face. What he hated the most now was people mentioning the word in-laws, and it really made him feel embarrassed. He said fiercely, "Miss Ding doesn't need to worry about this. I hope that Li Yunxiao doesn't meet Chen Feng later. Otherwise, it won't be fun if he loses, but it won't be fun if he dies." He raised the number ball in his hand, and with a flash of green light, the number 6 appeared. "Ah!" An old man on the stage immediately turned pale, and he was full of regret. He shook his head repeatedly, and sighed at his strange bad luck. He raised the number in his hand, and it was also number 6. He felt helpless in his heart, as facing Chen Feng was almost certain death. The rest of the people were also very nervous, afraid that they would meet Chen Feng, Li Feiyu, and Li Yunxiao, who were the hot favorites for the championship. In fact, if they met the disciples of the 7 major chambers of commerce, they would definitely die. The remaining 13 chambers of commerce could only hope that they would meet each other, and at least be able to hold on for a few more rounds. Ding Ling'er slowly opened her hands, and there was a huge 7 on the small green ball. Many people heaved a heavy sigh of relief, and only one Chamber of Commerce representative stared at Ding Ling'er's hands with an ashen face. His face was as cold as ice, and it was incomparably cold. He was also holding a number 7 in his hand, and the raw materials of the jade dawn stone had already been deformed by the origin energy he poured into his fingers. Ding Ling'er's expression did not change at all. It did not matter who the opponent was. What was important was that the empty seat made her heart feel empty. From the moment she sat until now, she had been absent-minded. At the same time, there was a heavy doubt in her heart that made her unable to eat or sleep in peace. The core of the question was who killed Yuan Bo? It had been tormenting her heart. Apart from the number plate, the 20 candidates were also the most eye-catching. However, Chen Feng and Li Yunxiao's temporary absence made most of the gazes fall on Li Feiyu. Missing such an important competition, he must be cultivating in seclusion. As the number one of the young generation in the Merchant Union, one of the 4 prodigies of the North, there would be many hostile gazes from all directions. Ren Guangran said indifferently, "You don't have to think about these small fries. The biggest targets are that Li Yunxiao and Chen Feng. However, these two have not appeared. It is really strange. Elder Xian, do you have any news from your side?" Xian Yutong, who had been in seclusion since the beginning of the technique, suddenly appeared at this moment. His yellowish face remained unchanged as he said without any anger, "There is indeed some news, but it is not important." On Chen Feng's side, it is said that he came to Songyang City alone a few days ago and was seriously injured by someone hundreds of miles outside the city. These few days, he has been recuperating in the Mando Merchant Union. As for that Li Yunxiao, a glimmer of light flashed in his murky eyes as he said, "It is said that something happened in the Tianyuan Merchant Union yesterday. There seems to be a huge battle, but the cause and result are unknown. Maybe that Li Yunxiao was injured." Xian Yutong's voice was extremely soft. He used a secret technique to control the range, so it only spread among the seats of the Plethora Treasure Tower. The people of the Plethora Treasure Tower were all shocked. They all looked at each other in shock. Ren Guangran was even more shocked. "Such a big matter, and you actually say it is not important? Why not tell everyone so that we can discuss countermeasures together?" There was a hint of reproach in his tone. Xian Yutong said indifferently, "Important? These two matters have nothing to do with the Flying Rain martial art. And with the abilities of the Saber Sword sect and Li Yunxiao, even if they are injured, they can recover in a short time." He paused and said, "If I am not wrong, we will see them when the battle starts." On the Big Dipper enamel plate, as the number plates were flipped one by one, the battle list displayed on the water screen was also arranged in order. Tang Jia vs Liang Yui. On the Big Dipper enamel plate, as the numbers were turned over one by one, the fighting list displayed on the water screen was also arranged in order. Everyone's eyes fell on the two number 1, Tang Jia vs Liang Yui. On the battle list, Luo Ying's face turned cold. "Liang Jia," she said solemnly, Luo. Luo. Tang Jia's quietly flowing blood began to burn at this moment. His face became incomparably demonic as he chuckled and said, "Although I didn't see the battle between her and Li Yunxiao that day, I heard about it. Tang is as Tangli as he. Liang. Li." He turned his head and glanced at Tang Xian, who had a look of disdain on her face, and said coldly, "My poor little brother, just wait for your big brother to get first place, then I'll deal with you." Tang Xian's face changed. Just as she was about to flare up, a hand pressed down on her shoulder. Hidden Dragon's hoarse voice said, "We don't need to do anything to deal with people like him. Don't be angry." Luo Ying and Tang Jia frowned, not knowing what to say. Tang Jia snorted coldly and let out a long roar that shook the 9 heavens. It was sharp and long, making people's eardrums uncomfortable. Some of the weaker martial artists near him were even more unlucky. Their eardrums were ruptured and they were in great pain. "Haha." A loud laugh rang out, immediately interrupting the screech. Di Xinghua flew out and laid down a water curtain on the other side of the arena. He said with a grin, place your bets, place your bets." The martial art was better than the technique art. More than half of the people came to Songyang City to gamble. Betting is prohibited after the start of the competition. Place your bets quickly. Di Xinghua laughed, and a large number of people rushed over, taking away Tang Jia and Liang Yui's limelight. Tang Jia's face was filled with anger. He had roared just now to go along with the atmosphere and raise his morale and prestige. However, he had been interrupted by D Biochemical. Not many people even paid attention to him when he went up to the stage. Everyone's attention was on the bet. "Hee, my pitiful stupid brother. Do your best." Tang Xian smiled knowingly, and the corners of her mouth curled into a mocking smile. Humph, let's see how long you can laugh. Tang Jia snorted angrily. His figure flashed and appeared on the Big Dipper enamel plate. He crossed his arms and looked coldly at Liang Yui. Behind Liang Yui, Su Dana ordered coldly, if you lose this time, you don't have to participate in the next competition. Liang Yui's body shook, and she felt a chill in her heart. When she thought of Tong Xiu's death, she felt a sense of sympathy for him. She calmed herself down and cleared her mind. Then, she leaped onto the enamel plate with light steps. With the two of them in place, the crowd gradually quieted down. Many chambers of commerce were secretly glad that the competition between the 7 major chambers of commerce was what they wanted to see the most. As long as they were lucky enough, they could get a good score. These were the chips that would decide the distribution of benefits after the competition. Each point represented a huge profit. Cui Bo looked at the two of them and said in a loud voice, "Everyone, please be quiet. The first match is between Tang Jia of the Four Extremes sect and Liang Yui of the Tianyi Pavilion." As he announced the start of the competition, Di Xinghua laughed and said, "Make your bets." It was a strange and discordant scene. Such a solemn event was now very tasteless. "Liang Yui, I can see that you are a talent, and I like you very much. Why don't you leave the Tianyi Pavilion and join the Four Extremes sect? I can give you a chance to practice dual cultivation with me. At the very least, you can be my concubine." "You can think about it after you lose," Tang Jia said calmly. Tang Jia said calmly. There was an indescribable arrogance in his eyes. It was as if everyone in the world should submit to him, and anyone he looked at would be convinced by that person. Before Liang Yui could speak, Su Dana's expression changed abruptly. He turned to the seats of the Four Extremes sect and said angrily, "Luo Ying, are you going to compete in martial arts or in verbal combat? If you want to compete in verbal combat and see who is more stupid, we will admit defeat." Luo Ying was also sweating profusely. She felt that Tang Jia had become arrogant after spending too much time with the demon clan. Tang Xian burst out laughing. He stood up and bowed to Su Dana. He said sincerely, "Elder Su, please don't be angry. I apologize to Elder Su and everyone on behalf of my stupid brother." He was more than happy to ruin Tang Jia's image, even if it would damage the reputation of the Four Extremes sect. Luo Ying, on the other hand, frowned and sighed without saying anything. If the internal strife between the brothers of the Four Extremes sect did not end soon, it would be a disaster for the entire sect. A cold killing intent flashed in Tang Jia's eyes. His gaze went past Liang Yui and landed on Su Dana. He said coldly, "Ugly old woman, let's see if you can still be so stubborn later." He then retracted his gaze and said proudly, "Let's begin." "You." Su Dana's face instantly turned green. After Li Yunxiao, Tang Jia was the second person she wanted to kill. She shouted loudly, "Yui, cripple him." Liang Yui raised her hand and an exquisite sword appeared in her hand. She said calmly, "Let's begin, Tang Jia. A few months ago, you were only a peak martial emperor. I don't know what fortuitous encounter you had to break through to martial venerable. However, you are arrogant and speak without thinking. This is a taboo for a martial artist. The elder has ordered me to not show mercy." Liang Yui's body moved slightly and she soared into the air. She brandished the sword in her hand and turned it into a large fireball that burned with a whistling sound. She then slashed through the air. The moment the fireball appeared, the temperature of the entire central square suddenly rose. It was as if everyone had entered a steamer. Everyone was shocked. As Liang Yui had previously lost to the unknown Li Yunxiao, everyone had unanimously underestimated her strength. In particular, those who had bet on Tang Jia's victory were extremely nervous. "I heard that Li Yunxiao had a hard time fighting you. In the end, he only won after much difficulty." Tang Jia's voice slowly rang out in front of the large fireball. A cold expression appeared on the corner of his mouth as he laughed hideously. "So, I want to defeat you easily. That will prove that I'm stronger than him. Furthermore, he's much stronger." He laughed strangely and his body suddenly moved. He released a powerful aura on the spot, causing the space to tremble. He clenched his right hand and a gust of wind power spun out from his palm. It slowly grew larger and turned into a whirlwind that slammed towards the large fireball. Boom! Tang Jia's body was like a forest of wind. Only his clothes could be seen fluttering in the whirlwind. The large fireball was directly split into two halves under his palm, and then was blown away by the wind around him. Then the sound of the wind sounded. While everyone was still shocked, Xianxia had already closed in, and a series of seals flashed in his hands. Liang Yui's face also changed greatly. She was shocked to find that her body was quietly locked in the process of Xianxia's seals. She couldn't escape. Her heart sank. Her long sword flew up, and a round of fiery red sun floated in front of her one by one. There were a total of 7, and they rotated around her. The tip of the sword was raised, and the 7 suns moved in succession. They followed Liang Yui's sword momentum and squeezed under the power of the seals. The space above the celestial dipper enamel plate was constantly roaring. A dense color appeared above the celestial dipper enamel plate. It was the defensive formation inside the plate. The intensity of the battle between the two had reached the first layer of defense approved by the designer. Xianxia's face suddenly changed. The power of the blazing sun impacted the golden seals in his hands. He gritted his teeth and said, "You really have some skills. It's just the 7-day sword technique, but it's useless under my Tianjin seal." He roared, and his face was a little distorted in the sword light. A golden seal was formed in his hands and suddenly pressed down. Rumble. The momentum of the 7 suns was blocked, and they were smashed one by a huge square golden seal. After the fireballs exploded, they emitted an astonishing heat that rushed in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the array disc was engulfed in a sea of fire. Everyone could only see Xianxia's figure flickering in the fire. He looked demonic under the illumination of the fire, but Liang Yui's figure was nowhere to be seen. "Oh? Is this the space technique that you're so proud of?" Xianxia was in the sea of fire, but he was calm and composed. A sneer appeared on his face as he said, "If it was the first time I used it, it might be able to catch someone off guard. It's a pity that after your battle with Li Yunxiao, everyone is trying to figure out how to break through your spatial technique." He took out a dark green rectangular profound weapon with small holes on it. It was actually a musical instrument. "This illusory sea harmonica was specially prepared for you." Xianxia sneered as he placed the harmonica next to his mouth and blew it lightly. A series of woo-woo sounds rang out from the enamel plate and turned into a tangible cyan sound wave that rippled outwards. All the people below could see it clearly. Luoying said in surprise, "This Tiangang enamel plate is really strange. It can even block the sound wave attack and show it to everyone." Chuibo also praised, "This is the first time I've seen someone use a sound wave attack from above. It's also the first time I've seen such a strange phenomenon. It's indeed pleasing to the eye." The only person who didn't find it pleasing to the eye was Xianxia. Her face was extremely gloomy and her fingers were about to dig into her flesh. Originally, Liang Yui's void technique was extremely mystical and could be used as any trump card to defeat her opponent. Even when she saw it for the first time, she couldn't break it apart other than using Jiutian's Emperor Qi to suppress the space. She didn't expect Li Yunxiao to find a way to break it in an instant. Now, everyone knew about it. "Li Yunxiao. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart." Xianxia also blamed this on Li Yunxiao. Anyway, it didn't matter. It didn't matter if it was more or less, it would be a great enmity. Woo woo woo. Xianxia kept blowing the strange sound of the harmonica on the enamel plate. The entire space inside the array plate was filled with the power of sound waves, leaving no gap. After the 7 suns were broken, the remaining fire was also gradually extinguished by the sound waves. However, Xianxia's brows gradually furrowed because as time passed, he didn't see Liang Yui's figure appear. He couldn't even find the space node where she was hiding. What happened? Outside the arena, Luoying was shocked for the first time. He was the one who thought of this method for Xianxia to use when he encountered Liang Yui. Otherwise, apart from Jiutian's Emperor Qi, which could suppress everything, he couldn't think of any other way to deal with the spatial technique. Xianxia was also stunned. She didn't understand what was going on. The scene of Li Yunxiao easily making Liang Yui appear with the sound of the bell had left a deep impression on everyone. Therefore, when Xianxia's Mirage Ocean harmonica appeared, everyone who had seen the previous competition thought that Liang Yui was done for. But there was still no response after so long. Haha, I understand now. This time, Tang Jia is in trouble. Qian Wudi suddenly laughed. His eyes flashed as if he had found the key to the problem. Oh? What's going on? Zhang Chong didn't believe it and looked at Qian Wudi doubtfully. Qian Wudi smiled slowly under everyone's gazes. It's very simple. The reason why there's no effect is because there isn't enough energy. I know the origin of Li Yunxiao's ancient bell. It's 100% a level 9 item, and not an ordinary level 9 item. Tang Jia's lousy harmonica should be capped at level 8, right? And how much power can he unleash from this harmonica? I see. Su Danhe was overjoyed and laughed wildly. Haha, as long as the spatial technique can't be broken, Tang Jia can only wait for death. Qian Wudi's words made everyone stunned. It was indeed the case. If it didn't work, it must be because there wasn't enough energy. It was just that their thinking was limited. They thought that sound waves could do it. They didn't think of such a simple logic. Luo Ying's expression turned ugly. On the contrary, Tang Xian heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a cold smile. Rip. As if to prove Qian Wudi's words, a slash suddenly appeared in the air. Tang Jia was focused on playing the harmonica and was caught off guard. Although he dodged it, his robe was cut in half and his upper body was also cut in half. Tang Jia's expression suddenly changed and became gloomy. He already knew that this harmonica was useless. In a rage, he slammed it on the ground and kicked it away. Many people below felt distressed. That was a level 8 Xian weapon. Not every chamber of commerce was as rich and overbearing as the 7 chambers of commerce. You're not a man to throw away your weapon when you can't win. Liang Yui's voice resounded in the air. However, every single word came from a different place. Tang Jia held his breath and focused his mind. He flicked his fingers in the direction where the voice came from, but all of them missed. This time, his expression really became ugly. Not only Tang Jia, but also all the warriors who were waiting to participate in the competition below had solemn expressions. They had also prepared their own rhythmic profound level weapons, but now it seemed that they would not be useful. If they met Liang Yui later, how could they win this battle? Even Li Feiyu showed a dignified expression. This kind of secret method was really abnormal. A man? Tang Jia laughed and said, if you have the guts, show yourself. Let me feed you a taste of what a man is. Shameless. Liang Yui scolded in anger and shame. A fireball suddenly appeared in the air, as if the anger in her heart had materialized. Tang Jia's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately unsheathed a saber radiance. It appeared almost at the same time as the fireball, and it slashed at the fireball at lightning speed. It slashed the fireball in half, but it still missed. This was almost his fastest speed. This time, his expression was even more ugly. 10 suns in the same sky. Just when Tang Jia was about to go crazy, a cold voice sounded behind him. Liang Yui's figure appeared in the air, flashing and disappearing. But between flashes, 10 huge fireballs finally formed, revolving on the celestial dipper enamel plate. Like the sun in the sky, Liang Yui showed her real body and stepped in the middle of the 10 suns. The sword in her hand trembled slightly, emitting a fiery aura. She looked at Tang Jia indifferently, pointed the sword down, and shouted, "Go!" Her whole body turned into a sword light, sandwiched in the 10 suns, whistling down. The enamel plate suddenly emitted several rays of light, and the defensive power was again strengthened. Tang Jia's face was gloomy. With a bang sound, his muscles began to swell. His standard figure suddenly became a muscular man, and his height seemed to increase a little. The people watching in the central square all felt their eyelids twitching. They immediately recognized that this was a kind of body refining technique. There were many people who practiced body refining techniques, but those who were able to achieve great success and fight with revered martial artists were very few. Therefore, everyone was very interested in Tang Jia's change, especially Tang Xian, who stared at him without blinking. That's more like it. What's the point of always hiding? After Tang Jia's body changed, his aura also changed greatly. His body seemed to have undergone some kind of demonic transformation. The demonic aura penetrated the 10 suns, making Liang Yui feel very uncomfortable. After Tang Jia's vermilion bird saber was taken away by young King Hao Lian, he now had a red bloodthirsty saber in his hand. Although it was not as powerful as the vermilion bird saber, it was still a bit more demonic. At this moment, he held it horizontally in front of his chest, and a crack in the space appeared in the shape of a cross. He suddenly slashed forward and shouted, "Great cross void slash." Two rays of sword chi and saber light met in the air. The terrifying 10 suns and the void slash collided fiercely. The two forces eroded and engulfed each other, causing a huge shockwave to ripple out. The shockwave instantly engulfed the two figures. The moment Liang Yui was engulfed by the shockwave, her body gradually disappeared and she went into hiding. Tang Jia's eyes flashed fiercely. His heart was filled with fire, but he didn't have much time to think. The huge shockwave of energy came down, directly smashing his body layer by layer. The power of the 10 suns was stronger than the one before, causing him to scream miserably. Outside the enamel plate, everyone was dumbfounded. Looking at the monstrous flames in the field, they only felt a chill in their hearts. "Liang Yui, you bitch, if you have the ability, come out and fight to the death." "Fighting and running, what kind of ability is that?" Tang Jia was burning crazily inside. Although his body was very strong, there was still a huge gap between his cultivation and Liang Yui's. After withstanding the 10 suns in the same sky, his whole body was almost destroyed. After the flames dispersed, a scorched black figure appeared on top of the enamel plate. Outside the enamel plate, except for Su Donha who couldn't stop laughing, the other people's faces were pale. How could they fight against such a secret technique? They would lose 10 times out of 10. Cui Bo also broke out in a cold sweat and said, "This kind of secret technique is very similar to the legendary void technique of that lord." His eyes were filled with horror. He looked at Su Donha and said, "Is this Liang Yui the disciple of that lord?" Everyone was shocked, and they all revealed a look of panic. Su Donha enjoyed everyone's look of horror very much. She couldn't stop laughing and said, "I'm not very clear about this, maybe she is, ha, ha, ha." Her words were purposely ambiguous, which made people extremely depressed. Cui Bo smiled bitterly and said, "But whether she is the disciple of the Void Emperor Wu or not, Liang Yui's secret technique can be regarded as unique. She is almost invincible under Emperor Wu." "Humph, what void technique, it's just a special domain." Xian Yutong, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, causing everyone to be stunned. Cui Bo said in surprise, "Special domain?" Xian Yutong rarely talked, but at that moment, he didn't mind talking too much. He explained, "The Bahuang province imitates the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky. They are the most powerful cultivators in the Bahuang province. Therefore, the strong cultivators of the Bahuang province are called Zun cultivators." When most martial saints executed it, the situation was the same. It was to suppress an area, to reign supreme. On the other hand, some people's domain power had mutated and could form all kinds of unique effects. Liang Yui's technique is just one of the effects of the mutated domain. It has nothing to do with Emperor Wu and Shui Qingfan. So that's how it is. Only then did everyone come to a sudden realization, and the fear on their faces gradually disappeared. Domains were still domains, they just imitated the natural laws of the earth and sky. They couldn't be compared to Jiutian Emperor Wu. Su Donha stopped smiling. It seemed like Xian Yutong's words made her feel uncomfortable. She groaned coldly and said, "So what if it's a mutated domain? Who can defeat Emperor Wu?" "Pfft, who can defeat him? Did you forget about the battle with Li Yunxiao a few days ago?" Tang Xian snorted disdainfully. Although he was happy to see Tang Jia lose face, it would not be good for the Four Extremes sect if he lost too much face. He already felt very embarrassed when he saw Tang Jia go crazy after being burnt in the enamel plate, so he could not help but mock him. When Su Donha heard the name Li Yunxiao, her face darkened. She was furious. She wanted to eat him alive. She squinted her eyes and saw that there was still an empty seat in the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Ding Ling'er was sitting there in a daze. She paid no attention to their conversation, and her mind was full of thoughts. Hao Lian looked at Ding Ling'er and sighed, "Master Yun, are you really going to miss the competition?" "Unfortunately, I'm too old. Otherwise, I could go and kill them all. I'm going to call Master Yun and see how he's doing." "No. Sit down. Two people shouted at the same time. The first was Ding Ling and the second was Mo Xiaochuan. Mo Xiaochuan said coldly, Master Yun knows what he's doing. Why do you need to do that? If he wants to come, he'll come. If he doesn't come, you won't be able to call him. Also, when you were at the same age as these juniors, you would only be beaten to death if you went up. Young Emperor Hao Lian's eyes bulged as if he was unconvinced. He snorted and ignored Mo Xiaochuan. At this moment, Tang Jia, who was in the enamel plate, had completely gone crazy. No matter how unpleasant his curses were, even the men below the stage frowned when they heard it. Liang Yui just wouldn't come out no matter what. You slut, broken shoes, rotten C***, slut. The more he scolded, the more complacent he became. Everyone was sweating profusely. They never knew that Tang Jia could scold so much. Moreover, even these men couldn't stand the content of the scolding. The veins on their foreheads were bulging, and they wished they could go up and slap him to death. Cheap mouth, you're courting death. Liang Yui gritted her teeth. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. 10 suns rose from the void one by one, and she once again revealed her physical body. She stood in the middle of the 10 suns and flew down angrily. She said hatefully, this time, I'll burn you to ashes and burn your stinky mouth to ashes. Tang Jia raised his head and looked at the 10 suns coming down one by one. He suddenly stopped cursing and stood there without dodging. What? Could it be that the brat is scared silly? Humph, an idiot who only knows how to bicker. Su Danhe said with a disdainful expression, kill him directly, no need to show mercy. Luo Ying's expression changed, and a trace of anger appeared on her face. No matter what, Tang Jia was the young master of the Four Extremes sect. When beating a dog, one had to look at its owner. This old woman actually treated him like nothing. However, according to the rules of the competition, unless one admitted defeat, one side could only lose the ability to fight. Chuibo's expression also became dignified. If he was hit by Tang Jia's attack, then he would definitely not be able to fight anymore. He would immediately stop Liang Yui from killing him. Otherwise, the consequences would be too great. Tang Jia raised his head slightly, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said softly, women are so stupid. Just a few curses and they show themselves. Although it's not a glorious victory, as long as I win, it's enough. Liang Yui suddenly felt a bad feeling welling up in her heart. However, with the 10 suns in the sky, she was full of confidence. She snorted and said, what nonsense are you talking about? You're standing here without moving. Even if you block now, it's too late. You're about to die under my attack, and you're still full of nonsense. Xian Yutong, who was in the spectator seats, suddenly said, it's here. It's here? What's here? Ren Guangran was watching nervously. When she heard him say something so inexplicably, she was a little confused. Tang Jia's face showed a trace of ruthlessness, and he said word by word, if I didn't expose all my vital parts and didn't dodge, would you take the risk to come within 3 feet of me? Within 3 feet? Liang Yui was suddenly shocked, and immediately understood what Tang Jia was thinking. Her variant domain also needed time to display, and it wasn't instantaneous. 3 feet was the distance that Tang Jia estimated that he was confident of hurting Liang Yui. What nonsense are you talking about? If I, 10 suns in the sky, are within 3 feet of you, it'll be hard for you to not die. You're still dreaming of counterattacking me. Liang Yui's face was solemn and angry. She put all her strength into her sword, and the 10 suns seemed to become even more fiery red. Bang! Tang Jia's body was silent, and like a beating heart, a powerful demonic aura surged out of his body. He roared, whether I die or not is not up to you to decide. Although it's extremely dangerous, this is my only chance to win against you. See la la. The clothes on his body were all shaken off by the Yuan Qi, and when he flew into the air, he was burned by the 10 suns' fire, revealing his horrifying body. He was no longer in human form, and with a roar, he rushed into the 10 suns. Rumble. 10 huge fireballs exploded in the enamel plate for the second time, and the figures of Tang Jia and Liang Yui were both trapped in it. The huge impact scattered in all directions. Ren Guangran finally understood what Xian Yutong meant. He swallowed hard, licked his dry lips, and said with difficulty, "Will Xianxia die?" Using the 10 suns and the sky attack to exchange for a chance to attack, it's too crazy. Li Feiyu's face was also solemn, and he said, "Tang Jia is far smarter than he looks, but is it really worth it?" Xian Yutong said lightly, "This is not about whether it's worth it or not, but he only has this one chance, and this chance was exchanged for shamelessly cursing. Otherwise, this battle would at most be a draw." Listening to the words of Wan Baolu and the others, everyone was shocked. Their eyes looked at the enamel plate, and they didn't dare to blink, for fear of missing any details. Tang Xian's face was also moved, and the storm in his heart was more turbulent than anyone else. He realized that he had somewhat underestimated Tang Jia's strength and ability, which was enough to bring about devastating consequences. The flames on the enamel plate gradually dissipated, and a horrifying scene appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Tang Jia had completely turned into the appearance of a demon. His face was full of scales, and there were several meaty tentacles as thick as bowls protruding from his back. They were several meters long, and they were constantly floating. His sharp 5 fingers directly pierced into Liang Yui's shoulder, and blood flowed down, dyeing half of Liang Yui's body red. Looking from afar, Tang Jia's body was pitch black, like a roasted demon. Even the blood that flowed out from his injuries had completely coagulated on his body, while Liang Yui looked delicate and pitiful. Tang Jia's 5 fingers pierced into her shoulder, and her face was twisted in pain. He didn't die? Many people found it hard to believe. Under that blow just now, he could only rely on his physical body? What kind of heaven-defying physical body was this, especially those disciples who were going to participate in the competition? Each of their eyes revealed a look of horror. No matter which one of these 2 people they encountered, they would lose for sure. Moreover, these 2 people were not the favorites to win the championship. If it was one of the 3 favorites, many disciples who participated in the competition were covered in cold sweat. Originally, they were still thinking of using trickery to see if they could get a ranking. At the very least, they would exchange pointers to know the gap between them and the disciples of the 7 major chambers of commerce. But now, it seemed like there was no point in exchanging pointers. "Ha, I caught you." Tang Jia's strange voice came out from his throat. His face was a little stiff, but he still opened his mouth and laughed. So. Suddenly, a series of sounds rang out. The 10 meaty tentacles on Tang Jia's back pierced into Liang Yui's body, stringing her up in the air. Blood flowed along the meaty tentacles and dripped on the ground. "How is it? The demonic force that I cultivate is not bad, right? This is the last strength of my punch, and it has completely broken all the meridians in your body. Now, you can't even use half a bit of strength." Tang Jia's body was still stiff, unable to move. The power of the 10 suns had completely destroyed his body functions. At this moment, only the meaty tentacles on his back could be waved at will. Liang Yui painfully raised her hand. The sword was still there, and she suddenly slashed down. So. Another meaty tentacle pierced through the air, directly knocking down the sword in her hand, and pierced into her small arm. Ah! Liang Yui finally couldn't help but scream in pain. She had completely lost the strength to resist. She was supported high in the air by more than 10 meaty tentacles, and blood kept flowing out. Chuibo frowned and shouted, "The competition is over." Tang Jia on the enamel plate didn't care. He still used his meaty tentacles to support Liang Yui, as if he wanted her to bleed to death. Su Danhe had also recovered from the shock. If Liang Yui died, then they could only send other people to fight in the following battles. If that happened, the result would be unpredictable. It was not impossible for them to be removed from the 7 great chambers of commerce. If that happened, they would be skinned alive by the pavilion master, although Liang Yui had no strength to resist at this moment. According to Tang Jia, it was only her meridians that were broken. This was not a big deal for the martial artists. As long as they used good medicine, they could immediately restore all her meridians. Liang Yui said angrily, "We have lost. Why don't you stop? Is he trying to kill us?" Chuibo frowned. He made a complicated seal with his hand and sent it into the enamel plate. Then he flew into the plate and landed beside Tang Jia. His expression changed drastically. "Oh no, they have both fainted." Chuibo hurriedly injected a few healing spells into their bodies. Then, he slowly grabbed at the air and pulled out Xianxia's tentacles one by one. Two figures immediately rushed up. Sudana caught Liang Yui, his face ashen. Originally, he would have been angry if Liang Yui had lost. But now that he was heavily injured, he couldn't get angry even if he wanted to. After Xianxia's tentacles were pulled out, he suddenly opened his eyes and quickly returned to his human form. He staggered backward and Luoying caught him. Chuibo looked at the blood on the ground and suddenly frowned. He said, "Were the tentacles absorbing the opponent's strength and vitality?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked in their hearts. Isn't this a bit too evil? Just listening to it caused them to feel a chill run down their spines. Xianxia's breath was weak, but he still grinned and said, "Why? Is it very powerful?" Chuibo frowned and said nothing. He waved his hand and asked the two to take their disciples away. He said, "Xianxia wins the first round and gets 1 point. The Tianyi Pavilion will deduct 1 point. The second round will be between Qian Wudi of the Money Sect and Tai Hong of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce." After Xianxia and Liang Yui left the stage, Luoying and Sudana began to treat them. As Qian Wudi and Tai Hong went on the stage, everyone gradually recovered from the shock. The other disciples of the Chambers of Commerce were surprised and delighted. They were surprised that the 7 Chambers of Commerce were so powerful that they had no chance to interfere. They were delighted that Xianxia and Liang Yui were so badly injured that they would not be able to recover in a short time even with the help of good medicine. Di Xinghua said, "I won't bet on this round. There is no suspense." Everyone smiled helplessly. There was indeed no suspense. Tai Hong was a young man with the strength of a 7-star martial emperor. He said with a wry smile, "Young Master Qian, I hope you can show mercy and give us some pointers." He spoke very politely. He was purely playing with the attitude of learning and did not expect to score at all. Qian Wudi cupped his fists and said coldly, "I have no obligation to teach trash like you. Either admit defeat or be prepared to be beaten to death." "I won't show mercy." Tai Hong stared blankly, and his face turned green. He stood there, not knowing what was going on. He was a proud son of heaven in his own merchant association, and being looked down upon like this made him a bit angry. He didn't know whether to fight or concede. "Alas, Lord Shui, we admit defeat." The president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce stepped forward helplessly. Qian Wudi's words were infuriating, but they were the truth. If he really didn't hold back, Tai Hong's fate would be even worse than Liang Yui's. He would probably be crippled in one move. Chuibo nodded and said, "There's nothing bad about retreating in the face of difficulties. This is also the performance of a wise man. If I knew that I wasn't a match for him, then I would be foolish if I were to forcefully attack just to vent my anger." Tai Hong looked at Chuibo gratefully. He bowed and flew down from the enamel plate. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, anger, and determination. Chuibo flew onto the stage and continued hosting. Within the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, young Emperor Hao Lian couldn't sit still anymore. He sighed and said, "Is young Master Yuan really not coming?" Mo Xiaochuan said in a deep voice, "Can't you shut up? If you sigh again, I'll slap you to death. The Saber Sword sect didn't even appear before us. Can't young Master Yuan rest a bit more?" Luo Yunsheng suddenly stood up and said, "I'll go call him." "Sister, don't." Ding Linger shouted anxiously. She grabbed Luo Yunsheng and shook her head pleadingly. What she needed the most right now wasn't the Merchant Union's victory, but Li Yunxia's trust in her. It was more important than any benefits. "Alright, let's continue waiting. I still believe in him." Luo Yunsheng sighed and consoled. However, she didn't have any confidence in her heart. She looked in the direction of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, but she couldn't see anyone. The next few matches were dull and uninteresting. There were 2 1-star martial saint disciples who managed to create some sparks and display their impressive strength. However, the battle between Xianxia and Liang Yui was deeply engraved in people's hearts. It raised the spectators' expectations to a very high level. Next, the 5th match, Mando Chamber of Commerce's Chen Feng vs Deep Blue Chamber of Commerce's Liang Ji. Chuibo's voice rang out in the plaza. The entire plaza became silent. Everyone's gazes landed on the Mando Chamber of Commerce's seats. Liang Ji walked onto the Big Dipper enamel plate nervously. His palms were covered in cold sweat. If Chen Feng was absent, he would be able to gain a point. Furthermore, looking at the situation, it was very likely that Chen Feng wouldn't come. He couldn't suppress his excitement. Cui Bo looked down and said, "Elder Quan, are you going to substitute or forfeit?" Quan Min's face was also filled with anxiety. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly, "He's here." Everyone followed his gaze and looked over. Indeed, there was a ray of light flying over from the horizon. Within it was an exquisite palanquin inlaid with gold and jade. Around the palanquin were 4 absolute beauties. They were of different shapes and each had their own charm. Just looking at them would cause one's mind to be filled with lust and an unbearable itch. Aside from the 4 beauties, Shui Luoyan and Xiao Jingming also arrived on the left side of the palanquin. However, the 2 of them did not have very good expressions. On the right side of the palanquin was the saber sword sex elder, Zhu Keating, and a few experts of the same level as Emperor Wu. The palanquin descended from the sky with an astonishing might. The tyrannical aura of the experts and the charm of the beauties caused everyone's blood to boil and their bodies to heat up in an instant. Boom! The palanquin landed on the ground, stirring up some dust. A shockwave spread out and blew away some of the weaker cultivators in the surroundings. "Sorry, I'm late." Zhu Keating had a smile on his face and chuckled. He swept his gaze around and revealed a cold and arrogant expression. This big move immediately placed them in the position of the Merchant Union's enemy. Everyone's gazes turned unfriendly. Cui Bo said indifferently, "I vaguely remember meeting Elder Zhu 20 years ago. Who would have thought that after 20 years, we would already be in-laws?" Haha. Cui Bo's mocking words immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. Not a single one of them was not mocking. Quan Min's face flushed red. He felt extremely humiliated and angry. However, the Mando Merchant Association's actions had indeed caused the Merchant Union to feel disgusted. It was expected that they would become the target of public criticism. Zhu Keating's gaze turned cold as he snorted, "The strong will only join hands with the stronger ones. The weak can only continue to weaken. This continent is a world where the strong will always be strong. Does everyone find this very funny?" His words were filled with extreme coldness and killing intent. It caused the people who were laughing to turn silent. They immediately felt a chill down their spines. A wave of fear rose up in their hearts, and they actually did not dare to laugh anymore. Cui Bo squinted his eyes and said indifferently, "It's not this world that's funny. It's some people and some things on this continent, that's all." Zhu Keating did not comment. He did not want to argue with the crowd anymore. He only snorted coldly and said, "If we don't get along, then let's begin." Cui Bo nodded and said, "Then please, Mr. Chen Feng." Everyone's gaze fell on the small sedan, wanting to see its true appearance. I admit defeat." Liang Ji, who was on the enamel plate, said in a trembling voice. The opponent's formation alone was enough to make him shudder. How could he still have the will to fight? The curtain of the small sedan was lifted halfway by a fair and handsome hand. It stopped in midair just like that. Then, it was slowly lowered. A cold voice said, "Trash, wasting my time. Inform me when you're sure you want to fight in the next match." "Elder Zhu, let's return to the station first. There's nothing to see in these trash matches." Everyone's faces were filled with rage. This was a blatant insult to the Merchant Union. "Hee, Mr. is too handsome. You haven't even shown your face yet and you've already scared the enemy to the point of surrendering." Chen Qin's giggling sounded out. The 4 beauties covered their mouths and laughed. It was like a spring breeze brushing past the willow branches, pleasing to the eye. However, this scene made all the men feel even more ashamed and angry. They all glared angrily at Liang Ji on the enamel plate. "It's fine if you King admit defeat." Everyone had already guessed this ending. However, you should at least wait for the opponent to show off a few moves, or at least go up on stage before admitting defeat. You didn't even see the opponent's face before admitting defeat. The entire Merchant Union has lost all face because of you. Hearing Chen Qin's praise for Chen Feng, Liang Ji's face was already as red as an eggplant. Feeling everyone's angry expressions, he was even more frightened. He only felt that he had lost the merchant union's face. He didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive if he went down. The anger seemed to freeze the air. The entire place was silent. Everyone looked coldly at the sedan and Zhu Keating's group as they rose into the air and slowly flew into the distance. Other than Shui Luoyan and Xiao Jingming, who did not have any good expressions, the rest of the people from the saber sword sect were all high and mighty. Their mockery and arrogance could be seen clearly. The central plaza was dead silent. Everyone's heart was heavy and filled with anger from being looked down upon. Chuibo's face was ashen. As the person in charge of the two competitions, he felt the humiliation of the merchant union. However, he could do nothing about it. He gritted his teeth and said, "Next match, the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Union's Li Yunxiao versus the Spirit Turtle Merchant Union's Man Tiangan." Xiao Jingming, who was beside the sedan, moved. His gaze fell down and his eyes were filled with coldness. He said, "Elder Zhu, the person who injured me is that Li Yunxiao." "Oh?" Zhu Keating frowned slightly and said, "To be able to injure you in the spiritual space, although it is a trick, his strength cannot be underestimated. I would like to meet this Li Yunxiao." "Humph." Chen Feng's cold voice rang out from within the sedan as he said disdainfully, "You lost to someone with low strength, yet you still have the face to complain to Elder Zhu and find all sorts of reasons to absolve yourself. When we were in the sect, didn't I hear you talk about how powerful you were every day? Why can't you even defeat a mere brat from the Merchant Union? I think the face of our saber sword sect has been lost in your hands." "Chen Feng. Don't be so arrogant." Xiao Jingming trembled in anger. Being scolded in front of his goddess, he trembled and said, "Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after being beaten by Li Feiyu." "Hee, Brother Jingming is angry. Young master won't be defeated by the four prodigies of the northern region." Xiaoshu covered her mouth and laughed, "Didn't you see those Merchant Union people? They didn't even dare to see young master's face. They were so scared that they pissed their pants and admitted defeat." "Hee." Xiao Jingming said angrily and shyly, "Shut up, you bunch of broken shoes. Chen Feng, if you had the ability, you wouldn't have been slapped by someone for no reason. You didn't even recognize Elder Zhu." The palanquin shook violently. Chen Feng's heart was filled with indignation. The four maidservants' faces also changed. Their conversation was not concealed at all, and was clearly heard by the people below. All of them were dumbfounded, and they were all thinking that there was actually someone who dared to slap the son of the saber sword sect leader. Just who could be so heaven-defying? However, when they thought of the pig face that was slapped, they all felt extremely relieved, and immediately felt a sense of relief. Zhu Keating's face also darkened. "Don't argue. Let's go back first." Everyone followed the palanquin and slowly flew away. Ding Ling sighed and her face revealed infinite loneliness. She said sadly, "He didn't come in the end." She couldn't help but feel pain in her heart and her face gradually lost color. "Sorry, I came late. I should have made it in time." A faint voice sounded. Then, a ray of light flew down from the sky and landed on the celestial dipper enamel plate. Li Yunxiao's appearance was revealed. He said indifferently, "I seem to have heard that it's my turn." "Ah? Young Master Yun." Everyone in the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's seats stood up with a look of pleasant surprise. Ding Ling couldn't care less about the people present. Tears streamed down her face. Li Yunxiao looked over and made a gesture to indicate that he was fine. Everyone immediately relaxed. They felt as if the clouds had dispersed and the world had become clear again. Luo Yunshang smiled and held Ding Ling hand tightly. She said, "I told you, we should trust him." "Ah? It's him." Without waiting for Li Yunxiao's opponent, Sky Stems, to ascend the stage, a loud, furious roar suddenly rang out in the sky. The bridal sedan chair that was already far away suddenly exploded, and a white figure streaked across the sky like an arrow, shooting straight towards them. "Chen Feng. What happened?" Zhu Keating was shocked and immediately chased after them. Chen Qin's face revealed a terrified expression. She pointed at the figure on the enamel plate in the distance and said in shock, "It's him, it's him, it's him." Everyone was confused by what they heard, feeling that Chen Qing couldn't even speak clearly in her panic. Immediately after, the other 3 maidservants also revealed looks of terror and screamed in fear. Xiaxu suddenly said, He is the one who injured the young master, and slapped him 20 times. Ah? This time everyone was stunned. Not only the people from the Saber and Sword sect, but also all the people from the Merchant Alliance in the Central Plaza. They were all completely stunned, and their brains short-circuited in an instant. Shui Luoyan's expression also became extremely ugly at the same time. Shock, disappointment, dullness, despair, jealousy, anger. All sorts of different expressions flashed in her eyes. Then, she turned into a ray of light and flew over. Xiao Jingming also couldn't react for a long time. Not only could Li Yunxiao defeat him, he could also defeat Chen Feng. He was so powerful in both martial arts and martial arts, the people from the Saber and Sword sect all went crazy and flew back. After a short period of time, everyone from the Merchant Alliance was dumbstruck. After their brains short-circuited, they were immediately shocked. They stared at Li Yunxiao as if they were looking at a monster. Not to mention the strength to defeat Chen Feng, just the courage to slap Chen Feng was enough to make everyone admire him. Su Danhe suddenly felt that she wasn't wronged at all. This person even dared to slap the young master of the Saber and Sword sect, what else wouldn't he do? So your name is Li Yunxiao? Damn it. Chen Feng's earth-shattering roar sounded in the sky. A sword beam slashed down from the sky like lightning. The sword chi was so strong that it illuminated the entire plaza. Everyone was shocked. The son of the sect leader of the Saber and Sword sect was indeed powerful. Just a casual sword strike was already not inferior to Liang Yui's. Actually, everyone had overestimated Chen Feng's strength. This was not a casual sword strike from him, but a sword strike that contained boundless anger and killing intent. At this moment, his eyes were red, and his entire body followed the sword's momentum as he descended from the sky. He swore that he would not rest until he killed Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao frowned. His leg suddenly stomped on the ground and he flew out. In the air, he changed into a few figures and finally landed on a statue at the 4 corners of the Celestial Dipper enamel plate. The statue was of a martial artist forming seals with both hands. He stepped on the seal with 1 foot and looked down coldly. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. When the sword strike landed on the enamel plate, it caused a defensive force to appear. It revealed a 5-colored light that rippled out like a rainbow. It was extremely beautiful. After Chen Feng's sword strike missed, his hatred did not diminish. The purple snake thorns in his hand rose up once again. He circulated his sword force and stabbed towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, Master Cui, is my opponent this madman? Cui Bo was also shocked by the series of changes. Hearing Li Yunxiao's words, he immediately slapped out with his right hand and shouted, Stop. A wave of Emperor Qi descended on the enamel plate, instantly suppressing Chen Feng's sword force and gradually annihilating it. An invisible force even bound Chen Feng, making him unable to move. Cui Bo, what are you doing? Zhu Qiting was shocked and angry as he shouted, You dare to attack my young master? Cui Bo stared at him coldly and said disdainfully, What a joke. As the host of the martial arts competition, I will stop any actions that disrupt the progress of the martial arts competition. If it's light, I will stop it. If it's heavy, I will kill it. Do you think I dare? Zhu Qiting's expression changed drastically as he said angrily, You want to become enemies with my Saber and Sword sect? Li Yunxiao turned his gaze over and snorted, Become enemies with the Saber and Sword sect? What big words, who do you think you are? The Merchant Alliance is spread all over the world, and if they join hands, even the Saint Realm would not dare to easily say that they are enemies. Are you trying to incite enmity between the Merchant Alliance and the Saber and Sword sect? Do you dare to make a decision with such hatred? Zhu Qiting was shocked, and immediately became speechless. If he really caused the Merchant Alliance and the Saber and Sword sect to become enemies, Chen Duantian would probably be the first to skin him alive and come to mediate. Although the 7 great powers below the Saint Realm lived in harmony with each other, there were many conflicts between them in private. After hundreds of years, they had formed a certain balance. If they were to attract the fierce tiger of the Merchant Alliance to become their enemy, the Saber and Sword sect would probably be in a precarious situation. Li Yunxiao's words were heard by all the disciples of the Merchant Alliance. Seeing that Zhu Keating did not dare to reply, all of them immediately felt relieved and their faces glowed. That's right, this was their Merchant Alliance. Back then, when the Merchant Alliance was established, its purpose was to unite and face the outside world together. This was the reason why they were able to compete in the continent and become a great power that even the Saint Realm feared. If everyone was at odds with each other and could not unite against the outside world, even the strongest 10,000 treasures tower would be annihilated if they met the saber and sword sect. As long as they were united, they would be able to defeat anyone. Even if they were to face the saber and sword sect, there was nothing to be afraid of. Everyone felt a surge of hot blood flowing through their bodies. At the same time, they felt a wave of shame for being intimidated by Chen Feng's display earlier. At this moment, the people of the Mando Merchant Alliance were also in a daze. The Merchant Alliance's sense of honor rose involuntarily, and they began to doubt themselves for finding such a ferocious external aid. Shui Luoyan was high up in the sky, staring blankly at Li Yunxiao's figure below, her 10 fingers digging into her flesh. Well said. Zhu Keating, if you dare to make a decision, I, Cui Bo, will also make a decision today. So what if I write a letter of challenge to your saber and sword sect? Cui Bo's aura was oppressive as he used this sentence to suppress Chen Feng. Zhu Keating's face darkened, and he hurriedly said, Cui Bo, you misunderstood me. It's just that as the host, is it alright for you to make a move against my young master? Cui Bo said coldly, he broke the rules. Not killing him is already giving your saber and sword sect enough face. If you don't want anything to happen, then stay at the side. He waved his hand, and Chen Feng's body was immediately shaken out of the enamel plate by a huge force. Zhu Keating hurriedly flew up and caught Chen Feng. He suppressed his rage and returned to the seats of the Mando Merchant Alliance. Shui Luoyan and the rest who were far away in the sky also landed one by one. However, all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They left in an awe-inspiring manner, but after taking a few steps, they all returned in a sorry state. After Xiao Jingming recovered from his shock, he became happy and said, Chen Feng, if you can't beat him, then just stay there obediently. Don't you think you've embarrassed yourself enough? You. Chen Feng's face was as red as a pig's liver. He gritted his teeth and said, I want to fight him again. Fight? How? Tisk. Xiao Jingming mocked, a few days ago, even Elder Zhu couldn't recognize you with that pig head of yours. Do you want to return to the saber and sword sect and even the sect leader won't recognize you? Alright, enough. Zhu Keating could no longer hold it in and berated. Although Xiao Jingming and Chen Feng were not on good terms, this was a matter that concerned the prestige of the saber and sword sect. They could not behave atrociously. On the enamel plate, Li Yunxiao flew down from the statue's seal. His movements were extremely confident as he laughed softly, fight with me? As long as you have the ability to fight your way up, you will eventually have the qualifications to fight me. His carefree attitude made everyone feel a sense of longing. It was as if a martial arts grandmaster was waving at them in front of them, advancing along the endless road. The experts of Emperor Wu all revealed expressions of admiration and solemnity. Li Yunxiao's extraordinary bearing was something that even they did not have, let alone a youth. Cui Bo praised, well said. The 6th round will begin. Man Tiangong, come up. Below, a youth dressed in embroidered clothes had a bitter expression as he shook his head and said, forget it, I admit defeat. I won't go up and embarrass myself. His admission of defeat was within everyone's expectations, but it was also very magnanimous, much more carefree than Liang Ji's admission of defeat. Cui Bo nodded and said, that's fine too, do what you can. Next match, Li Feiyu vs Jiang Qiao. Everyone looked at the duel list. Apart from the first match between Tang Jia and Liang Yui, there were also a few duels outside of the 7 major merchant associations. The rest had no suspense. This time, the difference in strength between the 7 major merchant associations and the rest was too great. There was almost no possibility of a counterattack. Heaven Origin, Manduo, and Thunder Wind, who were originally not very optimistic, were instead a level higher, directly suppressing the 4 core alliances. Under everyone's gazes, Li Yunxiao returned to the Heaven Origin Merchant Association seat. Ding Ling was extremely nervous and said softly, "Young Master Yun." Li Yunxiao smiled slightly. This "young Master Yun" contained too many words. He said with a smile, "Sorry, I misunderstood you yesterday." Ding Ling's body trembled and she cried happily, "It's all right, thank you." Silence prevailed over words. That kind of friendship and trust between each other would only become firmer from now on. Li Yunxiao lowered his voice and said, "I've already thought through Yuan Bo's matter. The various reasons might have to start from the Myriad Treasure Tower, especially the few elders of the Myriad Treasure Tower in Songyang City this time." His gaze swept over Cui Bo, Xian Yutong, Ren Guangran, and Di Xinghua one by one. He said coldly, "Yuan Bo knows that my strength is not enough, but he still came to ask for help. Clearly, there is no place for him in the Myriad Treasure Tower. Someone among these four elders must be involved in this matter." Luo Yunsheng said worriedly, "These four people are all extremely powerful. None of them are ordinary people. With our current strength," Li Yunxiao interrupted and said, "Don't worry, I will act carefully. I will not act rashly before I am certain." Only then did everyone relax. Suddenly, Mo Xiaochuan's pupils constricted. His eyes that landed on Li Yunxiao focused, and a bright light flickered in them. No one noticed that Li Yunxiao's cultivation had already charged from 6-star Martial Emperor to 7-star Martial Emperor. In just one night, he broke through 1 star. Just how much stimulation and crazy training did he have to go through to bring about this result? Mo Xiaochuan's throat was a bit dry. He swallowed his saliva and remained silent. He had already buried this matter in his heart, but his fists were tightly clenched. The first round of duels ended quickly. The martial contest used a scoring system, and the one with the most points would be the first. The lot drawing for the second round began. Ding Ling's expression changed drastically when she received the green ball. She raised her hand and waved it in the direction of the seats. It was number 1. Humph. A cold snort sounded out from Chen Feng's mouth. The Mando Merchant Group's number was second, so the two of them were not in the same group. "What are you humming for? You're really asking for a beating." Young Emperor Hao Lian glared at him and said, "You're just a toad. You're merely relying on the protection of your father's generation to have 4 stunning beauties. This is already intolerable. Do you believe that I won't beat you up?" "Impudent." Zhu Keating angrily said to Cui Bo, "Master Cui, this man spoke rudely, may I ask how we should deal with him?" "Spoke rudely?" Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and said, "Even if he spoke rudely, it was my Tianyuan Merchant Group's people who spoke rudely to the Mando Merchant Group's son-in-law. You are an outsider of the Saber and Sword sect, why are you meddling in other people's business? Could it be that you also married into the Mando Merchant Group? You stinking brat, just because you have some ability, you're so arrogant and lawless." Zhu Keating coldly said, "Do you really think that this old man doesn't dare to touch you?" Cui Bo coldly said, "Li Yunxiao is right. I didn't even think of that. Chen Feng is the Mando Merchant Group's son-in-law, and Xiao Jingming is an elder of the Mando Merchant Group. It can be said that they are both part of the Merchant Union. As for you, Elder Zhu, with your identity, how are you going to discipline the people of the Merchant Union?" Zhu Keating was speechless. With his identity, he indeed did not have the authority to interfere with the other party's actions. Furthermore, the people of the Saber and Sword sect were clearly not welcomed. This could be seen from the cold hostility and mockery coming from the surroundings. "All right, Li Yunxiao, just you wait. After the matter of the Merchant Union is over, I will come and reason with you." Zhu Keating angrily flicked his sleeves and left. He returned to the seats of the Mando Merchant Group and remained silent. He only stared at Li Yunxiao with undisguised killing intent. The people of the Merchant Union could not help but admire Li Yunxiao. Only he had the guts to offend the people of the Saber and Sword sect. Li Yunxiao disdainfully said, "A dog that bites does not bark. The louder it barks, the more useless it is." Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Zhu Keating was so angry that he suddenly clenched his fist. The air directly exploded, and the people of the Mando Merchant Group around him were directly sent flying. It could be seen that he had reached his limit. Young Master Yun's elegance is truly fascinating. Feiyu is ashamed. Li Feiyu could not help but admire him. He said, "If you meet young Master Yun in the future, please show mercy. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, well said, well said. Brother Li still owes me a benefit. I wonder when you will return it. Of course there is, Li Feiyu broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly turned around and left, not daring to speak any more. He was afraid that he would say something wrong and let the other party extort him a few more times. If that happened, he would really want to cry but have no tears. Li Yunxiao looked at the water screen and his eyes narrowed. The first person he was going to fight was actually Xianxia from the Thunder Wind Merchant Group. Young Master Yun, smash him with one punch. Young Emperor Hao Lian waved his fist and cheered loudly. The two of them jumped onto the Heaven Dipper enamel plate. Xiangzi's face was filled with a faint smile. That kind of supercilious temperament was actually not inferior to Li Yunxiao's. Li Feiyu suddenly had a thought and said, everyone, who do you think will win this battle? Who will win? Ren Guangran said with a bitter smile, is there a need to ask? Of course it will be Li Yunxiao. He can even defeat Chen Feng. I'm afraid only Feiyu can compete with him. Li Yunxiao, Li Feiyu looked at the wager on the water screen. It was almost one-sided on Li Yunxiao's victory. His expression became strange. He said, there is no need to doubt Li Yunxiao's strength, but that Xiangxia. I keep feeling that there is something strange about him. I can't see through him. Shan Yutong said, Xiangxi's strength is indeed strange. Even I can't see through him. However, the final winner will definitely be Li Yunxiao. Now that he knew Li Yunxiao's identity, he naturally had no doubts about the outcome of the battle. Even if Li Yunxiao only had the strength of a 7-star martial monarch, it would be impossible to kill him without Emperor Wu's help. Even Emperor Wu might not be able to do it. Min Qingxiang of the Mando Merchants Association also had a grave expression. He originally had full confidence in Xiangxia. However, when he faced Li Yunxiao, who could even defeat Chen Feng, he began to lose confidence. The atmosphere on the Heaven Dipper enamel plate suddenly became tense. Even Li Yunxiao felt that the other party was a little strange. Eh? What a strange feeling. Do you have some powerful trump card? Li Yunxiao asked as soon as he thought of it, causing everyone to feel dizzy. Of course, almost everyone had a trump card, but no one would say it out loud. That's right. I do have a lot of trump cards. I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to use them, but I feel that you're not ordinary either. Maybe I can use one or two of them. Xiangxia was not afraid at all. A grave expression suddenly appeared in his eyes as he said, you really didn't get anything from the Heavenly Technique Tower? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, oh? You seem to be very sure that I got something. Could it be that you understand the Heavenly Technique Tower? Then may I ask what I should get? Xiangxia said coldly, I'm not going to argue with you. I know that no one can win against you in an argument. Let me use my strength to knock you down and then take that thing. That depends on your ability. Li Yunxiao replied and made a gesture of invitation. Xiangxia snorted coldly and did not hold back. He kicked his legs and soared into the air, pouncing forward to attack. His cultivation level had always been a 1-star martial saint. Under this attack, it directly rose by 2 levels, rushing to 3-star martial saint. Mo Xiaochuan frowned and said, what a strong explosive power. A 3-star martial saint? Perhaps this is far from his limit. He's just warming up right now. Young Emperor Hao Lian was not worried at all. He said indifferently, who cares? As long as it's not Emperor Wu, I don't think anyone can pose a threat to young Master Yun. On the enamel plate, Li Yunxiao unhurriedly responded. In the blink of an eye, his 4 fists had attacked and defended hundreds of times. The surrounding air continuously exploded layer by layer. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of spiritual pressure spread out, directly opening the second layer of the enamel plate's defense. Both of them were fighting in close combat. Their moves were simple and didn't have any tricks up their sleeves. It was a completely head-on style of fighting. Li Feiyu suddenly said, Elder Xian, you seem to have a lot of confidence in Li Yunxiao. Do you know why he's clearly only a 7-star martial emperor, yet he can fight head-on against a martial saint without any opportunistic tricks? Shan Yutong's gaze was also on Li Yunxiao. It was as if he wanted to see through his true battle strength. He did not look at Li Feiyu and only said indifferently, martial skills and physical skills. Martial skills and physical skills? Li Feiyu said blankly, physical skills are easy to understand, but martial skills. I think his martial skills are very ordinary. Xianxi's are not any weaker than his. Cui Bo's eyes revealed a serious expression and said, Feiyu, you're not Emperor Wu after all, so your observation is limited. Although each of Li Yunxiao's moves are simple and seem to have a lot of superfluous movements, within each move, there is the flow of the power of rules. Based on this situation, not to mention a 3-star martial saint, I'm afraid he can even withstand a few ranks higher. What? Li Feiyu lost his voice in shock and almost cried out. He said in shock, isn't the power of rules something only Emperor Wu can control? Cui Bo smiled bitterly and said, indeed. Li Yunxiao's identity is too mysterious. It has already subverted a lot of my knowledge. Even if Feiyu loses to him later, I won't be surprised. His gaze fell on Xian Yutong and he said, Elder Xian seems to know something. Can't you tell us so we can understand? Perhaps it will be of great help to Feiyu in defeating this person. The gazes of everyone from Myriad Treasure Tower fell on Xian Yutong. Xian Yutong's complexion began to return to its waxy yellow color, and he no longer spoke. Everyone looked disappointed. If Xian Yutong didn't want to say anything, no one could force him, not even the tower master himself. He had been like this for so many years, and everyone knew it. Inside the enamel plate, although the fight between Li Yunxiao and Xianxia was fierce, both of them seemed to be at ease. It was obvious that they weren't using their full strength, but even so, the second defense on the enamel plate was activated to prevent the aftershocks from spreading out. Haha, Li Yunxiao, you really have some skills, but when will you stop fighting like this? You'd better bring out some real skills. Xianxia laughed a few times and suddenly retracted his palm momentum, gathering power in the air. Rays of golden light appeared like wheels and gathered from all directions. They were absorbed into the palm of his hand, accumulating power for the move. Li Yunxiao said, as you wish. He suddenly formed seals with both hands, and the power of seals spread out from his hands. Although the people outside the enamel plate couldn't feel the power of the palm and fist, they could roughly see from the flashing defensive light on the enamel plate. At this moment, the enamel plate was full of dazzling golden light, and the figures of the two were almost indistinct. Golden wave falling palm. Xianxia suddenly shouted and turned his palm down. The golden light bloomed like a bright flower, and there was a roar between heaven and earth, as if the world was turning upside down, and the whole sky became a little dark. Li Yunxiao's golden seal also suddenly blasted out, gathering the power of the 4 extremes of heaven and earth, causing the originally dark sky to become even more gloomy. It was as if a heavy rain was about to fall, making it hard for people to breathe. Heaven and earth seal. Rumble. The duel between the two exploded on the enamel plate. The 5-colored protective light vibrated from the plate, illuminating the sky with colorful clouds. The gloomy and dark sky was broken by this strike. The dark clouds gradually dissipated, and the clouds dispersed. Under this collision, the bodies of the two who attacked were shaken back, the blood in their bodies surging, and the fighting spirit in their eyes grew stronger. A draw? The people below the stage were extremely nervous. Up until now, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Zhu Keating said solemnly, a draw? That Li Yunxiao is indeed powerful. He controlled the precision of the duel just now, creating a situation that looked like a draw. To be able to achieve such control in a duel with an expert who is a realm higher than him, Chen Feng, it's not a shame that you lost. Chen Feng snorted heavily with a face full of resentment. Chen Qin asked in confusion, if his strength surpasses his opponent, why does he need to control it like this? Why not just defeat his opponent directly? Zhu Keating shook his head and said, you don't understand. Right now, both of them are constantly probing each other's strength, so neither is willing to reveal their true trump cards. Li Yunxiao's actions were also to confuse the other party. Whether it is strength or scheming, he is the best choice. For such a talent to appear in the Merchant Union, it is not the fortune of our saber sword sect. Shui Luoyan was filled with resentment when she heard this. She could not help but say, your saber sword sect is one of the 7 super forces. Can't you even deal with Li Yunxiao? If young Master Chen Feng loses again and Li Yunxiao takes first place, then the contract between our two sects will be invalid. When Xiao Jingming heard this, he was suddenly overjoyed. He thought to himself that if the contract was invalid, then the marriage alliance between Chen Feng and Shui Luoyan would not be brought up. This might not be a bad thing for him. He could not help but laugh. I think Chen Feng will definitely lose. Prepare to turn into a pig face again, haha. Chen Feng was furious. If Zhu Keating was not here, he would have already taught him a lesson. Zhu Keating looked at Shui Luoyan and said indifferently, Miss Shui, you don't have to worry about this. Just before I came, the two sects have already made a new contract. No matter the result of this duel, Miss Shui will marry young Master Chen Feng. In the future, everything in the Manduo Merchant Union will have nothing to do with you. You just have to prepare to be a bride and serve young Master Chen Feng wholeheartedly. What? Shui Luoyan and Xiao Jingming's expressions changed greatly. Xiao Jingming almost lost his balance and said angrily, when did this happen? How come I didn't know when I came with you? Zhu Keating frowned. These few days, he had also discovered the thoughts of Shui Luoyan, Xiao Jingming's opponent. This was also the reason why he and Chen Feng were at odds. Otherwise, the two great geniuses of the saber sword sect, one in martial arts and the other in martial arts, would not interfere with each other. Shui Luoyan said coldly, my marriage is not up to others to decide. If he wants me to marry him, that's fine. Only if he can defeat Li Yunxiao. I, Shui Luoyan, will only marry experts. If you can't defeat him, why don't I just marry Li Yunxiao? Isn't that better than marrying trash like you? How dare you? Pa! Chen Qin shouted angrily. Immediately after, she mercilessly slapped Shui Luoyan. Her strength was stronger than Shui Luoyan's. Shui Luoyan was unable to dodge and received the slap. Bitch, how dare you hit her? Xiao Jingming was shocked by Shui Luoyan's words and did not react in time. Now that he saw Shui Luoyan covering her face, he was instantly enraged. Without saying anything further, he slapped back. Pa! The slap did not land on Chen Qin's face. Instead, it was grabbed by Chen Feng. Chen Feng squeezed his arm until he felt intense pain. He said angrily, Chen Feng, let go of me. Chen Feng threw him away and looked at Shui Luoyan with disdain. He said coldly, I will defeat Li Yunxiao. But you are nothing in front of me. After I marry you, Chen, Xia, Qiu, and Dong will be your sisters. I will make them teach you a good lesson. When Chen, Xia, Qiu, and Dong heard this, they were all secretly delighted. They all revealed cold arrogant expressions and stared at Shui Luoyan. Shui Luoyan covered her red face. She did not fear Chen Feng's gaze at all. She sneered, let's talk after we win. I have seen too many men who only know how to boast. Chen Feng's face twitched and he coldly turned his face away. He continued to stare at the arena. At this moment, Xianxi's expression became serious. He said coldly, you are deliberately controlling your strength so that I can't see your true strength. You have some ability. Since that is the case, I want to see how long you can keep up with my strength. A ray of light appeared in his hands and gradually spread in front of him. It condensed into a long spear with an astonishing aura. A 9th-rank Xian weapon. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled and his pupils shrank. It was not that he was intimidated by the might of a 9th-rank Xian weapon. It was just that to be able to possess a 9th-rank Xian weapon at this level was definitely not an ordinary person. He suddenly became even more curious about Xianxi's origins. Not bad. You have good eyesight. You have recognized my Luo Ho divine spear. It is indeed a 9th-rank Xian weapon. As for your true strength, I feel that there is no need to test it. I will see it soon. A ball of light burst from Xianxi's body and surged into the Luo Ho divine spear. Immediately, the weapon's power vibrated and the entire spear shook. At this moment, the enamel plate's defense automatically activated the third defense. Everyone's expressions changed. The enamel plate had blocked the shockwaves of the battle inside and also blocked the divine sense of those below. They were unable to investigate the situation above. But with the Luo Ho divine spear, just the power of the weapon's power was enough to activate the third defense. One could imagine how powerful it was. Li Yunxiao flipped his hand and a northern skyfrost star sword appeared in it. The cold light shone like autumn water and the sword chi was like a rainbow. This time, he did not bother with Xianxia. He directly brandished the sword and attacked first. Everywhere the sword chi passed, lotuses bloomed. It was exquisite beyond compare. How powerful! What beautiful swordsmanship! The crowd sighed in their hearts. This beautiful swordsmanship, coupled with Li Yunxiao's faintly discernible figure, made him look like a fairy. They were jealous to death. Xianxia snorted coldly. The spear trembled in the air and shot out. The tip of the spear turned into specks of cold light that landed on the lotuses and destroyed them one by one. Clang! Luaho's spear touched the northern skyfrost star sword. Immediately, a circular cyan light rippled out. Xianxia exerted force on the spear and the northern skyfrost star sword was immediately suppressed, its aura shrinking. Li Yunxiao's right hand that was holding the sword suddenly let go and slapped the hilt of the sword with a palm. The sword immediately rose up and shot out a beam of sword chi. Then, it tumbled in the air and slashed towards Xianxia's forehead. At the same time, sword light appeared in his hand again. Another sword was unsheathed and stabbed a few patterns in the air. Then, he raised the sword and flew straight up. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly withdrew his spear and struck the sword. A cyan light slashed down and with a bang, it struck the northern skyfrost star sword and knocked it back. Li Yunxiao's sword and body as one had already arrived. After Xianxia's spear knocked the sword away, he took the opportunity to use the handle of the spear in front of him to block Li Yunxiao's flying attack. Bang! A shockwave spread out and Xianxia's body was forced back in the air. Li Yunxiao's left hand formed a seal, and the northern sky cold star sword that had flown out was pulled back into his hand. One man with two swords, not willing to let go of any opportunity. He crossed the two swords in front of him. Then raised them up high. Two white sword beams formed a fork above his body, and suddenly slashed out. After Xianxia was blasted away by the sword rays, his blood and chi were in turmoil. Suddenly, a sense of extreme danger surged in his heart. He saw the two intersecting sword chi form a crooked cross and spread out in the air, covering the entire enamel plate in an instant. F***ck, you're going too far. Xianxia roared angrily. The Luoho divine spear in his hand spun and the shadow of a strong man gradually appeared behind him. The strong man was holding the shadow of a spear in his hand. As Xianxia struck out with his spear, the shadow was also thrown out. The spear's momentum increased greatly, breaking through the surrounding sword chi suppression and turning into a bolt of lightning. Rumble! The two slashes, which had almost merged together, suddenly collided with the spear light. It actually lasted for a moment before being broken by the spear light. The entire sword chi was like a broken bamboo, disintegrating bit by the spear's momentum. The spear light did not lose its momentum. Under Xianxia's control, it stabbed straight at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted. His two swords spread open like wings, and a surging power was infused into them. Two waves of cold air condensed into snowflakes in the air. They floated down, and soon, a vast expanse of whiteness appeared. What's going on? Is he going to take this spear head-on? Everyone was shocked. The divine spear's spear light had already pierced his chest, but Li Yunxiao still ignored it. He was still brewing the sword chi in the two swords. Xianxia's pupils constricted as well. A feeling of being underestimated surged in his heart. He said coldly, "You're courting death." Hiss. The spear light instantly pierced through Li Yunxiao's chest, as if there was no resistance. It shook out from his back and tore through the air. Xianxia's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Not good." The moment the spear light pierced through Li Yunxiao's body, he transformed into a green lightning body and flew towards the spear. The piercing coldness on the two northern sky cold star swords was like a pair of scissors that could grind meat. Before the sword chi arrived, the cold chi was already pressing, causing Xianxia to feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. 3000 negative karma, Luoho strike. In his panic, Xianxia repeatedly retreated in order to buy himself some time. The long spear in his hand spun out rays of blue light, breaking the cold chi that was surrounding his body. He gathered his spear's might and held it horizontally in front of him to block. Clang! The two northern sky-cold star swords abruptly slashed at Luoho's spear, and a powerful energy rapidly spread out from the point of collision of the three weapons. Green and snow-white rays of light intertwined with each other. Looking through the five-colored light on the enamel plate, it looked exceptionally gorgeous, and the two figures were submerged in the strong light. Li Yunxiao and Xianxia, who were in this situation, were not as comfortable as the spectators outside. The two forces directly attacked their bodies. Li Yunxiao was unable to slash with his sword in his lightning form and could only condense a physical body. Beams of white light shot out from his body, and the light of the moon constantly weakened the impact of the green and white forces. The veins all over Xiangxi's body bulged, almost to an unbearable extent. He had been caught off guard and had been passively defending. The bone-chilling coldness seeped into his body and wantonly destroyed his bodily functions. Ah! Damn it! Xiangxia couldn't help but roar. Li Yunxiao's two swords pressed down with a steady stream of power, as if he wanted to end the match with just one strike. Arrogant! How could I let you get what you want? Xiangxi's face contorted and a series of explosive sounds came from his body. His muscles bulged and his expression became extremely strange. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He felt that the power coming from his opponent's spear was continuously increasing. From the initial bitter defense, he was now able to reverse the situation and counterattack. A surge of power surged into his body. This is demonization? No, it doesn't look like a demon transformation, but... Li Yunxiao stared at Xiangxia, his heart filled with an indescribable sense of strangeness and shock. He even felt a sense of fear spreading from the bottom of his heart. Not good, it's the power of the bloodline, and absolute pressure. This person is also a descendant of dragons, and the strength of his bloodline is extremely strong. Genryu's horrified voice came from his soul. His voice was trembling as he said, "How is this possible, such a strong feeling of the dragon's bloodline? Heavens! Could he be the first direct descendant of an ancient true dragon?" Li Yunxiao was shocked. It turned out to be the pressure of a dragon. No wonder it felt so familiar. It was very similar to the feeling coming from the dragon bone bead. However, it was very different. No wonder he was so interested in the things in the technique tower. It turned out that he was a descendant of dragons. If he could obtain the dragon bone bead, he would benefit greatly. Li Yunxiao's mind was racing. He didn't have much time to think. The counterforce from his hands was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, it exceeded the limit of his resistance. A huge force erupted and blasted him away with a boom. His two swords flew out of his hands. A mighty force pressed down on his body, causing him to be unable to transform into lightning and escape. He could only continuously circulate his physical strength to resist. The Devil Sky armor also condensed into a physical form. Unfortunately, after the demonic aura dispersed, this armor had almost no spirituality and could only resist some simple attacks. PFFF. Finally, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Li Yunxiao looked in front of him in horror. His physical body had already circulated to the ultimate tyrant body, but he still couldn't resist that monstrous force. His blood was blasted out. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he didn't dare to use the power of the indestructible golden body. If any news leaked out, he was afraid that he would immediately be killed. Young Master Yun. Everyone at the seats of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce was shocked. Their expressions changed slightly as they looked at the enamel plate in horror. To be able to counterattack and blasted Li Yunxiao's blood out, it was obvious how powerful that force was. Xiangxia was holding the spearhead and pointing it at the ground. An indescribable murderous aura kept rushing out of his body. His face was still twisting and changing. A faint demonic shadow appeared around him. Just a glance at it was enough to make one's soul tremble. This time, not only was Li Yunxiao shocked, but all the people from the Merchant Union were dumbfounded. They didn't dare to look directly at that faint shadow. Oh my God, what was that? Just the shadow alone was enough to make people unable to look directly at it. If it directly showed its true form, wouldn't everyone have to bow down on the spot? Gulp. Cui Bo swallowed hard and said in horror, "Elder Min, where did this person come from? What is the shadow that appeared around him?" Elder Min was also dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, that unfathomable power that made even me shudder was this shadow? what exactly is it? Everyone felt dizzy. So he didn't know either. At this moment, Tang Jia, who had been unconscious all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he looked at the enamel plate. His expression immediately changed. Luo Ying, who had been treating him, noticed his awakening and abnormality. She frowned and asked, Tang Jia, what's wrong? Tang Jia whispered a few words that no one could understand. He seemed to be complaining and dissatisfied. Then, Luo Ying turned pale with fright as he soared into the sky without saying a word. He turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Tang Jia! Luo Ying shouted in confusion, but Tang Jia didn't respond at all. He could only watch helplessly as he disappeared into the horizon, in the direction of the Four Extremes sect's encampment. Tang Jia's matter attracted everyone's attention, but most of their attention and energy was focused on the shadow beside Xianxia. Everyone was only slightly distracted. Tang Xian's expression turned serious. He snorted and said, he was probably frightened and escaped. After all, he's already a half-demon and half-human existence. Perhaps the shadow on Xiangxi's body made him even more afraid. Tang Xian didn't believe what he said either. He only said it to ridicule Tang Jia. Luo Ying frowned when he heard that. However, the shadow beside Xiangxia was too terrifying. He didn't know what it was, but even he was shocked by it. Not to mention the participating cultivators, even the Emperor Wu's powerhouses were shocked. Li Yunxiao, who was in the enamel plate, was the first to bear the brunt. If it wasn't for his strong soul power, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the pressure. A descendant of a dragon? That Luo Qingyun is also a descendant of a dragon, right? Why is there such a big difference? Li Yunxiao was drenched in cold sweat. He began to circulate the divine evolution technique to calm his soul and dispel the fear in his body. As he circulated the divine evolution technique, Genryu also gradually calmed his mind. He said in a deep voice, the difference in bloodline is too big. How can they be mentioned in the same breath? The shadow beside this person seems to be a descendant of a dragon. Although it isn't an ancient true dragon, it was still a 10th order divine realm existence in ancient times. This person should be a descendant of that dragon. Li Yunxiao cursed, what the hell? It's just an ordinary technique, but there's actually such a powerful dragon aura. How can we fight like this? Genryu said in a deep voice, although his bloodline power is strong, it seems like he can't control it. Therefore, he can only release the dragon aura and can't cause any real harm to you. I understand. It's just that I'm a little scared to attack the son of a dragon. Li Yunxiao gritted his teeth and formed a seal with both hands. The two northern sky-cold star swords on the ground flew up. Under the control of his finger seals, they stood upright in the air and hung in the air. They emitted a cold aura, which made him feel very warm. Xiangxi's face became extremely ugly. Two transparent bumps protruded from his forehead. There seemed to be horns that wanted to break out of his head, but they couldn't. The shadow of the dragon's sun flickered and returned to his body. Only then did the pressure gradually disappear. Xiangxi held his spear and stared at Li Yunxiao. He said coldly, I didn't expect to reveal this state so quickly. It's really surprising. However, this is also the end of this martial arts competition. He gripped the tip of his spear tightly and a gust of wind exploded, causing the enamel plate to glow with a defensive light. Li Yunxiao actually felt a huge force hit him in the face and he couldn't stand steadily. Everyone below the stage turned pale with fright. This was too shocking. Just the force of a gust of wind could cause the enamel plate to glow with a defensive light. How strong was Xiangxi's current strength? Even Li Feiyu and Chen Feng were shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil. They asked themselves, if they were in Xiangxi's shoes, would they be able to win? The two of them had no confidence at all. The answer was unknown. Untainted by the mortal world, Marquis Luo's purple golden spear. Xiangxi shouted and the spear turned into sparks on the ground. A black dragon shadow suddenly appeared on the tip of the spear. The spear and the spear became one and broke through the air. A sharp light pierced out and enveloped the world. Everything on the enamel plate was within the attack range. Li Yunxiao's expression was extremely solemn. Even if Xiangxi hadn't reached the peak of a martial venerable, he wasn't far from it. He formed a seal with both hands and the two hanging swords suddenly flashed. One of them was like a rainbow with the starlight on it extinguished. The other was like a rising sun in the sky, as if it was breaking through the first rays of dawn. Under his control, the sword chi of the two swords seemed to have a mind of its own. It wanted to break out of the swords and condense out. The power of the swords shook and tore apart the space suppressed by the spear light, breaking through all the suppression. What? Xianxia was shocked. He felt an indescribable sense of danger from the sword chi of the two northern cold star swords. Originally, his Luoho purple gold spear would have sealed his victory, but now he was a little doubtful. However, the spear's momentum had already started and there was no room for negotiation. Xianxia could not help but increase his strength to boost his confidence. Xianxia's expression was solemn. Using two rank 9 profound weapons at the same time consumed a lot of his soul power, but if not for that, the Luoho purple gold divine spear would not have been able to withstand it. Sword Art Dawn, Sword Art Star Annihilation. Two soft shouts rang out. The two rank 9 profound weapons seemed to have been reborn and let out a happy sword cry. The sword chi soared into the sky and met the Luoho divine spear. Boom! The dazzling light was like an aurora in the sky. After a moment of stillness, it rapidly spread out. The defensive light on the enamel plate also lost its color, and the entire plate became as bright as day. Gulp! Zhu Keating swallowed his saliva and a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. He said in a daze, "Are those two swords really rank 9 profound weapons? It's fine for a 7-star martial emperor to use two rank 9 profound weapons at the same time, but those two sword arts. Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" Chen Feng was also shocked. Those two sword arts are so powerful that they are not inferior to the dual sword formation that faced my heaven's wrath. Who exactly is this Li Yunxiao? He actually knows so many powerful martial skills. Zhu Keating's eyes were also unprecedentedly serious as he said in a deep voice, "I can't judge the dual sword formation you mentioned, but these two martial skills are extremely similar to Emperor Wu Gufeiyang's sword art. This is simply unbelievable. A 7-star martial emperor using two rank 9 profound weapons at the same time and using Gufeiyang's sword art, am I dreaming?" Chuibo's expression was also extremely serious as he said in astonishment, "It really is Gufeiyang's sword art. What exactly is he?" Ren Guangran said seriously, "Could it be that Gufeiyang is not dead and has taken another disciple? If this person is Gufeiyang's disciple, then it makes sense that he has such high achievements in both martial arts and magic." Chuibo shook his head and said, "According to the information we obtained, it's impossible for Gufeiyang to still be alive. This person must have learned it by chance. But what's even more shocking is that this Xianxia, we really don't have any information on him at all. To think that he's also a dual martial artist. Could it be that he really came out of nowhere?" Ren Guangran sighed, "Yes, Li Yunxiao can at least find out his background in the southern region, but this Xianxia." He suddenly said, "Elder Xian, do you still think Li Yunxiao will win?" Everyone looked at Xian Yutong, who had a rare solemn expression on his face. "To be honest, although I have great confidence in Li Yunxiao, at this moment, I am a little shaken, because I seem to have recalled Xiangxi's background." "What? Where did it come from?" This time everyone in the Myriad Treasure Tower was shocked, and they all listened attentively. Xian Yutong recovered his tacit expression and said indifferently, "I can't be sure yet, let me be confident first." Everyone felt dizzy, and they all stared at him with resentful eyes, revealing incomparable resentment. They had never seen someone so tantalizing. In the heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, when Emo Xiaochuan saw the two-sword techniques, his mind also shook, and he exclaimed, "Not good." Young Emperor Hao Lian said with a look of disdain, "Don't make a fuss, okay? Once the sword technique is used, all the small fry will die. This is a great thing." Luo Yunsheng said thoughtfully, "Little Chuan means that he is afraid of being seen through?" Emo Xiaochuan said solemnly, "This is only one of the reasons, but even if someone knows the sword technique, they can't guess young Master Yun's identity. What I'm worried about is that young Master Yun has even used his sword arts, and he's controlling two rank 9 swords at the same time. This means that his current situation is very bad, or else he wouldn't have exposed his trump cards and strength like this." Ding Linger said anxiously, "What should we do? From Xiangxi's appearance, he might not be a human. If I can't win, I'll admit defeat on behalf of young Master Yun." Mo Xiaochuan said in shock, no. Even if he really wants to admit defeat, young Master Yun has to say it himself. Don't forget his identity. Ding Linger was extremely worried, and she thought to herself, that's right, he is Emperor Wu Pejuan. Even if he can't win, he definitely won't admit defeat. However, he still has something like the world god steel on him, so he shouldn't lose so easily. Ba, what am I thinking? He can definitely win, young Master Yun can definitely win. The light from the enamel plate gradually dissipated, revealing the two figures within the light. They stood silently over 10 meters apart, Xianxi's Luoho spear in hand, while Li Yunxiao's two swords were stabbed into the ground in front of him. Streams of cold qi swept up from the tips of the swords, still brimming with energy. Pfft! Li Yunxiao was the first to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper, and a large amount of cracks appeared on his body. He was forced back several steps before stabilizing his body. Although the enamel plate was extremely hard and was extremely suitable for martial duels, it was even more cruel for martial artists. Not a single bit of the power was dissipated, and all of it was absorbed by his body. The vicious energy from the spear directly entered his body, destroying his limbs and bones. Fortunately, the tyrannical heavenly body refinement art could absorb this destructive energy to repair his body. Hiss! Suddenly, two whistling sounds rang out, and Xiangxi's face turned pale. His left and right shoulders exploded with a bang, and then two arrows of blood shot out like a fountain. The tip of the Luoho divine spear dragged on the ground with a deep sound, as if it was extremely dissatisfied. Under the fierce attack just now, both sides were seriously injured. Damn it! A mere insect actually dared to injure my body. Xiangxi's face was full of disbelief, and he was so angry that he roared again and again. As he roared, the pressure of the son of the dragon spread out from his body again, causing people to tremble uncontrollably. Li Yunxiao's face changed. Although he looked even worse than Xiangxi, the tyrannical heavenly body refinement art had already healed most of his damaged body. Immediately, his hands quickly formed a seal, and a series of spiritual arts were inserted into the two long swords, and they once again flew up on the swords. Xiangxi's face changed greatly, and he said angrily, flying swords with two 9th-rank Xian artifacts, can you use the sword skill just now again? His face was full of disbelief. The kind of shocking and domineering sword skill that could control two divine swords at the same time, even if it was just once, was already beyond his imagination. Double sword formation. Li Yunxiao's face was ice cold, and he paid no attention to Xiangxi's shock. As the spiritual arts continued to be inserted, the two swords began to resonate. Rays of golden light shook out from the swords, and they automatically formed a formation around the long swords. The formations of the two swords constantly collided with each other, and finally formed a formation that emitted a terrifying sword qi, which shot up into the sky. Li Yunxiao's body also trembled slightly. This kind of intense battle was extremely taxing on him. Sword diagram, rise! He shouted softly, and the double sword formation suddenly rose into the sky. The two northern sky-cold star swords guarded the formation's eye, and a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. The entire sword diagram flew up into the sky, and struck down on Xiangxi. Xiangxi's face changed greatly. The terrifying aura of the sword diagram was no less than the previous two sword skills. Before the sword diagram had even landed, the surrounding space had already begun to tremble and shatter. The protective light on the enamel plate had been activated for the third time, and this was basically the strongest defense that anyone below Emperor Wu could activate. Damn it, I don't care about the agreement, I'll kill this kid first. Xiangxi roared these inexplicable words, and with a flash of black light, an item appeared in his hand. Although he couldn't see what it looked like, its aura made Li Yunxiao's heart tremble. This was definitely a true dragon's secret treasure. Just like his dragon bone bead, it emitted pure dragon qi. Kill! Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, and the spiritual arts in his hand pressed down. His expression was extremely solemn. If such a powerful dragon vein was paired with a true dragon's secret treasure, who knew what kind of effect it would have? He only felt that Xiangxi had too many secrets, and it was better for him to admit defeat as soon as possible. Under the pressure of his spiritual arts, the sword diagram crashed down. The item in Xiangxi's hand flashed, and turned into a black light that enveloped his body to meet the power of the sword diagram. Rumble! The sword chi collided, and the sword light was shaken off in all directions. The two northern sky cold star swords spun rapidly in the air, and the power of the ninth stage sword formation almost destroyed everything. Roar! Suddenly, in the center of the sword diagram's explosion, an earth-shattering roar shook the heavens. The defensive light on the entire enamel plate was instantly activated to the fourth layer. This level of defense only appeared in the Battle of Emperor Wu. Everyone was shocked, not only because of the defensive changes on the Celestial Dipper enamel plate, but also because of the earth-shattering roar that shook everyone's hearts, as if it contained an inexhaustible dragon might, which shook everyone's hearts, causing them to tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Some of the weaker martial artists fell to their knees on the spot, prostrating themselves on the ground while trembling. Bang! Bang! The sound of two weapons colliding rang out. Li Yunxiao's northern sky-cold star swords were shaken back. In his shock, he hurriedly formed a seal with both hands to control them, but he found that the rebound was too strong. The two swords stabbed straight at him, and he quickly turned around and disappeared. The two swords stabbed into the enamel plate with a clang, and vibrated incessantly. A black shadow directly rose from the enamel plate. Xianxi's entire body had already undergone an earth-shattering transformation. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of black scales, and he had completely transformed into a demon. Two black horns grew out of his forehead, and his expression was ferocious. He stared fixedly at Li Yunxiao below, and the Luoho divine spear in his hand emitted an even greater force as he swooped down. Everyone was completely stunned by the scene. Regardless of what was going on with Xianxi, the power on his body was already no less than Emperor Wu's. How were they supposed to fight him? Just as Xianxi was about to charge down with a roar, a calm voice rang out in the air. "You're too impulsive. You've forgotten our agreement. If you mess things up, don't even think about getting that thing." But luckily, we've already finished our preparations. Below, Li Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed. His expression was even uglier than when he was about to face Xianxi's furious attack. This was because he recognized the owner of the voice. The air trembled and several figures gradually appeared. Their loose robes fluttered in the wind as they stood quietly in the sky. Li Yunxiao was shocked. It was indeed Shang, whom he had not seen for a long time, and several monster race experts. Tang Jia, who had left earlier, was also among them, as well as Elder Kuei of the Four Extremes sect and the four Emperor Wu's followers. There were a total of 11 people, each emitting a powerful aura. A hint of fanaticism appeared in Xianxi's eyes as he chuckled. "Can you give me that thing first?" Shang smiled. "I've always been a man of my word. I hope you can keep your promise too. I'll naturally give it to you after the matter is over." Xianxi snorted. "Aren't you afraid that I'm not strong enough to suppress these people and ruin your plan?" Shang smiled. "It is said that as long as the descendants of the dragon can gather all 9 dragon body secret treasures, their bloodline will return to their bodies and they will become the 10 true spirits. You now have dragon scales, dragon horns, and the Luoho spear in your hand. If I'm not wrong, it should be refined from the spine of a dragon. With these 3 treasures and your heaven-defying bloodline, you should be able to intimidate everyone in a short period of time." Xianxi's expression changed and his grip on the spear tightened. The original form of the Luoho spear was his greatest secret. He had not unsealed it even when he was fighting against Li Yunxiao. He did not expect his opponent to see through it. He could not help but snort coldly. "I hope so. As you said, I will only help you for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. This is all I can help you. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, no matter the result, you must give me the dragon eye." Shang chuckled. "Understood." The people of the Merchant Union were all dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. Halfway through the battle, why did so many people suddenly appear? Not only that, each of them had an incomparably strong aura, and from their conversation, it seemed like they were plotting something. Chuibo frowned and shouted, "Xianxi, what's going on? Do you still want to compete?" Luoying and Tang Xian were also dumbfounded. They did not know what Tang Jia and the others were up to. It seemed that Xianxi was in cahoots with these monster race people. Min Qingxiang was also shocked and said loudly, "Xianxi, you, alright." Xianxi's face turned cold as he mocked. "Do you think I came here to be a disciple of your trashy merchant guild for mere 9th grade materials? Tiskets just for the sake of the spot for the martial arts and martial arts dual mastery. I don't need it anymore. Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what he meant by no longer needing it. At that moment, Shang gently waved his hand. Yu, Li, Yi, and Fu, the four great demons, suddenly transformed into a beam of light and dispersed in four different directions. Soon, loud rumbling sounds came from the four corners of Xianxia city. Chuibo's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Where did this demon come from? How dare you destroy the Merchant Union's double execution? Damn it, scram." Shocked and angry, he slammed his palm into the air. The entire sky shook, and a palm shadow appeared above Xianxia city, slamming towards Shang and the others. Tang Jia suddenly said, "Elder Kuei." The power of Chuibo's palm was not something they could withstand. The one with the highest cultivation here was Elder Chu, and although he was not a match for Chuibo, he was not too far behind. Without saying a word, Elder Chu let out a loud roar, and a fist shadow appeared, smashing towards the incoming palm wind. Two overbearing forces shook in the air, causing the weather to change and the sky to darken. Chuibo was shocked. If the two of them fought like this, the entire Xianxia city would be destroyed. He quickly stopped and shouted angrily, "Tang Jia, what are you doing? Do you know what kind of crime it is to destroy the double execution?" Tang Jia ignored Chuibo's angry shout and said to Xianxia, "Hurry up and do it. Who can stop them when they go berserk?" Xianxia chuckled and his aura became extremely fierce. The two horns on his forehead were like bamboo shoots that slowly grew sharp. As the dragon horns gradually appeared, the phantom of the son of the dragon appeared once again. Dragon might burst forth, causing the expressions of everyone in the sky to change. They bitterly resisted the pressure that came from the bottom of their hearts. The people of the Merchant Union were also shocked. Previously, with the celestial dipper enamel plate, they already felt that the dragon might was difficult to resist. Now, they were even more shocked. This dragon might was even stronger than before, and at the same time, they were shocked. Was Li Yunxiao fighting such a monster just now? What is he trying to do? Li Yunxiao looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, but most of his attention was still focused on recovering his strength. However, he felt more and more uneasy. Jianryu sensed Li Yunxiao's mood and snorted, "Don't worry, even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. There are so many experts here, how can these puny demons do anything?" Li Yunxiao comforted himself, "I hope so, but these demons are not ordinary, nor are they stupid. Why would they do something they have no confidence in? I still feel that something is wrong." Rumble. Sounds came from all over Xianxia city. Looking from afar, a huge cloud of dust was stirred up, as if something was rising into the sky. After Xianxia formed the two dragon horns, he shook the Luoho divine spear in his hand. The spear trembled in the air, and the power of the seal was released. His left hand formed a seal, and he kept chanting ancient words. The shadow on his body became stronger and stronger. Chuibo looked at the Luoho divine spear in horror. As each seal was broken, the power of the dragon might grew stronger and stronger, causing the fear in the depths of his soul to grow stronger and stronger. Not only him, but every member of the Merchant Union also had a drastic change in expression, as they began to feel that something was wrong. This dragon might, how can it be so strong? Chuibo, I have a bad feeling. If it continues to grow stronger, I'm afraid everyone will be deterred. Zhang Chang's face was full of horror, and even he felt a lingering fear. At this moment, a large number of warriors could not resist the dragon might, and they all knelt down in fear. Chuibo also felt that something was wrong, and no longer cared about the impact. He suddenly shouted, "Everyone, attack with me, and take down these demons." He took the lead, and behind him, several lights followed closely. They were Emperor Wu's experts. Shang's expression changed slightly, but he did not panic. Instead, he pointed at the sky, and a palm-sized disc appeared in his hand. It instantly grew in size, and the entire sky suddenly changed at this moment. Dazzling light flashed from the four poles, and it flew over and gathered on the disc. The disc spun bigger and bigger, and all kinds of patterns and symbols engraved on it seemed to come alive at this moment, flashing non-stop. Complex arrays were activated on the disc, layer by layer, and spread out. Shang's hands quickly formed seals, and a horrifying golden tadpole appeared in his hands. He slapped down from the sky, and into the disc. In an instant, a faintly discernible ancient voice rang out. It seemed to be the sacrificial chant of the demon race. The voice was extremely solemn, moving, and charming. It presented two contrasting states, and could only be judged to be a female voice. As the ancient voice rose, a strong light shot down from the disc, spreading below. The power was so strong that it seemed to be able to annihilate the whole city, and its target was Cui Bo and the other experts. So strong. What kind of array is this? Cui Bo and the others were shocked. The attack on the disc seemed to be resonating with the strange movements in the distance, gathering the power of the four directions of heaven and earth. Under Shang's control, such a powerful attack could be launched. However, such a powerful array attack must have a flaw, which was that it could not be used for a long time and on a large scale. Everyone, let's work together to resist, or Song Yu will be in danger. After this attack, we will work together to break through this array and capture this person. Cui Bo and the others suddenly displayed their defensive techniques in the air. All kinds of light flashed around them, and connected with each other, forming the simplest defensive enchantment. However, everyone was a powerful warrior, and although it was not a battle array, but a simple accumulation of enchantment, it was still a great defense, and spread out in the air. Boom! The aurora fell and shook the enchantment, and the light scattered in all directions. The whole sky changed completely, and was completely divided by the enchantment and the aurora, as if it were two different worlds. The people of the Merchant Union were all shocked, and only felt that the end of the world had come. They looked at the sky in horror, not knowing what would happen next. This level of battle was no longer something they could intervene in. Even Xianxia's face was solemn. He seemed to have realized something, and stared closely at the horrifying disc. The various arrays on the disc were connected from head to tail, and they were still constantly being activated. The complexity of the array shocked him again and again, and the function of the array was not just for defense or attack. A large number of strange symbols were mixed in it, and they were unsealed one by one. This thing must be the Saraira wheel that they had heard about, and with one look, it was not an ordinary object. The terrifying spiritual pressure in the sky gradually dissipated, and the dim world began to reveal a little bit of light. Cui Bo and the others were shocked. To want to set up such a level of attack array, in addition to the extremely high requirements of the array and the need for a powerful profound level weapon to suppress the array, the time and primordial stones required were also huge. Tang Jia and the others were using it unscrupulously, which proved that they had already made full preparations. This matter was not as simple as they had imagined. Luoying was also in the air, and she shouted angrily, "Tang Jia, Elder Chu, what are you doing? What are we doing?" Tang Jia suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, of course we are going to start a new era of the Merchant Union. Luoying, as long as you swear loyalty to me, you can live today." What? Luoying was shocked, and she was so angry that she laughed. What a joke, how ignorant. With just the few of you, even if you have this array to rely on, you want to vainly try to kill us? Tang Jia, is there something wrong with your brain? If the sect master finds out about this, how can he spare you? Tang Jia said coldly, how can a frog at the bottom of a well know the vastness of the sea and the sky? Father already knew about this, otherwise, he would not have sent Elder Chu to help me. What? Everyone was shocked. It turned out that the leader of the Four Extreme sect, Tang Qing, was also involved. Luoying and Tang Xian's expressions were extremely ugly. It seemed that the two of them had been kept in the dark and were obviously abandoned pawns, especially Tang Xian, whose face was completely twisted. Yin Long patted his shoulder and said indifferently, "Calm down, let's wait and see." In the sky, Cui Bo shouted coldly, "Luoying, stop talking nonsense with them. The longer we delay, the more power the array disc will recover. Let's take them down together." At this moment, a cold snort came from above, followed by a powerful pressure that rushed straight to the soul. At this moment, everyone from the Merchant Union was shocked. They looked over in shock and saw that Xianxi's appearance had changed. There were two horns on his forehead and the Luoho divine spear was long gone. Only the white bones of his spine curled around his body like a whip, emitting a shocking pressure. Xianxi clasped his hands together and spread his fingers. His hands formed the image of a dragon spitting out pearls, but there were no pearls in it. The eerie white bones floated in the wind, and his aura rose to a critical point, as if it was about to explode. The shadow of a dark dragon gradually appeared and faintly overlapped with him. Ah! He's from the sea race. Xianxia suddenly exclaimed and said, "It is said that the dragon has 9 sons and each is different. However, this black dragon's son is called the Hornless Dragon. He is the ancestor of the North Sea royal family of the 4 seas." Li Yunxiao licked his dry lips and said, "Sea race. Royal family. Regardless of his identity and background, what is he trying to do?" Xianxi's cold voice sounded in the air. A powerful dragon's might suddenly exploded and gathered on the dragon heads in his hands. He chanted coldly, "Sigh of the true dragon." Boom! As his shout rang out, everyone's hearts trembled violently. It was as if their souls had been struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, causing them to lose control of their minds. A large number of people with low strength had their souls directly shattered under the dragon's might and died on the spot. Puff, Cui Bo and the others were the closest to Xianxia, so they bore the brunt of the attack. All of them suffered great mental damage and vomited blood. Although they were powerful, this kind of spiritual attack that penetrated directly into their souls still caused them to be at a loss. The terrifying dragon pressure did not dissipate after a single strike. Instead, it pressed down like a mountain, causing those who were still alive to prostrate on the ground and tremble continuously. It was an innate reverence towards a supreme godly state expert from the depths of their souls. Cui Bo and the others were horrified. Under this dragon might, it felt like a mountain was pressing down on their souls. They could not muster any strength to resist. Zhang Chang's expression changed drastically as he said anxiously, "This formation and dragon might are too strong. There's no hope of winning in the short term. Let's join hands and set up a barrier. Even if the dragon's might is unstoppable, it can be weakened a lot. Then, we can slowly think of a solution. Otherwise, everyone in the city will suffer." Cui Bo looked down. Just on the central square, half of the people were killed or injured by the roar of the dragon might, not to mention the rest of the people scattered throughout the city. He felt a chill in his heart. This sudden change in both martial arts and sorcery caused tens of thousands of people to lose their lives in the blink of an eye. He was completely at a loss of what to do. Following Zhang Cheng's roar, the martial monarchs descended mechanically. All the martial monarchs gathered around the enamel plate and formed a formation. A pale yellow barrier spread out and enveloped everyone in the square. As expected, the pressure on those who were still alive was greatly reduced under the joint efforts of the martial monarchs. However, they were still terrified and could not bring themselves to resist. Xianxi's expression was not relaxed either. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he said, "What are you going to do? Hurry up. I can only withstand this level of dragon might for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Once the time is up, if you keep your promise, I can go or stay as I please." Shang smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, 1 incense stick's time is enough." At this moment, a large amount of aura in the city surged up and was continuously absorbed into the Kusha wheel. Tang Jia's eyes lit up and he grinned hideously, "Is this the life force of those who died just now?" Shang nodded and said, "The meaning of Kusha is to abandon the 5 senses and 6 consciousness, abandon all dharma, and finally reach the other side. This Kusha wheel is a profound artifact created by the demon race's almighty experts to complement the Kusha divine mantra. It can help these souls who died in vain to transcend and help these people who are still alive reach the other side." Tang Jia licked his lips and laughed, "Killing people is still for the good of others. This is really a good thing." Shang ignored the sarcasm in his words. With a point of his finger, the armillary sphere flew out from his body and landed on top of the Kusha wheel. The formation on the Kusha wheel was still changing. Suddenly, a faint shadow emerged from it and condensed into the appearance of a woman. She hugged the armillary sphere with both hands. Powerful life force was continuously extracted from the Kusha wheel and poured into the armillary sphere through the hands of the woman's shadow. Li Yunxiao's body suddenly trembled and he almost lost his mind, allowing the dragon's might to invade his mind. The woman's shadow that appeared on the Kusha wheel was actually the woman with the heavenly illumination imperial gold on his body. It was also the woman with the Southern Fire gold crystal statue in the Southern Fire City's death zone. That shadow was also blurry, but Li Yunxiao was absolutely sure that it was that woman. He would never forget that glimpse of her in southern Fire City for the rest of his life. Tang Jia and Shang's conversation was not concealed at all and entered everyone's ears. The people below all had goosebumps when they heard it. These demons actually wanted to use the formation to absorb their life force. Those who died would be transcended, and those who were not dead would be sent to the afterlife. Zhu Keating's face was also very solemn. Although he did not believe that a mere profound artifact formation could take all of their lives, Chen Feng and Xiao Jingming were the core disciples of the Saber Sword sect. There must not be any mistakes, although Chen Feng's cultivation was higher than Xiao Jingming's, at this moment, the dragon's might was pressing down on his soul. Xiao Jingming's condition was much better, and he was even constantly splitting his soul power to help Shui Luoyan resist. Zhu Keating said seriously, "Lord Cui, you are the person in charge of this place. Now that such a situation has occurred, what should we do?" Cui Bo's face was ugly as he said, "This is really unexpected. The dragon's might directly shakes the soul and is hard to resist. I just probed this so-called Kusha wheel formation with my divine sense and found that it has sealed the entire Songyang city. Even the void path has been sealed. Furthermore, under the dragon's might just now, I estimate that at least half of the people in the city have died." He was already being very conservative. Apart from the warriors in the central area, the rest of the people in the city rarely survived. The #1 shopping center in the world for thousands of years had actually suffered such a tragic incident. Luo Ying's face was extremely ugly. He looked up at the sky and roared angrily, "Tang Jia, you must not make a single mistake and cause everlasting sorrow. These demons have taken the lives of hundreds of thousands of people and are the enemies of the entire world. If you do not abandon the dark side today, you will definitely be hunted down by the entire merchant union and even the entire world." Tang Jia looked at him coldly and sneered. "Luo Ying, no wonder you can only be the deputy sect leader forever. You are not only lacking in cultivation, but also ambition and dominance. Only the weak will be hunted down by the people of the world. A true expert should be the one who hunts down the people of the world. A general's success is built on the bones of tens of thousands of people. Which absolute expert did not step on the bones of countless people? If these ants can be used by me and become a stepping stone for Tang Jia's hegemony, their lives in this world will also have meaning. It is me who has allowed these ant-like lives to blossom with brilliance. This is also the meaning of sacrifice. Only by sacrifice can one reach the other shore." "You. Crazy, you are really crazy." Luo Ying was so angry that he could not speak. In the current situation, no matter what he said, it would be useless. Cui Bo said anxiously, "Everyone is knowledgeable and intelligent. Do you have any ideas?" He smiled bitterly and said, "If this situation continues, we will really reach the other shore in less than 30 minutes. Other than the supreme dragon might that was suppressing an entire city, the demonic power of the Kusha wheel had also begun to harvest the living beings within the magic formation. The enchantment that they had set up began to feel the pressure, and could only continue to shrink. The people on the periphery of the enchantment began to scream as they tried to squeeze into the magic formation. Su Dan has shouted angrily, "Everyone who is not from the 7 major commerce unions, stay 8 feet away from the core, or you will be killed without mercy." As soon as she finished speaking, her palm slashed out like a knife and directly cut a disciple who was squeezing in into 2. "Ah!" The disciples who were not from the 7 major commerce unions gasped and retreated a lot in shock. They did not dare to rush forward again. Moreover, everyone suddenly became silent. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger, but no one dared to speak. Even the people from the 7 major commerce unions became silent. Although Cui Bo frowned, he did not say anything. At this time, although they were united to resist the enemy, everyone was selfish. Moreover, the main force to resist the enemy was the 7 major commerce unions. Although the other chambers of commerce also had some powerful people from Emperor Wu supporting the barrier, their ability was still very limited. Tang Xian suddenly said, "Although I do not recognize this demonic formation, all the formations in the world use symbols that represent the elements and power of heaven and earth to achieve the purpose of communicating with heaven and earth. This Kusha wheel formation should be the same. From what I see, he should be continuously transmitting the power of the 4 extremes through the formation eyes at the 4 corners of Songyang City. That is why he can resist everyone's joint efforts. The key to breaking this formation might be to break the power of the four extremes at the four corners. Chuibo was overjoyed and said, I forgot that young master Tang Xian received the inheritance of the 800 formation Dao from the throne. Your understanding of formations is rare in the world. If that is the case, why don't we send out experts to break the four formation eyes? Zhang Chong frowned and said, send out experts? Without everyone's protection, don't even talk about breaking the formation eyes, even the few of us with the highest cultivation would be frightened by the dragon aura outside. How can we break the formation? Everyone was silent. The current situation was difficult to even get out of the barrier, not to mention breaking the formation. Moreover, there was Tang Jia and a few Emperor Wus from the Four Extremes sect guarding in the sky. The situation was worse than they had imagined. Tang Xian said awkwardly, I'm afraid only a 9th rank alchemist can completely resist this level of dragon might. Even an 8th rank existence would find it difficult, right? Everyone's gaze fell on Li Yunxiao, Cui Yuan, and Xiao Jingming. These three were the only 3 8th rank alchemists in the team. Cui Yuan smiled bitterly, although that dragon might is pressuring me, it's not to the extent that I can't resist it. It's just that my cultivation is only at the 7th constellation realm. How can I contend with those demons? Xiao Jingming also snorted, then fell silent. His cultivation also stopped at the 7th constellation realm. This time everyone's gaze fell on Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao frowned, I'm also only a 7th constellation realm martial emperor. Can't you guys see through it? Everyone fainted. What he said was true, but in the battle with Xianxia, he was 100% martial venerable, much stronger than an ordinary martial venerable. Chuibo smiled bitterly, young Master Yun, it's already like this. If we still can't work together, there's really no hope. Right now, the only one who has a chance of breaking the formation is you. I hope you can look at the bigger picture. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. I'm not tall, so what's there to worry about? Also, you guys saw the battle with Xianxia just now. I'm completely out of spirit energy, mentally and physically exhausted, and physically weak. Alright, what do you want? Just state your conditions. Qian Wudi suddenly glared and said angrily, do you think I don't know you? Do you want spirit stones, medicinal pills, or profound artifacts? Hurry up and say it. Li Yunxia was stunned, then said unhappily, Brother Wudi, do you really think I'm that kind of person? It's too sad and tiring. Even the most basic trust between people is gone. Give me a few bottles of 9th rank recovery medicinal pills first. I really lost quite a bit in the battle just now. Chuibo took out a jade bottle and said, there are 3 yang blood restoring pills inside, a sacred healing item. Cui Yuan also pondered for a moment before reluctantly taking out a jade box. He said, there is a Dubhe spirit restoring pill inside. It is extremely effective in replenishing soul energy. Its value is not below rank 9. Good stuff. Li Yunxiao grabbed the 2 bottles and poured out a Yuan Yang blood restoring pill and swallowed it together with the Heaven Pivot soul restoring pill. He immediately felt a surge of power burning in his body, and his origin power and soul power both rose. It really is a treasure. He glanced at the others and frowned. What about you guys? Don't tell me you're only planning on letting the Myriad Treasure Pagoda spend money, while you all pick up ready-made ones? Sudana said angrily, didn't you recover your strength? Of the 3 essential yang pills that Chuibo gave you, you only took 1, right? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, what does it matter to you if I take a few? Everyone look, this is the spirit of unity. This is the big picture. You want me to go out and fight to my death while you guys watch from the back. My heart is so cold. Qian Wudi was dizzy. He slapped his head and said, everyone, let's bleed a little. At this time, let him slaughter us. What's more important, money or life? Think about it yourselves. He took out his storage bag and threw it over without even looking at it. He said, Li Yunxiao, don't go overboard. When the time comes, your good friends and lover will go to the other side. Don't think that you can escape alone. You don't have to worry about that. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly. He had the world god steel and could take in all the people from the Heavenly Origin Trade Association. However, it was too shocking to appear in front of these people. Even if he escaped today's calamity, he would leave behind endless troubles for himself. After everyone heard Qian Wudi's words, they opened their storage bags one after another. Even the people from the saber sword sect were not spared. They extorted a sum of money from them. Chen Feng and Xiao Jingming were so angry that their faces turned green, but they didn't dare to say anything. At this time, a few figures flew over from the 4 poles. Rain said with a solemn face, "The spine of the east has been completed." Li said, "The spine of the west has been completed." Wing's shadow also appeared in the sky and said, "The spine of the south has been completed. The spine of the north has also been completed." Talisman's voice was steady. The sky shook and another figure gradually appeared. It was Li Yi. His face was calm and indifferent as he said coldly, "The 4 inter-district teleportation formations outside the city have been destroyed." Every voice fell into the ears of the people from the Commerce Alliance like a judgment. Although they did not know the meaning of the spine of the 4 extremities, it was not a good thing for them to complete it. Especially when Li said at the end that the 4 major domain teleportation formations were all destroyed, it made their hearts sink. Li Yi's gaze was like an eagle looking for prey below. Suddenly, it landed on Li Yunxiao. His body suddenly trembled and he said with a trembling voice, "Lord Shang, can that Li Yunxiao come out? I want to eat his flesh raw." Shang smiled lightly and said, "Oh? You have enmity with him as well? This person is too dangerous. Even the embodiment formation might not be able to harm him. There will be a chance for you to attack later." He's that powerful? Xianxia, who had been silent at the side, suddenly spoke. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Shang smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't explain further. He knew that Li Yunxiao had the world god steel. As long as he hid inside, no matter how powerful the embodiment wheel was, it wouldn't be able to break through the power of a world. However, as long as his armillary sphere was repaired, he would have the power to kill him. Suddenly, Shang's expression changed. A ray of light shot out from his eyes and he said coldly, "Li Yi, your teleportation formation was destroyed too late. A little rat has already snuck in." What? It was not just Li Yi. Everyone else was shocked as well, and they immediately looked forward. In front of them, the space cracked like a mirror. A war chariot slowly appeared. The top of the war chariot was burning with flames. Below it, there were waves. The war chariot was shining with golden light, making it hard for people to look at it directly. This is... Tang Jia had already recognized the war chariot in front of him. His expression changed and he became extremely nervous. The people from the Commerce Alliance below also opened their eyes wide and revealed expressions of ecstasy. Chuibo was overjoyed and said, "Great. It's actually a golden law enforcement war chariot. Haha, we're saved." Everyone cheered. Su Danhe suddenly glared at Li Yunxiao and shouted, "Li Yunxiao, return it to me. They're finally here." Hidden Dragon's eyes flashed with coldness. He snorted and said, "I've said it before. We don't need to deal with Tang Jia personally." Tang Xian also revealed a knowing smile on her face. A faint coldness appeared at the corner of her mouth. Luo Ying's body trembled and he said in shock, "You were the ones who attracted the sanctuary enforcers?" Tang Xian said coldly, "Tang Jia colluded with a big demon. Such a serious matter must be reported to the sanctuary immediately." From the moment he abandoned himself and mingled with the demons, he was no longer a member of the 4 Extremes sect. He was the public enemy of the entire world. The world's leader must come forward to eliminate the enemy of the world. Luo Ying felt a chill down his spine. The fight between these 2 brothers was really without any kinship. It was a fight to the death. Tang Xian said gently, "Uncle Luo Ying, I'm afraid my father will be implicated in this matter. When that happens, the 4 Extremes sect will have to rely on you." Luo Ying's face darkened and he did not say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhang Chong revealed a smile and said, "Young Master Tang Xian, you put righteousness before family and saved everyone from danger. This is a great merit. We will all support you." Tang Xian was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, everyone. Zhang Chong's words undoubtedly represented the stance of the money gang. They would support him unconditionally. Tang Jia looked down from the sky and said coldly, "A bunch of ants. Don't be happy too early. So what if they are the sanctuary enforcers? They will still not be able to return." On the golden chariot, 3 men in full armor stood with cold eyes. The leader held the sword hilt at his waist with his left hand and said coldly, "I received news a few days ago that Tang Jia of the Four Extremes sect colluded with the demon race to harm the mainland. I didn't expect it to be true. Now that you have seen me, the law enforcer, you should surrender immediately and follow me back to the sanctuary to await punishment." Shang glanced at them and said, "They are just 3 low-level Emperor Wu. Finish them quickly and don't let them affect the Jushi array." Tang Jia grinned and said, "Leave them to the Four Extremes sect. Elder Chu, I order the 5 of you to attack together. Finish them quickly." The 5 of them immediately released their auras and pressed down on the golden chariot. Elder Chu said seriously, "The sanctuary enforcers have a joint attack technique. Do not underestimate them." The law enforcer flew into a rage and shouted, "How dare you? How dare you resist the law enforcers of the sanctuary enforcers? This alone is enough to sentence you to death." He waved his hand and shouted, "Attack." The 2 enforcers behind him flew up from the chariot at the same time. Both of them wielded long sabers that glinted with a cold light. They charged into the group of 5 and slashed their sabers, causing cracks to appear in the sky. The leader of the chariot cast a few hand seals into the chariot. Instantly, a raging inferno appeared above the chariot and dyed the sky red. The water element below the chariot surged violently, creating waves that swept towards the 5 enforcers. The power of water and fire intertwined, forming a barrier that trapped Elder Chu and the other 4 enforcers. The leader of the enforcers formed a hand seal and a beam of sword chi shot out from his waist. Under his control, it slashed towards the Kusha wheel. He could tell at a glance that this was the array that trapped the people below. As long as the array was broken and the merchant union could escape, victory would be theirs. "Humph. You want to fight all of us at once? You don't know your place." Fu's figure flashed and appeared in front of the enforcers. A large axe materialized in his hand and he swung it down with both hands. The axe slashed out with the force of the axe and collided with the large sword. Pung! The enforcer's sword let out a loud wail and was sent flying back into the hands of the enforcer. At a glance, the sword seemed to have lost all of its spiritual chi and was still trembling in fear. The enforcer's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in front of him and the sky darkened. Fu's huge body blocked out the sunlight as he swung his axe at the enforcer. How many years has it been? No one has ever dared to attack a sanctuary. You're going against the heavens. The enforcer was enraged and once again infused his sword with Yuan Qi, forcefully activating his strength to form a sword in the air. Boom! 2 huge sword shadows collided in the air and cracks immediately appeared on the sword shadow. Pung! The sword shadow shattered and the talisman shadow descended once again. Correspondingly, the sword in the enforcer's hand also trembled violently. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly flew out of the war chariot. The talisman shadow was incomparably domineering and when it slashed into the war chariot, it immediately caused a monstrous golden flame to erupt. Water and fire chi mixed together and corroded each other. The world of water and fire that had trapped Elder Chu and the others in the distance immediately disappeared. Without the support of the array, the 2 enforcers immediately fell into a bitter battle. The leading enforcer's expression became extremely ugly and he angrily said, "I will definitely report what happened today. Just wait for the sanctuary's wrath." After saying this, he turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance, escaping without any hesitation. And after them. Tang Jia's expression changed and he was about to order Elder Chu and the others to give chase when Shang stopped him. "Forget it, your human sanctuary can easily find out what happened here. There's no need to keep it a secret. The 4 major transmission arrays have all been destroyed, who knows how long it will take for him to return." Tang Jia loudly snorted, "Elder Chu, don't let these 2 fish escape. Today, we will use the heads of the sanctuary enforcers as a blood sacrifice for this great day." When the 2 enforcers saw that their leader had escaped, they immediately panicked. In a moment of carelessness, they were attacked by the combined forces of the 5 enforcers and were immediately killed. The people of the merchant union below were all dumbfounded. In their minds, the sanctuary was an invincible existence. With the appearance of the sanctuary, they thought that everything would be resolved. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, their hopes would be dashed? Zhang Chong licked his dry lips and said, Tang Xian, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Tang Xian and Yin Long were also completely stunned. Tang Xian's eyes almost popped out as she murmured, crazy, they really are crazy. They even dared to kill the sanctuary enforcers. Everyone's hearts sank. Yes, if they dared to kill the sanctuary enforcers, they would have no qualms killing them. Zhu Keating suddenly shouted, Friend, I am from the Saber Sword sect, not from the Merchant Union. Please let me go, I will definitely repay you. His words immediately caused a burst of disdain from the crowd, but Zhu Keating was calm and did not think there was anything wrong. The crowd below was suddenly in an uproar, and everyone started shouting loudly. Yeah, I'm not from the Merchant Union either. I'm just here to watch the show. Please let me go. Child Tangjia, I'm your brother-in-law. The girl you played with in the Ruan family last time is my younger sister. Please let me go. My younger sister misses you so much recently. Lords of the Demon Clan, I usually like to interact with the Demon Clan the most. I raise hundreds of demon beasts at home and treat them like my own. I have the blood of the Yao clan in me. I actually have the bloodline of the Demon Clan in me. Speaking of which, I can be considered as half of your people. Moreover, I've been demonizing quite often recently. I reckon that it won't be long before I completely become a member of the Demon Clan. Tang Jia shouted, all of you, shut up. Don't even think about living in the formation. Cui Bo said, young Master Yun, let's stick to the original plan. I'll have to trouble you to break the formation. Li Yunxiao had been silently accumulating his strength. When the sanctuary enforcers appeared, he did not have much hope. As expected, they bought him a lot of time. With the help of a large number of high-grade elixirs, he basically recovered to his peak. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath. He looked around and said, strengthen the barrier around the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. I don't want them to be injured when I go out to fight. Luo Yunsheng and Ding Ling were already feeling a little tired. Those with weaker strength were basically lying on the ground, panting. Everyone frowned. Their Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce had contributed the least in this spirit formation. However, at that moment, no one dared to offend him. Even Sudanha tactfully shut her mouth. Everyone was silent, but they still directed the barrier towards the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Immediately, the people on the periphery screamed and died under the suppression of the formation and the dragon might. The barrier outside was getting stronger and stronger, but the defense was getting weaker. Every resource was extremely precious. If the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce was strengthened, there would definitely be people who would be correspondingly unlucky. Tang Xian said, I'm afraid there is not enough time. As long as you break one of the spines, we can all fight with all our strength. There is a high chance that we can break the formation. Li Yunxiao chuckled. No need. I will break the Kusha chakra directly. What? Tang Jia was shocked. The Kusha chakra absorbs the power of the 4 extremes. That is the strongest part of the formation. How can you break it? Besides, you saw the power of the attack just now. If it comes again, can you withstand it? Li Yunxiao said, this Kusha chakra formation feels like a hodgepodge. It has many functions, but too many has its drawbacks. Right now, he is using the formation to harvest lives while absorbing life force. In this situation, it will be very difficult for him to use the previous attack. He raised his head and looked at the people above. He smiled and said, Shang, am I right? The people of the Merchant Union were all shocked. Cui Bo said, you know these demon race people? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, we can be considered old friends. Young Emperor Hao Lian smiled bitterly and said, I hate that I let these bastards go in the demon origin. Now, I can't suppress them anymore. Mo Xiachuan snorted and said, when can you achieve anything? Other than being a bandit leader and stealing women's bodies and hearts, what else can you do? Shang was in the sky, constantly using techniques to control the Kusha chakra and the armillary sphere. He smiled and said, "You are right. The current Kusha chakra formation indeed has no single target attack power. It is now just a big furnace, slowly melting you all. Even if you can see through it, what use is it? Actually, you can save everyone. It is just that you can't bear the danger of exposing your trump card. You can only slowly wait to be refined by me." His words shocked everyone. They all looked at Li Yunxiao. They didn't know what trump card he had that could save everyone. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Stop trying to sow discord here. I have my own ways to break your Kusha formation. However, can you explain to me what kind of person is the illusory image of the woman condensed on the Kusha wheel? I seem to have seen it somewhere else. It left a deep impression." "What? You have seen this woman's image somewhere else? Where?" Shang's expression suddenly became serious. The great demons beside him also trembled, as if they couldn't believe it. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Hee, I forgot. Tell me who this woman is. Maybe I will remember." "Humph, not many of your words are true. Wait until I slowly refine you and capture you. Then, I will naturally know everything I want to know," Shang said coldly. He knew that dealing with Li Yunxiao would not be beneficial. He could only directly suppress him. At that time, he could do whatever he wanted. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Since when did you like to indulge in self-delusion? Watch how I break your Kusha chakra formation." As soon as he stepped out of the enchantment, his body and soul were suddenly attacked by a tremendous force. Under the combination of the formation power and the dragon's might, his body constantly emitted muffled crackling sounds. His bones slightly cracked, and he began to be injured. In his sea of consciousness, the dragon's might kept crazily attacking, making his brain buzzing. Everyone stared at his movements, and they were all extremely nervous. "Not bad. It's better than expected." Li Yunxiao's heart calmed down. The tyrannical physique refinement art was indeed abnormal. It even absorbed the power of the formation to nourish his damaged body. Although he was still injured, it was much better. Bang! His legs exerted force as he stomped on the ground, creating a hole in the ground. His whole body kept bouncing up against the pressure. When he was more than 10 meters away from the Kuzara wheel, he finally reached his greatest limit. Both his body and soul could no longer bear it. Shang said coldly, "You can't even touch this Kusha chakra, and you still want to break it? Humph, open your demon eyes and take a good look." Li Yunxiao smiled coldly. The archaic heaven's eye on his forehead suddenly opened, and a fiery red shadow shot out from it. It suddenly spread its wings in the sky and turned into a bright red firebird. Chirp! A powerful ancient sound seemed to pass through endless time and space. Under Li Yunxiao's command, the phoenix image flew up and burned the Kusha chakra. "What? True spirit fire phoenix?" Xianxi's eyeballs protruded. He was so scared that he shivered. His sigh of the true dragon almost collapsed. Shang said in a deep voice, "Don't panic. It's just a little true phoenix fire. Also, with his strength, he can't control it for long. It's wishful thinking to think that this little flame can break my Kusha chakra formation." After the phoenix flame soared up, it lit up the sky and burned the Kusha chakra. The formation was filled with raging flames, but it still couldn't break it. The people of the Commerce Union below, who were originally overjoyed, felt their hearts sink again. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "I didn't expect this phoenix flame to be able to break the formation. I released it to refine your Kusha chakra Xian artifact. Don't forget that I'm an 8th level artificer, and not just any ordinary 8th level artificer." He suddenly made a few hand seals, which appeared one by one in the air. The seals combined and emitted a powerful light. The 3 golden tadpole characters on the seal flickered continuously. It was the wisdom ruler seal that he learned from the mountain and river cauldron. With my formula path cultivation and understanding, this true phoenix fire, and the wisdom ruler seal, all I need to do is refine this Kusha chakra Xian artifact into a piece of scrap metal. Do you think I can do it? Li Yunxiao's face showed great determination. With a fierce shout, the seal in his hand shot out. Rumble! The seals flickered with the ancient will of the heavens and entered the true phoenix fire. the fire changed, taking on strange shapes. Its power seemed to increase by several times, and it burned fiercely under the Kushikra wheel. Xiang's expression changed. Even if Li Yunxiao's strength was low, and refining the Kushikra wheel into scrap was a bit of an exaggeration, but with this kind of 10th level mystical fire and the indecipherable ancient golden runes, it was very likely that there would be a problem with the Kushikra wheel. He hurriedly changed his hand's seals, and the life-refining power weakened, while his defense greatly increased. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Indeed, I wasn't wrong. Although this residence grand array's function is powerful, its power is ultimately limited. It depends on your choice. Strengthening the defense can indeed delay my refining. Perhaps I won't be able to hold on soon, but it will shorten the time it takes for you to refine everyone's lives. Do you think you can kill us all in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense?" Not far away, Xianxia snorted and said, "Don't look at me. When the time is up, I will stop, and the deal is done." Xiang's expression immediately turned ugly. The seals Li Yunxiao continuously sent into the mystical fire were indeed a great threat. If the Kushikra wheel was really refined, then the entire wheel would be broken. If so many Emperor Wu's powerhouses rushed out, they wouldn't even be able to keep their lives, let alone repair the armillary sphere. Li Yi gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, you really are my nemesis. You always treat me as your enemy. Lord Xiang, let me enter the wheel and take his life." Xiang's expression was solemn. He shook his head and said, "If you go in, you will immediately be suppressed by the wheel and draconic might. I'm afraid you will be killed instantly." Li Yi's face paled. Xiang's judgment was clearly that he was far inferior to Li Yunxiao. His heart surged with extreme unwillingness and anger. "Let me go. I hope I can kill him completely this time. I can't let him grow any further, or else he will be too terrifying." Yu took a few steps forward and looked down at Li Yunxiao with a solemn expression. Xiang pondered for a moment before nodding his head. "This place is indeed the most suitable for you. Whether it's your physical body, soul power, or even your cultivation, you're not inferior to Li Yunxiao. Furthermore, all you need to do is stall him so that he doesn't have time to break the formation." Xiang cast a few seals on the Kusha wheel. Instantly, a ray of green light appeared in the dark seal. Yu Linkong took a step forward and sank into the green light. Xiang clasped his hands together again, and the seal suddenly merged. Li Yunxiao's eyes also revealed an extremely dignified look. If the rain was by his side, it would be impossible for him to refine the Kushikra wheel. Under the pressure of the formation, Yu's face gradually distorted. He let out a loud roar and gradually transformed into his demon form. He stared at Li Yunxiao fiercely and said coldly, "If I still can't kill you this time, I won't even be able to sleep in the future." After transforming into a demon, his body became more than twice as big. A cold light flickered in his hand and the tail light sword also became much bigger. In his hand, it emitted a piercingly cold intent. Just the power of the profound artifact was enough to shake off the pressure around the sword and create a vacuum. Without saying a word, the fire cloud between Li Yunxiao's brows flickered, and the small King Kong from the bottle gourd flew out. It similarly let out a loud roar in the air and transformed into the same size as Yu. It clenched its fists tightly and exploded with a powerful force, standing in front of Li Yunxiao to protect him. Then, Li Yunxiao fiercely gritted his teeth. A strand of the ancient astral wind shot out from between his brows and rushed into the flame. Immediately, the flame's intensity increased greatly and soared several times in length. It engulfed the entire Kushikra wheel and started to burn crazily. He knew that the possibility of refining the Kushikra wheel was not high. Now, he tried to delay the time as much as possible so that the people of the Merchant Union could endure until the draconic power dissipated completely. Then, he would let the Emperor Wu join hands and break the formation. Xiang's expression changed greatly. He suddenly gathered all the power of the formation and formed a great defensive power to resist the fire. The pressure in the entire formation decreased sharply. Yu was extremely shocked and angry. He roared, "Don't look down on me." The sword aura in his hand expanded greatly. A cold light pierced through the air and appeared dazzling in the dim formation. Yu roared, "Damn it, eighth sword." The Calabash King Kong roared again and again under the sword's might. A King Kong fist was also launched, but the power was much smaller than usual. Li Yunxiao frowned as he watched. The Calabash King Kong was originally a demon beast and certainly could not resist the draconic power. But now, it had become a half-weapon and half-demon existence. It seemed that it was still greatly affected by the draconic power and could not exert its full power. Boom, when the sword ray struck the fist wind, it was enough to annihilate the entire fist wind. The little King Kong inside the gourd cried out unwillingly. Cracks appeared on his right arm, and it looked like it was about to shatter. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The body of the Calabash King Kong was made of 9th-grade materials, but it was damaged by Yu's attack. It meant that Yu's strength had also been greatly improved during this period of time. Yu was also shocked. The monster in front of him was neither a demon nor a weapon. According to his estimation, his sword should be able to destroy the opponent. But when the sword aura slashed on the opponent's fist, it was violently shaken back by the huge force, making his arm numb. And it seemed that the Calabash King Kong was only injured and was not seriously injured. The broken arm was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The little King Kong did not feel pain at all. It raised its left hand again and punched out with another Vajra fist. This time, the punch was even more ferocious and desperate, and its body pressed forward. Damn it, damn it. Yu was shocked and angry. He saw the Kusha wheel burning under Li Yunxiao's monstrous divine fire. God knew when something would go wrong, which made him very anxious. The ancestral veins on his body began to appear, and the sword aura emitted a terrifying wave. He used all his strength to slash. 13th sword, annihilate. Rumble. The Calabash King Kong was annihilated by the sword aura again. His left arm made a crisp cracking sound under the sword aura. It completely shattered like glass and turned into bits of debris. His whole body was shaken far away and fell from the sky. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. It's your turn. Yu's face was ferocious. That sword attack consumed a lot of energy. He did not have time to catch his breath. The second sword rose into the sky and pierced straight at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao sighed in his heart. The restraint on the Kusha wheel had ended here. He only hoped that he could buy enough time to at least let those core members escape in the remaining time for a joss stick to burn. Whether from the perspective of the Merchant Union or the human race, this matter was too serious. When Shang finished repairing the armillary sphere and these big demons recovered their original strength, the whole continent would probably fall into panic. Let the people of the world deal with the problems of the world. I only hope that I can save them as much as possible this time. Li Yunxiao sighed and the third eye on his forehead suddenly closed. His whole body turned into lightning and let Yu's sword aura pass through his body. What? Yu was shocked and looked at him in horror. Although he saw that Li Yunxiao could turn into lightning, he only thought that it was a kind of thunder escape technique. He never thought that he could turn into lightning at will. At this moment, the sword aura passed through Li Yunxiao's body. Li Yunxiao's body also swelled up under the thunder transformation. He was like an inflated balloon and was incomparably huge. Li Yunxiao's eyes were cold. The fat thunder hand suddenly stretched out, his 5 fingers suddenly spread out and stuck in front of Yu's face. He said coldly, without the power of the Emperor's Qi, I want to see how you can resist my elemental power. A ball of lightning suddenly condensed on the palm of the thunder, gathering tens of thousands of streaks of lightning within, and continuously compressing, flashing in front of Yu's face. Large beads of cold sweat dripped down from Yu's cheeks. The strength of the lightning flashed in front of him, almost blinding his eyes. Azure thunder, collapse. Li Yunxiao's cold words were spat out. The lightning that had been compressed to the limit suddenly exploded, and the power of 10,000 lightning bolts blossomed just inches away from Yu's face. Bang! Yu suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. That sword attack made it impossible for his body to change directions. He could only watch helplessly as the lightning exploded in front of his face. He could only use all the soul power in his body to suddenly teleport. However, under the suppression of the dragon might, the soul power he could use was not much. He forcibly burst out his soul power and made his body disappear under the lightning. Rumble. The power of the thunder hand shot out thousands of light rays in the sky like fireworks, illuminating a bright area. Li Yunxiao's swollen body was like a thunder god standing in the sky. After the palm attack, he suddenly shrank and returned to his normal state. However, his face was extremely pale. From using the divine fire to the thunder attack just now, he had consumed a lot of power. Fortunately, he had extorted many elixirs, so he hurriedly took out a few supreme-grade elixirs and swallowed them. Yu's body appeared not far away. He directly spat out a big mouthful of blood. His aura dropped sharply, and his face was a mess of blood and flesh. Although he had teleported away, he was still affected. What was worse was that he had just forcibly extracted his soul power, and his soul was greatly injured. Under the dragon might, it was extremely difficult to resist, and his body was actually trembling. This time everyone was surprised and happy. The surprised ones were Xianxia and the others above. They were stunned by Xianxia's means. The happy ones were the people of the merchant union below, and they all cheered loudly. Transforming into lightning, it's actually the transforming into elements technique. Where did Xianxia learn it from? Zhu Keating murmured in shock, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Aside from being stunned, Li Feiyu, Chen Feng, and the others gradually began to admire Xianxia in their hearts. Every single one of Xianxia's moves was shockingly abnormal. It was impossible to defend against them without using all one's strength. If they were to fight to the death, no one in the younger generation would be his match. In the sky, Shang's expression became more and more serious. The armillary sphere was still rapidly absorbing the power transformed from the Xianxia plate, and it would take at least a period of time to completely repair it. He said, "Looks like Yu is in danger. This person's growth is too terrifying. Li, you go down and cooperate with Yu to restrain him. You don't need to fight, just restrain him. When my armillary sphere is completely repaired, it will be the time to kill him." Tang Jia and the rest's expressions turned ugly. Their originally foolproof plan actually had such a change. Only someone with extremely high attainments in both martial arts and martial arts could still be alive and kicking under the dual pressure of the array and the draconic might. The best candidate for their side was undoubtedly Yu, but they didn't expect him to be so heavily injured due to his carelessness. No need. I alone am enough to kill him. Yu's angry roar could be heard. His huge body constantly panted as blood flowed down his face. At this moment, 3 dark red meridians began to appear on his back. The color became brighter and brighter, and the strength of his body also increased at the same time. The power of the lightning just now didn't cause him much harm. What truly injured him was the forceful release of his soul power, which caused his soul to be damaged. Right now, he was trembling under the draconic might, but as the 3 ancestral meridians in his body opened, the trembling also gradually dispersed. Oh? I'm really curious. Transforming into lightning, without the Jiutian Emperor's Qi, how are you going to deal with it? Or is it because of your foolish pride that you'd rather die than submit? Li Yunxiao's body once again transformed, and the power of lightning in his hand became stronger and stronger. He stared coldly at Yu, and his body slightly bent forward. Bang! An arc of lightning exploded in the air. Li Yunxiao's body turned into a bolt of lightning and struck towards Yu. He appeared just inches away from him, and immediately slapped down with a palm of lightning. Green lightning, collapse. It was the same move, but this time, Yu had enough time to prepare. He slowly raised his hand that was holding the sword and drew several afterimages in the air. He said unhurriedly, "The so-called Emperor's Qi suppresses everything is only because the Jiutian Emperor's Qi condenses the laws of heaven and earth, and everything in the world is under the laws. However, even without the Emperor's Qi, as long as the level of power is high enough, it can still suppress a large number of unknown techniques. For example, my monster race's ancestral power." Yu roared, and a terrifying demonic power erupted from his body. It was completely different from the power from before, and of a much higher level. Li Yunxiao's power of lightning was actually blocked by his Qi gene. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he involuntarily cried out in shock, "What? It actually suppressed my elemental energy." In the sky, Li's eyes were filled with astonishment, and he said in shock, "He actually opened 3 ancestral veins. Had the rain gone mad? This way, he will also die." Shang's expression was solemn as he said, "Rain is indeed the high priest. Perhaps Li Yunxiao is his old enemy, and has even become his inner demon. If he doesn't get rid of him, I'm afraid he won't be able to sleep in peace." This is also the battle of Yu's own choice. He wants to use his own hands to completely erase Li Yunxiao. Beside him, Li Yi's body trembled violently. The hatred in his eyes was monstrous as he muttered in a low voice, Li Yunxiao is mine, my nemesis. I'm going to tear him apart with my own hands, and I'm going to multiply that hellish terror on him. Zhang looked at him indifferently and did not say anything. Boom, Rain's sword slashed down, and Li Yunxiao's power of lightning instantly collapsed. The sword ray cut through the sky and slashed into his body, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. Young Master Yun. The people of Heavenly Yuan Commerce below all cried out in shock. Ding Ling and the other three's faces were even paler. Young Emperor Hao Lian could no longer sit still, and directly turned into a ray of light and charged out. Bastard, come back. Mo Xiaochuan was shocked and furious. The more it was now, the more they couldn't panic. If they forced their way up, it would only cause more trouble. After young King Hao Lian flew several dozen meters into the air, he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body directly fell from the sky, crashing into the barrier once more. The power of the draconic aura directly shook into the soul. Without the soul power of a rank 8 arcane master, it was impossible to resist. Only causing more trouble. Mo Xiaochuan was so angry that he stepped on him a few times, and said angrily, if you cause more trouble, I'll directly slap you to death. Cui Bo said bitterly, I'm afraid young Master Yun can't stop it, but he's already done his best. Does anyone have any other methods? Zhang Chong said, I think we can only stall for time and try to stop it. That Xianxi's draconic aura can only last for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. As long as the draconic aura is gone, this mere Kusha formation won't be able to stop us. Luoying smiled bitterly and said, I don't think so. Ever since young Master Yun tried to refine the Saraira wheel, that demon seemed to have accelerated the process. Don't you feel that the power outside is rapidly increasing? I'm afraid that the barrier will break soon. Chen Feng suddenly said, now that things have come to this, I can only try this method. If it succeeds, some people can escape, but if it fails, they will be completely annihilated. Oh? Young Master Chen has a method? Cui Bo was overjoyed. At this moment, we have to try anything. Zhu Keating's heart moved, and he suddenly said, could it be? How confident are you? Chen Feng shook his head, I'm not confident, but it's a desperate situation. This method also needs a certain amount of time to prepare. If we wait until the barrier breaks, it will be too late. Even if it succeeds, at most 18 people can escape. What? Only 18? Everyone was shocked, and the hearts of the thousands of people within the barrier turned cold again. If only 18 people could escape, it would have nothing to do with them. Instead, they had evil thoughts in their hearts, and they could not wait for the result to fail and let the 18 people die first. Chen Feng raised his hand and drew the flexible sword from his waist, placing it horizontally on the ground. He said calmly, this purple snake's brambles is refined from a real 9th grade purple snake. After unsealing it, it can transform into its original form. Furthermore, there are 3,600 arrays on the snake's body. Among them, there are 3 main arrays, one for offense and one for defense. There is also one that I have never used before, which is spatial travel. Cui Bo frowned, how far can this spatial travel go? Are you sure it can break through the Kusha formation's power? Chen Feng said proudly, of course. The spatial travel array on this sword can pass through all space, and it is not restricted by any power. Even Liang Yui's spatial mutation domain is useless against my purple snake's brambles. His expression darkened slightly, and he smiled bitterly, but I have only tried to send sword chi into the spatial travel array. I have never tried it as a person, but father once said that humans can do it too. Cui Bo sighed, if Lord Chen was here, the success rate would be 100%. Zhu Keating snorted coldly, Lord Cui, what are you saying? If Lord Chen was here, he would have killed these rascals with one move, and there would be no need to use spatial travel to escape. That's true. Cui Bo said bitterly, I wonder if young Master Chen can take my son with you. Father. Cui Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he said firmly, unless we leave together, I will not escape alone. Everyone's nerves tightened. This was the only way to escape, and although there was a chance of failure, it was better than staying here and waiting for death. Everyone stared at Chen Feng with longing. No one wanted to die, no matter who it was. Cui Bo's expression darkened, and he shouted angrily, "If you stay, you will only implicate me. This is not the time for you to make the decision." He stood up, bowed deeply to Chen Feng, and said, "I hope young Master Chen can give me a spot. As long as my son can escape, this Cui will be endlessly grateful." Everyone's expression changed drastically. With Cui Bo's status, even if he was inferior to Chen Duantian, he would at least not be beneath the saber sword sect's elders. He actually bowed to Chen Feng so respectfully. Cui Yuan also trembled all over, tears shooting out, and his fists clenched tightly. Father did this all for him. Otherwise, with the title of Myriad Treasure Tower's Vice Tower Lord, it was impossible for him to bow to a junior even if he died. His eyes were blurry, and he was already unable to speak out the intention to refuse. How could he bear to refuse his father's sincere heart? Chen Feng was also shocked. He did not expect that Cui Bo would actually be willing to lower himself like this. He hurriedly said, "Lord Cui, rest assured. This spot will be given to brother Cui Yuan." "Many thanks, young Master Chen." Cui Bo was overjoyed and bowed again. Everyone had already recovered from the shock of Cui Bo's condescension. The spots were limited to begin with, and now, there was one less. They were all anxious, but they did not know what to say. Su Donna suddenly stood up and walked up to Chen Feng. She mimicked Cui Bo and bowed. She said with a fawning smile, "Young Master Chen Feng, as the Grand Elder of the Tianyi Pavilion, can you give me one of the 18 spots? I'm willing to exchange anything for it. Even if I don't have it now, I can definitely get it with my status." Everyone was stunned and looked at her with disdain. Cui Bo had lowered himself for the sake of his son, but she had done it for herself. The difference in personality and integrity was obvious. Even Chen Feng did not hide his disdain. He said indifferently, "The spots are limited. I'm afraid it will be difficult to give one to Elder Su." "Limited spots?" Su Donna's expression changed drastically. She had thought that it would be no problem with her status, but the other party actually refused. She immediately screamed, "Tell me, who are the 18 spots? I'd like to see who is more qualified than me." Chen Feng snorted and said, "Our saber sword sect has 11 people. Including Cui Yuan, there will be 12. There are only 6 spots." Xiao Jingming suddenly said, "And Miss Xue, there are only 5 spots." Chen Feng frowned and glanced at the pale Xue Luoyan. He was about to refuse when Xiao Jingming suddenly said, "Chen Feng, I'm begging you. As long as you bring Miss Xue with you, I, Xiao Jingming, will automatically make way for you and will always lower my head before you." As soon as he finished speaking, he actually knelt on one knee in front of everyone. Chen Feng and Xue Luoyan both trembled. The emotions in their eyes were completely different. Xue Luoyan clenched her fists tightly as tears rolled down her cheeks. Zhu Keating sighed. Xiao Jingming had completely fallen for Xue Luoyan. He was even willing to give up his pride and dignity. "All right, I promise you." Chen Feng said indifferently, "You are the most outstanding alchemist in our sect. You are qualified to bring one person with you." Xiao Jingming said in a deep voice, "Thank you." Chen Feng ignored him and looked at the crowd. "There are only 5 spots left." He glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "The Mando Merchant Association has a close relationship with my saber sword sect. Elder Quan Min can be one." Quan Min was overjoyed. He did not expect to get one too. He said excitedly, thank you, young Master Chen." Chen Feng looked around and smiled. "I think Brother Li, as one of the 4 prodigies of the northern region, is qualified to get one." Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Another one was gone. Their expressions turned ugly. Li Feiyu smiled bitterly. "Thank you." Chen Feng nodded. Brother Tang Xian of the 4 Extreme sect is the successor to the throne. I think he is qualified to get one. Otherwise, I will not be able to explain myself if the throne learns of today's matter and comes looking for me. "Thank you, young Master Chen." Tang Jia also showed a look of gratitude. Everyone's faces turned ugly. Now, there were only 2 left. Zhang Chong said, "I hope young Master Chen can consider the money group. We can give young Master Wudi a slot." Chen Feng thought for a while and said, all right. As the most promising successor to the money group, young Master Wudi has the right to get one. He had to consider how to maximize the benefits of the allocation of slots. Su Donna suddenly shouted, there's only one left. It has to be the 3 chambers of commerce that did not get one. Who is more qualified than me? She immediately pushed out the chambers of commerce that had already gotten a slot. Otherwise, she would not be able to get one in terms of status or strength. Min Xianxia smiled bitterly. I wonder if I am qualified? Su Donna said angrily, old man, you brought Xianxia here. You are one of the main culprits. I am already being merciful by not killing you. Chen Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. He was silent for a while, then he sighed and said, I originally wanted to leave the last spot for Li Yunxiao. He is a worthy opponent. However, I'm afraid he will never come down again. This slot will be given to the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Who is willing to leave with me? He looked at the people from the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Ding Ling Er's expression changed. Shut your stinky mouth. Young Master Yun will come down soon, and everyone will be saved. Luo Yunshang also said coldly, that's right, no one in the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce cares about your quota. As long as young Master Yun lives, we'll live. If young Master Yun dies, we'll die. Her words were resolute and decisive. Mo Xiaochuan and the others also had determined expressions on their faces. A look of shock appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, I'm indeed not as good as Li Yunxiao. Even though I boast that I'm very good at seducing women, I've never lacked women by my side. But if I were to encounter a life and death situation, would there be someone willing to live and die with me? Shame appeared on the faces of the 4 women beside Chen Feng. Chen Qin hurriedly said, the 4 of us are willing to live and die with young master. A trace of coldness appeared on Chen Feng's face. He snorted, I advise you not to be so sure. Otherwise, I will take it seriously. Chen Qin's face reddened, and she did not dare to speak any more. Ha ha, ha ha. Su Donha laughed and said, the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce is not qualified, and the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce does not need it. The last quota should go to the Tanny Pavilion, right? Chen Feng nodded and said, sure, the last quota will go to Miss Liang. Liang. Su Donha said angrily, give the quota to the Tanny Pavilion, and I will decide how to distribute it. Yui will not dare to compete with me. Chen Feng said coldly, I decide who gets the quota. Who do you think you are, ugly old woman? Don't jump around in front of me. I'm not used to it. You. Su Donha was furious, but she managed to control her temper. She said in a stern voice, young Master Chen Feng, I hope you will reconsider. You will get more benefits if you save me. Besides, if you don't take me with you, Yui will not leave. Everyone looked at her with disdain. They had seen shameless people before, but this was the first time they had seen someone being so shameless in front of so many people. Chen Feng looked in the direction of the Tanny Pavilion and said, Liang Yui, are you willing to go with me? Su Donna's aura froze, and she shot a cold look at Chen Feng. Liang Yui felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She felt cold all over. She gritted her teeth and said, yes, I am willing to leave with young Master Chen Feng. Please take me with you. Yui. Su Donna's face contorted with anger. She shouted, how dare you compete with me for the quota? I will kill you. She raised her hand and was about to slap Chen Feng. Zhu Keating's figure flickered, and a ray of light shot out and stopped her. He said coldly, crazy old woman, do you want to fight here? Once the barrier is broken, we will all die. Su Donha grinned hideously and said, if I die, we will all die. As soon as she finished speaking, several powerful auras fell on her. They were the members of the Chamber of Commerce. Cui Bo said coldly, Su Donha, if you dare to act presumptuously, I will kill you even if the barrier is broken. His son was in the quota, so he had to give him away. Luoying said coldly, killing her will be as easy as killing a chicken. It won't affect the barrier at all. Zhang Chong snorted and said, Su Donha, you'd better behave. We are in the same boat, and we might be able to survive. If you continue like this, you will die now. Su Donha's expression was extremely ugly, but she didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of these people's powerful auras. She could only look at Liang Yui with hatred as she walked out of the crowd and leaned towards Chen Feng. She said hatefully, "You traitor." Chen Feng smiled and said, "Miss Liang, I don't think the Tianyi Pavilion values you very much. Why don't you join the Saber and Sword sect? I can guarantee that you will become a core disciple." Liang Yui was shocked. The status of a core disciple of the Saber and Sword sect was much higher than that of a core disciple of the Tianyi Pavilion. Chen Feng said with a smile, "You don't have to promise me now. You can think about it when you get out of here. If this ugly woman doesn't die, I'm afraid you won't be able to return to the Tianyi Pavilion." Liang Yui was shocked. She said hesitantly, "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Chen." Chen Feng smiled and said, "You're welcome. With your strength, you are qualified. I believe that the Saber and Sword sect can provide you with a better space for development." Everyone was silent. It seemed that the 7 super forces were very powerful. They would do their best to rope in powerful young people so that there would not be a shortage of talents. After the quota was allocated, everyone watched quietly as Chen Feng carved some symbols on the ground. With the support of Cui Bo and the others, no one dared to express their dissatisfaction. They could only hope that the barrier could hold on for a while longer. After Chen Feng finished setting up all kinds of arrangements, he started carving on the purple serpent thorn with his fingertip. Suddenly, the sword shone brightly and turned into a huge purple serpent. All kinds of runes flashed on its body, and a desolate aura spread out. However, although the purple serpent's eyes were full of killing intent, it looked extremely dull. "Let's go. I hope we can succeed." Chen Feng stood up and stepped onto the back of the purple serpent. He said, "Everyone who is qualified, come up." Everyone jumped onto the purple serpent. Although the purple serpent was wide, it could only fit 18 people. Cui Bo's face darkened. He stared at Cui Yuan and shouted, "What are you waiting for?" Cui Yuan's body trembled. He lowered his head. His beautiful hair covered his eyes, making it impossible to see his emotions. Cui Bo's heart moved. He thought that this farewell might be an eternal one. He couldn't bear to scold Cui Yuan, so he patted his shoulder and said, "Listen to me. After you leave, immediately go back to find your master. From then on, you can cultivate beside your master. Don't worry about the merchant union's matters." Cui Yuan felt the warmth from his shoulder. He felt as if his whole body was burning. The strength that was squeezing his shoulder was so great that it was about to break. Bang! Cui Yuan suddenly knelt down and kowtowed fiercely, causing the ground to crack. He cried, "Father, let me stay. Don't drive me away." Cui Bo's body trembled. He angrily said, "Stay, and cause trouble for me." He kicked Cui Yuan and sent him flying. A wave of qi entered his body and broke all the meridians in his limbs. He shouted, "Feiyu, look after him for me." Li Feiyu's face was also sorrowful. He grabbed Cui Yuan and remained silent. At this time, other than the people of the Saber Sword sect who were smiling and showing off their superiority, no one could relax. Chen Feng cast several spells on the purple snake's head. Circles of light spread out from the formation on the snake's body. It gradually gathered energy in front of the snake's head. In the end, it turned into a black dot. It slowly expanded and actually opened up a spatial passage. The people of the demon clan in the sky all widened their eyes. Li said in disbelief, "How is this possible? Spatial passage? How can a spatial passage appear under the Jushi formation?" Shang pondered and said in a daze, "This should be the spatial ability that the sword snake had when it was alive. I didn't expect it to have such a trick." 18 fish escaped the net. The world is so big, and the abilities are so powerful. Even if we once stood at the peak of this world, we don't dare to say that we know everything. Under Chen Feng's careful control, the purple snake gradually flew into the pitch-black passage and finally disappeared in front of everyone. The core of the barrier suddenly lost 18 people, making it seem a little empty. Cui Bo felt sad for a while and immediately regained his spirit. He shouted loudly, "All Emperor Wu and peak martial venerable experts can enter the core. Everyone, let's work together. This might be the last time we will work together." After sending his son away, his heart relaxed. he no longer had any worries. He was much more spirited than before. Immediately, a large number of Emperor Wu and Peak Marshal Venerables squeezed over, filling up the space again. Luoying nodded and said, "That's right. With so many experts here, it would be ridiculous and absurd if we were to be refined by these demons. Everyone, raise your spirits. As long as the dragon's might is extinguished, we will grind their bones to dust." Everyone heard this and hope grew in their hearts. The barrier's power was greatly strengthened. At this moment, aside from the 10,000 people in the barrier, the entire Songyang city had probably become a dead city. Ding Ling and the others only took a glance when the void passageway opened. After that, they paid no more attention to it. Their eyes were fixed on the sky, and their faces were filled with worry. In the sky, Rain's progenitor's power exploded and directly broke through Li Yunxiao's lightning transformation. Under the slash of the sword light, Li Yunxiao's expanding lightning transformation was cut in half. Bright red blood sprayed into the sky, the lightning abruptly retreated in the air, and abruptly retreated 100 meters away, revealing Li Yunxiao's true body. His face was pale, and there was a long bloody wound on his chest. It was a ghastly sight. Lightning crackled and flickered around his body, growing weaker and weaker. "With the name of the demon race's high priest, I will kill you today." Yu Yu's aura erupted as demonic energy shot up into the sky. Even his physical body swelled up once again, becoming slightly larger than before. The tail light sword also grew in size, unleashing tens of thousands of sword rays in the air, falling down like raindrops. At this moment, the power on his body was no longer ordinary essence energy, but the primogenitor power inherited from the demon race's ancient era. The power of each strike increased exponentially. This was also his determination to kill Li Yunxiao. This is the power of the monster race's ancestral meridians. Yu's talent is heaven-defying, but he has only opened 3 of them. I predict that he will be able to open 7 when he reaches the peak. Shang Linkong said slowly, "Inside your body is the power of the mother ancestor, which is the source of the ancestor meridians. In theory, as long as you are strong enough, you can create more ancestor meridians. In other words, your potential for growth is limitless. You might even surpass me." His eyes were fixed on Li Yi, and he said enviously, "I don't understand why the demon tribe's broodmother's power would be in the hands of 2 insane humans, and in the end, you obtained it. However, since it had already come to this, it was the will of the heavens. As long as you are loyal to me, I will bring you to the peak step by step." Li Yi looked at the explosive power of Rain, and his whole body was filled with excitement. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of heroism, and all the suffering he had endured was finally paid off. The pinnacle of the world, a place that no one had ever dared to imagine. In the past, his dream was to seize the power and wealth of the Li family. He would have been satisfied if he could become a martial king at most. Who would have thought that in such a short time? Ever since Li Yunxiao appeared here, everything had changed. He had tasted the most terrifying pain in the world, and now, he had obtained great rewards. The martial king that he had dreamed of back then was not even a speck of dust in his eyes. Li Yi said firmly, "I swear my loyalty to Lord Shang. Please bring me to the pinnacle of this world." Shang nodded with a smile and stopped talking. He watched the duel below while working hard to repair the armillary sphere. After being struck by the sword, Li Yunxiao's essence force was severely injured. He quickly swallowed many elixirs. The tens of thousands of sword auras in the rain were abnormally sharp. Li Yunxiao suddenly formed a hand seal with his right hand, and the devil sky armor appeared. Subsequently, a stream of devil aura emerged from his palm and entered into the armor. Immediately, the illusory image of a set of armor appeared, and the demonic chi continued to surge into it. His 3rd heavenly eye suddenly opened as well, and the ancient imperial bell that was suppressing the demonic energy was released as well. A decadent ancient sound rang out, shaking the air. Boom boom boom. The tens of thousands of sword auras slashed on the devil sky domain's defense, and circles of black devil aura rippled out like rain falling on the ground, causing ripples to appear in the air. The devil sky armor was originally a peerless 9th-tier defensive battle armor. It was only because he forced the devil aura out that it was like a piece of scrap metal. Now that he poured the devil aura into it, it instantly recovered its tyrannical defense. Subsequently, the imperial bell reverberated out, and the decadent ancient sound cleansed the dusky sky, shaking people's hearts and souls, Yu stood in the sky and roared angrily. A stream of energy suddenly burst out from his body, forming a circular defense that directly isolated the sound of the bell. He said coldly, "No matter how many 9th-tier mystic artifacts you have, under the suppression of this dragon's might, can you control them? Take out that jade tablet of yours, or else it will only speed up your death." He raised the light tail sword and drew circles in the air, just like a child blowing bubbles with soap. The bubbles were linked together, and under the brandishing of the sword aura, they formed a chain of bubbles that flew out. Li Yunxiao closed his heavenly eye and made a seal with his right hand. The devil sky armor also returned to his body, and the northern sky cold sword appeared in his right hand. With a slash, dozens of sword auras also rushed out, slashing at those bubbles. His current situation was exactly as you said. Although he had many mystic artifacts, he couldn't control them at the same time, and the consumption was too great. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yunxiao's sword auras were like a hot knife through butter, bursting those bubbles one by one. His heart suddenly trembled, and his intuition told him that something was wrong. In his eyes, he saw a large amount of sword aura condensing, and after every bubble burst, it broke into a large amount of sword aura, shooting out indiscriminately in the air. It was as if a meat grinder was sprinkled in the air, and only a bright piece could be seen. The air that was sliced apart kept making shuttling sounds, and in the blink of an eye, Li Yunxiao was caught in it. The people from the Merchant Union were all drenched in cold sweat. Was this still a battle between a martial monarch and a martial venerable? Right now, everyone's thoughts were on Li Yunxiao, and when they saw him being caught in the sword auras, their hearts were in their throats, and they were extremely worried. Boom! A ball of light burst out from that meat grinder, and streaks of primordial astral wind engulfed the sword auras. A tornado swept out with Li Yunxiao as the center, and all three of his eyes opened, turning into the color of a blood moon, and his pupils were completely red. Must kill me? Let me see what makes you think you can kill me today. Li Yunxiao roared angrily, and he raised the northern sky cold star sword in his hand. Under the control of his soul power, the astral wind around him slowly gathered on the sword, and at the same time, the phoenix flames also appeared, lying dormant within it, and the shadow of a dragon flickered within the sword. Yu's face turned sinister, and the 3 bloodlines on her body were frighteningly bright red. The light on the tail light sword was also unprecedentedly strong. Both of them were accumulating their chi, and they planned to finish the battle in one go. At this moment, the sky was torn into 2 by the auras of the 2 of them. Sword Art, Demon Slayer. Clear Sky Sword, 13. 2 streaks of sword chi rushed up and collided in the air. The 2 forces directly tore a black crack in the sky like a black dragon flashing in the sky. A terrifying aura spread out from the endless void. Everyone who saw it felt as if they were experiencing it themselves. Ah! Damn it! As the 2 forces collided, the tissues on Yu's body began to rupture, and the use of this power exceeded the limits of what he could bear. Yu clenched his teeth, and swallowed the blood that was surging up from his internal organs. One of the 3 terrifying bloodlines on his body suddenly swelled up, and with a pung, it directly exploded. Boom! A terrifying force washed over his body, and he didn't care whether he could bear it, and he roared as he pressed down the sword aura in his hand. Rumble! Li Yunxiao's sword auras finally couldn't withstand it, and were scattered by the pressure. Yu's sword succeeded, and he rushed over in a frenzy. He slashed down together with the sword aura, wanting to split Li Yunxiao into 2. The demons in the sky were already dumbfounded, and they didn't expect that Yu would directly explode his ancestral meridian. Li covered her mouth with her hands in horror, and her eyes were sparkling. On what basis? On the basis that I am more ruthless than you. On the basis that I am betting on the honor of the Grand Priestess. Yu roared and slashed down from the sky. The devil sky armor that appeared around Li Yunxiao's body dissipated under the sword aura, and the black demonic aura also disappeared. Pung! The tail light sword slashed on the devil sky armor, and a huge explosion sounded, dissipating the last bit of demonic aura in the armor, and it cracked open. Rumble! The sword aura didn't decrease, and after shattering the devil sky armor, it slashed straight into Li Yunxiao's body. Ding Ling and the others trembled, and their legs almost went soft, and they were about to collapse. PFFF. A large mouthful of fresh blood spurted out from Li Yunxiao's mouth. At the spot where the tail light sword pierced through his body, there was a flash of green lightning. Although a portion of the lightning had turned into lightning, it still couldn't stop the sword aura from entering his body and injuring him. Suddenly, there was a soft paw sound, and Yu's eyes suddenly contracted. She saw Li Yunxiao's right hand actually grabbing the hand that was holding the sword. Li Yunxiao's left hand poured out a large handful of elixirs, and he poured them into his mouth like beans, and swallowed them. Yu's heart suddenly jumped. Just from the smell, she could tell that those elixirs were Tier 9 existences. Swallowing so many Tier 9 elixirs in one go, even a great demon's body wouldn't be able to withstand it, and he would probably explode and die. You said that you are more ruthless than me? Li Yunxiao suddenly said, and his body slowly turned into a demon. His body was covered with scales, and it gradually turned golden, and there was even a bright moon divine radiance. His right hand suddenly clenched, and he pulled Yu's body towards him. He raised his head slightly, and used his head as a hammer to slam forward, and roared angrily, "You said that you are more ruthless than me? Today, I'll let you experience what is called true ruthlessness." Bang! His golden head directly slammed into Yu's forehead, and a ball of blood burst out. It was also unclear whose blood it was. Only to hear Yu cry out, and then his upper body was hugged by Li Yunxiao, who raised his knee and rammed it into his chest. Bang! That massive body of Yu immediately emitted a dull tremor, and a large number of bones burst into pieces. His body was even directly floated up in the air, and his face was full of pain. Li Yunxiao's right hand slowly loosened, and returned to the front of his body. He put his palms together, and formed a hand seal. 3 streaks of intense sword aura suddenly shot out from his body, and 3 northern sky-cold star swords appeared around him. As his hand seal resonated with each other, they connected into one, and a sea of sword aura spread out. Gulp! This time everyone fiercely swallowed their saliva, and their eyes were filled with fear. A battle between a martial emperor and a martial revered, no one would have thought, even in their dreams, that it would be so tragic. Furthermore, Li Yunxiao's endless methods made the people of the Merchant Union completely dumbfounded. At this stage, it was as if he had an endless number of trump cards. Luoying licked her dry lips, and said with difficulty, "That move just now was the demon-slaying sword technique?" He really knows the defeating armies Gu Feiyang's 3 sword techniques, but the golden light on his body now, could it be? Zhang Chong's forehead was also dripping with cold sweat. "You're not going to say that's the invincible golden body, are you?" Everyone was shocked. Although they all had the same thought, they didn't dare to say it out loud. Chuibo said, "To be able to cultivate the body-tempering art to this level and have a golden phenomenon all over his body, it seems that only Lord Ao Chengkong's invincible golden body can do that. This Li Yunxiao's background is too unusual." Xian Yutong's eyes lit up. He suddenly exclaimed, "It really is him. I don't know if that body-tempering art is the invincible golden body, but this move must be Divine Firmament Palace's sky sword diagram." His shout immediately caused everyone to be overwhelmed with shock. They looked up at the sky and saw the overflowing sea of swords, and they were extremely shocked. Luo Yunshan's body also trembled violently, and a confused look appeared in her eyes. Her emotions seemed to have returned to the sect that was like a paradise. Is he from Divine Firmament Palace? But Divine Firmament Palace has been sealed for a long time, and I've never heard of a male disciple. Chuibo didn't believe it and shook his head. Everyone was waiting for Elder Xian to continue speaking, yet he didn't speak any further, causing everyone to feel dizzy, and their hearts itched unbearably. Hundreds of meters above the sky, Li Yunxiao's 3 swords hung upside down in the air. Under his hand seals, they constantly connected and combined. At this moment, all his power was released. Too many pills had been poured into his body. All kinds of complicated power were chaotic. Fortunately, the invincible golden body was strong enough. It suppressed the chaotic power and absorbed it at the same time. Yu was sent flying by Li Yunxiao's kick. His face was filled with disbelief, and his eyes gradually narrowed. The power from the destruction of his ancestral meridian gradually disappeared, and his body was almost completely destroyed. His mind was abnormally calm at this moment. He looked at the astonishing aura from Li Yunxiao's 3 swords, but he felt nothing. "I lost in the end," Yu sighed in his heart. He didn't feel the pain in his body anymore. He began to feel melancholy. The sky in his eyes also became darker. It was as if it was raining heavily. Thunder and lightning interweaved. Quick, he's in front. Don't let him get away. I didn't expect this little bastard to be from the Hell Demon clan. I should have killed him back then. Enough with the nonsense, all members of the Hellfiend tribe must die. You sprinted through the forest. Hearing the voices behind him, his heart was filled with fear. The rain fell on his young face, and he couldn't tell if it was water or tears. There was only one thought in his mind: run, run endlessly, escape from this sky. Boom, amidst the downpour, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, directly exploding beneath Yu's feet and sending him flying. Wow. Yu was so scared that she cried out loud and fell to the ground. Behind her, more than 10 shadows surrounded her and laughed wildly. Haha, even the heavens are helping us. It seems that the extermination of the Hellfiend clan is heaven's will. Why do you want to kill me? We are all demons. Shouldn't we be united and live in harmony? Rain didn't know where she got the courage to ask loudly. He was completely tired of this kind of life of fleeing, and he was in complete despair. Lightning crisscrossed in the sky, and the green light flashed on his face, which was full of watermarks. Haha, why? This little bastard actually dares to ask why? One of them walked forward, and under the illumination of the lightning, his face was ferocious. He had 2 horns on his head, and his appearance was terrifying. He said fiercely, "Then let me tell you why. It's all because of your ancestor that the entire demon race fell under Mount Wuxia, and caused us to struggle at death's door, hiding in this illusory sky. All members of the Hellfiend clan must die." He angrily pulled out a long sword, which emitted rays of cold light, and slashed down without hesitation. The shadow of the sword was getting closer and closer to Yu's eyes. His heart was already in complete despair, and he had no intention of living. Hellfiend clan? There are actually members of the Hellfiend clan. A hoarse voice resounded, and then the sword ray suddenly snapped with a pung sound. Yu's face turned sluggish. Who are you? Who are you? The demons who were chasing you were all furious, but from the fact that this person could break the sword just now, they could tell that his strength was not ordinary. The newcomer did not pay attention to the crowd's questions, and only lightly pointed a finger at Yu's shoulder blade, causing him to scream in pain. Blood immediately shot out from Yu's shoulder blade, and the newcomer condensed it into a ball of blood in his hand. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Gulp. The sound of swallowing came from the newcomer's throat, and he suddenly exclaimed in joy, "Ah, delicious! It really is the Hellfiend clan. The heavens have eyes, and actually let me meet a member of the Hellfiend clan. Who are you?" The demons behind him could not bear it any longer, and one by one, they shouted and rushed forward. You. Who are you? Don't tell me you want to eat me? You retreated in fear, thinking that being hacked to death by these people was better than being eaten by this person. Boom. A bolt of lightning exploded in the sky, and the light reflected on the newcomer's face. It was actually an old face, and his eyes were filled with incomparable joy. He stared at you like a hungry wolf, and laughed. Who am I? Haha, who am I? You don't need to know. From now on, I am your master, haha. As the newcomer laughed, a burst of energy burst out from his body, and the dozen or so demons instantly screamed in pain as they were blasted into pieces. Master, what happened back then? Why do you say that the Hellfiend clan harmed the entire demon race? Bullsh*T. That's just what the demon emperor said to brainwash everyone. The Hellfiend clan has been one of the 8 strongest clans of the demon race since ancient times. Back then, the demon emperor was your ancestor. Do you know why I took you in as my disciple? Your disciple does not know. Master, please enlighten me. Because I hope that one day, you will be able to break the seal on 5 Cloud Mountain and save the demon race. Your ancestor is also among them. I want you to cleanse the Hellfiend clan and Master's heavenly demon clan of the 1,000 years of injustice and humiliation. Yu's thoughts gradually returned to the past. The sky was as dark as that night, and her master's face shone in the distant sky, and finally turned into motes of starlight. 1,000 years of persistence, the injustice of the Hellfiend clan and heavenly demon clan, the humiliation that divine firmament palace brought to the demon race, these voices echoed in Yu's mind, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. The 2 withered ancestral veins in her body suddenly swelled up, turning bright red. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "You are already a dead man, so why are you still struggling? Can't you just die in peace?" Bang! Bang! Yu's 2 ancestral veins exploded one after another, and her body, which was about to die, was once again filled with power. Large drops of tears fell from her eyes, and she roared, "I am not afraid of death, but I did not fulfill my promise to Master. How do you want me to meet him after I die?" Yu's roar echoed in the sky, and Li could not help but tremble. He turned his head away, unable to bear to watch. "Lord Shang, I entrust the unfinished dream of Master and I to you. Please, you must do it. I will not be able to see the day you become the Demon Emperor." Yu's huge body suddenly kowtowed towards the sky. Shang's face was ashen, and he said solemnly, "The day I become the Demon Emperor will be the day the Hell Demon race and the Min Demon race return to the 8 great demon protector races. Then I can rest assured." Yu suddenly raised her head, and the tail light sword in her hand exploded with terrifying sword chi. Her body also continued to expand, and was about to explode at any time. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled violently. He had originally wanted to use the sky sword diagram formation to finish off her opponent, but the aura that was bursting out now was hard to defend against. In shock, he hurriedly threw out the world god steel, and complex seals flashed between his hands as he poured them into it. Actually, when you exploded her ancestral veins and stabbed him with her sword, he was already at the end of his rope. He no longer cared about the future effects, and directly activated the indestructible golden body, and also used large amounts of pills to fill his body. Now, the 2 of them were like explosives that could explode at any time, and could die at any time. They were fighting with all their might. Under his full control, the world divine monument shone brightly. 3 streams of realm power opened up and stacked on top of each other, pressing down on Rain's body. Now, Rain was determined to die, and he increased his power regardless of the consequences. The boundless weight of the earth, and the power of wind and fire pressed down. On the other side, his sky sword diagram formation was still brewing. The 3-sword formation was much more complicated than the 2-sword diagrams from before, and all kinds of fine control consumed a lot of his soul power. Even though he had fused with Genryu, it was on the verge of collapse. "Li Yunxiao, take my last attack. You are a respectable opponent, and if you can survive this sword, you win." Yu's voice was extremely calm. The tail light sword was originally shining with cold light, but now it actually turned red, as if it was burning, and the weapon essence was even more terrifying. "Mother asterisk cur." Li Yunxiao gritted his teeth and cursed. Not only did you explode 2 ancestral veins, she actually planned to explode the tail light sword, a 9th level profound artifact. Clear Sky Sword Art, 13. These were Yu's last words in the mortal realm. His entire body fused with the tail light sword, forming a stunning sword light that traversed the sky, and it was incomparably gorgeous. Rumble. The 3 realms of the world god steel were pushed away, and the god steel blocked it for a while before it flew back and entered between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows. Li Yunxiao's heart was filled with shock. That huge sword light actually broke open a pitch-black tunnel under the Jushi formation. He gritted his teeth, and spirit power poured into his palms. With a slap of the sword diagram, the 3 northern sky-cold star swords suddenly merged into one, and the sword chi that spread out was like a mountain, and pressed down fiercely. Rumble. The sky sword diagram formation struck Yu's ultimate sword, and the entire sky was filled with a sea of sword chi. 2 earth-shattering powers came crashing down, and directly shook the entrance of the pitch-black tunnel like the sun. The entire Jushi formation also became unstable, and there were faint signs of it collapsing. The 3 rank 9 profound swords formed a tripartite formation, enveloping Yu's sword aura within. However, they were unable to block the all-out attack, and were forced to retreat step by step, their power sharply reduced. A huge force instantly rebounded onto Li Yunxiao's body, and his golden body burst into a bloody mist, constantly collapsing. Am I going to die? This thought just flashed in Li Yunxiao's mind, and he immediately waved it away, and roared, "There are people who can kill me, but it won't be you." He formed a seal with both hands, and the 3 northern sky-cold star swords in the air suddenly condensed into a sword aura. As he displayed this move, his entire body began to tremble violently, and the golden light on his body constantly faded. Genryu said in horror, "That's a madman, this time you're really dead." "Shut up!" Li Yunxiao roared, and said, "If I lose to save my life today, how can I return to the peak in the future?" When two strong people fight, the brave wins. Now it's not a competition of strength, but determination. His soul shook, and a starlight avatar manifested. It was Genryu's body, and his face was full of horror. You have the resolve to die, but this is not enough to defeat me. My resolve is that even if I die, I will not lose." Li Yunxiao roared, and the three profound swords in front of him merged into one. An unprecedented sword intent spread out, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Even Yu's sword aura also froze. Sword beheading, stars. With a light shout, the sword aura was like a glimpse of a swan, but it was unforgettable. Everyone's eyes revealed a look of horror. Even in the eyes of Cui Bo and the others, this level of power was not enough to hurt them, but that supreme sword intent pointed straight to the peak of martial arts, like a monarch descending to the world. Shang's pupils suddenly opened, and the clear sky sword aura in his eyes was suddenly annihilated, along with his life, turning into cosmic dust, no longer leaving a trace. He slowly closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "As long as I am the demon emperor, the demon race will no longer have a high priest." When he opened his eyes again, there was a glint of determination in them. His hands danced in the air, and several golden hand seals entered into the Kusha wheel. The formation around him changed, and the pressure gradually dispersed, beginning to gather in the Kusha wheel. Li recovered from his grief and said in shock, "Lord Shang, apart from determination in Shang's eyes, there was also a monstrous viciousness." He said fiercely, "I want all these people to be buried with the rain. Also, I don't need this Saraira wheel, the supreme treasure of the demon race." The Saraira wheel vibrated intensely in the air, trembling incessantly under the impact of the power that had gathered. Shang was actually intending to completely abandon the Saraira wheel and annihilate everyone below it. Li pursed her lips. She wanted to speak, but she restrained herself in the end. At this moment, the spell formation was already showing signs of collapsing. After the shocking sword disappeared, Li Yunxiao's power completely disappeared, and his indestructible golden body also collapsed, falling from the sky. "Young Master Yun." Ding Ling and the others could no longer hold it in and rushed out as if they were flying. The suppressive power of the spell formation had been completely absorbed by Shang, and Xiangxi's dragon might didn't seem as strong as before. With incomparably shocked dragon eyes, he stared at Genryu, revealing a look of disbelief. Genryu flew down and caught hold of Li Yunxiao. Then, he pointed a finger at the center of his eyebrows. The heavenly eye opened under the blinding light, and Genryu formed a seal with one hand, slowly pulling out the world god monument from his body. He and Li Yunxiao were originally one soul, so he had a great sense of the world god monument. "Everyone, come in. Those demons are going to detonate the entire spell formation." Genryu roared, and several hand seals slammed into the world god monument. He could only sense the world god monument, but he couldn't control it as he pleased like Li Yunxiao. "You. Who are you?" Mo Xiaochuan was stunned and looked at Genryu, as if he felt that he was very familiar. "There's no time. Quickly bring him in to find Yuan Gaohan and see if he can be saved. My soul and Li Yunxiao's are one, and we live and die together. Look at my body, it's about to die." Genryu shouted anxiously. Mo Xiaochuan was shocked. Although Genryu was a soul, he was indeed becoming fainter and fainter. Could it be a sign of Li Yunxiao's death? He didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly carried Li Yunxiao and rushed into the world god monument. Ding Ling and the others also didn't want to be left behind, and entered one by one. Even the gourd's little King Kong, whose arms had been shattered by the rain, had mostly recovered. Under Genryu's call, it ran over and rushed in. "This? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? What's going on? That jade monument can suck people in?" Within the barrier, everyone was dumbfounded. Min Xingxiang was so shocked that his mouth was wide open, and he said, "Isn't it only possible with the supreme profound level weapon Ruoya's boat? Could that jade monument be Ruoya's boat?" Cui Bo smiled bitterly, "Everything about him can no longer be deduced with common sense. Look at this monstrous soul, Could it be Li Yunxiao's second soul? In the world, only my sect's elder Yuan Bozai spirit can cultivate a second soul. After the crowd rushed into the universe god steel, the demonic dragon let out a loud roar and forcefully assimilated the universe god steel into his soul body. After that, with a soaring dragon body, he took on the form of a dragon and rushed into the space crack in the sky. What? He wants to rush into the space crack? Isn't that courting death? Everyone from the Merchant Alliance was shocked, and they were all shocked. Within the space crack, even experts like Emperor Wu didn't dare to take the risk. There was the danger of his soul disappearing at any time. Cui Bo's expression was ugly, and he said, he actually chose to escape into the space crack. Has the situation outside become so bad? He looked up into the sky and saw a terrifying power condensing on the Kusha wheel, continuously compressing and compressing. Inside the spell formation, the sky where Yu and Li Yunxiao had fought was a complete mess. All sorts of negative energy filled the place and flashed continuously. Shang's face was almost twisted. He stared at Genryu, who rushed out of the crack and roared, "Don't even think about leaving." The energy of the Kusha wheel had yet to gather to its maximum, but he couldn't wait any longer. He didn't know whether Li Yunxiao was dead or alive, and he couldn't allow the murderers of Yu to escape. Numerous beams of light converged into the Kusha wheel, and the image of the woman appeared again. She formed seals with both her hands, and they were opposite to the seals in Shang's hands. They had actually become one. All beings are like cattle and horses, all gods, dragons, and elephants, Prajna Brahma. Shang shouted softly and slapped down with the seals. The Kusha wheel emitted an extremely strong roar, and a terrifying aura spread out. The power that had been compressed to an inexhaustible level was suddenly released and rushed down. It was like a beam of divine light that could destroy the world, and it fell from the sky. Under this beam of light, everyone in the barrier also felt the aura of death. They were all shocked, and they were suddenly stunned by the power. Not good, everyone, quickly enter my heavenly suppression pagoda and work together to resist. Otherwise, only death awaits us. At this moment, Luoying was the first to react. Without saying anything, she threw out the heavenly suppression pagoda and opened it up in the barrier. It expanded to a height of more than 10 meters, and she was the first to rush in. The rest of the people finally came to their senses, and they all felt a chill in their hearts. They fought to be the first to rush in. Luoying shouted, "Everyone, release your power and let my pagoda absorb your origin power. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand it. This attack even has the power close to the peak of martial arts." Before Cui Bo rushed in, he glanced at the celestial dipper enamel plate not far away. A beam of energy rushed out of his hand and struck it. The enamel plate was hit by a huge force and bounced up from the ground. It flipped continuously and flew towards the sky, heading towards the beam of light. Boom! The divine light fell and directly hit the celestial dipper enamel plate. The defensive light on the plate did not even have time to light up before it was directly shattered into pieces. The power of the divine light was blocked for a moment, but the world-destroying power did not diminish and continued to fall. At this moment, there were already dozens of people squeezed into the heavenly suppression pagoda, and they were all in the core circle. At this moment, the pagoda's door suddenly closed. The expressions of those outside who had not entered immediately changed. Their mood was like the locked door, sinking. Aside from the 7 major merchant unions, those who entered the heavenly suppression pagoda were at least martial venerables. Under Luo Ying's command, they poured all their power into the pagoda. The entire pagoda erupted with resplendent light, and the power of the 9th-ranked Xian artifact completely exploded at this moment. Beams of colorful light scattered, and it was incomparably gorgeous. Close to 10,000 people outside the pagoda were all crying and cursing. No one was in the mood to appreciate the gorgeous changes of the pagoda. The crowd moved and rushed towards the vicinity of the pagoda, hoping to obtain some protection. Luo Ying's voice suddenly sounded and he said coldly, "Everyone, work together to defend. Perhaps there is a chance of survival. If we just sit here and wait for death, we will definitely die." His words shook everyone's hearts. Although they knew that the probability of survival outside the pagoda was not high, they had no other choice but to work together and fight. In an instant, close to 10,000 beams of light shone and soared into the sky. Inside the pagoda, Cui Bo's face turned pale. He sighed and said, even if we work together to attack, we will definitely die. After all, we are all from the Merchant Union. I am already uneasy that I could not let them enter the pagoda. Why do I have to be used by you at the last moment? His tone seemed to be rather dissatisfied. Luoying scoffed coldly and said, even if we work together to resist this heavenly suppression pagoda, I have no confidence that we can survive. Since they will definitely die, why can't they contribute some strength to our continuation? This way, at least the core strength of the Merchant Union can be preserved, and we can also avenge them in the future. Chuibo was silent. He had to admit that this was the most rational method, but it was difficult for him to accept it emotionally. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth and said angrily, once we survive this calamity, I will definitely grind their bones and scatter their ashes. Luoying said coldly, not only that, we must also investigate Xianxi's identity. We must kill him even if we have to go to the ends of the earth. Just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation, the divine light outside fell. Various screams and howls rang out continuously, and the pagoda also shook violently. Demons, *CK your grandfathers, I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. If I don't die, I will kill all the demonic beasts in the world in the future. I don't want to die, sob sob sob. I just married 2 beautiful wives the day before yesterday. Various voices rang out, but in the blink of an eye, they were completely drowned out. Not a single sound could be heard, and it turned into a dead silence. Only the continuous rumbling sounds reverberated on the ground. The sky was completely silent. Other than the continuous rumbling from the ground, there was no other sound. Under that world-destroying divine light, not only was the city destroyed, even the ground cracked, creating deep ravines. It was abnormally terrifying. The great monster's gazes were cold as they stared down without saying a word. Tang Jia and the others were shocked. After the light dissipated, not only were the people of the #1 mall in the world dead, even the city was completely turned to dust under this attack, becoming a wasteland that could no longer be inhabited. If someone told them a few days ago that Songyang City would be destroyed, no one would believe it. But now, in the blink of an eye, it became a reality. Xianxia also retracted his draconic aura. His spine returned to the Luoho divine spear, and the 2 horns on his forehead gradually faded, returning to his human form. Dead? Are they all dead? Li looked down and murmured to himself. Bang, the Kushasa plate suddenly cracked. It was unknown what material it was made of, but once it was damaged, it turned into specks of sunken crystals and disappeared in the air. Shang patted the armillary sphere, and it instantly released thousands of rays of light, flashing in the air, and stars appeared. Li said, Lord Shang, this armillary sphere. Shang's rarely gloomy expression was swept away, and he nodded lightly. Not bad, the armillary sphere has finally recovered to its original state. He waved his hand again, and the armillary sphere that was continuously deducing the changes of the martial path in the sky suddenly gathered all of its light, whistled down, and landed in his hand, looking as good as new. Li's face revealed loneliness and bitterness, and he said, sacrificing you. Over 300,000 people died in exchange for a new life for the armillary sphere. It's worth it. Fu's face was also lonely and sorrowful. He said, Go, and you passed away one after another. Now, only me, Wing, and Li are left to follow Lord. Shang was moved, and he said, There is no banquet that never ends, and there is no great monster that can never die. That's right, in one's life, what we seek is to be a tyrant. As long as we can reach the peak of the world, it's worth it no matter how many people die. Tang Jia's face revealed a savage expression, and his face shone with a demonic light. Zhui and the 4 Emperor Wu's faces were solemn, not saying a word. They were struggling in their hearts, wondering if they were right or wrong. Li stood quietly at the side, not saying a word. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. He just stared at the dead and empty city below. Countless corpses were scattered among them, and the resentment surged up, causing him to feel a little cold. Xianxia suddenly said, The matter is over, what about your promise? In order to unleash the dragon might that lasted for such a long time, I used up my last 3 dragon crystals. You should know how valuable that is. Shang said, For ordinary cultivators, the value of a dragon crystal may be above that of a dragon body artifact, but for you, a dragon body artifact is an existence above all else. He took out an item and threw it over without even looking at it. Xianxi's face lit up with excitement. He quickly grabbed it and looked at it. His entire body shook as an invisible majesty penetrated into his soul. Ha, ha ha, it really is the true dragon's claw. Ha ha, ha ha. Xianxi looked up to the sky and laughed unscrupulously. He took out a pill and swallowed it. His body's functions quickly recovered, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He said, "Mr. Shang, I like your spherical Xian artifact a lot. Can I have a look at it?" Everyone was stunned, and their expressions darkened as they stared at him coldly. Shang narrowed his eyes and said, "Xiangzi, you want my armillary sphere? Are you crazy?" Xiangzi's lips curled into a smile. He said, "I didn't mean to, but the more I look at your armillary sphere, the more it looks like a saint artifact. I really want to gamble." "Oh?" Shang raised his brows and said coldly, "Do you think you can beat us? Or rely on your true dragon's sai? Without the support of the dragon crystal, how long can you use it? Or do you still have the dragon crystal?" Xiangzi smiled, "I really don't have the dragon crystal, but I really want to test the power of the dragon body artifact you gave me." Tangjia angrily said, "Xiangzi, are you crazy? You only have 4 dragon body artifacts. Do you think you can transform into a true dragon? If you don't court death, you won't die. It seems this saying needs to be tested again." Xiangzi snorted mockingly, "You shameless bastard who would even betray your own clansmen. What face do you have to speak to me? You're nothing but a clown. You. Damn it. Elder Chu, kill him." Tangjia shouted. The dragon pressure he had just felt made him extremely wary of Xiangzi, so he didn't dare to step forward. Elder Chu frowned, but he still obeyed and charged forward. In his view, no matter how strong Xiangzi was, without the support of his dragon's might, there was no way he could defeat him. Thus, he sent out a palm strike to test Xiangzi's strength. "Haha, dog, go first. Fine, I'll show you the power of the dragon body artifact. Every time you collect one, your strength will increase tenfold." Xiangzi's aura changed and he once again dragon transformation. The true dragon claw immediately merged into his body and one of his arms turned black as he grabbed towards the palm strike in the air. Pong. Elder Chu's palm shadow was instantly crushed, and his expression changed drastically. His dragon's might did not diminish in the slightest, and he hurriedly retreated in shock. Dragon scales once again appeared on Xiangzi's body and a pair of horns sprouted from his head. One of his hands transformed into a black claw while the other held a long whip made from the spine of a dragon. Standing in the air, he laughed loudly, "Haha, strength. Unparalleled power. Although these 4 dragon body artifacts can't allow me to transform into a true dragon, they are enough to allow me to achieve a half-dragon body. Shang, do I have the qualifications to ask you to borrow the armillary sphere?" Elder Chu was furious and was about to rush forward when Shang stopped him, lightly saying, "Very well, since you want to see it, I'll let you take a good look." He formed a simple seal with his right hand and the armillary sphere immediately flew out from his chest. In a flash of light, the stars appeared and the sky darkened. Xiangzi's grip on the dragon's spine whip tightened and he became completely alert. Although the aura of this Xian artifact did not make him feel uncomfortable, he was still facing a legendary saint artifact. Its power had only been heard of in legends, so it was impossible for him not to be nervous. Shang lightly pointed and said, "Starlight, fall." The stars in the sky suddenly exploded with a powerful light. One by one, they left their original trajectory and began to descend from the sky, flying towards Xiangzi like rain. "Humph, is this the power of a saint artifact? Don't disappoint me." The dragon whip in Xiangzi's hand trembled and immediately let out a heaven-shaking dragon roar. Gradually, it formed a circle around him. The dragon whip continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual chi, releasing a terrifying aura. "Heavenly Fiend Dragon Whip." He shouted and lashed out with the dragon whip. The entire night sky was split into countless pieces and the power of the black dragon swept up, swallowing up the starlight in the sky. Shang watched coldly and a sneer appeared on his lips. He clenched his fist and said softly, "Explode." Xiangzi's pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at the dragon's spine whip in shock. The dragon chi was already covered in specks of starlight and suddenly became as bright as day. An unparalleled force directly cut off his dragon chi. Boom! The dragon's spine whip exploded and rapidly shrank, returning to the shape of Luoho's spear. Not only had the spiritual chi on it disappeared, cracks had also appeared on it. Ah! Xianxia was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Large beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. His dragon spine was damaged and even his strength was rapidly declining. In his shock, he suddenly raised his spear and turned into a ray of light as he fled into the distance, leaving behind only self-mocking laughter. Haha, Mr. Shang, you're too funny. I was just joking with you, but you actually took it seriously. I've never seen someone as serious as you. We'll meet again someday. There's no need to send me off. Shang's expression did not change. He pointed at the sky and the armillary sphere returned to his body. The sky was once again clear and bright. Elder Chu's face was also filled with horror. He had some idea of the power of Xiangxi's casual swipe just now, but he had never imagined that such a powerful whip would be destroyed by the armillary sphere along with its Xian artifact in a single move. Chase him. Why didn't you catch up and kill him? Tang Jia shouted angrily as he looked in the direction that Xiangxi had fled in. Shang glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. He said softly, "It's all over. Let's go." Seeing that Tang Jia's face was gradually turning pale, Li stepped forward and explained, although the armillary sphere has been repaired, with Lord Shang's current strength, he is still unable to control it to his heart's content. That attack just now seemed casual, but it was the majority of Lord Shang's strength. Although Xiangxi has lost a treasure, he is not someone we can easily kill. Tang Jia's complexion slowly improved and he snorted softly, "I see. If you want to recover your previous strength, you cannot do so without the support of the Four Extreme Sect's enormous resources. Fine, I'll teach that Xiangxi a lesson sooner or later." Right, should we leave now? Are the people from the Merchant Alliance all dead? What about Li Yunxiao? Li Yi's body also trembled. He did not care about the people from the Merchant Alliance, but the name Li Yunxiao had touched his nerves and he pricked up his ears to listen. Shang's pupils shrank slightly. Li Yunxiao has entered the spatial crack and his fate is up to the heavens. However, I think that he is someone chosen by the heavens and will most likely not die, right? Although he himself did not really believe these words, it was what he believed in his heart. As for the people from the Merchant Alliance, Shang looked down and laughed softly. There should still be some big rats left. However, with our current strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to clean them all up. What? They are not dead? Tang Jia was shocked and cried out involuntarily, "If Luoying and the others are not dead and the Merchant Alliance's strength is still there, won't we be in danger?" Shang said calmly, "Other than the people from the 7 major Merchant Alliances, the rest are basically all dead. With the power of the Four Extreme Sect and us, there is nothing to be afraid of. Since your father has chosen to cooperate with us, he must have his own thoughts and confidence. You don't have to worry about it." Tang Jia's expression darkened. He felt an unbearable rage in his stomach. Tang Jia snorted coldly and said, "Such a large operation only killed some small fries. The effect is too poor." Li glanced at him and said indifferently, "Our goal was not to kill, but to repair the armillary sphere. It looks like we've already done it. Li Yunxiao, you better not die. I'm waiting to peel your skin off with my own hands." Li Yi's expression was ferocious as he said fiercely. Shang said, "There will be a chance. Let's go." His decision was the highest order. Although Tang Jia was dissatisfied, he would not resist. Li took out her Jiuli war drum, and everyone leaped onto it. The war drum immediately turned into a beam of white light and flew towards the horizon, disappearing into the distance. The ground was deathly silent. Corpses could be seen everywhere, all of them far away from the divine light. Those that were directly struck had long since disappeared without a trace. This time, the Commerce Alliance's 2 arbiters did not expect such an ending. Songyang City, known as the world's merchant city, was completely destroyed. Not to mention becoming a dead city, only traces of a city were left. Boom! In the center of the ruined plaza, a huge sound suddenly came from underground. The ground suddenly split open, and the heaven-suppressing tower emerged like a bamboo shoot. A complex formation appeared around the tower, gradually fading, and finally disappearing. Crash! The formation suddenly shattered like a mirror, and the heaven-suppressing tower lost all its light at this moment. The people inside were directly shaken out by the tower's restriction and fell to the ground. All of them were exhausted. Just now, in order to resist the divine light, the body of the tower had absorbed almost all of their strength. They were almost out of energy. Looking at the scene around them, the joy of surviving a calamity instantly disappeared. All of them were dumbfounded and in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with endless sorrow. Cui Bo felt his throat dry and said in a hoarse voice, "This matter is too important. The Commerce Alliance has suffered heavy losses. Everyone, quickly return to your sects and wait for news from the 10,000 Treasure Tower to convene the highest-level meeting." Zhang Chong, Luoying, and the others all revealed serious expressions. The destruction of Sonyang City was enough to shake the heavens and earth. It would probably shock the continent very soon. After this battle, the Commerce Alliance's vitality was greatly damaged. Just as everyone's mood was extremely heavy, Su Danha laughed and said, "Haha, we escaped the calamity. At least we didn't die, haha." Zhang Chong said angrily, "Su Danha, you are worthy of being an elder of a sect. Disgraceful." Su Danha snorted coldly and continued laughing. She was happy from the bottom of her heart. Luoying sat on the ground, trying his best to support his body. At this moment, he was at his weakest. Controlling the sky-suppressing pagoda had already used up all of his energy. He said, "Fortunately, these demons also killed the law enforcers of the sanctuary. This time, it's not just our merchant union's problem anymore." After saying that, his face dimmed. Cui Bo frowned and said, "Brother Luo, it's all thanks to you this time. Everyone being able to escape this calamity, you have the greatest credit." "Luo," he said, I go back with you," he said. "Luo, Bo, he." Luoying shook her head and said in a low voice, "The more that's the case, the more I have to go back and ask about it. I dare not claim credit for everyone's escape. It should be Li Yunxiao who contributed the most. I wonder if he's still alive." Su Danha's laughter suddenly stopped, and she said coldly, "Humph, alive? After entering the void crack, even I don't have the confidence to survive. He's 100% dead." Everyone was infuriated, and killing intent burst forth from their bodies. Although they were all people who valued benefits, how could they forget the favor of saving their lives in the blink of an eye? The scene of Li Yunxiao fighting a great demon and the blood splattering across the sky was still fresh in their minds. Su Danha stopped laughing. She also noticed the anger in everyone's eyes. She knew that if she continued laughing, these people would really pounce on her and tear her apart. She immediately shut her mouth. Although she was not an intelligent old woman, she was an old woman who cherished her life very much. Cui Bo said bitterly, "I can't see through that kid at all. Who is he with those shocking moves? In addition to killing those great demons, the other mission is to use the power of the whole merchant union to find out Li Yunxiao's identity. It is impossible for a person who can use Gu Feiyang's sword art, Divine Firmament Palace's sky sword diagram, Ao Chengkong's body tempering art, and the soul-splitting method to appear for no reason. And his last profound artifact." Xian Yutong's yellow face had been expressionless, but at this moment, he was slightly moved. Cui Bo and the others all looked at him. It seemed that he had some information about Li Yunxiao's background, but he was still silent. Di Xinghua finally couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Old Xian, you still have information to hide at this time. Quickly take it out and share it with everyone." Xian Yutong's expression did not change, and he said indifferently, "No information." Di Xinghua was so angry that he smashed a few rocks beside him. He turned around and didn't want to see his yellow face again. Luoying smiled bitterly and said, "To be able to form a world and absorb everything, only a supreme-grade profound artifact can do that. However, any one of them is a world-shaking existence. We cannot make a wrong judgment." Zhang Chong said calmly, "Also, once these things are spread, the impact on Li Yunxiao will be very huge. If it wasn't to save everyone, I think he wouldn't have revealed so many trump cards. I suggest that the merchant union work together to protect him first." "Yes, that makes sense." Cui Bo nodded and said, "Although merchants value profits, they are not ungrateful people." After he finished speaking, He looked at Su Donha intentionally or unintentionally. Su Donha snorted coldly and didn't say anything. The others all nodded in agreement. After reaching an agreement, everyone began to sit down and recover their strength. The 4 teleportation formations of Songyang City were all destroyed. They didn't know how long it would take for them to spread the news, so they weren't in a hurry. After a few hours, there was suddenly a cry of surprise. Yes, what's that? Zhang Chong suddenly raised his head and stared at the sky. A black shadow was descending from the sky and its speed was getting faster. Everyone's hearts jumped and followed his gaze. The small black dot was slowly becoming bigger. It was actually a profound artifact in the shape of a tower. It was descending rapidly, and its destination was where they were standing. That is, Luo Ying's eyes were filled with shock and he cried out involuntarily, "Heaven-suppressing pagoda?" His voice was filled with astonishment and shock. Everyone also realized that the giant pagoda descending from the sky was extremely similar to Luo Ying's heaven-suppressing pagoda. All of them revealed strange expressions. Zhang Chong asked doubtfully, "Old Luo, is there a pair of your heaven-suppressing pagoda?" Luo Ying was stunned. "A pair? How is that possible? My heaven-suppressing pagoda was created by a great refinement master based on a supreme-grade profound artifact recorded in an ancient book. It's definitely a unique existence." Zhang Chong frowned and said, "That's strange." He looked up at the sky and said, "This pagoda is really too similar to yours." Cui Bo suddenly shouted, "Oh no, that's where the pagoda will land. Everyone, disperse. I think this pagoda is very strange. Even if it's not a replica, it's not weak." As the gigantic tower approached, everyone quickly scattered, leaving a large empty space in front of him. The giant pagoda finally revealed its true form in front of everyone's eyes. It crashed down and its target was Luo Ying's heaven-suppressing pagoda. Rumble. The 2 almost identical huge mountains collided with each other, and a huge energy shockwave burst out, spreading out in circles. The desolate land was cracked beyond recognition, as if it was the end of the world. The shockwave was stronger than the previous one, and it only stopped after the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Pfft. The martial artists from the 7 major chambers of commerce were injured by the shockwave. All of them revealed looks of horror and did not know what had happened. "Brother Luo. What's wrong with you?" Zhang Chong suddenly noticed that Luo Ying's face was pale and without a trace of blood. He was looking forward in horror. The shockwave retreated and the dust settled. Everyone was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. When the 2 pagodas collided, the original heaven-suppressing pagoda was still standing there. However, the aura it emitted was more majestic and solemn. The frequency of the weapon connotation directly shook people's hearts. Pfft. Luo Ying spat out a mouthful of blood again and his whole body instantly withered. He said in disbelief, Is this the real heaven-suppressing pagoda?" Bang! His words spread to everyone's ears and they all took a deep breath and felt a chill all over their bodies. They saw fragments of Xian weapons scattered around the heaven-suppressing pagoda. It was Luo Ying's previous heaven-suppressing pagoda. It was a rank 9 Xian weapon that he cultivated with his life. It was completely destroyed and directly affected his body, causing him to be seriously injured. "The real heaven-suppressing pagoda," Su Donna said in horror, Isn't that a supreme Xian weapon?" Everyone was completely stunned. Under the continuous physical and mental torture, they only felt a little numb. The aura of the magnificent giant pagoda in front of them slowly retracted and the pagoda's door gradually opened. A well-built man walked out from inside and was stunned by the scene outside. He muttered to himself, what is this place? There are so many people. Did I land in a busy city? No, it's obviously a barren land. The man's long hair fluttered behind him and he wore a set of strange clothes. He was much taller than ordinary people and his dark skin was full of strange patterns that covered his whole body. He faintly felt that he was extremely powerful. He sniffed the air a few times with his nose and revealed a repressed expression. He said, there is such a strong energy fluctuation in the air. Are you guys fighting? He looked at the shocked faces of the people of the Merchant Union, and the look of surprise on his face disappeared, replaced by a strange smile, revealing his white teeth. At this moment, an ordinary crocodile also walked out of the pagoda and slowly crawled to the man's feet. It lazily closed its eyes and seemed to be asleep. "Who are you?" Chuibo asked. "Why is there a sky-suppressing pagoda?" he asked as he slowly gathered his strength. The man's appearance gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Although they had the advantage in numbers, most of them had not recovered yet. Moreover, many of them had suffered new injuries from the sky-suppressing pagoda. Sky-suppressing pagoda? The man was stunned. He then pointed at the giant pagoda behind him and said, "You mean this? You call it the sky-suppressing pagoda? This is just a core part of my weapon." Clatter, everyone's hearts twitched violently. Something that could shatter the heavenly suppressing pagoda in one blow, and it was just a part of a profound level weapon. Everyone's face was like a frosted eggplant, extremely ugly. "What? You don't believe me?" The man smiled and a seal appeared in his hand. The huge pagoda shrank rapidly and fell into his palm. Then, a world appeared around the pagoda, expanding and enveloping everyone. Xianxia roared and suddenly stood up. Several rays of light condensed in his palm and he slammed it towards the pagoda. He shouted, "Retreat! He's going to suck us all in." His words woke everyone up and they retreated in fear. Those who were able to survive until now were all strong cultivators. Although they had not recovered their strength, their instincts and strength were not to be underestimated. "Oh? Didn't you want to see? Why are you afraid?" The man chuckled and looked at them mockingly. Ren Guangran asked angrily, "Who are you and what do you want?" "Who am I?" The man held his head and thought for a while, then said, "You can call me Dijun. As for what I want to do, hee." He suddenly kicked the half-asleep crocodile away and laughed, "Let's get to work." The crocodile's body tumbled in the air and struggled a few times to express its dissatisfaction. Then, its body gradually dispersed and turned into a fierce gust of wind. It whistled and grew bigger and bigger, turning into an ocean of wind that spread towards everyone. Elemental transformation? Chuibo was taken aback and exclaimed, "Everyone, be careful." Everyone retreated and scattered in all directions. Some people who were too slow were touched by the astral wind and their bodies instantly turned to stone. When the astral wind blew again, their bodies suddenly collapsed and were blown into powder that completely disappeared from the world. Bang! Everyone was sweating profusely. How was this an ordinary elemental transformation? This elemental energy was too freakish. The whirlwind was getting bigger and bigger, and it was spreading at an extremely fast speed. Soon, more than 10 people were sucked into it. Only Emperor Wu's existence was able to resist it. Under Emperor Wu's existence, everyone disintegrated. In an instant, dying without leaving a trace. Chuibo exclaimed, "This is a mutated elemental power. Everyone, don't run. If we join forces, we'll be able to suppress him." He suddenly stopped in the air, his hands forming the shape of a lotus. A ball of warm light gradually appeared on the surface, like a slowly rising candle, brightening up the surroundings. The astral wind whistled and swept him into the whirlpool, unexpectedly unable to invade his body. As the wind blew past his body, it was forcefully slowed down. That beam of light slowly revealed its shape. It was actually a lantern, and Chuibo held it in his hand, emitting a warm light. His left hand kept sending spirit incantations into it, and the light gradually grew bigger. Wherever it shone, the swirling force of the astral wind was greatly reduced. "It's the eternal illumination ancient lamp." Xianxia was overjoyed. "I didn't expect this treasure to be in your hands. With it, you'll be able to suppress this elemental transformation." At the same time, he let out a loud shout. The runes in his palm shone brightly, and he directly slapped the ground. Rays of golden light shot out, and rows of runes spread out in all directions, as if a huge nail had been hammered into the ground. The rest of the powerful warriors of Emperor Wu also gained confidence. One by one, they rushed into the whirlwind, using their own bodies to stabilize the circulation of the wind. For a moment, the power of the astral wind was greatly reduced, and the angry roars of the crocodiles could be heard. Dijun frowned, and said unhappily, "Trash, shrink the area of attack. Will you die if you fight them one by one? These people are not simple trash." Under his scolding, the crocodiles gradually reduced the power of the wind, condensing into a huge crocodile-headed monster on the ground. Its eyeballs swept around the battlefield, and finally fixed on Cui Bo. With a loud roar, it directly pounced on him. Although its body was huge, its speed was incomparably fast, and no one could react in time. Cui Bo was shocked. The eternal illumination ancient lamp in his hand consumed a lot of energy, and his yuan qi could not keep up. All kinds of powerful elixirs had been used to support Li Yunxiao. He poured the rest of his energy into the lamp, and with a forceful slap, a warm light shot out from the lamp, rushing towards the crocodiles. Boom! That warm light directly blasted a big hole in the crocodile's body, but it seemed to have no effect on it. Its whole body covered the sky, and it pounced down. Bang! Huge rocks shook into the sky. Cui Bo had rushed out at the most dangerous moment, but he was still shaken by the wind, which directly petrified several of his meridians, and began to spread throughout his body. Shocked, he hurried to retreat 100 feet, sat cross-legged, and regulated his breath. He operated the Emperor energy to seal the wind in a small area, to prevent it from spreading, and tried to force it out of his body. The crowd was shocked. This crocodile's was so powerful that they could disable Cui Bo with one strike, and he could no longer participate in the battle. After disabled Cui Bo, the crocodiles glanced around the battlefield, and his eyes fell on Zhang Chong, Ren Guangran, and the others. His cold and emotionless eyes sent a chill down everyone's spine. If all of them were in their peak state, they would not feel any pressure if they worked together. But now they were all exhausted, and they had all supplied the best elixirs to Li Yunxiao. If the crocodiles decided to attack them one by one, they would be helpless. Moreover, they had Di Jun, whose strength was unpredictable. Di Jun said with a weird smile, "Don't kill all of us. We've been away from the realm of heaven martial arts for a long time. I have to find some people to teach me. If any of you are willing to be my slave, you can live." I am willing, don't kill me." Su Donna's frightened eyes were filled with joy. She said repeatedly, "The great elder of the Tianyi Pavilion, a powerful figure of the 5-star Emperor Wu, is willing to be your slave." Ren Guangran shouted angrily, "Su Donna, why don't you have any backbone? I'm ashamed to be associated with you." Su Donna snorted coldly and said, "Backbone? Can backbone be used to make a living? Can backbone be used to live? You." Ren Guangran was speechless, but everyone had their own ambitions. Everyone had their own choices, and no one had the right to interfere. Heh, well said." Di Jun said with a smile, "Backbone can't be used to make a living, but those without backbone are not slaves, but pigs. I don't need pigs, let alone such an ugly one. Kill him." "What? You?" Su Donna was shocked and angry. She didn't have time to think. The crocodile pounced on her. Her heart sank. She finally understood why Cui Bo was seriously injured in one move. The crocodile was too fast to dodge. Fortunately, she had been hiding her strength and didn't contribute much in the sky-suppressing tower. She still had most of her strength. She struck the crocodile with her iron crutch. Boom, a big hole appeared in the crocodile's belly. Su Donna didn't hesitate at all. She turned into a beam of light and shot out of the hole without hesitation. She fled into the distance. Humph, what a stupid fish. Di Jun was dissatisfied. He waved his right hand, and the whole sky changed color. An ancient tower appeared in the distance. The tower was surrounded by a sea of light. It was a world of its own, and it fell directly. A powerful force erupted from Su Donna's body to resist the power of the world. However, it only took an instant for him to explode. The entire space trembled slightly. The great elder of the Tianyi Pavilion exploded into a pile of mush, never to exist again. Di Jun waved his hand, and the ancient tower disappeared into the sky. It floated in his hand dreamily. He pointed with his finger, and the world of the ancient tower expanded, trying to take in the crowd. He said coldly, "Those who have no backbone will die, and those who have too much backbone will also die. I will be very satisfied if the rest of you become my slaves." The crowd stood there dumbfounded. Su Donna had preserved most of her strength, but she was turned into dust by this attack. Who among them had the strength to resist this supreme Xian artifact? It is indeed a supreme Xian artifact. It has a world of its own. But your Supreme Xian artifact seems to be damaged, right? Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out, causing Dijun's body to tremble. He turned his gaze over, only to see Xian Yutong calmly standing within the crowd, not conspicuous at all. Oh? Dijun stopped the expansion of the world immediately. He said coldly, "How do you know that my ancient god battlefield is damaged? If you can't give me a reason, you will be the next one to be turned into a pile of meat paste." Xian Yutong's sallow face did not change. He opened his right hand, and a ray of light gradually appeared. Soon, a square object appeared in his hand, shining with silver light. As soon as this object appeared, Dijun's expression suddenly changed. He was surprised and overjoyed, and he could not help but feel excited. At the same time, the ancient god battlefield emitted sounds of ancient rhyme, which resonated with the object in Xian Yutong's hand. Dijun said excitedly, "Where did you get this thing? Quickly hand it to me, and you will be a slave who has made a great contribution. From now on, you will be the commander of these people." Xian Yutong was moved, and he sighed, "I didn't expect this mysterious object in my hand to be a fragment of the Supreme Xian artifact in your hand. Although I made such a conjecture a long time ago, I never thought that I could actually have the chance to patch it up one day." Dijun said solemnly, "That's right. This ancient god battlefield of mine was beaten to pieces in the early years. Although I repaired it, it is missing a few important parts. And the one in your hand is precisely an important piece. Quickly give it to me." He became somewhat impatient, his expression becoming somewhat savage. Everyone was greatly alarmed in their hearts. Hearing his words, this Supreme Xian artifact was actually beaten to pieces. Xian Yutong's face revealed a hint of a strange smile, and he said softly, "The patch I'm talking about is for you to give me the part in your hand to patch up the piece in my hand." Dijun's excited face froze. He was stunned for a few seconds, then his face turned cold. He said fiercely, "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Is it because I've been away from the realm of heaven martial arts for a long time that the meaning of your words and grammar have changed?" Everyone was shocked. They looked at Xian Yutong in shock. They didn't understand why he dared to provoke this man. Xian Yutong smiled calmly. "Of course not. Since you didn't hear me clearly, I'll say it again. I want you to bring me the remains of the ancient god battlefield to complete the scattered world in my hand." "Oh? Scattered world? Judging from your name, this fragment does contain a part of the power of the ancient god battlefield's world. You've made a great contribution. But I feel more and more uncomfortable looking at your dead face. No matter how much contribution you've made, you can't make my eyes uncomfortable." Dijun's face turned cold. He said, "Stupid fish, go." The crocodile got the order. It roared and pounced on Xian Yutong. It turned into a small tornado and fell on Xian Yutong. Xian Yutong clenched his fist and put away the scattered world in his hand. A strong gust of wind erupted from his hand and he suddenly punched out. The extreme Tao's power shook on the tip of his fist like ripples on water. The gust of wind froze under this punch and turned into the crocodile's body, roaring loudly. "What?" Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe the power of Xian Yutong's punch. Dixing snorted in the distance. He was very dissatisfied. He snorted angrily. It turns out someone in the sky-suppressing tower can protect himself like this. How shameful. Everyone had the same thoughts and dissatisfaction in their hearts, but it was precisely because of this that there was a glimmer of hope for survival in their hearts. Xian Yutong ignored Dixing's complaints. He stared at the crocodile coldly and licked his lips. He laughed hoarsely. "Hee, it's not an ordinary elemental transformation. If we train it well, it will be very useful." His hand shone. The scattered world flew out. It turned into the power of the world and tried to suck the crocodile into it. Dijun was furious. He shouted angrily, "How dare you!" A mass of demonic energy burst out of his body. He suddenly soared into the sky. A shocking demonic palm appeared in the sky and slapped down rapidly. That crocodile formed from astral winds was something that had a chance of advancing to the 10 directions divine realm. How could he sit back and watch as it was taken away by someone else? What a powerful palm strike. The muscles on Xian Yutong's face twitched, and purple gas appeared in his palm, lingering in his palm to form a strange symbol, which spread out together. Purple gas shot out and dispersed around his body. A palm force surged out from the earth like a mountain, piercing through the clouds and piercing towards the monstrous demonic flames. Boom! The force of his palm suppressed the devil chi in midair, but it only took a moment for it to suddenly disintegrate like a mountain collapsing, and it shattered bit by bit. Xian Yutong frowned. Dijun's strength was beyond his expectations. He turned into a flash of light and retreated 100 meters, dodging the attack. Boom! A large crater was smashed open where it originally stood, but the demonic palm actually didn't disappear. It condensed into a black shadow in the air and slapped towards the scattered world. The palm turned into a claw and directly grabbed down, wanting to take everything away. At this moment, half of the crocodile's body had been swallowed. Xian Yutong's expression changed slightly. He formed a seal with both hands and pointed in the air. Suddenly, a domineering sword light appeared in the scattered world, directly cutting the crocodile's body in the air, and the upper half was swallowed. The remaining half of the body flew out, still in the shape of a crocodile, but its momentum was obviously much weaker. Dijun's expression changed greatly, and he angrily scolded, "Stupid fish." The demonic claw had already grabbed down, and the sword momentum in the scattered world rose again. Suddenly, a figure in white flew out from it, and the sword in his hand directly slashed the demonic claw, rushing towards Dijun's body. A cold expression flashed across Dijun's face. He raised a finger high and pointed down in the air. A beam of devil chi suppressed the sword light and pressed down on the body of the person who came. The person's sword was immediately pressed down, but with another hand seal on the body of the sword, it immediately shook off the devil chi, and his whole body bounced back hundreds of meters before stopping. Dijun frowned, as if he was a little dissatisfied with not being able to kill the white-clothed man. At this moment, Xian Yutong found an opportunity, and directly pointed to the scattered world in his body. His hands constantly changed seals, and various colors of light gradually formed in front of him. Purple, green, blue, red, a total of 9 colors, formed a strange array, and suddenly shot towards Dijun. Oh? It's actually the power of the 9-color extreme Daos. Dijun's pupils shrank, and at this moment, he completely put away his carelessness. With a single-hand seal, a Dharma idol with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, each with a ferocious expression, holding various treasures in its hands. Among them, the face at the front was extremely cold, and its hands formed a demonic seal, flickering with a circle of black lines, and pressed down. The power of the 9-color extreme Daos was like a golden seal, shaking the demonic chi. The array on it changed, and the 9-colored light condensed in the array, turning into a golden color. 7 tadpole runes shone in it, representing the ancient law, giving rise to a huge power, and the demonic seal began to collapse. Dijun's face changed greatly, and he said in shock, "Ancient Maha scripture." As his face became solemn, not only the 2 hands in front of him, but the 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma idol behind him also began to constantly form seals, and black devil chi spread out from its body. The weapons on its 6 arms danced at the same time, and the phantoms of 6 Xian weapons appeared, suppressing Xian Yutong's attack, unexpectedly becoming evenly matched. Dijun's face was filled with anger. If this kind of move was used in the past, it would naturally not be a problem, but now that his body was still incomplete, it was still extremely difficult to deal with a powerhouse of this level, Emperor Wu. It was a pity that the crocodile's intelligence was too low, and half of it was easily taken away by others. Otherwise, if it joined hands with him, everyone would have been killed long ago. Xian Yutong's pupils also shrank. He did not expect that the other party could actually withstand his power of the 9-color extreme Daos. The 2 of them were in a deadlock for a moment, and it was difficult to determine who was superior. But this had already made the people of the Merchant Union completely stunned, as if it was the first time they met Xian Yutong. They could not see through Dijun's cultivation, but Su Danhe, who still had more than half of her power just now, was completely turned into a meat paste under his attack. He could actually resist for so long, and not even be at a disadvantage. Dijun said coldly, "Your strength is not bad, and you are qualified to be my slave." Xian Yutong's pupils shrank slightly, and saw that Dijun suddenly closed his eyes, his mouth muttering an extremely strange sound, and a few golden lines appeared in front of his chest, forming a strange symbol, and then, the devil flame on his body once again rose to the sky, suppressing the 9-color extreme Daos to faintly collapse. Xian Yutong was shocked. He did not expect that the other party would have such a strong power. Under the suppression of the devil chi, his body felt great pressure, as if it would collapse at any time. As his palms changed, he pushed up again. His skin suddenly became a little transparent at this moment, and a cold power came from his bones. It was the essence of ice taken from Yuan Bo, which had been refined into his body, suppressing the discomfort all over his body, and once again, he was in a stalemate with Di Jun. Xian Yutong suddenly shouted, "Tianjue, set up the formation, and suppress him together." The scattered world inside his body flashed, and more than 10 figures flew out again. There were actually as many as 12 people, each with the breath of Jiotian Emperor Wu, and in an instant, they surrounded Di Jun, the distance between them not increasing or decreasing, as if there was some kind of formation. The people of the Merchant Union were all dumbfounded. Not only was Xian Yutong's strength far beyond their expectations, but there were so many hidden masters in the so-called scattered world. With the combat strength that Xian Yutong showed at this moment, when facing the great demon beast, he should not have been in such a difficult situation. Now that the two of them were facing each other, the power fluctuations were even comparable to the last attack of the great demon beast condensing the Saraira wheel. At this moment, even a fool could see that Xian Yutong had hidden his strength, and it was hidden very deeply. Cui Bo's heart suddenly trembled, and he muttered to himself, "Tianjue. Tianjue." He seemed to have thought of something, and his face was full of shock. The white-clothed man, Tianjue, held a sword in his hand, and shouted softly, "Set up the formation." Among the other 12 people, 2 of them were the ones who had chased after Yuan Bo's ice soul. Each of them had a rank 9 Xian sword in their hands, and each stood in their position to display a sword move. Under their joint efforts, a terrifying force shook the sky, and a long black tunnel was directly torn in the sky. Di Jun's expression changed greatly, and his expression was full of shock and anger. The other 2 faces were also ferocious, and they spat out clouds of black gas. The ancient god battlefield rushed out from the 3 heads and 6 arms, and pressed down on the black tunnel. The ancient god battlefield was originally pieced together by him, and it was still greatly damaged. He did not want to use it in this kind of intense battle, but Xian Yutong's strength had already exceeded his expectations. And at this moment, as the power of the 3 heads and 6 arms was gradually released, the power of Di Jun's body was still increasing, and there seemed to be no limit. The weapons in the 6 arms began to become solid, and the power between them and Xian Yutong began to gradually lose balance, and the situation was gradually under Di Jun's control. The sky above had already been destroyed. All kinds of chaotic energies kept colliding with each other, and a small amount of them hit the ground, creating huge waves. The people of the Merchant Union were all shocked, and everyone felt that they were in danger. Just a little bit of the aftershock had made them not even dare to defend against it. Xian Yutong's expression was abnormally ugly, and his waxy yellow face became extremely distorted, and even peeled off bit by bit. Before Di Jun made his move, he had measured the gap between them, and only made his move when he felt that he had a great chance of winning. But the opponent actually made a qualitative increase in power twice, and it shocked him instead. Di Jun looked at the opponent's distorted face, and the 3 faces all revealed a strange and cold smile, and said coldly, "I will refine you into a mummy. Your physical body is not bad, especially this bone marrow. It seems that you have cultivated some kind of brilliant technique." Just as he was feeling complacent, Di Jun's expression suddenly changed, as if he felt something angry. He suddenly raised his head and roared to the sky, "Bastard! Where are you? How dare you plot against me behind my back? If I find you, I will definitely let you die a horrible death." Xian Yutong was startled. Di Jun's power was fading away unknowingly. His eyes flashed with joy. With a flash of his hand, the arrangement of the 7 ancient scriptures changed. The 9-colored light of the extreme path immediately changed. A white light directly broke through Di Jun's power and blasted him. After Xian Yutong succeeded with a single move, he couldn't be bothered to follow up on his victory and dashed towards the ancient god battlefield instead. His final objective was to obtain this transcendent grade profound artifact. After Di Jun was hit by his attack, the ancient god battlefield became unstable. Under the combined attack of Tianju and the others, he started to retreat rapidly. The world around him started to shrink. Your name is Ancient God Battlefield? From today onwards, I am your new master. Xianxia laughed madly. He formed seals with both hands and grabbed towards the Ancient God Battlefield. A familiar power flowed into his hand. It was the same feeling as that of the scattered world, incomparably comfortable and exciting. He glanced at Dijun, who was inexplicably enraged in the distance, and the power on his body was rising and falling. A trace of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes as he said coldly, "Take advantage of his weakness and kill him quickly." "Yes, master." Tianju and the rest of the 13 cultivators flew forward, sending out over a dozen sword beams that pierced through the air and into Dijun's body. However, Dijun was actually unfazed by their attacks, allowing them to attack him as they pleased. He simply clutched his head and held, his eyes seemingly about to spew fire. At the same time, somewhere tens of thousands of kilometers away, in a majestic hall, a row of cultivators stood solemnly. Every one of them radiated with demonic chi, and their eyes were strange as they looked at a strange-looking man in front of them with fear and respect. The man looked exactly the same as Dijun. At this moment, he had a cold expression on his face as he manifested the Dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 arms pinched all kinds of hand seals, and devil chi constantly surged out of his body. His aura also fluctuated between strong and weak, as if he was resonating with Dijun, who was thousands of miles away. The man was none other than Dijia, who had emerged from Mount Meru. Sensing the changes in his power, he smirked coldly and mumbled to himself, "I didn't think you'd be in trouble so soon. Even the heavens are on my side." The warriors behind Dijia could feel the devil chi growing stronger and stronger. They trembled in fear and pledged their allegiance to him. "Haha, too strong, too good. Poor Dijun, before the other bodies appear, only you and I can share our power. I hope you will be killed soon, haha." Dijia laughed wildly with joy, and his aura kept rising. After sensing that the other party had fallen into a predicament, he kept thinking of ways to draw power over. Sure enough, he succeeded, and his strength began to skyrocket. Dijun roared endlessly in the sky above Songyang City. He could feel the demonic energy in his body being continuously drained, and the dozen or so people chasing him relentlessly. In the distance, Xianxia was thinking of ways to refine the ancient god battlefield, causing him to go completely berserk. "Ah! Ah! Ah! Dijia, you will die a horrible death." Dijun roared madly. The two of them were desperately pulling each other's strength. In the midst of despair, a huge amount of demonic power suddenly poured into their bodies and rapidly replenished their consumed strength. Dijun was shocked and seemed to realize something. His expression changed abruptly. His 6 arms instantly condensed a huge amount of power. Some formed seals, some formed swords, and some clenched fists. At the same time, he released a huge amount of power, shaking off Tianju and the others who were chasing him. "What's going on?" Tianju was shocked. The power of the person in front of him was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Just when he was about to be killed, he suddenly exploded with such a huge amount of power, and almost instantly recovered to his peak state. The vision of the 13 blurred, and all they saw was a flash of devil chi. Dijun's body had already appeared next to Xianxia, and he slapped with all his strength. Xianxia was painstakingly refining the ancient god battlefield to no avail. The power of the restrictions on it was far beyond his imagination. Dijun's palm attack was as fast as lightning, without any warning. Moreover, his palm directly triggered the power of the ancient god battlefield. Xianxu's consciousness immediately suffered a backlash, and at the same time, the shocking might of the palm fell. At the moment of life and death, Xianxu's potential exploded. At this moment, his body became almost transparent, and one could see the jade-like cold marrow. 9-colored aurora also exploded from his body, forming a huge force in front of him to resist the devil chi. Boom! The light on Xianxu's body was instantly shattered. His whole body shot out a mouthful of blood in the air, and he fell to the ground. Tianju and the others were shocked, and they hurriedly flew over, afraid that Dijun would chase after them and kill them. Unexpectedly, after holding the ancient god battlefield in his hand, Dijun had no intention to continue attacking. Instead, he threw it out of the ancient pagoda, and the crocodile that only had half of its power left also rushed in behind him. Dijun turned around and looked coldly at the shocked Xian Yutong on the ground. He said coldly, "Today, you are lucky. That fragment and half of the stupid fish's body will be left with you for now. I have already left a seal on you, and when this is over, I will refine you into a dry corpse." After he finished speaking, the entire ancient pagoda immediately turned into light and flew into the distance. Dijia, who was far away in the hall, was shocked and angry. He said, "The third body." The power of the third body actually appeared at this time. That guy is really lucky. No way, I must get him before Dijun. Dijia also instantly turned into light and disappeared from the hall. The place where Songyang City was at was already a stretch of ruins. Even the broken walls could not be seen. There were only broken rocks everywhere, and dead silence. "Lord, what's wrong?" Tianju and the others flew down from the sky and discovered that there were black marks on Xian Yutong's body. Furthermore, it was still spreading. It should be the demonic qi invading his body. Xian Yutong gritted his teeth, shook his head, and said, "I'm fine. Although the demonic qi invading the body is a little troublesome, it is not a big deal. The last unforeseen event just now was too strange. I don't know what this person's background is either. If we encounter him in the future, it is better to be careful." Xian Yutong's expression was gloomy. He exposed all his strength, and still could not get that ancient god battlefield as he wished. The only gain was that half of the immemorial Gale's power. His gaze slowly looked at the people of the Merchant Alliance present. Everyone felt that Xian Yutong became incomparably unfamiliar at this moment. That perpetually sallow face also fell by more than half, becoming somewhat strange. "You. Who are you?" Ren Guangran only felt that her hands were ice cold. When Xian Yutong's gaze looked at them, there was not the slightest trace of emotion. Cui Bo, who was recuperating in the distance, said with a bitter face, "Who else can it be? To think that you actually hid so deeply." The master of the Golden Edge and Silver Gleam, the president of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Guild, Lord Ding Shan. Tianju was the name of the leader of the Golden Edge and Silver Gleam. Before he faded, he was also an existence that resounded throughout the Merchant Alliance. Although everyone had some guesses in their hearts, when they heard it from Cui Bo's mouth, it still made everyone's heart tremble wildly. Ding Shan was a name that everyone was familiar with. One of the leaders of the 7 major merchant guilds. It was just that these few years, he had long withdrawn from the public sight and gradually faded. Who would have thought that when they met again, it would be in such a situation? Moreover, the strength that Ding Shan displayed made everyone even more shocked and uneasy. Cui Bo said bitterly, "No wonder you are usually a man of few words. After being together for a long time, your identity will definitely be exposed. Did you kill Elder Xian, or has Elder Xian always been you?" At this moment, there was no longer any need for Xian Yutong to hide anything. The waxy yellow color on his face began to melt away, gradually revealing a thin but exquisite face. Even his body began to change, becoming a size thinner. A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "What do you think? Why? You possess such great power, you are completely capable of killing those demon clan people. Why did you watch as Songyang City was completely destroyed and more than 300,000 people were buried with it?" Ren Guangran roared angrily. She fearlessly stared into Ding Shan's icy gaze and said, "It doesn't matter if you are Ding Shan or Xian Yutong, you are still a member of the Merchant Alliance and have designs on the Merchant Alliance. Is this what you want?" Ding Shan looked at him coldly and snorted. "Merchant Alliance? The so-called Merchant Alliance is just a plaything for the 4 core alliances. The Merchant Alliance that I, Ding Shan, want belongs to the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Alliance, not to the 4 core alliances. Since it does not belong to me, what is the use of it? What do the lives of these 300,000 people have to do with me? What does their death have to do with me? You, what great ambition. You actually want to be the master of the Merchant Alliance." Ren Guangran said coldly, "Unfortunately, even if Songyang City is destroyed, you will not be able to become the master of the Merchant Alliance." Tianjue frowned and said, "Master, this place has already become a troublesome place. Why don't we kill them all and leave as soon as possible?" Ding Shan stopped him and said coldly, "These people are not weak and have high statuses. Keeping them alive might be of great use." He took out the fragment of the fallen world and said with a grim smile, "Everyone, come to my world together. Let us participate in the grand undertaking of the new era." Everyone's heart sank. They only saw the fragment of the ancient god battlefield appear in the air and gradually evolve into a world, about to suck them in. In the boundless void, various negative energies collided with each other. It was a land of eternal silence. It was a pitch-black place where no light could be seen. Only some auroras would flash occasionally. It was extremely depressing. The world god Steel was shuttling back and forth without any destination in mind. The demonic dragon's gaze was solemn as he looked around, hoping to find a crack so that he could rush back to the Tianwu continent. Otherwise, if he continued to wander aimlessly like this, he might disappear into the void forever. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and he revealed a shocked expression. In front of him, a huge mass of energy was gathering slowly. It was the most commonly seen void particles. It was fine if there was only a small amount, but once it exceeded the range, it would be abnormally terrifying. The mass of void particles was gathering more and more as if it was on the verge of exploding. There was a saying that all the terrifying power in the void was formed by the continuous gathering of such particles. It could be said to be the source of all void energy. At that moment, the mass in front of Genryu was on the verge of exploding. He raised his head bitterly and muttered to himself, "Is it really hard for me to escape this time?" Originally, it was unknown whether Li Yunxiao was alive or dead. Genryu's power was gradually diminishing. At that moment, he felt terrified even from a certain distance away. He didn't even have the power to escape. Forget it, I'll leave it to fate. Such a powerful explosion might be able to create a crack. It's just that I don't know if this universe divine monument can withstand it. The light on Genryu's body became extremely dim. He looked at the energy cloud of void particles in despair and slowly hid into the universe god monument. He no longer had the power to search for the direction. Boom. After a while, the cloud of void particles really exploded and countless powers shot out in all directions. After the universe god monument, which had become an aimless floating universe god monument, was struck by one of the powers, it was shaken into the boundless darkness. In the world within the universe god monument, everyone didn't feel uncomfortable. They just surrounded the Fengsuan mountain anxiously and waited for Li Yunxiao's news. They didn't dare to say a word. Yuan Gaohan's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. After a while, he said, "How is it possible that he is not dead with such injuries? He is only holding on with his belief. However, he won't be able to hold on for long. If you have anything to say to him, hurry up." "What?" Young Emperor Hao Lian's eyes instantly turned red, and he bellowed, "Old man, what did you say? Aren't you the head of the Sacred Realm Spirit Division, a 9th-grade alchemist? Do you believe that I won't smack you to death right now?" Yuan Gaohan said coldly, "There's nothing I can do even if you slap me to death. If I was in the saint or deity transformation sea, I might be able to be saved with the help of a few level 9 alchemists. As for now, I only have the strength of a level 8, at least within the limits of my abilities." His expression was solemn, and it was obvious that he was feeling terrible. Yuan Gaohan's judgment was undoubtedly a death sentence for Li Yunxiao. Their heads buzzed, and their legs turned to jelly. Ding Ling sobbed and begged Yuan Gaohan, but Yuan Gaohan kept shaking his head. There was nothing he could do. Mo Xiaochuan said with grief and indignation, "Young Master Yun's body is on the verge of collapse, but his soul is not dead, and the collapse of his body is not as bad as imagined. Grandmaster Yuan, you should at least do something. Maybe there will be a miracle." The others were also watching eagerly. No one would give up until the very last moment. Li Yunxiao was not only their master, but also their spiritual pillar that would never collapse. They couldn't accept Yuan Gaohan's judgment. Yuan Gaohan's eyebrows furrowed into a crease. He understood everyone's feelings, but he was much more rational than anyone else. Luo Yunsheng mournfully said, "Grandmaster Yuan, young Master Yun has the bright moon divine body, and the skills he cultivates are unparalleled in this world. I can see that his injuries are under control, and there are no signs of him collapsing." Luo Yunsheng was also an arcane refiner. Although she was far from being an arcane refiner, she still had some basic judgment. He has a godly body? Yuan Gaohan's heart moved slightly. He went forward to observe and said seriously, yes, I saw that his injuries are not collapsing, so I thought he was relying on his will to hold on. Now it seems that the power of the godly body is also playing a big role. However, I have never heard of this bright moon godly body. Maybe it will have a further effect. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Young Emperor Hao Lian suddenly said, Grandmaster, please do your best. That's right, young Master Yun still has a lot of spirit pills on him. They are all top quality pills from the Merchant Union. Maybe they will come in handy. Yuan Gaohan shook his head and said, pills that are too strong may not be a good thing. Right now, let's see if his godly body can hold on. As long as he can hold on for a few days, there will be a chance. Otherwise, even gods will not be able to save him. His words poured a bucket of cold water on everyone, and their hearts that had just warmed up cooled down again. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, who said I can't be saved? Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the unconscious and heavily injured Li Yunxiao suddenly sat up. His eyes flickered, and his expression was indifferent. However, there was no blood on his face. Ah? Everyone's jaws dropped, especially Yuan Gaohan and Gui Wesheng. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Yuan Gaohan's throat seemed to be choked by someone. His eyes bulged out, and he said with difficulty, You. Young Master Yun. The rest of the people surrounded him as if they had teleported. All of them were crying tears of joy and laughing wildly. Young Emperor Hao Lian even jumped up and was about to pounce on him. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, Don't pounce on me. I don't have any strength. If you pounce on me, I will really die. Bang! Young Emperor Hao Lian's burly body was directly sent flying by Mo Xiaochuan's kick. The latter cursed fiercely, Pig. Young Master Yun, are you all right? You worried us to death. Ding Ling said happily with a smile and tears on her face. Li Yunxiao's divine sense kept probing his body. His frown became deeper and deeper. Finally, he smiled bitterly, I also thought that I was fine. Now it seems that my divine body collapsed, and my soul's foundation was also damaged. If it wasn't for the Genria returning to my body and stimulating my divine sense, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to wake up now. Then will it endanger your life? Luo Yunsheng's face was full of anxiety. Everyone's heart sank again. Li Yunxiao sighed, it really is the same as what old Yuan said. If I can hold on for 3 days and let my divine body recover on its own, then I will be out of danger and can enter the recovery state. Otherwise, my physical body may collapse at any time and my soul will dissipate. So serious? Mo Xiaochuan's face also became extremely ugly. Although Yuan Gaohan's diagnosis made his heart feel like lead, he always had absolute worship for Gu Feiyang, so he still had great confidence. But at this moment, Li Yunxiao also said the same thing, and he immediately fell into panic. I said, how can there be any hope? Yuan Gaohan said, the special nature of the divine body can allow you to hold on for a while longer, but it will only be at death's door. He didn't care about everyone's feelings at all. He only analyzed the matter as it stood, and it immediately attracted everyone's murderous gaze. His expression changed slightly, and he felt that he was too straightforward. Young Emperor Hao Lian was originally kicked to the wall by Mo Xiaochuan, but he was still extremely happy in his heart. At this moment, he coldly glared at Yuan Gaohan and said word by word, if something happens to young Master Yun, the first thing I will do is to kill you. Mo Xiaochuan angrily shouted, don't be rude. He sincerely said, Grandmaster Yuan, please do your best to save me no matter what. Yuan Gaohan was the head of the Sacred Realm Spirit Division, and at the same time, Mo Huayuan's master, so he was still very respectful. Yuan Gaohan sighed, do you think I don't want to save him? To be honest, although I don't want to leave this world God Steel, I don't want to stay here forever. If Li Yunxiao dies, no one will be able to control the world God Steel's rules, and none of us will be able to leave unless a new master appears. But right now, the world God Steel is still traveling through the void. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years it will take for the next master to appear? He helplessly said, it all depends on Li Yunxiao's luck. Everyone's heart was extremely heavy when they heard this. Luo Yunsheng forced a smile and said, everyone, don't look so bitter. Don't you think it will be easy for young Master Yun to hold on for 3 days? Right, young Master Yun? Li Yunxiao bitterly smiled. To be honest, with his current state, I really don't have any confidence. His life force is gradually dissipating, so it will be difficult. But his words caused everyone's chests to tighten, and some of them found it hard to breathe. Luo Yunsheng's own tears fell as she scolded, "Why are you so lacking in conviction? Are you still the Li Yunxiao I know?" Mo Xiaochuan said, "But what?" Li Yunxiao thought, "But I have two ways to save myself. I'm thinking about which one to use." "Everyone," Mo Xiaochuan said, "of course the one with a higher chance of success." Li Yunxiao smiled, "Both are very likely. Before the Kunwa divine tree was reborn, it promised to give me a strand of Tai Xian Qi. If I get it now, I will be able to rebuild my body. Not only will my divine body be strengthened, but I will also be able to break through to the revered martial artist level." "What? Tai Xian Qi?" Yuan Gaohan could no longer remain calm as he said in shock, "When the heavens and earth were born, when the universe was in chaos, the supreme profound Qi that nourished all living things? The realm of heaven martial arts has existed for countless years. How could such a thing still exist?" Young Emperor Hao Lian said, "I've heard about it too. Even the breathing soil was nourished by the Tai Xian Qi. I didn't know there was such a treasure in the Kunwa divine tree. I'll catch it and let young Master Yin eat it now." Li Yunxiao was speechless. He shook his head and said, "It's a waste to refine such a treasure in my current state. Let's talk about it when my second method doesn't work." He raised his head and looked at Luo Yunsheng. "Yunsheng, do you remember when we were in the singing forest? Do you remember when our divine bodies reflected each other's light?" Luo Yunsheng's face instantly turned red. That time, their divine bodies had shone with each other and their spiritual consciousnesses had intertwined. How could she ever forget that moment in her life? Luo Yunsheng nodded shyly. Her eyes were burning, but she didn't dare to look at Li Yunxiao. Her appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. A strange emotion spread through the base of minuscule mountain. Everyone seemed to understand something and nodded with a strange expression. Young King Hao Lian suddenly clapped his hands and said, "I understand, it's the Yin harvesting yang technique. Rumor has it that men can absorb a woman's origin and Yin Qi to strengthen their bodies. If they continue to absorb, they can even reach the peak of the martial path." "TSK, don't spout nonsense." Luo Yunsheng's face turned purple. She was furious, and the fire in her eyes almost burned young King Hao Lian alive. Li Yunxiao said angrily, "So dirty. It's just that divine bodies can sense each other and reach a state where they can forget themselves and improve together. Right now, I want to borrow Yunsheng's 9-yang divine body to unleash the power of my bright moon divine body and repair my damaged body." Cough, cough, cough. Young Master Yun is definitely not that kind of person. Mo Xiaochuan interrupted, "But let's all go out, don't let anyone disturb young Master Yun's harvesting." "Oh, no, it's cultivation." Yuan Gaohan was shocked. He looked at Luo Yunsheng and said, "The 9-yang divine body that Gu Qingqing had in the past? I've heard of divine bodies sensing each other, but there has never been such a case. After all, there are too few people with divine bodies. Maybe it can really stimulate your potential." Ding Ling felt an indescribable sourness in her heart. She said, "Then let's not waste time. Do you need us to prepare anything?" Li Yunxiao said, "No need, as long as Yunsheng cooperates with me. And then I'll leave it to big sister Yunsheng." Ding Ling smiled and reached out to hold Luo Yunsheng's hand. Luo Yunsheng's body trembled slightly. She was a little flustered and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, little sister Ling I will cooperate with young Master Yun. No matter what he wants me to do, I will not resist." Ding Ling the air became still. Li Yunxiao said awkwardly, "I won't make you do anything, just cultivate with me. If it's really inconvenient, convenient, how can it not be convenient?" Ding Ling said, "It was just a slip of the tongue, Sister Yunsheng. If you had any bad intentions, we would have charged in and beat you up immediately." This time, Luo Yunsheng knew that she had made a slip of the tongue. She was so embarrassed that her cheeks turned purple. She kept gesturing with her hands, trying to explain herself, but everyone had a look of "I understand" on their faces. Young Master said, "Go, young Master Yunsheng's harvesting." Yun said, Young Master Yun said, let's go, Young Master Yun is. Mo Xiaochuan coughed a few times and said, Young Master Yun, don't worry. We'll keep a lookout for you outside and catch Xiaowu first. I think that kid isn't being honest. If you find something wrong, we'll bring Xiaowu in immediately. We'll keep watch outside and catch Xiaowu. I think he's not obedient. If you find something wrong, we'll bring Xiaowu in immediately. Now that everyone knew that Li Yunxiao had a way to cure Luo Yunsheng, they were all in a relaxed mood. The gloomy mood from before was swept away, leaving only Luo Yunsheng and Li Yunxiao alone. I heard that harvesting yin to replenish yang requires a large number of women. Young Master Yun is so heavily injured. I wonder if Miss Luo Yunsheng can handle it alone. Miss Luo has the 9-yang body and is a disciple of Divine Firmament Palace. I'm afraid that she'll be too strong for young Master Yun to handle and harvest his yang instead. That would be terrible. Miss Luo has the 9-yang body, and she's a disciple of Divine Firmament Palace. I'm afraid that she'll be too powerful for young Master Yun to handle. He was a spoiled brat before he recovered his memories. He's played with all kinds of girls. Before he regained his memory, he was a complete hedonistic son of a rich family. He had played with all kinds of girls. That's true. If he doesn't have enough primordial yin, it will be troublesome. I wonder if he can harvest primordial yang to replenish his yang. There are quite a number of men in this world divine monument. That Li Yi's towering sun creation technique seems to be very powerful as well. Pooh. Can you not be so disgusting? Wasn't there still misting for his primordial yin? Be prepared to be sent in at any time. I'll beat you to death for spouting nonsense. As Ding Ling cursed, everyone's laughter gradually died down. Li Yunxiao said awkwardly, these rude scoundrels, they actually mocked their master like that. I must have been blind to accept them as my disciples. Luo Yunsheng lowered her head and didn't dare to raise it. She said softly, they were worried about you. Everyone was happy to know that you could recover. Li Yunxiao felt a little dizzy seeing her obedient face as if she was ready to give herself to him at any minute. Don't listen to their nonsense. It's just the same as last time. My god body will shine and guide the energy of my body to repair itself. Luo Yunsheng responded softly, but she smiled bitterly in her heart. How different is that kind of spiritual intercourse and physical fusion? She blushed and knelt down in front of Li Yunxiao. She nodded and said, I'm ready. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I'll teach you a hand seal. It can strengthen the connection between us. Luo Yunsheng imitated him and quickly mastered it. She formed a lotus hand seal with one hand and touched Li Yunxiao's palm with the other. She immediately felt a wave of coldness, causing her body to tremble shyly. The coldness on his palm became colder and colder. She was shocked and blamed herself in her heart. Young Master Yun's life was hanging by a thread, but she was still thinking nonsense. If something happened to young Master Yun because of this, she would never forgive herself. As she thought of this, she got rid of all distracting thoughts and started to revolve the 9-yang genuine energy calmly. Li Yunxiao was slightly startled. He didn't expect Luo Yunsheng to get into the right state so quickly. It was much faster than he had expected. Hot air came from her palm. He didn't know whether it was the heat of the 9-yang genuine energy or Luo Yunsheng's body temperature, but it gave his dying body some warmth. He felt very warm. At that moment, the world god steel shuttled through the boundless void. All of a sudden, a crack appeared in front of it without any warning and swallowed the world god steel. The sky was clear inside the crack. It had finally returned to the heavenly martial arts realm. Without Li Yunxiao's control, the steel started falling. In the end, it emitted a muffled explosion and created a giant hole that sank into the ground. This explosion startled the people in the surroundings. After a short while, several rays of light flew out and looked at the bottomless hole in shock. In the northern area, the Mist Snow Sacred City was independent of the continent. It seemed like it was located at the peak of a snowy mountain. It was surrounded by a sea of clouds and ice. Auspicious auras floated in the air, and rainbows crossed the north and south. It was a paradise. There was a palace supported by 72 pillars. It was resplendent, and there was an endless stream of people coming and going. Everyone was in a hurry, and they were so busy that they had no time to care about anything else. Most people were recording something at an ordinary table. There were all kinds of instruments on the table, and they were operating in formations of different sizes. They were transmitting and collecting all kinds of information. This was the Sacred Zone's intelligence department. Every day, they recorded all kinds of information from the whole continent. They would analyze them one by one and transmit the most important information to their superiors. After a young intelligence officer intercepted a message from the communication device, he immediately checked it with divine awareness, and then his face changed dramatically, turning into shock. The young man suddenly recorded the message on a jade pendant, left the work table, and ran to a corner. He said anxiously, "Deputy Division Chief, it's bad." In the corner, a middle-aged man was sleeping with his legs crossed, drooling all over his face. When he was woken up, he opened his hazy eyes and took a deep breath, swallowing the drool on his face. He yawned and said, "What's more important than my sleep? Did Duan Tian marry a mistress, or did Beiming Palace destroy a few small sects?" He was the only one in the hall who was the most relaxed, but he still showed dissatisfaction. "How can I be so unlucky? There's so much messy news when it's my turn to be on duty." He glanced at the celestial timer in the center of the hall and glared at the young man. "Damn it. There's still half an hour before the shift is over. Can't you wait another half an hour to report?" The young man smiled bitterly. "If I wait another half an hour to report to Deputy Division Chief Leming, he will skin me even more." This person was Wen Shu, the Deputy Division Chief of the Sanctum Intelligence Department. He snorted and slapped the table. "What important information? Show it to me. If it's not important, I'll skin you first." The young man hurriedly handed over the jade pendant. Wen Shu received it and touched it with his thumb, immediately absorbing all the information inside into his brain. His expression froze, and his brows furrowed. He said strangely, "The demon clan is in turmoil in Xianxia City, and the sanctum enforcers sent there have been destroyed?" The young man said, "This message was sent by Lu Ji, the captain of Golden Law Enforcement Chariot 19. It should be true. A few days ago, we received news from Xianxia City that Tang Jia, the young master of the Four Extremes sect, colluded with the demon race. They must have been sent by the law enforcement department. The demon race is really bold. They dared to kill our law enforcers of the sanctum." Wen Shu twirled the jade pendant between his fingers and played with it. "Any news from the illusory realm of stars and moons?" The young man shook his head. "There's no special news." Wen Shu nodded. He lay back and crossed his legs again. He closed his eyes and said, "It should be some demon race wandering outside. There's nothing to worry about. Xianxia City should be the time for both martial arts and martial arts. A large number of experts from the Merchant Union are gathered there. It's fine. I'll continue to sleep. Don't disturb me if there's no important news." The young man said anxiously, "But I just tried to contact the intelligence officer of Xianxia City, but I couldn't get in touch. And this is the information sent by Lu Ji. Those demon race did kill our law enforcers. Isn't this a big deal?" After hearing the young man's words, Wen Shu opened his eyes again and murmured, Now that you mention it, it seems to be a big matter. I'll sleep for a while and report to the higher-ups later." He closed his eyes again and turned around with his back facing the young man, ignoring him. The young man, at this moment, another intelligence agent ran over and said, "Lord Deputy Division Chief, the demonic charm sect has sent the latest news." "What?" Wen Shu suddenly flipped over and sat up energetically. His eyes lit up as he said, "What news? Hurry up and tell me." The informant chuckled and said, "So the demonic charm sect leader Hua Yaoyua's lover is actually her brother-in-law. Their relationship has already become half public. Also, that brat not only played around with the Hua sisters, he even touched a few of the female disciples and elders of the sect. Currently, he has touched a total of 17 female disciples and 3 elders. This brat is simply a 6-fingered pervert, turning the entire demonic charm sect into his harem. This is truly intolerable by the heavens, everyone has the right to punish him." Hiss. Wen Shu suddenly swallowed his saliva and slammed the table as he stood up and said angrily, "Sex fiend of all ages, everyone has the right to punish him. He stood up and paced back and forth impatiently. Suddenly, he stopped and said with a determined expression, I can't allow this kind of perverted demon to harm the world anymore. I must rescue those ignorant girls. Wenshu suddenly turned around and turned into a ray of light as he flew out of the hall. The young man from before suddenly shouted, Lord Deputy Division Chief, don't forget about the demon race in Songyuyang City. The intelligence agent behind him frowned and said, did something happen to Songyuyang City? He revealed a sly smile and chuckled, brother, come, I have some more explosive news here. Do you know the measurements of the Jian family's second daughter in Crimson Moon City? I have first-hand information here. Really? The serious expression on the young man's face disappeared and was replaced with a everyone knows expression. The two of them laughed and ran to the side to discuss and communicate. Wenshu turned into a ray of light as he flew across the holy region and landed in the center of a huge palace. Oh, it's Wenshu. Let's go in. Two guards stood in front of the palace. Both of them had their hands on their swords, and their expressions were cold. The two of them had their eyes closed the entire time, constantly inhaling and exhaling the surrounding spiritual energy. Only when the warm book descended did the person on the left open his eyes. He glanced at it for a moment before closing them again. Wenshu cupped his fists and said, thank you for your trouble. He immediately turned into a beam of light and flew into the palace. It was surrounded by clouds and winding corridors that stretched on endlessly. It was extremely vast. Wenshu flew towards the north for a while and landed in front of a large hall. He said loudly, Wenshu of the Intelligence Division requests an audience with Lord Ram. Come in. A moment later, an old man's calm voice came from inside. Wenshu nodded slightly and walked in. A ray of light flashed in front of the hall. In the hall that could accommodate tens of thousands of people, there were only a few people standing. An old man in linen robes was sitting at the head of the table, listening to the reports of the people below him. Wenshu walked up and stood quietly by the side, listening to the report of a man in luxurious robes. The man's expression was calm as he talked about his recent closed-door cultivation. Ram Jingqi listened carefully and kept nodding slightly, seemingly very concerned about the man's cultivation. Wenshu lost interest after listening for a while. This man was talking about Formula Dao and seemed to have made quite a breakthrough. When the man finished, the people around him smiled and congratulated him. He also smiled hypocritically, congratulations to Lord Yuan for making great progress in your closed-door cultivation. As long as you welcome the soul body back from outer space, you will probably be able to break through to rank 10 arcane god, right? The man was Yuan Gaohan, who had just come out of closed-door cultivation. He smiled and said, Lord Wen, you flatter me. I wonder what level the Starlight soul body has reached. If it can break through to rank 9, I have some confidence in breaking through to the peak of Formula Dao. As for rank 10 arcane god, that's just a legendary realm. Who has seen it before? Wenshu smiled, since there's a legend, it must have existed. Otherwise, where did all those supreme-grade profound weapons recorded in the ancient books come from? Ram Jingqi said, Gaohan, if you can break through to the peak of rank 9 at this age, then your future achievements might even surpass Lord Tian Zhaozi. Breaking through to arcane god might not be impossible. I will send people to open the passage to outer space and welcome back your Starlight soul body. This matter is very important, so leave it to the secret bureau to handle. There must be no mistakes. Yuan Gaohan cupped his fists and said, thank you, Lord Ram. Ram Jingqi nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Wenshu. Wenshu, do you have any information on your side? Wenshu's body trembled. Ram Jingqi's gaze made him nervous. He hurriedly said, Lord Ram, there is a demon scourge in the demonic charm sect. I suggest we send enforcers to investigate. Ram Jingqi frowned and said, you can just tell Xiao Haigu about this. Is there anything else? Wenshu hurriedly shook his head, no. He raised his head and looked at the man beside him, smiling, Lord Xiao is coincidentally here, saving me the trouble of traveling. Xiao Haigu nodded and said, I will send enforcers later. Oh right, there are 2 enforcers that have been sent missing. One is in the East Domain, the other is in Songyuyang City. Is there any news from Lord Wen? Wenshu suddenly slapped his head and shouted, oh, I forgot. He hurriedly told him about the message he had just received from Lu Ji. Ram Jingqi's expression changed slightly and said angrily, "You actually forgot such an important matter?" Wen Shu smiled embarrassedly and said, "I just remembered it at the last minute." Xiao Haike's expression became slightly ugly. He said solemnly, "Xianxia City has gathered almost half of the experts of the Merchant Union. Their strength is comparable to some large sections. But they are actually trapped by a few demons and there is no news. Even the enforcers I sent were killed. The situation seems to be extremely serious. Xianxia City, how could it be so coincidental?" A man beside Yuan Gaohan was slightly pale. It was Mo Huayuan, and he couldn't help but worry for Mo Xiaochuan and the others. Ram Jingqi said seriously, "The illusory realm of stars and moon has always been under surveillance. Who knows where these demons came from, but they are actually so capable. I'm afraid the Four Extremes sect contributed a lot in this matter. Send 2 groups of people to Xianxia City and the headquarters of the Four Extremes sect. If the Four Extremes sect has any intention of disobeying, capture Tang Qing and bring him back to the sanctuary first." Xiao Haigu frowned slightly and said, "If there is no evidence of him killing the enforcers, I'm afraid it will not be convenient to capture him rashly. I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction within the Merchant Union. Moreover, whether it is the headquarters of the Four Extremes sect or Xianxia City, we must send experts. Ordinary Emperor Wu experts probably won't be of much use." Ram Jingqi pondered for a while and said, "It's best if you personally go to the headquarters of the Four Extremes sect and question Tang Qing directly as the deputy director of the sanctuary's enforcement division. If he behaves strangely, it will be justifiable for you to capture him. Even if there is a misunderstanding, it will be easier to explain to the Merchant Union in the future. As for Xianxia City, the situation there is unclear, and Nanfeng Xian is in seclusion. There is indeed no one to send." Everyone was silent for a while. Suddenly, Yuan Gaohan said, "Lord Ram, I have someone I can recommend, and with his strength, he is quite suitable for this matter." "Oh? Who?" Gong Yan Jingqi asked. Everyone was curious. Yuan Gaohan smiled and said, "This person lives in the color of the eternal sky, which is 30,000 miles away from the sanctuary." As soon as this was said, everyone's pupils shrank. They immediately knew who it was. Ram Jingqi's expression became serious and he said, "This person is indeed very suitable, but he is not a member of the sanctuary after all. He may not listen to my orders. It is not easy to send him." Yuan Gaohan smiled and said, "The sanctuary's iron orders are respected by the world. He cannot rashly refuse us. Moreover, we are not sending him, but inviting him. Let Lord Xiao Haita personally invite him. I believe he can still be moved." Xiao Haita said, "Let me make the trip." Although there is no teleportation formation near the color of the eternal sky, Xianxia City's teleportation formation has been destroyed. We can only summon experts to forcefully open the passage. The cost will be great, but it doesn't matter. Ram Jingqi said, "Then let's do this first. If Duan Muyoyu does not accept the invitation, then we will make a decision. You can leave now. Wen Shu, you must report back to me immediately with the information on your side. We must not delay the important matter." "Yes, Lord." Everyone bowed their heads and left one after another. After leaving the hall, Xiao Haita suddenly smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Yuan, you really recommended a good person to me. This is a big problem." Yuan Gaohan smiled and said, "It's not a problem. With his ability, he probably already knows that you are going. If he avoids meeting you, it naturally means that he is not willing to accept the invitation. But with my understanding of him, he will definitely go." Xiao Haita smiled bitterly and said, "Let's hope so." Everyone flew away. Mo Huayuan also followed Yuan Gaohan to the spirit division. Along the way, he could not help but say, "Master, in your opinion, is the situation in Xianxia City that bad? They actually want to invite young Master Yu." The worry on his face grew heavier. Yuan Gaohan smiled and said, "Are you worried about your big brother? Relax, there are many experts in Xianxia City, and your big brother is not someone who is in the limelight. I recommended Duan Muyoyu because I am afraid that the worst situation will happen, but the possibility is not high." Mo Huayuan was silent, but there was an unerasable worry weighing on his heart. He always had a bad feeling. Yuan Gaohan smiled and said, "Don't think about it anymore. Tell me about what has happened to you over the years, as well as the situation regarding Li Yunxiao. I am very interested in this person." The two of them instantly turned into a beam of light and flew towards the distant palace. Inside the World Divine Monument, in the Fengsuan Mountain, Luo Yunxiang operated the 9-yang true technique and quickly entered a state of selflessness. There was a large amount of southern fire golden crystal sources scattered around and they flowed into her body continuously. Strange images of 9-yang flashed on her body and lit up the entire cave in a fiery red color. Li Yunxiao's frail body gradually glowed with spots of light under the other party's surging power. There were two colors, white and golden, and there were more and more of them. Li Yunxiao's consciousness started to slowly sink into silence. Under the warm power, it was nourished and nourished. His entire body felt indescribably comfortable and satisfied, as though he was bathing in the sunlight during a harsh winter. It was so comfortable that he felt drowsy. After an unknown period of time, his consciousness gradually woke up from the drowsy state. A faint golden color appeared on his skin and he continuously absorbed the power of the southern fire golden crystal sources in the surroundings. At the same time, rays of bright moon divine light were emitted from his body and they intertwined with the 9-yang aura in the air. The two of them had serene expressions and wore smiles on their faces. They were in a wonderful state, guarding the void and allowing the power of their divine bodies to spread and fuse with each other. They could feel the ethereal state where they had no self nor object. The consumption of the southern fire golden crystal sources in the surroundings also became extremely fast. All of a sudden, Li Yunxiao smelled a faint fragrance and it made his body tremble. He opened his eyes abruptly and saw that Luo Yunxiang had unknowingly leaned against him. Her eyes were closed and she was still in the silent state of guarding the void. She had leaned over instinctively. That faint virgin fragrance, that warm and soft skin, those firm breasts were already pressed against his chest. Li Yunxiao could feel the thick breath, and an indescribable fire of lust was burning under his dantian. Even if he was a saint, it was impossible for him not to be moved by lust. Li Yunxiao's hand couldn't help but caress her soft hair, while his other hand suddenly grabbed onto Luo Yunxiang's firm breasts. Luo Yunxiang's body trembled violently, and she woke up from the state of an état. Her eyes were filled with confusion and shock, and her body couldn't help but tremble. She felt that Li Yunxiao had pinched her very hard, and she couldn't help but moan in pain. The moment she made a sound, a masculine aura rushed towards her, and her lips were immediately stuffed by a hot tongue, blocking them. Her mind went blank for a moment. She allowed the hand that was holding the fragrant breast to slowly slide down her clothes and into her underwear. In a burst of frantic gasps, the belts of their clothes were untied and became a little messy. Luo Yunxiang and Li Yunxiao had been cultivating for almost 3 days, and the people outside were starting to get anxious. "Let me go." "Boo-hoo. What are you trying to do?" Xiaowu was tied to a large rock by them, and they planned to send him in as soon as something went wrong. Young Emperor Hao Lian paced back and forth in annoyance and said, "This Miss Yunxiang is really something. If something happened, shouldn't she at least send a message? Let everyone feel at ease." Mo Xiaochuan angrily said, "Don't keep wandering around in front of me, you're messing up my mind. Miss Luo has her own plans, there's no need for you to worry." Yuan Gaohan had been silently cultivating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said in shock, "What's going on?" "The aura inside has been very stable. Other than Miss Luo's 9-yang true qi, the other power should be coming from Li Yunxiao's body. I originally thought that everything would be fine, but now their auras are completely messed up. I don't know if something happened." Mo Xiaochuan was startled and hurriedly said, "Grandmaster Yuan, what should we do? Should we do something?" Yuan Gaohan's expression became serious as he pondered, "I'm just afraid that their cultivation will fail and cause them to go berserk. However, it doesn't seem appropriate to go in to investigate right now. After all, the matter of the divine body is most afraid of being disturbed. If they were fine and were startled by us, it would really be over." "Inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it?" "At such a critical moment, if you don't want to go, then I'll go." Young Emperor Hao Lian was the most impatient and couldn't help but want to rush into the cave. Yuan Gaohan shouted, "No. The Emperor aura fluctuations on your body are extremely strong. After you go in, it's very likely that you'll cause more trouble. If you want to go, let Miss Ding go. Her cultivation is the weakest, so the chances of her causing chaos are the lowest. Ding Linger said, then I'll go. I'll do my best to conceal my aura. Her expression was solemn. She suppressed her aura as much as possible and slowly walked into the cave. Inside the cave was a scorching hot innate chi, which made her sweat all over. She was afraid that her movements would disturb the two people, so she walked very slowly. Finally, she arrived at the cave and looked around nervously. Ah? Ah. Two screams came out of Ding Linger's mouth. The scene in front of her immediately caused her body to tremble. Li Yunxiao and Luo Yunsheng were half-naked, tightly hugging each other. Dry firewood and raging fire were burning out of control. Ding Linger's cheeks immediately turned purple like an eggplant. Under the anger and shame, she instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed out. Without waiting for Mo Xiaochuan and the others to ask, she fled far away. Ah? Ah. Luo Yunsheng suddenly woke up from her shock. Looking at her unbearable scene and seeing it all fall into Ding Linger's eyes, she only felt a little dizzy. She quickly pushed Li Yunxiao away and covered her body with the clothes on the ground. She also turned into a ray of light and fled far away. Li Yunxiao also immediately woke up. After being dazed for a moment, he smiled bitterly. At this moment, the fire of lust in his body was burning to the peak. His whole body was uncomfortable, but Mo Xiaochuan and the others outside the cave were also alarmed. His face was slightly red, and he hurriedly circulated his yuan qi to suppress the evil fire under his dantian. Mo Xiaochuan and the others nervously waited for Ding Linger's news, but when they heard her two screams, they thought that something had happened. They hurriedly rushed into the cave, but they saw Ding Linger turn into a ray of light and directly rush out. Without saying anything, she fled far away, causing them to be stunned at the entrance of the cave. What's going on? Young Emperor Hao Lian's expression was strange. Why does Miss Ding's face look like an eggplant? Mo Xiaochuan hesitated for a moment and said, never mind, let's go in and take a look first. Young Master Yan's safety is more important. Just as they were about to enter, they saw Luo Yunsheng rush out. She also instantly turned into a ray of light, and with a palm strike, she opened a path and fled far away. This time everyone was even more confused. Young Emperor Hao Lian was even more shocked. Why does Miss Luo's face look even more like an eggplant? Is there an eggplant inside? Eggplant your sister. An angry curse came from the cave. Li Yunxiao's figure gradually walked out, but his expression was a little strange. Young Master Yun, are you okay? The few people were overjoyed and hurriedly went to greet him. Yuan Gaohan stared at him for a while and sighed. The miraculous effect of the divine body is really amazing. Not only did I recover completely, but my strength also directly increased. In just 3 days, I have already broken through to 9 stars Martial Emperor. Young Emperor Hao Lian said in surprise, this plucking technique is really amazing. Just one and... Young Master Yun, you must pass this technique to me. If I had learned it earlier, I would have long been at the peak of Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao ignored him and walked out with a strange expression. He felt dizzy. This time, Ding Linger and Luo Yunsheng would probably have to hide from him for a long time. If the 3 of them met again, it would be such an awkward scene. He only felt a headache. Although Ding Linger and Luo Yunsheng had escaped far away, he could still sense every blade of grass and every tree in the World God Monument. He could only feel that the 2 of them were still escaping. Mo Xiaochuan said, Young Master Yun, just now, what happened? Why did the 2 of them escape in the same direction? Ah? In the same direction? Li Yunxiao was dumbfounded. Under his perception, the 2 of them were indeed in the same direction. Moreover, they were getting closer and closer. He slapped his forehead and quickly cut off his senses and divine sense. He said, it's nothing. I don't know what happened either. When I woke up, they ran away. Maybe it was a bit boring here and they went to relieve their boredom. Li Yunxiao said as he walked into the cave. He said, my body has just recovered. I will be in seclusion for a few days. Don't disturb me. Yuan Gaohan and the others looked at each other and revealed a you-know-what smile. Within the East region, one of the 33 famous cities, Fufeng City. There were 3 major forces in the city. Among them, the Xiahou family was one of them. The entire Xiahou family was in a festive mood. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. Such a huge family was in a state of celebration. Today was their family head, Xiahou Yuanming's 100th birthday. At the same time, it was also his joy of taking in a concubine. To a cultivator, 100 years old was nothing. Xiahou Yuanming's concubine was only 16 years old, so no one felt that it was inappropriate. The Xiahou family was considered the #1 force in the entire East region. Therefore, they had a wide range of connections. There was an endless stream of people celebrating. The entire family's power was mobilized to receive the guests, as well as to maintain order and safety. At this moment, in the Xiahou family's most secure place, in the secret chamber of the treasury, Xiahou Yuanming's face was solemn. He did not look happy at all about his birthday or taking in a concubine. Looking at the jade tablet on the table, he muttered to himself, "I hope nothing happens. As long as we get through tonight, everything will be fine." A man behind him had a nonchalant look on his face. It was the eldest son, Xiahou Qing. He had a full beard and looked burly. He said, "Father, aren't you being too careful? Isn't it just a profound artifact? Whether it is a 9th-tier profound artifact or not is still uncertain. Even if it is, with our Xiahou family's power, would anyone dare to snatch it?" Xiahou Yuanming looked at him coldly and snorted angrily. "The ignorant are fearless. Do you really think that the Xiahou family is invincible? We are not even the boss in Fufeng City. Who knows where we are in the East region? If we expand our horizons to the entire continent, we can't even be considered trash." Xiahou Qing was scolded until he lost his temper. He said helplessly, "Father, I know what you are saying. But those sects that are far stronger than us do not lack this thing. Those sects that lack it would not dare to make a move on us. In my opinion, we should keep this thing for ourselves. Father, you are now a powerhouse of Emperor Wu. If you refine this item, you will definitely become the #1 expert in Fufeng City. At that time, you can directly suppress the other 2 forces. It is not impossible to swallow them up." Xiahou Yuanming said angrily, "You're really a pig brain, not as useful as your son. Jianer, tell your father about the importance of this." "Yes, grandfather." A young man behind Xiahou Qing said worriedly, "Although this jade steel fell from the sky, it landed in the burial ground, so it should belong to the burial ground by right. The burial ground has always been known as the grave of an almighty. Over the countless years, many good things have been unearthed from within. Anyone who enters must have a permit issued by the Blood God Palace. At the same time, it is stipulated that all gains must be sold to the Blood God Palace first. This jade steel was secretly brought out by second uncle. If the Blood God Palace's people learn about it, our Xiahou family will be in trouble." Another man, Xiahou Yi, said bitterly, "I was also momentarily greedy. I didn't think it would be a 9th-tier profound artifact. If I had known earlier, I would have directly given it to the Blood God Palace, and there wouldn't be this matter now." "On what basis?" Xiahou Qing snorted and said, "The Blood God Palace is only relying on the burial ground's fat job to grow. That burial ground belongs to the entire East domain. On what basis does the Blood God Palace set up rules and regulations? I really don't like it. You pig-head." Xiahou Yuanming was furious and said angrily, "How did I give birth to a pig-head like you?" The Blood God Palace guarding the burial ground was decided by Scarlet Moon City at the East Domain Alliance Conference. If you don't like them, you will at most scold a few words. If they don't like you, they will destroy you in minutes. Xiahou Yi said, "Big brother, the only way now is to wait for Lord Sunrenhao of Myriad Treasure Tower to purchase it secretly. There won't be a second merchant association in the entire Fuqing who dares to accept this business. And if Myriad Treasure Tower accepts to give us resources, it will be of great help to our future development. As long as we can survive today, this jade steel will not be in our hands anymore. Even if the Blood God Palace discovers something, without any evidence, they can't do anything to us. Humph, I really don't know what you guys are thinking. A perfectly good 9th-tier profound artifact. Father, you yearn to have a treasure even in your dreams. Now, you actually want to dispose of it in secret. I thought that after father obtained this item, you would go into seclusion to refine it and become the second powerhouse in Fufeng City to possess a 9th-tier profound artifact, contending with the Zhu family. Xiaohoqing always felt that everyone was overthinking things and being overly sensitive. It was completely unnecessary. Xiahou Yuanming snorted, it's true that I want a 9th-tier profound artifact, but not at the cost of my family's fate. After dealing with this item, the benefits obtained from the 10,000 treasure tower, coupled with some of the family's savings, would be enough to go to the deity transformation sea to purchase one. Cheng'er, you don't have to show up at tonight's banquet. Take the experts and guard this place well. Don't let anything happen to this jade tablet. This jade tablet seemed to have an extremely strong restriction placed on it, making it impossible for him to store it in his storage ring. This caused Xiahou Yuanming to feel extremely vexed, so he could only place it in his mansion's treasury and have his strongest son guard it. Don't worry, father. As long as the person lives, the monument lives. Xiaohoqing replied in a low voice. Although he was not very shrewd, he was the second most powerful person in the Xiahou clan, a peak martial honor. In the entire Fufeng city, there were not more than 5 people who could defeat him. I'm more at ease with you guarding him. The two of you, follow me to the banquet. After Xiahou Yuanming finished talking, he turned around and brought Xiahou Jian and Xiahou Yi to leave. Xiaohoqing carefully inspected the surroundings of the treasury, setting up layer after layer of restrictions. Following that, he arranged large numbers of experts all around, lying in ambush everywhere. He himself directly sat cross-legged in front of the treasury, closed his eyes, and started cultivating. Xiahou Yuanming had just arrived at the front banquet hall when a steward hurriedly ran up through the crowd. Xiahou Yuanming frowned and said, "Why are you so flustered? Don't lose decorum in front of the guests." That steward had an incomparably anxious look and directly went forward to whisper a few words by his ear. Xiahou Yuanming's expression suddenly changed drastically, becoming extremely ugly. Xiahou Yi and Xiahou Jian did not understand what was going on and hurriedly said, "What's wrong, old sir?" Xiahou Yuanming's face was livid as he said solemnly, "Just now, the 10,000 treasure tower sent a message, saying that something happened to the Merchant Alliance. Lord Sunren had already activated the teleportation grand array to head to the 10,000 treasure tower's headquarters just now." "What? Then what should we do?" Xiahou Yi said in shock, "Don't know when he can return this time either. The Merchant Alliance is fine. What situation can there be that requires him, this branch's shopkeeper, to be recalled too? Could it be that he suddenly went back on his word and deliberately found an excuse?" Xiahou Yuanming shook his head and said, "I understand Sunren how this person. He's absolutely not this kind of person who goes back on his word. Moreover, with their 10,000 treasure tower's strength, eating a tier 9 profound artifact is also nothing difficult. It should really be a situation. This time, it's really troublesome. The jade steel is in our hands, no idea how long it can be kept secret either." He was just worrying when he heard a long laugh coming from outside. A mocking voice said, "Brother Yuanming, marrying a concubine is even younger than your grandson. Really, congratulations." Xiahou Yuanming's expression changed, a trace of killing intent flashing across his eyes. He forcefully squeezed out a smile and went out to welcome, saying coldly, "So, it's brother Huanshui. I heard that you got a son this year, even younger than your great-grandson by 2 years. 2 little friends can play together happily. Congratulations to you too." A streak of light flashed past outside the door. 2 Xiahou family guards landed directly in the courtyard before they could stop in time. There were actually as many as over a dozen people. Xiahou Yuanming was startled inwardly, but his expression did not change as he said with a smile, "Turns out that brother Lemming came together too. Please come inside, please come inside." The 2 people were precisely the family heads of Fufeng City's other 2 major factions, Zhu Huanshui and Zhang Sun Lemming. They actually came together. Their expressions were not that joyous, greatly contrasting with the surrounding atmosphere. Zhang Sun Lemming said coolly, "Brother Yuanming, although we're also here to drink and congratulate this time, the main goal isn't to drink." "Oh? Could it be that the 2 of you came to find me to play chess and drink tea?" It's a pity that today is this one's day of double happiness and I'm not free to accompany. Xiahou Yuanming did not bat an eyelid and made an unwelcome hand gesture, meaning to directly send the guests off. Zhu Huanshui said with a cold smile, "Brother Yuanming, stop pretending. Hand over the thing obediently. I don't wish for that 16-year-old sister-in-law to become a widow before she even consummates her marriage." Xiahou Yuanming flew into a rage and roared, "Zhu Huanshui, today is this one's day of double happiness. Isn't your mouth a little too cheap?" Zhu Huanshui said mockingly, "I won't beat around the bush with you either. Hand over the Tier 9 profound artifact you obtained from the burial grounds. Then we'll accompany you to drink a few mouthfuls of wine today. Otherwise, this banquet of yours really can't be held." Great, so the two of you joined hands to find trouble. The aura on Xiahou Yuanming's body rose as Emperor Wu's pressure spread out. Everyone's faces changed drastically as they retreated backwards desperately. Zhang Sun Lemming said coldly, "Brother Yuanming, I advise you to be smarter. Blindly feigning ignorance is useless. If we don't have conclusive evidence, it's also impossible for us to come here so boldly." Xiahou Yuanming's heart stirred as he said coldly, "All right, I'd like to see your so-called evidence. Hand it over." Zhu Huanshui laughed coldly and said, "Xiahou Jian, come on out." "What?" Everyone shuddered as their faces were filled with disbelief. Xiahou Yuanming and Xiahou Yi were also dumbfounded as they watched Xiahou Jian walk out from the crowd and stand before Zhu Huanshui with a smile. "You. Jian What's going on?" Xiahou Yuanming was completely dumbfounded as he felt his heart sink. He could not understand Xiahou Jian's betrayal at all. Xiahou Jian laughed coldly and said, "What's going on? You have to ask yourself about this. Jian, were you coerced by them?" Xiahou Ye's eyes were also filled with disbelief as he hurriedly asked. "Coerced? No one coerced me." Xiahou Jian said coldly, "I was the one who sought them out to cooperate. It was all my own will." Everyone in the Xiahou family was dumbfounded. Xiahou Jian was the most valued eldest grandson of the family and his future was limitless. There was absolutely no possibility of him betraying them. Xiahou Yi said furiously, "You little b*****. Why? Give second uncle a reason." "Reason?" Xiahou Jian pointed at Xiahou Yuanming and said coldly, "The reason is, you've lived for too long. You're already 100 years old and you still hold on to the position of patriarch. You're now Emperor Wu and can live for at least another 100 years. 100 years. From what I can see, you won't give up your position until you're dead. Then when will it be my turn?" Xiahou Jian became more agitated as he spoke and seemed to be roaring, "My father is already a peak martial honor and breaking through to Emperor Wu is just around the corner. When you die in 100 years, my father will be patriarch for another 100 years. Wouldn't it be 200 years before it's my turn? Heavens! 200 years, can I live that long? Even if I'm lucky enough to break through to Emperor Wu, I'll be a dying man after. Living for 200 years. What's the point of being patriarch then? Old man, have you ever thought about how I feel?" Xiahou Yuanming was completely dumbfounded. Looking at that cold smile on Xiahou Jian's face, he finally accepted this reality. His heart was as cold as ice, but he couldn't be enraged. He had to calm down. If this matter was blown up and the Blood God's palace found out, the Xiahou family would be in danger. "Haha, well said." Zhu Huanshui laughed, "Brother Yuanming, you should have given up your position long ago with such a talented junior. You've monopolized the position of patriarch all by yourself and completely disregarded the feelings of others. You've finally tasted the consequences today, haha." Xiahou Yuanming looked at his grandson in despair and said sadly, "Even if I die, or Chung'er dies, will the position of patriarch fall to you? Do you think these two tigers and wolves will help you get the position? Their ambition is to devour our Xiahou family." Zhu Huanshui laughed and said, "Haha, who said that? We admire youthfulness like you the most. We'll definitely nurture you well in the future. Tell them about the jade steel now and let this old man deny it." Xiahou Jian nodded and said, "That jade steel was brought by my second uncle from the burial ground. It's now hidden in the Xiahou family's treasury. The old man wanted to hand it over to Sun Renhao of the 1,000 Treasure Pagoda to take away tonight, but but unfortunately, Sun Renhao couldn't make it at the last minute. Haha, good, well said. After Zhu Huanshui laughed heartily, his expression gradually turned cold as he said, Brother Yuan Ming, what else do you have to say? Xiahou Yuan Ming sneered coldly and said, what's so strange about obtaining a jade steel in the boneyard? Treasures often appear there. Moreover, it's just an ordinary item. If you guys like it, I'll forge 7 or 8 for you some other day. I can even carve my name on it. Humph, Brother Yuan Ming, don't try to change the subject. If you still refuse to come to your senses, don't blame us for disregarding our many years of friendship. Zhu Huanshui said coldly, the aura on his body faintly exuding. He was also Emperor Wu's avatar. Xiahou Yuan Ming said coldly, when did we have any friendship between us? If you want to fight, let's fight. Could it be that the Xiahou family is afraid of you? Fine, since Brother Yuan Ming insists on seeking death, how can I not fulfill your wish? I'll take good care of your wife who's still waiting bitterly in the bridal chamber for you. Don't worry. Zhu Huanshui's face darkened. A battle saber suddenly popped out of his hand and slashed over without a second word. Where the saber light passed, everything in the courtyard immediately split open. Although the various guests were not ordinary people, this showdown between Emperor Wu had long scared them far away, deeply afraid of being implicated. Damn it. Go out and fight if you have the guts. Xiahou Yuan Ming shook out a sword in his hand and met it. When the two weapons collided, saber light and sword chi spread out, directly shredding the entire banquet table. Xiahou Yuan Ming was enraged and directly soared into the air, saying furiously, come if you want to fight. Fine, the two of us will experience Brother Yuan Ming's brilliant moves today. Brother Lu Ming, attack together. Zhu Huanshui was not afraid of being criticized by others and directly called for help. The two of them chased after Xiahou Yuan Ming together, vanishing into the horizon in a blink of an eye. If a powerhouse like Emperor Wu went all out and fought, forget about the Xiahou family, even half of Fufeng City would probably be finished. This was an outcome that nobody wished to see. As the three martial emperors soared into the sky, Xiahou Yi suddenly roared in anger, Xiahou Jian, you bastard. I'll send you to see the king of hell right now. He fiercely sent a palm strike at Xiahou Jian. Xiahou Jian's expression changed, and he abruptly retreated, calling for help from the remaining dozen or so Zhu clan members and Xianxia clan members. The dozen or so people stared at him coldly, revealing incomparably mocking expressions. This kind of person who could even betray his own family, even his enemies would look down on him. One of them raised his voice. The patriarch told us not to interfere if House Xiahou is engaged in internal strife or a purge. Xiahou Jian's expression changed slightly. He suddenly revealed a mocking smile and said coldly, you two clans are really unreliable. Fortunately, I didn't rely on you trash clans. When everyone heard this, they frowned slightly and revealed puzzled expressions. Xiahou Jian suddenly took out a token and shouted, I am now a member of the Blood God Palace. Who dares to touch me? What? The Blood God token? Xiahou Yi was stunned on the spot. This time even the Zhu clan and Yi clan were completely stunned. The Blood God Palace was extremely powerful in their area, and no one dared to provoke them. Haha, haha. Xiahou Jian laughed wildly and said in a cold voice, second uncle, didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Killing me means killing a disciple of the Blood God Palace. Does the Xiahou clan not want to exist anymore? He complacently walked forward, circling around the dumbfounded Xiahou. He viciously kicked the man who had previously said that he would not interfere in the Xiahou family's matters, viciously saying, idiot, weren't you very arrogant? Arrogant, arrogant, I'll let you be arrogant. After a series of punches and kicks, the man was beaten half to death, but he did not dare to fight back. The rest of the people also stared blankly, not knowing if they forgot to help or if they did not dare to. Pfft. You still dare to act tough in front of me. Do you think I really trust the Zhu clan and the Xianxia clan? Xiahou Jian grinned and said, I only let you come to take the lead. After all, it is quite troublesome to deal with an expert like Emperor Wu. Now, your two clans are temporarily under my command. Listen to my command. Why? Finally, someone was not convinced and glared at him. Xiahou Jian's eyes shot out murderous intent. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a sword appeared. The warrior snorted coldly, showing disdain for Xiahou Jian's cultivation. He grabbed with his hand and the sword light was completely annihilated. However, that was all. After knowing the identity of the other party from the Blood God Palace, these people were indeed afraid and did not dare to make a move. Good, you dare to touch me. Kill that person for me. Xiahou Jian suddenly shouted angrily. It was unknown who he was giving orders to, but the air suddenly trembled and several blood-red lights flashed. The martial artist screamed as his body was thrown into the air. When he fell to the ground again, all the blood in his body had been sucked dry and he had turned into a dried corpse. Bang! This shocked everyone. Even Xiahou Jian himself was startled. When he saw that two people had suddenly appeared in front of him, they were dressed in black and had cruel smiles on their faces. Only then did he regain his composure. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Thank you for your trouble, my lords. Hehe, the higher-ups sent us to help you get the rank 9 Xian artifact. You are the leader, so there is no need to be so polite." The man in black on the left smiled coldly. Xiahou Jian suddenly felt a surge of confidence. He laughed and raised his head. He glanced at the Zhu family and the Xianxia family and said with a grin, "I just said that you were temporarily under my command. Now, do you have any objections?" Everyone was so angry that their teeth itched. However, when they looked at the two experts from the Blood God Palace, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Their bodies trembled, and no one dared to stand out. Xiahou Yi only felt that things were getting more and more serious. Taking the treasure from the bone burial ground without permission was a taboo of the Death God Palace. If it was only the Zhu family and the Xianxia family who came to fight for the treasure, there was still room for discussion. They could more or less find some common interests. Now that the people from the Blood God Palace were involved, there was no room for negotiation. Xiahou Yi thought about this and could not help but say sadly, "Xiahou Jian, the one guarding the treasury is your father. Are you gathering these people to kill your father?" Xiahou Jian's expression changed slightly and he said coldly, "It is not killing. It is just that my father has always been a blockhead. He does not know how to keep up with the times and does not understand the situation. If second uncle can come with me to persuade my father to directly open the door of the treasury and hand over the rank 9 Xian artifact to the Blood God Palace, it will be a great merit." Haha, a great merit. Xiahou Yi laughed so hard that tears came out. He said miserably, "I took the jade tablet out without permission. It has nothing to do with the Xiahou family. I can give you the jade tablet, but you cannot cause trouble in the Xiahou family. Also, if you must kill someone, just kill me." Xiahou Jian revealed a smile and said, "Second uncle, you are thinking too much. We only want the jade tablet. I am also a member of the Xiahou family. Why would I go against the Xiahou family? I will have to trouble second uncle to persuade my father." Xiahou Yi revealed a sad expression and looked at him. "Our Xiahou family is really fortunate to have a talent like you." Hehe, second uncle, there is no need to be sarcastic. You will know in the future. Xiahou Jian's eyes lit up. "I will definitely make a name for myself in the Blood God Palace and make you all look at me in a different light. The position of the Xiahou family's patriarch is far from my goal." Xiahou Yi didn't say anything else, silently walking in front of him. Xiahou Jian and the two people from the Blood God Palace, as well as the warriors from the other two forces, all followed. After passing through a few winding corridors, the group finally saw the treasury from afar. Xiahou Qing suddenly opened his eyes and instantly sensed everyone's aura. He immediately became vigilant and asked loudly, "Second brother, who are these people? Why did you bring them here?" Xiahou Yi said sadly, "Big brother, ask your good son, my good nephew, the good man of the Xiahou family." Xiahou Chang's face darkened. He looked at Xiahou Jian and asked in a low voice, "Jian, what is going on?" Xiahou Jian felt guilty and immediately lowered his head when Xiahou Qing stared at him. He said, "Father, I am doing this for the good of the Xiahou family. The rank 9 profound level weapon came from the bone burial ground and should belong to the Blood God Palace. Father, quickly open the treasury and return the profound level weapon to its rightful owner. Don't hurt the relationship between the Xiahou family and the Blood God Palace because of a profound level weapon." What? Xiahou Cheng's eyes widened as he looked at his son in disbelief. He suddenly said angrily, "So you brought people from the Blood God Palace here?" He had long noticed the two experts from the Blood God Palace. Their demonic aura made him feel uncomfortable. After hearing Xiahou Jian's words, he immediately guessed that they were from the Blood God Palace. Xiahou Yi said bitterly, "Your good son is now a disciple of the Blood God Palace. He said that he would make a great career for us to see." "You bastard!" Xiahou Cheng was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He jumped into the air and waved his palms, causing the air to explode as he slapped Xiahou Jian. "How dare you attack a disciple of the Blood God Palace? You must be tired of living." The two men from the Blood God Palace were also 9-star martial honorables. In an instant, two rays of crimson light shot out and merged with Xiahou Jian, turning into a crimson palm that pushed forward. Bang! The two huge forces collided and the bloody palm was blown into pieces. The two people from the Blood God Palace were shocked. Xiahou Cheng's strength was extremely strong and they were afraid that he would be a tough nut to crack. Xiahou Jian suffered internal injuries from the aftershock of the two palms. He retreated and said angrily, "Father, you want to kill me? You don't hold back when you attack?" Xiahou Cheng's face was filled with pain, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He said coldly, "I must kill a disdainful descendant like you with my own hands." Good, good, I didn't know you were so heartless." Xiahou Jian ordered the people from the Zhu family and the Xianxia family. He said angrily, "Go, go. I will kill anyone who doesn't go." The people from the Zhu and Xianxia families looked at each other. No one wanted to make a move. Xiahou Jian was just a clown in their eyes. Now, he wanted to command them. Of course, they were unwilling. However, the token of the Blood God Palace was in his hands, so they did not dare to openly disobey him. They all stood there with cold eyes. Many people even turned their heads away and did not say anything. Xiahou Jian laughed coldly, "You have already attacked the Xiahou family today. Do you think that the Xiahou family will let you go if you don't do anything? There are at least 100 people lying in ambush. If you don't make a move, you will die." Everyone frowned. As expected, there were many sounds of people breaking through the air. A large number of warriors rushed out from all directions and attacked the people from the two families. The people from the two families felt bitter and helpless. Since the Blood God Palace had already intervened, they would not be able to gain anything from this trip. In this situation, they had long wanted to retreat. Under the siege of the Xiahou family, they could only fight back. However, they had no will to fight. The courtyard quickly became a mess. The two families had sent their elites, and their combined strength was above that of the Xiahou family. However, at this time, no one was willing to be the mantis and let the Blood God Palace, the Oriole, benefit from it. They just dealt with it slightly. Although the fight was chaotic, it was not intense. Xiahou Ye's attention was focused on the fight between Xiahou Cheng and the two experts from the Blood God Palace. The three of them were 9-star martial venerables. Under the strange blood sacrifice method of the Blood God Palace, Xiahou Cheng struggled to hold on. However, he was still gradually losing ground. In a battle of this level, anyone below the level of a 9-star martial saint would probably be turned to dust on the spot if they were to be drawn into it. Xiahou Yi was extremely anxious as he watched, shouting repeatedly, "Big brother, stop fighting, just give them the jade steel." Xiahou Cheng's figure kept flashing in the bloody light. He shouted, "Second brother, father always said that I was naive. Now, you are the naive one. Even if we hand over the jade steel, will they let us go? Hee, you are quite aware. Disobeying the order of the Blood God Palace and bringing out the treasure without permission will only lead to death." A member of the Blood God Palace sneered. The bloodletting blade in his hand suddenly split into two and broke through Xiahou Cheng's defense. One of the blades even stabbed into his shoulder. Xiahou Cheng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. He angrily endured the blade of the sword entering his body. Instead, he leaned forward and slapped the man's forehead with his palm. A large amount of blood spurted out from his shoulder. The other party was shocked. He didn't expect Xiahou Cheng to be so fierce. He couldn't dodge in time. As the palm wind fell, he clenched his teeth and his body suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. His opponent's palm strike missed. Xiaohoqing frowned. At this moment, the other person flew up to attack. He hastily retreated, and at the same time, he pulled out the blood blade from his shoulder. Instantly, a large piece of flesh fell out, revealing white bone. What infuriated him even more was that the large piece of flesh had turned pitch black, and was actually poisoned. The person who turned into a bloody mist turned around and condensed back into a human form. However, his vitality was greatly injured. He retreated to the side with a pale face and coldly watched. The other person revealed a sneer. Seeing that Xiaohoqing was already poisoned, he was not in a hurry to attack. He just wanted to waste time and let the poison in Xiaohoqing's body accelerate. Xiaohoyu was very sad and loudly said, "What will it take for you to let my Xiaoho clan go? I'll give you the jade steel and my life. Is that not enough?" The person from the Blood God Palace sneered, "Of course it is not enough. Since you disobeyed the order of the Blood God, you should be prepared to be removed from the continent." Xiaohoyu was very sad. He took out his sword and rushed forward. The sword light swept across the area, but it was no match for the person from the Blood God Palace. The person who was watching the battle sneered and moved his body. He grabbed the sword with his bare hands and broke it with a bang. There was a corrosive smell and a bloody smell coming from the broken part. The poison in this person's body was very heavy. Xiaohoyu was stunned for a moment and saw a pair of bloody hands grabbing him. "Second brother!" Xiaohoqing exclaimed. He hurriedly shook off the people around him and flew over to rescue him. The person from the Blood God Palace sneered. He condensed his palm in the air and immediately changed direction to hit Xiaohoqing. It was a diversion. Xiaohoqing was shocked. Just as the bloody palm was about to hit him, the person behind him increased his aura and also attacked with an extremely fierce move. Under the two big moves, Xiaohoqing's yuan qi was already insufficient. He panicked and hurriedly increased the strength of his defense to resist. However, in an instant, his defense was broken. Two extremely overbearing forces rushed into his body and shattered all the meridians in his body. He spat out a big mouthful of blood and was shaken away. Phew, the tricky thing is finally solved. One of the two suddenly stretched out his hand, and a huge bloody hand shadow appeared in the air. It grabbed the upper body of Xiaohoqing, who had completely lost his ability to fight, and lifted him up. He looked around and said coldly, "All of you, stop." This time, all the people from the Xiaoho family stopped in horror and did not dare to move. "Haha, father, it will not end well to go against the Blood God Palace." Xiaohojian laughed heartily as he stepped forward. "Father, please hand over the restrictions on the treasury." Xiaohoqing opened his eyes weakly and cursed, "Bastard! I really regret not shooting you to the wall for a moment of pleasure." "Haha, old man, you are really stubborn." The person from the Blood God Palace grabbed Xiaohoqing with the bloody hand in the air. Xiaohoqing suddenly spat out a big mouthful of blood mixed with a large amount of internal organs. His aura instantly weakened. "Don't kill him," Xiaohojian suddenly said in shock. "If he dies, only the old man will know the prohibition method." There was a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes and he said coldly, "Xiaohoqing, since you do not treat me as your son, then I will not treat you as my father. I know you are a hero and great man, but are all the people in the Xiaoho family heroes like you? Almost all the elites of the Xiaoho family are gathered here. Do you want to see them die in front of you one by one? And your second brother, Xiaohoyi, do you not want to let him live? Don't even think about using me to threaten my eldest brother." Xiaohoyi raised the broken sword angrily and was about to commit suicide. "The life and death of an ant is not up to you." The person from the Blood God Palace gently flicked his finger and knocked the broken sword out of his hand. Then another big hand appeared and grabbed Xiaohoyi in the air. Okay, I will tell you," Xiaohoqing said sadly. He knew that he could not escape today. How could he watch the elites of the family and his brothers die like this? He handed over the prohibition method. After the person from the Blood God Palace memorized it, he began to display the spiritual art. The prohibition in front of the treasury broke like a mirror and was completely unlocked. "Haha, you're smart. Wait until we get the level 9 weapon, then we'll talk about what to do with you. The people of the Blood God Palace laughed and kicked open the door of the treasury. Just as they were feeling happy, an aura suddenly came from inside. It surged like the sea, and a strange light flashed. That strange feeling was the power of a domain. What's going on? Is he Azun? Everyone was shocked and rushed in. The scene in front of them stunned everyone. Shock and anger appeared on the faces of the two people from the Blood God Palace. One of them said angrily, "What is going on?" The treasury was empty, not a single purity stone could be seen. There was only a young man sitting cross-legged and releasing the chi of the Bahuang province. He had just become a Zun not long ago. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes and ignored everybody. He smiled and said, "Finally, I'm back to the Bahuang province. I feel a bit stronger now." Xiahou Jian didn't know what was going on either. He asked furiously, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "If I told you that I don't know why I'm here, would you believe me?" Xiahou Jian looked glum and said, "As expected, you're not being honest. It seems like I'll have to teach you a lesson. Where are the treasures in the treasury?" Li Yunxiao rubbed the back of his head and said embarrassedly, "Although the quality of the treasures here is not high, you can't be so careless and throw them everywhere. I was kind enough to help you pick them up." You thief, how dare you steal from the Xiahou clan? You deserve to die." Xiahou Jian hurriedly said, "My lords, that 9th grade profound artifact must have been stolen by this kid." Li Yunxiao was a Zun of the Bahuang province. He was much stronger than Xiahou Jian. Therefore, Xiahou Jian didn't dare attack him. "Oh? Your treasury's construction is so tight, and the restrictions are extraordinary. How did he get in?" One of the people from the Blood God Palace threw Xiahou Qing and Xiahou Yi away. They fell on the ground and coughed up blood. Xiahou Yi ran to Xiahou Qing and started to heal him. Xiahou Qing braced his heavily injured body and stared at Li Yunxiao in shock. He could not figure out how this person had managed to get in. Li Yunxiao smiled wryly and said, "Nowadays, people think that you're lying. People think that you're joking. But when you're joking, people think that you're telling the truth." Someone from the Blood God Palace said coldly, "You're funny, but I hate dishonest people." He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Just like before, a huge hand made of blood appeared in the air and suddenly grabbed Li Yunxiao's upper body, lifting him into the air. Li Yunxiao did not resist at all, but his pupils shrank and he said in shock, "This technique. Could you be from the Blood God Palace? Is this the Blood God Palace?" Xiahou Jian smiled coldly and said, "Haha, now you know who we are and you want to beg for mercy? Don't you think it's too late?" Li Yunxiao didn't answer his question and said, "So this is the eastern region? The Blood God Palace seems to be one of the top sections. Why are there so few things in the treasury? It seems to be very poor." Xiahou Jian said angrily, "Damn it. He took all the treasures of the Xiahou clan and he thinks it's poor. Masters, let's skin him and interrogate him." He wasn't angry because Li Yunxiao had taken all the treasures, he was angry because the Xiahou clan was poor. No matter what, the Xiahou clan could be considered one of the 3 great clans of Fufeng City, yet he said that the Xiahou clan had nothing but 4 walls. This caused him to feel ashamed and furious, and he felt extremely humiliated. A person from the Blood God Palace revealed a hideous smile. He opened his mouth and a blood-red tongue stretched out. It extended infinitely until it was right in front of Li Yunxiao's face. It kept swaying as it laughed strangely. "Kiki, this pretty boy looks like he tastes good. It would be a waste to skin him. Why don't you add some seasonings for me to nourish him?" Everyone's hair stood on end as they watched. They thought that the Blood God Palace was indeed terrifying and strange. These cultivation methods could turn people into something that was neither human nor ghost. "Haha, as you like. How about I get someone to get some soy sauce from the kitchen?" Xiahou Jian also laughed heartily. Li Yunxiao frowned. His eyes turned cold. "It's too troublesome to get soy sauce. I'll add something else for you." His whole body was held by the big hand. The heavenly eye on his forehead opened and a terrifying bolt of lightning shot out. It was the tribulation lightning that he had absorbed and refined. Pa. Ah. Without any warning, the lightning struck the long tongue and immediately broke it. A large amount of blood mist sprayed out. The person from the blood god palace opened his mouth wide and screamed in pain. The long tongue fell to the ground and turned into a pool of blood. Damn it. The person from the blood god palace who had his tongue cut off had blood all over his mouth. He grabbed with his bloody hand and was about to crush Li Yunxiao into powder. Not only was his essence blood poisonous, but it also contained a strong corrosive power. Ordinary martial venerables would have turned into a pool of blood. What? His eyes bulged out. No matter how hard he tried, the blood shadows exploded around Li Yunxiao, but the young man completely ignored them. He still had a cold expression on his face as he looked at him mockingly, as if he was watching a show. Who the hell are you? The person from the blood god palace suddenly realized that something was wrong. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. However, they did not panic. As long as the two of them worked together, it would be difficult to find anyone below Emperor Wu. The person with the broken tongue said, "Work together and kill him quickly." He formed a seal with his left hand and shouted, "Blood explosion." The gigantic blood hand suddenly contracted and suppressed, ceaselessly sucking in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth before suddenly exploding. He didn't stop there. Instead, he took out the bloodletting stinger and charged forward like a crimson shadow. The other person from the blood god palace didn't stop either, and he also followed after them. A golden light appeared on Li Yunxiao's body. It was the indestructible golden body, and there was also the bright moon divine light flickering within it. Under the illumination of Luo Yunsheng's nine-yang divine body, the two types of physiques actually fused together, resulting in this abnormal state of golden skin that was emitting white light. After the bloody hand exploded, it couldn't hurt him at all. He looked coldly at the two blood shadows, and his body gradually turned into lightning. It was as if the god of thunder had descended to the world. His palm, which was constantly expanding, slammed down from the sky. Everywhere the palm energy passed, there was a crackling electric arc disc. What is this? Everyone was shocked. The might of the thunderbolt struck fear into everyone's heart. It was like the might of the heavens, causing them to tremble in fear. What? The two people from the blood god palace were also shocked. The crimson light directly turned into human figures, and the power of their realm expanded to the maximum, trying to defend against the thunderbolt palm. No, let this thunderbolt cleanse your filthy bodies. Li Yunxiao said coldly. The thunderbolt palm fell and instantly swallowed the two people from the blood god palace. Boom! An enormous amount of lightning energy exploded, and the impregnable vault of the Shaho family was instantly blown to smithereens, revealing a clear sky. Many of the others were also injured by the thunderbolt. They all looked at the cold young man in the sky in horror. They didn't know where this devil came from, and his attack was so fierce. Puff! The two people from the blood god palace were seriously injured and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. The two of them were also extremely shocked. They were both 9 stars martial honorables. Without the strength of a peak martial honorable, it would be impossible to defeat them. Even a peak martial honorable would not be able to defeat them so easily. Is this seasoning to your liking? Li Yunxiao said. There was not the slightest expression on his face. His indifferent demeanor caused the two of them to be greatly shocked. Haha, one of them struggled and said, "We are from the blood god palace. If you really dare to attack us, you have to think carefully. If you hand over the rank 9 Xian artifact now and leave, we can pretend that nothing happened." Li Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, "Pretend that nothing happened? Then didn't I beat you up for nothing? Do you mean that you will pretend that nothing happened if I beat you up again?" Pfft. No, stop it. The man was shocked and quickly said, "I mean, as long as you, boom." Li Yunxiao did not want to talk nonsense with him. The divine tribulation thunder between his eyebrows struck the man's body and exploded. The man's body was blown to pieces and no longer existed. I hate talking to stupid people. Pfft. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and shivered. It was difficult for them to accept the truth in front of them. This person had really killed the people from the blood god palace so easily and so unscrupulously. What do you want? We have no grudges. The other man from the blood god palace was also scared and trembled. He was used to being arrogant and it was difficult for him to accept this reversal. No grudges? Originally, it was, but from the moment you attacked me, there was no longer no enmity between us. Li Yunxiao raised a finger and shook it. Let me ask you, does the Blood God Palace have a piece of living earth? What? The disciple's expression changed and he said in shock, You want that thing? Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and smiled, so, you have it? The disciple from the Blood God Palace suddenly roared with laughter and said, Haha, you actually want the earth breath soil. Let me tell you, the Blood God Palace does have a piece, but can you get it? Who knows how many experts have coveted this item, but none of them succeeded. Even Hongyu City sent people to ask for it, but the palace master didn't give it to them. Who do you think you are? How could you have such improper thoughts? Haha, Li Yunxiao said coldly, what a joke. Then go to hell. Another bolt of tribulation lightning shot out from between his eyebrows. With a boom, the other disciple from the Blood God Palace was also blown to pieces. He was not someone who would kill innocent people, but the Blood God Palace was not a good place. The people there were all evil and murderers, so it did not matter if they died. This time everyone was completely stunned. No one dared to make a sound. Cold sweat dripped down their cheeks. Killing a 9-star martial honorable in an instant, this person's cultivation was unfathomable. Even if he wasn't a martial emperor, he was close to it. In fact, Li Yunxiao's strength was not as terrifying as they thought, but the two people from the Blood God Palace had consumed a lot of energy after fighting with Xiahou Qing. In addition, Li Yunxiao used the power of thunder, which was the nemesis of all evil techniques in the world, and had a multiplying effect. It was perfect to use it to deal with blood sacrifice techniques. You, don't, come here. At this moment, Xiahou Jian was so scared that he couldn't stand still. His whole body was trembling violently. He suddenly took out the Blood God token and held it in his trembling hand. He said while trembling, This is real Blood God token. You can look carefully. It's definitely not fake. Real Blood God token. In his mind, no one would dare to kill people from the Blood God Palace. Even though the truth was right in front of him, he still found it hard to accept. He thought that Li Yunxiao did not believe in their identity. Yes, I know. Li Yunxiao took the insignia, crushed it into a piece of scrap iron, and threw it away like garbage. He said, I won't kill you. Don't worry, I am going to the Blood God Palace. You can lead the way for me. He grabbed Xiahou Jian and disappeared from the Xiahou clan in a ray of light. Everyone looked at each other. If they hadn't seen the Xiahou family reduced to ruins by the power of the thunderbolt, they wouldn't have believed what had happened from the beginning until now. The Zhu clan and the Zhongsun clan did not dare to stay any longer. They quickly flew in the direction of their clan. Xiahou Qing forced himself to stand up and said, Second brother, hurry up and pack everything. We will leave as soon as the old master comes back. Fufeng City is no longer a place for us to stay. We must find another place to settle down. Xiahou immediately reacted. Once this matter was exposed, the Blood God Palace would not let them go no matter what. It was just that the Blood God Palace was a big family with tens of thousands of people. How could they leave so easily? However, they could not care so much now and could only escape in batches. He looked at the empty treasury that had long since ceased to exist, and his heart twitched. How many years of savings was gone just like that? He was 100% sure that the treasury had been emptied by Li Yunxiao, but he did not have the courage and strength to ask for it back. He still could not figure out how Li Yunxiao appeared in the treasury. He also could not figure out how the rank 9 jade steel was taken away. That was a treasure that even the old master could not take away. Could it be that his cultivation was higher than the old master's? Thinking of Li Yunxiao's question before he left, he broke out in a cold sweat. Did that brat really go to the Blood God Palace to ask for the living earth soil? Who was he? Did he really not know how to write the word death? Xiahou Ye's heart was in a mess. Due to his momentary greed, he had caused such a disaster. He had no time to think too much. At this moment, he was lucky to be able to save his life and preserve the bloodline of the Xiahou clan. He left Xiahou Qing to heal alone and hurried to gather and deal with the clan's affairs. Fortunately, he was also good at management. He quickly dealt with it in an orderly manner. When Xiahou Yuanming came back, he reported everything. The next day, the Xiahou clan, which was very prosperous in Fufeng City, sold all its properties to the treasure tower at an extremely low price. In just 3 days, the clan was empty. Li Yunxiao grabbed Xiahou Jian and came to a teleportation formation in Fufeng City. He handed over the primordial stones and said, "To the Blood God Palace." What? The person in charge of the teleportation took the primordial stones and his hand trembled. He looked over and suddenly exclaimed, "Eh? Young Master Jian, why are you here? Isn't it the old man's big day now?" Xiahou Jian's face turned purple and he said angrily, "What does the old man's big day have to do with you? Do your job well. Don't ask what you shouldn't and don't care what you shouldn't. This young master wants to go to the Blood God Palace. What about your service attitude? Don't you understand the principle of customer first? If you don't work hard today, I'll make you work hard tomorrow." The person in charge opened his mouth wide. He didn't know what was going on and could only nod continuously. He quickly handled the teleportation matters. He couldn't afford to offend Xiahou Jian. In his heart, he cursed the entire Xiahou clan. He didn't even let go of Xiahou Yuanming's newly married concubine and focused on fantasizing about her. Li Yunxiao patted Xiahou Jian's shoulder and said with a smile, "Kid, you are eloquent. You are a talented manager." Xiahou Jian pulled a long face and tried to smile, but it was uglier than a bitter gourd. The two of them entered the teleportation formation. Under the flash of light, their bodies gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. The Blood God Palace wasn't too far from Fufeng City. However, if a cultivator flew there, even with Li Yunxiao's cultivation, it would take at least 7 to 8 days. No one would be willing to delay for so long. After a while, the two of them appeared in a small town. There was an endless stream of people coming and going, and it was even livelier than Fufeng City. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "This is..." Xiahou Jian revealed a strange expression and asked carefully, "Is this your first time coming to Maigu Town?" Maigu Town? Such a strange name. Li Yunxiao thought about it and said, "Oh right, is this the Eastern region's burial ground?" Xiahou Jian smiled bitterly and said, "The burial ground is very famous. You actually don't know about it. Could it be someone from another region?" Seeing that Li Yunxiao's expression had sunk, he hurriedly slapped his own mouth and said, "I spoke too much. The burial ground is said to be a very famous battlefield in ancient times. Tens of thousands of people died there, and there are many treasures inside, even rank 9 Xian." He looked strangely at Li Yunxiao, and said with a bitter smile, "The stone tablet that you took away should be a 9th-tier profound artifact, and also came from this burial ground. Even if it's not to search for treasures, it's still an excellent treasure land. Many people travel thousands of miles just to cultivate here, and the Blood God Palace is the powerful sect that controls this burial ground." After saying that, Xiahou Jian raised his chin slightly and a sense of honor appeared on his face. He thought that Li Yunxiao was an outsider, so he didn't know how powerful the Blood God Palace was. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to provoke them. Now that he had heard what Li Yunxiao had to say, he should have backed off. However, he was immediately disappointed. Li Yunxiao didn't seem shocked at all. In fact, there wasn't even the slightest ripple in his eyes. "Oh? Then it must be a place with extremely dense spiritual qi. No wonder the Blood God Palace is so powerful with such a treasure land." Li Yunxiao said thoughtfully, "It's just that it's very generous of them to allow outsiders to enjoy their spirited mountain." Xiahou Jian said with a bitter smile, "You really don't know anything. This burial ground doesn't belong to any sect because it has an extremely important location. Therefore, a few hundred years ago, the Red Moon City decided to hand over the burial ground to the Blood God Palace at the East Region Alliance Conference. The advantage was that they could use the resources in the burial ground at will. However, this also caused dissatisfaction among many sections. Everyone fought to snatch this good job, so the Blood God Palace made such a rule. Anyone who paid a certain amount of primordial stones could go in to cultivate and search for treasures, but the treasures must be sold to the Blood God Palace first. My second uncle got the jade tablet, but he couldn't bear to take it out, which led to the Blood God Palace coming to kill him. Li Yunxiao sneered, coming to kill him? Didn't you tell them and betray the family? Xiahou Jian blushed and said embarrassedly, I was actually doing it for the good of the family. I took the initiative to make up for my mistake. Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said to himself, so, the Blood God Palace does have some power. I only know that their palace master is called Blood God, but I don't know how high his cultivation is. Do you know? Xiahou Jian smiled and said, Blood God is the title given to the palace master. Anyone who becomes the palace master is called Blood God. As for the cultivation of the current Blood God, I believe that he should be at least a 9-star martial emperor. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and didn't hide his sarcasm, which made Xiahou Jian's face hot. He really didn't know, but he was too embarrassed to say he didn't know, so he just made it up. Li Yunxiao said lightly, if there's Emperor Jiuxing, unless it's a hidden expert, there's no way I wouldn't know. Since I'm not familiar with Blood God, it means he's not at the level that I need to pay attention to. Let's go. No matter what his cultivation is, we'll find out soon. Li Yunxiao didn't even look back as he walked toward the huge building that was faintly discernible in the spiritual energy in the distance. Xiahou Jian was startled and felt his hands go cold. He hurriedly followed. In truth, he wanted to escape, but when he thought of his opponent's lightning transformation art, there was no way he could escape. It was better to be obedient. After the two of them walked for a while, Li Yunxiao picked up Xiahou Jian and flew into the mountains. Soon, they arrived above the Blood God Palace. That's the main hall. Xiahou Jian pointed at the tallest building and said proudly, I was given the honor of being a disciple of the Blood God Palace in that main hall. Let's go down quickly. It's too obvious standing here. It'll be troublesome if we're discovered by the experts in the palace. Li Yunxiao said coldly, even an idiot from the main palace can tell where they have hidden their treasures. Xiahou Jian smiled bitterly. I'm just a new disciple. How would I know where such an important place is? Oh? Does that mean there's no point in keeping you alive? Li Yunxiao's face gradually turned cold. Xiahou Jian was shocked and felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly said, don't kill me. I'll definitely be useful if you keep me alive. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. I'll even pick up the soap for you. After hearing this, Li Yunxiao picked him up and threw him down. Xiahou Jian was shocked. He didn't know when his meridians had been sealed, but he couldn't summon any primordial qi. His face instantly changed. He fell 10,000 meters high. If he fell like this, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. Just as he was terrified and prayed that he would fall on a tree and not on the ground, his body suddenly collided with an invisible force. Suddenly, Xiahou Jian's body collided with an invisible force. Following that, a massive force gathered. Before Xiahou Jian could even say anything, his entire body instantly crumbled, turning into dust for all eternity. Well, there's indeed a protective formation. What should I do? Li Yunxiao slapped his forehead in distress and fell into deep thought. Who dares to touch the protective formation? Is life not going your way and you're seeking death? I'll let you have your way this time. A cold voice came from below. Then, there was a flash of crimson light and a red figure gradually appeared in front of him. Li Yunxiao was shocked. That voice belonged to someone he knew. When the crimson figure revealed himself, it was indeed Xianxia from Mount Meru. You are. Li Yunxiao. Xianxia instantly recognized him as well. After a short moment of shock, his pupils constricted. He said coldly, I did not expect you to advance to Martial Saint as well. Could it be because you possess the spiritual energy of Yanwu City? Li Yunxiao was also shocked and said, the cultivation method of Blood God Palace is indeed strange. Even if you can fly, you can't be a peak martial venerable. Did you drink the blood of a true spirit? Xiaoyaxing's aura was no longer the same as before. He said coldly, you don't need to know that. Why did you come to Blood God Palace? He had a strange look in his eyes. He licked his dry lips and grinned, hee, I've been thinking about the treasures you took from me in Mount Meru. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger, and the entire sky turned pale red. The smell of blood filled the air, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Back in Mount Meru, I heard that your Blood God Palace has a large piece of living earth. Li Yunxiao did not hold back and asked directly. Xianxia was stunned, then he sneered and said, "Don't tell me you're here to steal the living earth." Li Yunxiao smiled slyly and said, "Haha, you're smart. You guessed it right in one go. Point me in a direction. The Blood God Palace is too big and difficult to find. I don't want to alarm too many people. I definitely can't beat the Blood God." Xianxia said coldly, "This joke isn't funny at all." Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and said, "Because it's not a joke. People nowadays will think you're joking if you tell them the truth." Xianxia felt like he was being looked down upon and was slightly angry. He said coldly, "I think you're out of your mind. Do you want me to pat the water out of your head first?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "As long as you point me in a direction, I'll do as I please." Xianxia's eyes narrowed as if he suddenly thought of something. His expression changed drastically and he asked, "You're really here for the living earth?" "Of course." Li Yunxiao's expression became serious and he no longer had any intention of joking. "Ha ha ha." Xianxia could not help but laugh out loud. He was so angry that he laughed. "I always thought you were a genius. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Since that's the case, how can I rest assured leaving the treasures in Mount Meru with you? I'll take care of them all." He waved his hand and a blood flag rose into the sky. It fluttered in the wind and the entire sky changed color. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a sea of blood. Li Yunxiao continued to stand there without moving. There was a slight smile on his face. After he advanced to Martial Saint, his all-powerful aura had returned once again. With so many trump cards, there were fewer and fewer people who could kill him in this world. The blood flag fluttered in the wind. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled into a sneer, saying, "Your deadpan face is exactly the same as it was in Mount Meru. I find it very annoying. Today, I can finally flatten him and relieve my worries." Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Haha, it seems like you have a lot on your mind." Xianxia smiled coldly and said, "I admire your calmness. If I merge you with my blood-red flag, it'll become much more powerful. You'll be a stepping stone for me on my way to the top. I'll have no regrets in my life." His hands quickly formed hand seals, and with a bang, the blood flag exploded. A blood slave slowly appeared from the sea of blood that filled the sky. Its face was ferocious, and its eyes were pitch black and empty. The aura on its body actually rose to that of a one-star martial saint. "My blood slave is not bad, right? It's the same level as you. I wonder if it can eat you." "I'm looking forward to it," said Xianxia proudly. He looked like a cat playing with a mouse. He raised his hand and the blood slave roared. Apart from the fact that it didn't have an area of effect, its attack was as strong as a Ba-Huang layer cultivator's. Boom! The blood thrall punched in the air, causing a cloud of blood mist to explode. Li Yunxiao's body flickered, and his entire body transformed into a series of afterimages. He directly dodged the attack and retreated. The smile on Li Yunxiao's face did not diminish in the slightest as he said in a loud voice, "You're a martial honor now, you're no longer a small child. Why do you still like to play these boring games? Act like an adult." He raised his hand and his fist turned into a blue bolt of lightning, which struck down fiercely. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the blood slave's body, causing it to explode. Immediately, half of its body was blasted away. The blood slave held in pain in the blood sea, but it quickly recovered. It was as if the surrounding blood sea world could provide it with endless power. Xianxia's expression changed and a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. The power of thunder and lightning was one of the nemeses of his blood arts. "No wonder you're so fearless. It turns out that you've mastered the power of thunder and lightning. However, the difference in strength between the two of us is too great. No matter how I try to restrain it, it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If you think that this move isn't satisfying enough, then try this." He let out a light shout and his hands danced in the air. Pung, pung, pung. Clouds of blood mist burst out from the sea of blood and condensed into blood slaves. There were 9 of them, and each of them was a revered martial artist. The 10 martial saint blood slaves roared as they surrounded Li Yunxiao. Their auras were so strong that Li Yunxiao's skin started to turn scarlet. A mocking smile appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. "You really haven't improved. You disappoint me. The third eye on his forehead opened and a strong wind blew out. It was controlled by his palm and rotated slowly. A tornado suddenly formed and grew bigger. After advancing to the rank of martial saint, Xianxia's control over these elemental powers had become much stronger. Strong winds howled from his hands, blowing in all directions. He grabbed at the air with his 5 fingers and the eye of the tornado was suddenly suppressed. Its height suddenly shrank rapidly, like a whirlpool on the surface of water spreading out in all directions, like a sharp knife cutting through the layers of space. Try out my newly invented move, Great Windmill. Xianxia laughed loudly. The sound from the eye of the wind became more and more ear-piercing. It was like bubbles scraping against glass, making one feel uncomfortable. Xianxia felt a piercing pain in his eardrums. However, what shocked him even more was that everywhere the strong wind passed, it was mercilessly sliced apart. Before the 10 martial saint blood slaves could make a move, their bodies were chopped into pieces. However, the wind did not stop there, it grew stronger and stronger. The entire Scarlet Sea started to become unstable. Damn it! Xianxia's heart was filled with anger. He had been suppressed by Xianxia at Mount Meru. Now that he had advanced to peak Zun level at a godlike speed, his companions from back then should have been easy to deal with. But they were still suppressed by his opponent like they were playing. This made his heart burn with anger. 100,000 banners, kill the king of hell. Xianxia flew up and suddenly grabbed the blood god flag that was fluttering in the sky. He turned the flag into a saber and slashed it down on Xianxia. Under this surging force, the sea of blood was instantly split into 2, surging violently. Humph, I'm not interested in playing with you anymore because you've lost the right. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He pointed with 2 fingers and 2 northern sky-cold star swords flew out and formed a double sword formation in the air. In an instant, the sword chi crisscrossed. Everywhere it passed was clear and bright. There was not the slightest bit of filth. The sword momentum was like a rainbow and slashed at the blood banner. Waves of spiritual pressure burst out and filled the sky like a spider web. Hey! What's going on? Xianxia's heart trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock. Cracks began to appear on his blood god flag under the might of the sword, and beads of blood essence turned into beads and dissipated. However, not only did the sword chi not dissipate, it became more and more powerful as it surged into the flag, wanting to completely destroy it. Damn it, this doesn't make sense. Xianxia gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into the banner. Suddenly, the blood-red light expanded and shook off the sword chi. But it was already very difficult. This blood god banner was related to his mental cultivation. If it was destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. He hurriedly used all his strength to shake off the sword formation and retreated several hundred meters. As Xianxia retreated, the blood light that filled the sky also returned to the blood god banner. Everything returned to normal. Xianxia's face turned pale. The color of the banner in his hand became very gloomy and a large number of cracks appeared on it. It had already been damaged. He gritted his teeth and said, "What profound level weapon is this? Don't tell me it's 2 9th level profound level weapons." He was extremely jealous in his heart. With one look, he knew that these 2 treasured swords were not ordinary. Moreover, they were taken out by Xianxia from Mount Meru. Adding the ones in Mount Meru, my god, how many treasures did this brat have on him? Xianxia smiled faintly and said, I remember that you also obtained a good sword in Mount Meru. What, did you hand it over to the organization? That's impossible. I don't think you're that kind of selfless person. Xianxia's expression changed. Back then, among the treasures in Mount Meru, other than Xianxia who had obtained the largest portion, Luo Qingyun had obtained a long spear, Su Qing had obtained a treasured mirror, and Xianxia had obtained a sharp sword. He had never mentioned this matter to anyone, and had only quietly refined it by himself. Now, it had become his greatest trump card. But at this moment, he was hesitant. Exposing his trump card in the sky above the Blood God Palace was definitely not a wise move. Moreover, from the sword diagram of the 2 swords in the sky, even if he used the sharp sword, he might not be able to suppress Xianxia. Moreover, this person had always been crafty and had many trump cards. He had not used any of the methods in Mount Meru. A feeling of helplessness suddenly surged in Xianxia's heart. Originally, he had thought that he was fully deserving of being one of the top figures of the younger generation, and that he did not care about those famous young experts. However, he was completely at his wits' end when he discovered an unknown Li Yunxiao. The arrogance he had in the past had instantly vanished into thin air. Humph, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. However, the one you offended today is the Blood God Palace, not me. I have no reason to fight with you to the death. Naturally, someone will come to deal with you. After he calmed down, he put away the Blood God flag and stood up with his arms folded. There's no harm in telling you about the living Earth. It is in the hands of my master, the Blood God. If you have the ability, go and take it. Oh? You're so kind? Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. Seeing that Xianxia did not seem to be lying, he asked lightly, what is the strength of the Blood God? Xianxia sneered disdainfully, you really want to go? There's no harm in telling you. My master was already a 5-star expert of the Emperor Wu 5 years ago. These years, he has not come out of seclusion. Now, no one has talked about his cultivation for a long time. I think he is at least 6 stars, if not 7 or 8 stars. Do you really want to snatch treasures from the hands of a 6-star Emperor Wu? Yes, 6 or 7 stars. It is indeed a bit troublesome. Li Yunxiao pondered. Currently, the strongest person he had was Mo Xiaochuan. However, even Mo Xiaochuan was only a 4-star. Even if he was heaven-defying, he could only challenge 5-star existences at most. The difference between each level of Emperor Wu was like the difference between heaven and earth. In Songyang City, Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian were no match for Su Danhe even when they joined forces. Moreover, Su Danhe was only at the peak of 5-star. Humph, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Your trouble has come. Prepare to be buried in the Blood God Palace. Xianxia laughed coldly. The grand formation protecting the mountain opened up and more than 10 figures flew up. All of their divine senses landed on Li Yunxiao. All of them had a towering baleful aura around them and were extremely filthy. They all had ferocious appearances and were extremely hideous. Li Yunxiao was shocked and said, Brother Yaxing, I always thought you were ugly. I didn't expect you to be a handsome man in the sect. No wonder you always stayed in a filthy place like the Blood God Palace. It turns out that you can find confidence in your looks. The techniques in the Blood God Palace gathered the filth of the world. Not only could they distort people's minds, but they could also distort their bodies. Xianxia clenched his teeth and said angrily, Li Yunxiao, do you know that your confidence and calmness annoy me? I really want to step on your face with my shoes. His opponent had the courage to look down on all heroes, the intelligence to remain calm in the face of danger, and the calm demeanor. All of these qualities were what he wanted to pursue. These qualities should have belonged to him, but they appeared on his opponent. This made him extremely angry and resentful. Elder Chow, who is this person? Do you know him? Among the dozens of people, a peak martial venerable frowned and asked. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Xianxia snorted and said, I don't really know him. I only know his name. I'll have to trouble Elder Yu to take care of this. Oh? With Elder Chow's strength, you need me to take care of such a small matter? Elder Yu had a suspicious look on his face. It was obvious that he was not stupid. Xianxia looked at him and said, although this person is only a 1-star martial venerable, he has some trump cards and is difficult to deal with. Plus, I've met him once before, so we can be considered old friends. I can't bear to see him die here, but he trespassed into the Blood God Palace and broke the rules. He will definitely die, so I'm in a difficult position. I hope Elder Yu and the other members of the Elder Council can solve my problem. So that's how it is. This brat is also a martial saint. I can see that he is full of vigor, so the blood essence in his body must be nourishing. It's perfect for my blood slave. Elder Yu's face twisted into a sinister smile, Elder Chow, then I won't be polite. Xianxia indifferently said, do as you wish, but he has some tricks up his sleeve. Elder Yu, don't be careless. Haha, thanks for the reminder. How could Elder Yu care about such a reminder? He laughed loudly as he grabbed towards Li Yunxiao and said, offer all your blood essence to me. This is a great honor for you. The surrounding martial saints all revealed looks of envy. Being able to refine the blood essence of a martial saint was a rare opportunity. This was because martial saints were not easy to kill. If they could not defeat them and wanted to escape, it would be very difficult to kill them. However, at this moment, everyone's divine sense was locked onto Li Yunxiao. He would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. Li Yunxiao was speechless. Why is everyone from the Blood God Palace the same? If you want my blood, then take it. He formed a strange seal with his hands and a long cry came from between his eyebrows. The divine phoenix fire manifested and burned towards Elder Yu, who was flying towards him with a look of interest on his face. So it's a fire controller. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary fire. You do have some skill. Elder Yu's hands quickly formed a seal and a distorted blood-colored skeleton formed behind him. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at the fire. My blood slave can suppress and devour all elements. Hee, you really are a great tonic for it. The blood slave swallowed the fire phoenix in one gulp and froze in the air for a few seconds. Bang! Without any suspense, the blood slave exploded in an instant. The phoenix's eyes flickered with anger, and it swept up all the clouds in the sky, turning the sky crimson. It flew down, leaving raging flames in its wake. Ah! Elder Yu cried out in pain. The blood slave that had cultivated the mind and soul connection completely exploded at this moment, completely vanishing without a trace. The death of the blood slave had greatly shaken his mind. His heart and veins had already been damaged. He was in a state of shock and panic, and his mind was completely blank. His blood slave was an almost immortal existence, and he could only revive it if he still had a mouthful of blood essence left. But this time, it had completely disappeared, and he couldn't feel any aura of its existence. What exactly was going on? Only when he saw the phoenix burning down did he feel an incomparable danger. He roared in anger, "Everyone, let's attack together and kill him." The others were also shocked by the explosion, but after hearing Elder Yu's shout, they all used their ultimate moves without a second thought. In an instant, the blood slaves surrounded Li Yunxiao. Xianxia's heart was pounding. Elder Yu's blood slave was so strong that even he would have to spend a lot of effort to defeat it. However, Li Yunxiao had easily defeated it with one attack. Facing more than 10 Xianxia cultivators, he wasn't panicking at all. "Come and have a taste of my windmill." Li Yunxiao laughed and clenched his fists. An ancient astral wind whistled through the air. It was like two gigantic whirlpools were rotating around him. They moved towards the surrounding Xianxia cultivators and blew away the blood-red lights. "What?" Elder Yu abruptly shouted, "His elemental energy is too strange and powerful. Everyone, don't use your blood essences. Just use your domains and shock him to death." Gritting his teeth, he took the initiative to spread out his domain power and suppress Li Yunxiao. A Xianxia cultivator's most powerful skill was the Bahuang province. They could imitate the rules of the world and kill anyone who tried to stop them. Elder Yu's idea was correct. With so many Xianxia cultivators, even a one-star emperor wouldn't be able to kill Li Yunxiao. They just needed to suppress him for a few minutes or even a few seconds and they would be able to kill him. In an instant, all of the blood essence on their heads was retracted, and all sorts of domain power spread out. The air became abnormally heavy, as if it was going to solidify into iron, becoming incomparably hard. Just moving one's muscles and bones would require a lot of strength. As for the space Li Yunxiao was in, it started to distort due to the overlapping layers. It was on the verge of falling at any moment. Li Yunxiao's expression finally changed. At that moment, the pressure from the space was as heavy as several mountains. It pressed on his body to the point that rays of bright moonlight appeared on his body. After all, he was only a one-star martial saint. When everyone gave up on martial skills and used the most clumsy method, he became the one who was in a difficult situation. Haha, one man can defeat 10 men. Elder Yu's eyes were filled with joy. He said excitedly, "This light. Could it be a special body? Haha, I've made a profit, I've made a huge profit. I can refine a blood slave back if I lose it, but a special body is hard to come by. Brat, since you destroyed my blood slave, I'll make you my second blood slave." He took out a flag and waved it in the air. It was different from Xianxia's, but it was mostly the same. The sea of blood surged towards Li Yunxiao, wanting to swallow him. Li Yunxiao's eyes gradually became cold. He said coldly, "I'm just playing with you for a bit, but you're getting more and more powerful." His whole body turned into light green lightning. He suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and flew up. Bang! He broke through the sea of blood and flew up into the sky. What? So many domains can't even trap him? Chao Yaxing's facial expression changed. He was drenched in cold sweat. He thought about how he had the stupid thought of using his trump card to fight against his opponent. Now, he felt a wave of fear. His heart was heavy and he couldn't understand how his opponent cultivated. How could he be so abnormal? What is he going to do? At that moment, Chao Yaxing focused his gaze and looked into the distance. He saw Li Yunxiao, who was high up in the sky, extending his right hand. The universe divine monument flew out slowly and became bigger and bigger in the sky, turning into a small mountain. Suddenly, the universe power expanded and it fell downwards at an increasing speed. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The three great territories on the world divine monument were fully unleashed, and a strange phenomenon appeared. 3 different colors of light continuously circulated around the monument, appearing layer by layer. The body of the monument was like a meteorite falling to the ground. Hey! He's going to. Chao Yaxing looked down in shock. Below him was the mountain protecting formation of the Blood God Palace. He shouted, "Oh no, he's going to use this monument to break the mountain protecting formation. Stop him." Elder Yu and the other experts couldn't move under the suppression of the domain's power, and they were trying to think of a way to escape. When they heard Chao Yaxing's words, they were scared out of their wits. How could they dare to stop Chao Yaxing? They all ignited their own blood essence, creating clouds of blood mist in the air as they used the blood escape art to flee. Those who were too slow were crushed by the Boundary God Monument. They were immediately turned into dust by the boundless gravity and the power of wind and fire. There was no trace left. Even though they were dozens of meters away, they still vomited blood because of the overlaying of the 3 boundary power. After Li Yunxiao became a martial venerable, his control over the Boundary God Monument improved again. Even if he were to face one-star Emperor Wu, he would still be able to fight. Rumble. The Boundary God Monument finally hit the mountain protecting formation, causing the ground to rumble. The sound traveled thousands of miles. All the warriors in the distance flew into the sky and looked at each other in shock. Elder Yu's face turned pale and his hands were covered in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "Elder Chao, is this the problem you want me to solve for you?" "I don't think there is a solution to this problem." Chao Yaxing said calmly, "Didn't I tell Elder Yu to be careful? He has a trump card. How could he be so careless and lose so many experts of the temple? I'm afraid it will be hard to explain to Lord Blood God." Elder Yu said angrily, "Chao Yaxing, you are inhumane. I helped you out of goodwill, but you schemed against me." Chao Yaxing mocked coldly, "Help me?" Elder Yu is a person who won't do anything without benefits. If it wasn't for his good blood essence, would you have helped me? You should think of a way to explain to Lord Blood God later. His gaze turned serious and he said in a deep voice, "This Li Yunxiao really doesn't know his place. No matter how strong he is only a martial venerable. If he offends the Jiutian realm experts of the temple, I want to see how he will deal with this." Elder Yu's expression changed slightly as he stared at Chao Yaxing with a strange expression. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Elder Chao, this person is an old acquaintance of yours. It just so happened that he came to kick the door when all the experts were refining the blood fiends. I really can't believe there is such a coincidence." Chao Yaxing's expression changed as he released a murderous aura and said coldly, "Elder Yu, what do you mean by this? People will die if they spout nonsense." "Haha, it's not up to me to decide whether I'm spouting nonsense or not. I wonder if Lord Blood God believes there is such a coincidence in this world." Elder Yu laughed happily. The gloominess in his heart was swept away when he saw Chao Yaxing's pale face. Rumble. Li Yunxiao commanded the Universe Divine Monument to attack the formation continuously. Finally, after one attack, a sound similar to that of a cup shattering rang out from the entire mountain. Dazzling colors appeared and the power of the formation gradually dissipated. "How dare you! You deserve to die. An angry roar came from the Blood God Palace. A crimson figure soared into the sky and instantly flew into the sky. He punched out fiercely and the fist force broke through the layers of air, causing the entire sky to tremble. It landed on the World Deity Monument and instantly, the three territory powers were dispersed. The monument's light kept on spinning. Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly trembled. A mouthful of hot blood rushed into his throat, but he swallowed it. He casually recalled the World Deity Monument and looked down. Although he had used the World Deity Monument to block Emperor Wu's punch, it had injured him instantly. The eyes of the expert from Emperor Wu shrank and he said coldly, "A rank 9 profound artifact?" Then, his gaze landed on Li Yunxiao and he was instantly stunned. He quickly spread out his divine sense and searched the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one else, his expression became extremely gloomy and he said coldly, "Elder Yu, you were responsible for guarding the mountain today. You actually let a one-star marshal revered break the protective array and you just stood by and watched." Elder Yu's body trembled and he instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly stood up and said, "Reporting to Lord Sima, this person is an old acquaintance of Elder Chao. Therefore, we were not able to guard against him and he killed many of the elders. Even I was seriously injured due to my carelessness. Elder Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you slander me?" Chao Yaxing flew into a rage. He didn't expect Sima Chuanheng to actually use him as a scapegoat. A trace of suspicion flashed across Sima Chuanheng's face as he said coldly, "No matter what, you can't escape the crime of dereliction of duty. As for the specifics, I'll take this person down first before listening to your explanations." He raised his head and his eyes were filled with coldness as he said coldly, "Brat, no one can save you today. I see that your blood essence is not bad. You can use it to refine a blood beast." Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and frowned, "Blood beast? What kind of nonsense is that? Where's the blood god?" Sima Chuanheng raised his brows and said coldly, "You know our palace master?" Chao Yaxing hurriedly said, "Lord Sima, this brat said that he wants to snatch the earth breath soil." Sima Chuanheng was startled as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He held his stomach and laughed in the air as tears fell from his eyes. "Ha ha, you want to snatch the earth breath soil? Ha, a one-star martial saint came to my blood god palace to snatch the earth breath soil. Ha, a sneer appeared on Li Yunxiao's face as he looked at him indifferently and said, "Where is the blood god?" Sima Chuanheng's laughter stopped as he said mockingly, "The earth breath soil is indeed in the palace master's hands. Right now, it is being used to refine a blood beast. It is in the blood beast palace below. If you have the ability, go down and snatch it. However, I can tell you that all the Jiutian experts in the blood god palace are there. If you have the guts, go down and snatch it." He mockingly made way for Li Yunxiao and even made an inviting gesture as he looked at Li Yunxiao with ridicule. Chao Yaxing frowned as if he wanted to say something, but he held it in. With the strength that Li Yunxiao displayed just now, he could compete with Emperor Wu. However, he didn't dare to provoke Sima Chuanheng right now. Wasn't that courting death? He turned his head and glanced at Elder Yu. Elder Yu also had the same expression as him. Presumably, he had also thought of this point. When the fight starts, Sima Chuanheng will probably suffer a bit. This is also good. Perhaps their crime of dereliction of duty will be lighter. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "Many thanks." Then he really flew down and headed towards the blood beast palace that Sima Chuanheng had pointed out. He didn't even look back. Sima Chuanheng blankly stood in the air. Suddenly a burst of anger surged in him. He shouted, "Arrogant and ignorant, you actually dare to look down on me." He pointed his finger downward, and the emperor's chi tore through the air at an incomparably fast speed. He wanted to completely pierce through Li Yunxiao. Humph. Li Yunxiao's body distorted in the air, and directly teleported away, causing Sima Chuanheng's attack to miss. Immediately, his pupils shrank, and he cried out involuntarily, "What? Teleportation?" His body suddenly flashed, and in an instant, he caught up to Li Yunxiao, and landed in the air above the blood beast palace. He punched out, and angrily shouted, "Even if you have shocking ability, you are not qualified to behave atrociously in the blood beast palace." The blood beast palace had gathered all the experts of Emperor Wu, and they were busy refining the blood beasts. If something went wrong at this crucial moment, even he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. The might of the Emperor's chi suppressed everything. The space where Li Yunxiao was completely frozen, and he couldn't even teleport. The fist wind tore through the air and pressed down, about to completely smash him into pieces. Suddenly, a figure flashed, and young Emperor Hao Lian walked out from behind Li Yunxiao. He sneered and said, "With this kind of fist power, you still have the nerve to call yourself Emperor Wu? Don't embarrass Emperor Wu. Big Brother will let you know what is the real punch of Emperor Wu." A soul-shaking fist intent spread out in the air, as if it came from the endless space-time, and had a glimpse of the fist art's great Tao. Bang! Chao Yaxing and the others, who were far away, didn't have the time to think about why there was suddenly one more person. They were so shocked that their bodies turned cold, and they didn't even have the courage to retreat. It was as if under this fist power, any unauthorized movement would result in their bodies being smashed into pieces. Let alone those Emperor Wu, even Sima Chuanhing's body was greatly shaken. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice house, as if the end of the world had arrived. Rumble. Sima Chuanhing's fist force instantly collapsed, and his strength showed signs of collapsing. How is this possible? This power is clearly only one-star Emperor Wu, and their strength is about the same. How can the difference be so big? Sima Chuanhing's face violently trembled under the fist power. He circulated all the strength in his body, but it was hard for him to resist. He felt like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and he was the mantis. Boom! The fist force landed, and Sima Chuanhing could no longer resist. His entire body was directly smashed into the Blood Beast Palace, and a loud sound echoed. Roar! Ah! No! A demonic beast's roar came from the palace, and soon after, Sima Chuanhing's miserable scream could be heard. It seems like he is already dead. Li Yunxiao's pupils slightly shrank, and he said in a grave voice, "Such a powerful demonic aura, could it be a rank 9 demonic beast?" Young Emperor Hao Lian also said in a deep voice, "This power doesn't seem to be pure demonic aura. It makes people feel very uncomfortable, even I feel like vomiting when I smell it." All kinds of shocked and angry voices came from the palace below. It seems like after Sima Chuanhing fell into the palace, it became a mess. Not good, the blood beast can't be controlled anymore. Everyone retreat, don't get injured by it. A cold and stern voice came from below, and soon after, several blood lights rushed out. The entire blood beast palace was filled with a bloody smell, and suddenly exploded. Rumble! The impact of the explosion was very wide, and almost half of the blood god palace was blown up. A terrifying monster appeared in front of everyone. Its whole body was red like blood, and it seemed like it was boiling. Blood bubbles constantly appeared on its body, and its eyes were black holes. It opened its mouth, and thick blood dripped on the ground, directly corroding a large area. Damn it, where did this beast come from, making all our efforts go to waste? In the distance, a martial artist whose whole body was red was burning with anger. His body was actually the same as the blood beast, as if it was condensed from blood. At this moment, it was also constantly bubbling, and it was obvious that he was angry. Roar! The blood beast roared, and after looking around with its pitch-black eyes, it suddenly flew into the distance, actually trying to escape. And the direction it is escaping in is Li Yunxiao's direction. Although its intelligence is not high, it still has the ability to distinguish between strong and weak. After looking around, it immediately discovered that the people in Li Yunxiao's direction are the weakest. Don't let it escape. The powerful aura emitted from the cultivator's body caused everyone present to be taken aback. Even the blood beast revealed a look of horror and panic as it sped up its escape. Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold. The martial artist who was red was definitely the blood god, and the powerful violent intent on his body was far above everyone else. And the blood beast was actually so powerful, and its aura seemed to be no weaker than the blood god's. Roar! The blood beast's speed of escape was extremely fast, and it seemed to discover that there are people in front of it. Suddenly, it roared in anger, turned into a bloody light, and was about to rush over. Under the pressure of the blood beast, Li Yunxiao felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly made a bold decision, and instantly took out the world god's monument. It emitted a flowing light, and a surging soul power spread around the world god's monument, forming a sweeping force. The blood beast was shocked, and it had already rushed in front of the world god's monument. It almost crashed into it, and before it could react, it was dragged into the monument by Xianxia's soul power and disappeared. Phew! He suddenly took a deep breath, and at that moment, his whole body was covered in cold sweat. After collecting the blood beast, he didn't have time to stop, so he directly put young Emperor Haolian back. Then, he teleported 100 meters away, turned into a lightning bolt, and quickly escaped. The whole process took only an instant. From the moment the blood beast disappeared, the blood god was stunned. Then, he saw that Xianxia was already 1,000 meters away, and he reacted. Under a crazy roar, he turned into a bloody light and chased after Xianxia. The blood escape technique was also an extremely powerful technique. In addition to the blood god's shocking cultivation, he actually caught up to 100 meters in a few blinks of an eye, which made Xianxia feel even more pressure. You're really courting death. You collected that blood beast and caused such a powerful person to chase after you. That blood escape technique is not inferior to your lightning escape technique at all. Genryu complained and said unhappily, you just escaped from death, and now you're messing around again. You're really an idiot. However, he was just complaining. Anyway, he had the universe god steel, so he could just hide if he couldn't win. As long as it wasn't Emperor Wu at his peak, it was basically impossible to break the power of a world. Xianxia laughed and said, haha, catching that thing was completely an accident, but I think it's very important to the blood god. I can use it to exchange for the living earth soil. Genryu snorted and said, what right do you have to exchange with him? Do you think he'll give you this chance? Xianxia smiled indifferently and said, opportunities are created by people. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. It'll be really troublesome if he catches up to me. He swallowed a few elixirs, which increased his strength and increased his speed slightly. He increased the distance between him and the blood god. In the blood god palace far away, everyone was stunned by the shocking change and was silent for a few minutes. Gulp. One person swallowed hard and said with difficulty, should we chase after him? Chase? How are you going to chase after him? The palace master is chasing after him, so we naturally don't have to worry about him. Another person snorted and revealed a trace of doubt in his eyes. He said, but why did such a malefic star appear out of nowhere? Who is he? What's his background? His gaze unconsciously glanced at Xiaoyaxing and Elder Yu. Both of them trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. All the experts' gazes were focused on them. That feeling wasn't an ordinary feeling of being stared at, it was as if they had turned into hedgehogs. The two of them never imagined that the situation would turn to such an extent. Their blood fiends had been stolen. In terms of crimes, it would not be enough even if they died 1,000 times. However, the two of them were extremely intelligent. They secretly glanced at each other and immediately communicated with each other. Their hearts calmed down and they planned to push all the blame onto Sima Chuanheng. Dead people were always the best scapegoats. Brat, don't let me catch up to you. Otherwise, you'll regret being born into this world. The blood god roared from behind. He was furious, especially when he saw that Xianxia was only a one-star martial saint. He felt like he had been fooled and was extremely angry. However, he didn't know that Xianxia had also unintentionally taken the blood fiends. He thought that Xianxia had planned this and kept threatening him. I'll skin you and eat you. I'll cut your back in half with a knife from your spine. Then, I'll slowly separate the skin and muscles like a butterfly spreading its wings. Then, I'll rub some sesame oil and shallots on it. A series of horrifying words came out of his mouth, accompanied by the sound of teeth grinding. It sounded eerie and terrifying. However, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Haha, you've said so much, but you forgot to add salt. How about this, my name is Xianxia. I'll add salt for myself. Damn it, damn it. The blood god saw that he couldn't intimidate Xianxia and shouted angrily. He thought that Xianxia was very young and thought that a few threats would be effective. He didn't expect to be mocked instead. He burned his essence blood and charged forward, increasing his speed. Xianxia was shocked. He also swallowed pills and ran like crazy. The distance between them was maintained at a few thousand meters, but the distance kept decreasing. Jianryu scolded, "You idiot, you've pissed him off again. This area is the Blood God Palace's territory. Let's see how you can run now. I know he has enough essence blood to catch up to you." Li Yunxiao was also very depressed. He didn't want the blood fiends at all. He couldn't explain it now, so he could only think of a way after he got rid of the blood god. Li Yunxiao's gaze suddenly focused on the ground in front of him. A faint, strange power spread out from below like smoke, revealing the desolation of the ancient firmament. Li Yunxiao was slightly shocked. He suddenly plunged down, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The blood god frowned slightly. Li Yunxiao was heading toward the burial ground. He felt that something was wrong, but when he thought about the blood fiends, he didn't care so much and followed closely. Who dares to trespass the burial ground? Don't you want to live? The guardian below appeared and angrily attacked Li Yunxiao's lightning. It turned out to be the Jiutian Emperor Wu's cultivation. The spiritual power above the burial ground was sucked up by his palm and suddenly exploded. Li Yunxiao frowned and suddenly used teleportation, directly teleporting his body to the furthest distance. Although he had dodged the first attack, he was still within the range of the palm force. Golden light flashed on his skin, and the power of the primordial astral wind whizzed around him, protecting him in the middle. However, he still could not block the power of the palm. The divine light flashed on his body, and he struggled to hold on. At this moment, he couldn't stop for even a moment. He could only force his way through. Otherwise, the blood god behind him would arrive in the blink of an eye, and that would really be fatal. "Zhong Ruzhen, stop him!" The blood god let out a deafening roar as he revealed a delighted expression. Although Zhong Ruzhen's palm strike had not been able to stop Li Yunxiao, it had broken his lightning escape technique, allowing him to cross 1,000 meters in half a breath's time. He was almost there with a single step. Palace master. Zhong Ruzhen was shocked. Although he had seen people from his sect chasing behind, he didn't expect it to be the blood god himself. He was shocked and hurriedly said, "Yes." At the same time, he was shocked. Li Yunxiao had completely passed through his palm power and was falling toward the boundless burial ground. No one knew how long this burial ground had existed and how many secrets it contained. Among them, the most special feature was that there seemed to be a seal inside that prevented anyone from using their divine sense. If Li Yunxiao sneaked in, it would be extremely difficult to find him. Thinking of this, Zhong Ruzhen didn't dare to delay any longer. His body flashed and turned into a crimson light, charging toward Li Yunxiao. The might of the emperor's aura spread out and a huge seal appeared in his hand. It sealed the surrounding space and formed a huge natural barrier. Without saying anything, Li Yunxiao smashed the universe god steel. 3 rays of territory power spread out, especially the great territory power, which was instantly unleashed to the extreme. Boundless gravity came crashing down and the entire space was crushed. Zhong Ruzhen's seal was also broken by the space power. Zhong Runian's eyeballs almost popped out. Although his barrier had been expanded to a great extent and the power had been dispersed, it was definitely not something a mere martial honor could break. The power from the universe god's monument even made him feel extremely suppressed and uncomfortable. "Zhong Ruzhen, well done." Just as Li Yunxiao broke the seal and was about to rush down, the blood god's voice rang in his ears and his body trembled. Then he saw a crimson light soaring into the sky. The bright world in front of him had turned into a sea of blood. Although Zhong Ruzhen had only stopped Li Yunxiao for a few breaths' time, it was enough. The blood god's first move was the world of blood. He had trapped Li Yunxiao in it and killed him slowly. Along the way, he had burned a lot of the essence of his blood. He was so angry that he couldn't breathe. Now that he had taken out Li Yunxiao, he didn't know how to torture him. He felt that all his previous methods were too light and couldn't vent his anger. "Palace master, this person is..." Zhong Ruzhen wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and flew forward to ask. Fortunately, the blood god had arrived in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to trap Li Yunxiao. He couldn't think of anyone that required the blood god to deal with personally. "Humph, this brat. Ah? What's going on?" Blood god let out a cold snort. Suddenly, a ray of sword light shot out from his sea of blood. This ray of light pierced through the sea of blood and charged toward the burial ground. This caused his body to tremble, and he couldn't believe what was happening. He let out an angry roar and once again ignited his essence blood to chase. Young Master Yun, leave first. I'll block here. Mo Xiaotuan stopped in the air and turned around. He held the Demon Slayer sword horizontally in front of him. Waves of sword energy shot out. He expressionlessly looked at the sword and unsealed it bit by bit. Just now, it was his sword that broke through the blood sea and escaped with Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Your Demon Slayer sword is refined by gathering the righteous energy of heaven and earth. It's the nemesis of this evil technique. I'll help you teach this demon a lesson. Don't think that we're easy to bully." He opened his primordial heaven eyes and the lightning of the heavenly tribulation flashed in his pupils. Although Li Yunxiao could transform into lightning himself, he was still far from being able to absorb the 9th grade Xian artifact's heavenly tribulation. The power of this tribulation could destroy peak martial venerables with one move at the Xiahou family. Nurture lightning. Li Yunxiao shouted and his body turned into lightning. The tribulation lightning in his heaven eyes gathered on his right palm and gradually became stronger. Lightning flashed all around, illuminating the sky with a purplish-green color. At the same time, the immemorial astral wind in his left hand turned into a whirlpool that kept expanding. A phoenix flame appeared between his eyebrows, ready to rush out at any time. That's... Blood God suddenly stopped and revealed a serious expression. He didn't understand how he suddenly became two people. The key was that the aura of the two gave him a sense of danger. Although Li Yunxiao was showing off with the thunder and lightning whirlpool, the one he really paid attention to was the silent Mo Xiaotuan. Especially the sword in his hand, it made his heart palpitate. Good, you finally stopped running and dared to fight me head-on. I can't help but say that the ignorant are fearless. Blood God raised his right hand and a blood shadow rushed into the sky, condensing into the shape of a huge blood slave. It opened its mouth wide and roared as it pounced down. Its voice was eerie and terrifying, shaking the hearts of all the martial artists in the burial ground. They looked up at the sky with infinite fear, their hearts trembling. Red dust gaze reflects the bright moon. Mo Xiaotuan shouted and took out his sword, releasing a wave of sword energy. Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, "Thunder blessing, wind-fire rotation." The power of thunder in his right hand suddenly caught up with the sword energy, and at the same time, the true phoenix fire roared out. Then, the windmill in his left hand also spun up. In the sea of sword energy in front of him, the power of 3 elements suddenly appeared. It was dazzling, and its power instantly doubled. Boom! Blood God's blood slave was blown up by the sea of sword energy, and its entire body directly shattered. Zhong Ruzhen, who was in the distance, was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine it at all. There were also countless martial artists in the burial ground who were cultivating or searching for treasures. They all looked at the strange scene in the sky in horror. "Do you think you've won?" Just when the two of them thought they were safe and were about to fly down, Blood God's cold voice suddenly rang in their ears. The two of them were shocked at the same time. Mo Xiaotuan's eyes flashed. He turned around and thrust his sword in the direction of the voice. Blood splattered, but he didn't see anyone. Li Yunxiao's 3 northern sky-cold swords also appeared. They formed a sword diagram around him and swept in all directions. Bang! The 3 swords were suppressed by a force at the same time. The diagram showed signs of collapsing, and a blood-red light appeared in the sea of sword energy. An abnormal sense of danger appeared in his heart and spread uncontrollably. He was shocked and wanted to teleport away, but he found that the space had solidified. It was difficult to even move. "Ha, open!" Mo Xiaotuan suddenly shouted, and his sword momentum changed. An ear-piercing sound rose along with his sword momentum. The Emperor realm pressure around Li Yunxiao was shattered one by one. He suddenly expanded his mental force and teleported away. Just as he teleported away, a blood shadow appeared in the original space. Blood God's incarnation appeared. His face was full of anger, and he casually slapped at Mo Xiaotuan with a shout. Mo Xiaotuan's expression turned cold. Blood God's cultivation was far above Sudanha's. He suddenly raised his sword to block the palm. Bang! The blood palm shook the sword, and a large amount of sword energy burst out. The sound of a treasure sword hummed in the air. Blood God's palm power was astonishing. The bloody light penetrated the sword and shattered Mo Xiaochuan's defense, hitting his chest. Puff. Mo Xiaochuan's body shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying with his sword. The space twisted at this moment. Li Yunxiao's body turned into lightning. He grabbed Mo Xiaochuan and teleported again. His target was the burial ground below. Want to escape? Blood God's eyes flashed with coldness. The two people in front of him were too terrifying. They could break his blood slaves when they worked together. Even if it wasn't for the blood fiends, he couldn't let them go. He turned into a bloody light and chased after them. Boom! Li Yunxiao kept Mo Xiaochuan into the universe divine steel, then turned into a bolt of lightning and descended. The mountain below immediately stirred up a cloud of dust, creating a huge black crater. Blood God landed on the top of the mountain and became nervous. His divine sense had completely lost its effect as soon as he entered the restricted area. He stared at the ground below, afraid that Li Yunxiao would escape. That would be like a fish in the ocean, and it would be even harder to chase after him. Zhong Runyan also landed. He was the person in charge of the burial ground. He stared at the black pit and said with a serious expression, "Palace Master, could he have escaped?" Blood God's expression suddenly changed. He flew into the pit, and then there was a huge explosion. There was also the feeling of the earth shaking. A bloody light rushed up. It was Blood God. His face was gloomy and terrifying. He roared in anger, "Damn it! Not only did he escape, but he also left a trap for me to step on." Zhong Runyan, do you have a way to find someone in this burial ground? Zhong Runyan's face revealed a difficult expression. He said, "Palace Master, the terrain here is complicated and there are all kinds of strange phenomena. Divine sense can't be used at all. If he wants to hide here for the rest of his life, we really can't do anything. However, we can offer a reward for all the cultivators and treasure hunters to work for us." Yes, that's the only way. Go and issue a reward immediately. Anyone who finds traces of those two and helps us capture them will be rewarded with a 9th-tier profound armament. Anyone who can take their heads will be rewarded with 3 9th-tier profound armaments. Blood God said calmly. Zhong Runyan was shocked and said, "Palace Master, isn't this reward a bit too much?" Blood God looked at him coldly and said, "Those two are worth the price. Plus, they escaped from me multiple times. Who can kill them in the bone burial ground?" It was good enough that he could provide some information. At the same time, send people to the palace and gather all the experts of Emperor Wu. Set up the 9 vast original evil formation here and seal the entire burial ground within it. Once we find traces of those two, we'll kill them. Yes. Zhong Runyan was covered in cold sweat. The 9 vast original evil formation was the #1 evil formation in the Blood God Palace. Moreover, all the experts of Emperor Wu worked together to set it up. Even if someone at the peak of Emperor Wu came here, it would be difficult to break through. Such a big formation was used to wait for two strange people. Zhong Runyan didn't know what was so special about those two that the palace master paid so much attention to. He didn't dare to delay and immediately flew away to announce the reward and send people back to the sect to report. Blood God floated quietly in the sky and slowly closed his eyes to cultivate. He let his divine sense cover the entire sky above the bone burial ground to prevent Li Yunxiao from escaping accidentally. All the warriors in the mountain range below could see him when they looked up. They all revealed strange and surprised expressions. Soon, the reward was announced in various ways. The images of Li Yunxiao and Mo Xiaochuan were also spread. Suddenly, all the warriors in the bone burial ground were excited. A 1-star Martial Venerable and a 4-star Emperor Wu could get a rank 9 Xian artifact as long as they provided information. This made everyone's blood boil. Moreover, it was said that the 4-star Emperor Wu had been injured by Blood God and his strength had been greatly reduced. Hey, is this news reliable? As long as we provide clues, we can get a rank 9 Xian artifact? Nonsense. Look at the Blood God in the sky. You saw the fierce battle just now. Well, those two are so strong. That Martial Venerable is okay, but what about the Emperor Wu who was injured by Blood God? I don't think he's doing too well. You should have heard about the martial arts of the Blood God Palace. Which one of them isn't extremely mean and evil? Any one of them can kill you. Well, forget it. If Emperor Wu is still in good condition, we can provide information. If he is not, then we will fight for 3 rank 9 Xian artifacts. After the two warriors finished talking, they went to the place where Li Yunxiao had fallen. This situation quickly spread, and a large number of warriors were in a commotion. They were all extraordinary people, at least martial venerables. Those below martial venerable didn't dare to join in the fun. Soon, a large number of masters from the Blood God Palace arrived and began to set up in the bone burial ground. Because the area was too large, the line of defense was very long. Even if they couldn't trap Li Yunxiao, as long as he rushed out of the bone burial ground, he would definitely be captured. Well, things seem a little interesting. To be able to attract such attention from Blood God, those two must have something extraordinary on them. The value should be above the 3 rank 9 Xian artifacts. In a hazy forest, leaves rustled. Suddenly, a figure slowly appeared in the empty forest. The color of this person's body was the same color as the leaves, making it difficult to recognize him. His face was full of unkempt beard, and no one knew how long he had been here. He revealed 2 teeth and murmured with a smile, "I have been in seclusion for 3 years. I didn't expect that when I came out, someone would send me a treasure. This is my Yuchi Jin's luck has come, haha." In a valley, the calm surface of the water suddenly burst open, and a flame directly soared into the sky. The entire surface of the lake split open, and there was actually a sea of fire under the lake. A ray of light leaped out and landed on the shore. Wei Miao's figure proudly stood out, and a red muslin gently wrapped around the private parts of her body, revealing a suspicious expression. This woman's long hair was also like flames. She gently sniffed the air with her nose and murmured like a wind chime, "Just now, there was a subtle change in my underworld hellfire. It seemed to have sensed another powerful flame. If I can get another kind of mutated fire seed, I can completely cultivate the supernatural power. Let's go and take a look." As soon as she finished speaking, she appeared 100 meters away and turned into a fireball, whizzing over the burial ground. The burial ground was not only full of spiritual energy, but there were also all kinds of strange places and energy scattered everywhere. A large number of experts from all walks of life lived in seclusion and cultivated there. Many of them were alarmed by the Blood God's fight and the reward. Palace Master, the 9 vast original evil formation has been set up. The main formation covers an area of 1,000 miles. In order to ensure that no one escapes, I have also mobilized the martial venerables in the sect. We can expand the main formation to another 3,000 miles. Zhong Runyan reported carefully. A 9th rank Xian artifact is enough to attract anyone. There are some old monsters in the burial ground that even I have to be wary of. It would be great if they could make a move. The Blood God opened his eyes and revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Those two must fall into my hands. It wasn't just resentment, but more importantly, the blood beast. It was something refined by the entire Blood God Palace, and its value was immeasurable. Zhong Runyan said, "Don't worry, Palace Master. Even if those old monsters make a move, with the help of this formation, we can catch those two first. I'm just afraid." A trace of worry appeared on his face. The Blood God's pupils shrank, and he said, "You mean the core passage?" Cold sweat appeared on Zhong Runyan's forehead, and he said hurriedly, "Yes. As far as I know, although the people of Red Moon City are guarding the core passageway in name, there seem to be sanctuary powerhouses among them. If the two of them escape in that direction and are discovered by the people of Red Moon City, then we—" The Blood God suddenly trembled and shouted, "We must not let them fall into the hands of the Red Moon City. The burial ground is so big, and the probability of them going to the core passage is very low. However, I can't take this risk. Take a group of experts to guard the way to the core passage, just in case." "Yes." Zhong Runyan hurriedly accepted the order and left. The Blood God's expression became more and more serious. If the matter of the blood beast was known by others, it would definitely cause a great disturbance. He had to find Li Yunxiao and retrieve the blood beast as soon as possible. At this moment, Li Yunxiao had found a remote place to hide. The strange state of the burial ground also aroused his curiosity. Even his divine sense as a rank 8 alchemist was completely suppressed, and he couldn't expand it at all. Such a powerful divine sense restriction, this method is really not ordinary. Who set up such a method? Li Yunxiao frowned. Although he had heard of the burial ground, it wasn't very famous on the continent, and not many people outside of the East region knew about it. Just as he was about to carefully investigate, his mind suddenly moved, and his expression changed. He hurriedly took out the World God Steel, and with a flash of light, he rushed in. Inside the World God Steel, Mo Xiaotuan was roaring in pain on the ground. His whole body became red, and monstrous killing intent rose from his body, gradually condensing into a shadow in the air. Li Yunxiao frowned, and his expression immediately darkened. He shouted angrily, "Demon, how dare you stir up trouble?" He suddenly opened his hand and grabbed down. A golden claw mark immediately condensed in the air and directly grabbed the red shadow above Mo Xiaotuan, letting it struggle and scream in fear. This shadow was the evil spirit lurking in Mo Xiaotuan's body. Perhaps after Mo Xiaotuan was injured by the blood god, the evil spirit found an opportunity to appear again. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but worry. He originally thought that Mo Xiaotuan was only slightly injured, but he didn't expect that even the evil spirit couldn't suppress it. It seemed that the injury was far more than he expected. End of chapter 713. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.